Chapter 481 I can't go back for now. If Wang Hao can really be recruited to our Qi family, then poaching the members of the Qi Feng team should not be a big problem. Qi Charan said, in this team, Wang Hao is the absolute core. And the reason why the team members join the Qi Feng team is mostly because of him. It can be said that Wang Hao has a strong appeal among the team members. Qi Charan has been joining the Qi Feng team for a while, and she naturally knows that in this team, who are the core personnel. Although she, Zhuang Shuer, and Yu Qianing all have impressive backgrounds, and Wang Hao is just an ordinary person from the slums. Within the Qi Feng team, Wang Hao is definitely the most authoritative, and the one with the most say. Everyone else, including her, Qi Charan, followed Wang Hao's command. Therefore, if Wang Hao can really be poached, it will be relatively easy to poach other members of the team. What if? Shi Jian looked at Qi Charan and said, Niece, do you think Wang Hao has a chance of winning? Qi Charan hesitated, nodded, and said, based on my understanding of him, he is definitely not a person who is aimless. Since he dares to propose such a competition, it means that he is sure. Sure? Qi Hai said, the people who will participate in the competition in a month will not be you old players who have achieved good results, but those from the slums. The new team members are not even official members of the team yet. They are all just recruited by Wang Hao. Are you sure they can win? If Wang Hao can really defeat the elite teams in the Silver Light City with such a group of players, then he is not a genius, but a god. Qi Jian said, the people in the slums are inherently weak in talent and strength, and they don't have much time left for Wang Hao. In this case, no matter how you look at it, Wang Hao has no chance of winning. What is Wang Hao doing now? Qi He asked, looking at his daughter. I don't know. Qi Charan shook his head and said, he left the city yesterday, saying he had something to deal with, but he hasn't come back yet. He didn't run away, right? Qi Jian said. Impossible. Qi Charan shook his head firmly and said, Wang Hao has no reason to leave Yingguang City. Even if he loses the competition a month later, he still has no shortage of potential partners. Many people have thrown out their opinions on him. There is no need for him to escape Yingguang City. Qi Jian thought for a while and nodded. Although Wang Hao still owes the Qi family 1 million exchange points, this number is not an astronomical figure to Wang Hao. As long as Wang Hao nods, some people will repay the 1 million exchange points. Hao Yi really had no reason to escape. What about those reserve team members in the team? He just left them alone. Did he give up on his own initiative? Qi He asked. Wang Hao arranged training content for several players before leaving. As for the reserve team members, he asked several of our old players to continue the assessment. Qi Charan said, what is the training content? Qi Hai asked, is it possible that Wang Hao really knows training? I don't know very well. Qi Charan shook his head and said, however, those team members who were trained by Wang Hao personally said that, after listening to Wang Hao after the guidance, their strength has improved significantly. How is this possible? Qi Jiang said, then Wang Hao has only trained them for a day or two. How can they make such obvious progress? If this is the case, not only Wang Hao is a god, but they are also gods. Qi He and Qi Hai also had similar ideas. Even if Wang Hao really knew how to train, he would never be able to significantly improve the strength of those team members within a day or two. This is very unreasonable. I guess those team members were probably flattering Wang Hao, so they said that. Qi Jiang said, I don't know about that. Qi Charan said, I haven't played against them, and I haven't tested them. I don't know if they have really made great progress. Anyway, that's what they said themselves. Qi Charan responded to this. I was also dubious, and also found it incredible. Wang Hao may really know some training methods, but it is absolutely impossible to achieve results so quickly. Qi He said. Qi Hai and Qi Jiang both nodded, and Qi Charan didn't say anything else, because she didn't know whether Wang Hao really understood training or how high Wang Hao's training level was. Let's not talk about this anymore. This matter will be resolved in a month, Qi He said. Our focus now should still be on the construction of the station. Dad, we can't go back for the time being? Qi Charan frowned asked. At first, no one took the rebels seriously, even if they were driven out by the rebels. Everyone felt that they could fight back quickly and regain control of the city. This was because they were unwilling to spend a lot of energy and financial resources to regain control of the city, an important reason for building the city. But now, Qi Charan listened to his father's wishes, and it seemed that they would not be able to return to Yingguang City in a short time, which surprised Qi Charan. Yes, He nodded. The current situation in Mingguang City is a bit complicated. The rebel forces occupying there are constantly expanding and becoming stronger. In addition, there are a large number of zombies and mutant beasts wandering around the city. I think it will not be easy to regain control of Mingguang City. We must make plans to stay here for a longer period of time. Chi's face didn't look good as he spoke. Mingguang City is their base camp. And the Chi family's properties are also in Mingguang City. Now that they are forced to leave Mingguang City, the family's strength has been greatly affected. If possible, Chi naturally wants to return to Mingguang City as soon as possible. But judging from the current situation, this is not easy. Therefore, the people in Chiha naturally paid more attention to the construction of the temporary camp. As for building a city, they still have no idea in this regard at this time. That Wu Haomu is too narrow-minded. Qi Jiang said with some dissatisfaction. If he is willing to let refugees from other cities build the city, there is no need for us to spend a lot of money outside the city. Although building a camp is not as good as building a city, it is complex and difficult. But it is also not a small project. And it also requires a lot of time and financial resources. In fact, these could have been avoided. Because of Wu Haomu's decision, they had to invest a lot in this area. In addition, there are many forces outside Yingguang City. And no one with enough say can convince everyone. Therefore, it is very chaotic outside the city. Even when building a temporary camp, there will be a lot of disturbances and disputes, which invisibly creates problems. They added a lot of trouble. Chapter 482 Fanning the Flames. Sitting in Wu Haomu's position, it's not surprising that he made such a decision. Shi said. Isn't it strange? Chi said. However, this is a critical moment. I don't know if you have noticed that there are some undercurrents surging outside the city recently. When he said the next part, Chi subconsciously lowered his voice, as if it was afraid of being heard by others. I feel the same way. Qi Jiang said. It seems that more and more people are dissatisfied with Wu Haomu. The grievances of the refugees outside the city are getting heavier and heavier. I guess that before long, there may be something big happened. Qi Charan was shocked when she heard this. But she knew relatively little information. So she just listened and didn't say anything. This matter may not be that simple. He said. I suspect someone is doing something secretly. Who? I don't know. He shook his head. I don't have any definite evidence. But I always feel that someone they are fanning the flames in secret. And they seem to want the situation in Yingguang City to get out of control. If the situation in Yingguang City really gets out of control, they deserve it. Qi Jiang said. It can be seen that Qi Jiang is full of complaints about the senior officials of Silver Light City. And when he says this, he is more or less gloating about others' misfortune. The situation in Silver Light City is out of control. And it is not good for our Qi family. Qi said. If there are people secretly fanning the flames, as the elder brother said, then most of these people are from the rebels. It is possible. Qi said. Today, there are still 3 big cities in the entire China that are in the hands of the survivor camp. And the others are in the hands of the rebels. Mutant beasts. And zombies. Whether they are mutant beasts, zombies, or rebels, they definitely want them all. The remaining 3 cities were captured. And the targets of mutant beasts and rebels were too obvious. A large number of human survivors gathered outside the Silver Light City. If mutant beasts and zombies were mixed in, it would be impossible not to be discovered. Only rebels. The rebels are also survivors. They are not easy to distinguish among the refugees. And it is easier to fan the flames secretly. If you continue to notify us, everyone in the family will be more vigilant and be on guard against any changes. Qi said. Qi Jiang and Qi nodded. Qi looked at Qi Charan again and said, You should be careful in the city. If there is any news, let us know in time. If someone is really plotting against Yingguang City, the city may not be safer than outside the city. Qi Charan nodded. Qi Charan stayed in the city, not only because she was a member of the Qi Feng team, but also because she was also responsible for inquiring about information. She had the status of a student and a member of the Qi Feng team, and could move freely in the city. And the team there are also well-informed people like Shuang Shuer and Yu Qianing. So it may be more convenient for her to find out information than Qi and others. Afterwards, several people asked if there was anything unusual in the city. Qi Charan shook his head and said that he had not found anything. As for Wang Hao's training, except for a few questions at the beginning, he did not ask any more questions after that. Wu Haomu, Zhuang Jian, Jia Quan and others also paid a little attention to Wang Hao's training of team members. After they learned that Wang Hao had begun training team members, they all also inquired a little bit about Wang Hao's training. The team members were in a shooting gallery, so it was not difficult to find out the information. The reason why they paid a little attention was because they found that there seemed to be nothing special about Wang Hao's way of training the team members. And even compared with some professional teachers and instructors, Wang Hao's training can be said to be quite young, and he seems to have little experience. After learning about Wang Hao's method and content of training team members, Wu Haomyo and others believed that it would be impossible for Wang Hao to win the competition in a month with Wang Hao's training method. Not to mention that the target of his training was only a group of people, ordinary survivors from the slums. Even elites in the military cannot make much progress in just 1 month. There is really nothing eye-catching about Wang Hao's training methods. Because of this, Wu Haomyo and others no longer care about Wang Hao's training and just wait to take over the Qifeng team in a month. As the decision-makers of Yingguang City, Wu Haomyo and others have to care about and deal with many things every day, especially since many refugees from other cities have recently arrived outside Yingguang City, which makes Wu Haomyo and others even busier. Since there is nothing special about Wang Hao, they will naturally not waste too much time and energy on this matter. Sir, Commander Zhuang, Commander Huang, Commander Yang, Commander Liu and Commander Su are here. In the city lord's mansion, the housekeeper stood there with his head bowed respectfully. Why are they here together? Wu Haomyo was a little curious. Let them in. Yes. Wu Haomyo's curiosity was not without reason. Zhuang Jian and the others were army commanders, and were in charge of tens of thousands of people. There are also many things to deal with every day. Therefore, except for special circumstances, these legion commanders rarely gather together. Now that several people have come together, they must have something to talk about. Soon, Zhuang Jian and others walked in. You came to see me now. Do you have something to discuss? Wu Haomyo asked, looking at several people. Lord City Lord, we are here today to talk about the refugees outside the city. The outspoken Yan Lai was the first to speak. Them? What happened to them? Wu Haomyo asked. Lord City Lord, there have been more and more riots in the city recently, and the refugees outside the city are also complaining about us. A few of us feel that we should be more relaxed towards them, and open up real estate transactions in slums and civilian areas, which can benefit the city. The original residents can also accept some of the refugees into the city. Huang Nai said. Is that what you all think? Wu Haomyo frowned and looked at the others. Zhuang Jian, Su Biao, and Lu Yuan also nodded. Didn't we discuss this matter before? You agreed at the time. So why do you suddenly change your mind now? Wu Haomyo said in a deep voice. At that time, we did not expect that so many refugees would come, let alone that the rebels would seize this opportunity to expand aggressively. Lu Yuan said, the rebel forces are getting stronger and stronger. If we continue to do this, turning away the refugees will most likely push them into the rebel camp. In that case, it will be quite detrimental to those of us who are still holding on. That's right, Zhuang Jian continued. Allowing some of the refugees entering the city can dilute the grievances of the refugees and give them hope, which will also make management easier. As long as the rich area is under our control, this Silver Light City will always be ours. Chapter 483 Wu Haomyo's Ambition. It's a good idea. But have you ever thought about the consequences? Wu Haomyo looked at a few people and said, people are all greedy. Letting them enter the city means that we are giving in. They may not accept it as soon as they see fit. What's more, they may push their limits. After entering the city, they will ask for the right to live in the rich area. When they ask for the right to live in the rich area, they will also ask for the right to manage the rich area. Nowadays, how many people around our Silver Light City? You are well aware of the refugees, and the number of these refugees is increasing. Once they are allowed to enter the city, or even into the rich areas, do you think we can still have the final say in Silver Light City? Wu Haomyo insisted on not allowing the refugees outside the city to enter the city, and his reasons were quite good. These are just possible situations. Huang Nai said, it may not necessarily happen. Now mutant beasts, zombies, and even rebels are increasingly threatening us survivors. As external dangers intensify, we should unite and fight the enemy together. As long as we regain control of several other cities, then the refugees who are coming to our Silver City will naturally leave. And then we will not have to worry. They will seize control of the city from us. We can unite, but others may not think so. Wu Haomyo said, there are too many refugees gathered in Silver Light City, and people's hearts are complicated. You can't ask everyone to take the overall situation into consideration. There are definitely many short-sighted people. Once they are allowed to enter the city, our Silver City will only be more chaotic than it is now. By that time, let alone unite to deal with foreign enemies. Just dealing with internal affairs is enough for us. But if we don't try, I'm afraid the situation will get out of control, Zhuang Jian said. Now these refugees are getting more and more angry with us. But the rebels are on the rampage again. Expansion. If they secretly fan the flames, I'm afraid something big will happen here. Then be more vigilant, Wu Haomu said solemnly. Even if there are rebels secretly fanning the flames, it will at most cause chaos in the temporary camp outside the city. It will not affect our Yingguang city. You just said that as long as the rich area is under our control, no matter how chaotic other places are, it will not have much impact on us. Although Zhuang Jian and others have always suggested that we should flee. However, Wu Haomu always insisted on his current decision, and Zhuang Jian and others were helpless. The city lord of Silver Light City is Wu Haomu after all. Wu Haomu has the final say. Moreover, Wu Haomu's analysis is not completely unreasonable. Okay, this matter is settled. Don't talk about it anymore in the future, Wu Haomu said. I know your good intentions and concerns, and I also know the potential dangers in the current situation. Commander Huang just had this sentence is correct. As long as we help them regain control of the city, they will disperse with confidence. Although we cannot let them stay in the city at night, we can send troops to help them regain control of the city. Now we are in Silver Light City. The mutant beasts and zombies have been cleared away, and we are free to help them. However, for safety reasons, we cannot send too many troops at one time. However, we can provide enough help in terms of supplies. I will contact the major cities outside the city. The leaders of the major forces will discuss with them the matter of regaining control of the city. Wu Haomu made a strong statement that there was no room for negotiation on this matter now. However, after all, several army commanders came to him today to talk about this matter. He still had to give some face. So he took a step back and was willing to send troops to help the people in power in other cities regain control of their own cities. Of course, when to send troops and how many troops to send are all matters that need to be discussed slowly. In addition, after sending troops to help the people in power in other cities regain control of the city, how can those people in power not give them some benefits? Of course, Wu Haomu may not value that benefit. But if it works properly, he can infiltrate his power into those cities. This is what Wu Haomu values the most. There are 9 major cities in China, as well as countless small and medium-sized cities, villages and towns. However, such a large area has always been independent. Without a supreme leader, the leaders of the major cities do not obey anyone, especially the 9. The lord of a big city is a prince, and no one can order the lords of other cities to do things. But now, an excellent opportunity appeared in front of Wu Haomu, which made him eager to take action and couldn't stop. How could he let it go? More importantly, if he does this, he will not encounter opposition from other city lords. After all, on the surface, he is helping the authorities in other cities. Who would refuse his kindness? The more Wu Haomu thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he had just thought of this idea and had not yet made a detailed plan. It was not easy to elaborate on it to Zhuang Jian and others for the time being. However, in order to infiltrate his own power, he cannot completely avoid the commanders of the 10 major legions in the city. Sooner or later, he will have to talk to them about this matter. However, this matter is of great importance, and he must think it through first, but also to select someone worthy of his trust to execute it. Zhuang Jian and others did not know at this time that Wu Haomu's ambitions had gradually grown, and they were considering whether what Wu Haomu said was feasible. To be honest, allowing the refugees outside the city to enter the city will indeed increase a lot of uncertainties, and this is not a long-term solution. If it can help the refugees regain their homes, I believe most of them will those who are willing to return to their original city. However, this matter is not as simple as it seems. Those mutant beasts, zombies, and a large number of rebels are now gathered in the 6 big cities that were taken away. It is definitely not an easy task to take back control of the city from them, especially with mutant beasts, and this becomes even more difficult when the zombies are under unified command. But the difficulty is not impossible. If Wu Haomu went to discuss this matter with the city lords, I believe they would be very happy. As long as everyone pools their strength, there is still a good chance of winning. Thinking of this, Zhuang Jian and the others were no longer as insistent as before. What's more, Wu Haomu had already said it to death. They were no longer allowed to talk about this matter in the future. Even if they still had ideas, They could only it is to bury this idea in the stomach. Okay. I understand what you mean. I will contact the leaders of the major forces outside the city as soon as possible and talk to them about retaking the city. Wu Haomu comforted several people. Chapter 484 Choosing an Air Raid Shelter. Zhuang Jian and the others quickly left the city lord's mansion, while Wu Haomu closed the door and carefully considered the ideas that had come to his mind. At the same time, some people are wandering among the refugees, using their real or fabricated experiences to win the sympathy and empathy of other refugees. Their words are full of indignation. There are many such people, but they have not attracted too much attention. After all, there are many survivors who fled to Silver Light City, and most of them suffered miserably. Therefore, those words do not sound wrong. They only simply take their words as complaints. But in fact, their purpose is naturally not that simple. They are the people who are secretly fanning the flames from the Qi family. And although they appear to be ordinary survivors, in fact, they have joined the rebel camp. The reason why they are here to contact other survivors is that in order to attract more people to join the rebel camp. The second is to prepare to do some things in Silver Light City. In fact, there is not only such a group of people among the refugee groups around Silver Light City, but also among the refugee groups around Golden Light City and Starlight City. Their purpose is similar to that of the people around Silver Light City. These people are the same. It can be said that although the mutant beasts and zombies in the three big cities, including Silver Light City, have been cleared away, the turmoil this time is far from over. It has just changed from an open battle to a secret turmoil. However, all this has nothing to do with Wang Hao for the time being. At this time, Wang Hao was still staying in the forest over there, while waiting for his puppet to arrive. Wang Hao was not idle. He directly entered the virtual battlefield and finished the 3 games today. In solo queue, there were no accidents. Wang Hao once again had the chicken. This time, he did not choose to touch the airdrop box, but chose to take something away from the virtual battlefield. After Wang Hao made this decision, a map of the entire virtual battlefield appeared in front of his eyes. On this virtual map, he could clearly see any corner of the virtual battlefield. And even, next to the map, there are various firearms, vehicles, medicines, and other things that have appeared on the virtual battlefield before. Wang Hao is no longer unfamiliar with this situation. After all, this is not the first time that he has chosen to take away items on the virtual battlefield instead of touching the airdrop box. However, last time, yesterday, he chose to take away the items. It's a tank going. There are many tanks on the virtual battlefield, but they are all scrap tanks. Under normal circumstances, such tanks are useless even if they are brought into reality. But Wang Hao is different. In addition to having unconventional rewards in addition to this auxiliary function, there is also maintenance. With the help of the repair auxiliary function, the tank that had been completely scrapped became like new in an instant. Both the exterior and interior were brand new without any difference. In addition, that tank has 2 more functions. One is to double the range, and the other is to double the damage. Wang Hao is quite satisfied with these 2 functions. The only pity is that Wang Hao only brought out the tank, but not the SH/LS. Therefore, the tank is now just a lump of iron and does not have much effect, because this thing is loud and slow. So Wang Hao General Hao hid himself, thinking that he would bring him over again when he found a place to stay. This time, Wang Hao did not bring another tank out for the chicken game. His eyes were fixed on a certain place on the virtual map. I don't know if it will work, so I can only give it a try, Wang Hao whispered to himself. Then, Wang Hao pointed his finger at a location on the virtual map, and above that location, 3 big words floated in the sky: Air Raid Shelter. Wang Hao's target is the air raid shelter on the virtual battlefield. There is an air raid shelter on the virtual battlefield. But after all, it is not a single building like a house. Therefore, Wang Hao is not sure whether he can take it out of the virtual battlefield. After Wang Hao made his choice, he waited with anticipation. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his ears. Congratulations. You got an air raid shelter. Done! It's really done. Wang Hao was instantly overjoyed. And then, he was teleported back to reality. After returning to reality, Wang Hao immediately looked at his backpack. There was indeed a small air raid shelter inside, just like a model. With his previous experience with cannons, Wang Hao naturally would not think that this was just a model. Wang Hao selected this small air raid shelter, and then selected its landing point directly below his first building. Then, the small air raid shelter in the backpack disappeared, not far from Wang Hao's 4-story building. there was an additional hole, the entrance to the air raid shelter. However, Wang Hao soon discovered that there was not only one entrance to the air raid shelter, but four. This is the same as on the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao whispered to himself as he walked towards one of the entrances of the air raid shelter. On the virtual battlefield, there were four entrances to the air raid shelter. Now that Wang Hao has moved it to reality, these four entrances still exist. For Wang Hao, having too many entrances is not a good thing, especially since these entrances are so conspicuous and easy to be discovered. Even if there are no survivors here for the time being, there are many mutant beasts, and these cave entrances do not even have gates. Those mutant beasts can easily enter the air raid shelter from the entrance of the cave. If Wang Hao places materials in the air raid shelter, these materials may be destroyed by the mutant beasts. This air raid shelter must be repaired. However, before repairing it, Wang Hao planned to take a look at the air raid shelter. When Wang Hao came to the entrance of the cave, he saw a row of downward steps. As Wang Hao slowly walked down, the light gradually became dim. It's still a bit different from the air raid shelters in the team's camp, Wang Hao said to himself as he walked. The inside of this air raid shelter is not completely dark. There is also light. However, compared with the air raid shelter below the team station, there is naturally some gap. Wang Hao spent a lot of money to build that air raid shelter. It is naturally extraordinary. People in this world, he is very good at building air raid shelters. With Wang Hao investing a lot of money, the air raid shelters he built are naturally not bad. The air raid shelter that Wang Hao is currently in is incomparable with the one below the team station in terms of light, air circulation, etc. Even the defensive capabilities of the walls are probably not as good as that of that air raid shelter. After all, this is a virtual battlefield. Things can be said to be relatively simple. However, no matter how bad things are, they can be transformed through the help of the repair auxiliary function. Chapter 485 Repairing Air Raid Shelters. Just do it. Wang Hao used the maintenance auxiliary function for the second time today, and his target was the simple air raid shelter he had just obtained. When the progress bar is full, the original simple air raid shelter has been completely renewed. Some parts of the wall had peeled off, but now it is still intact and brand new. In addition, the new air raid shelter has also been optimized in two aspects. First, the area of the air raid shelter has doubled, and second, the defense of the air raid shelter has increased 5 times. The original area of this air raid shelter was about 500 square meters, but now it has increased to 1,000 square meters. It is already a large air raid shelter. The defensive ability that Wang Hao was quite dissatisfied with before has also been greatly strengthened at this time, and it has increased 5 times at once. Now the defensive strength of this air raid shelter is greater than the one under the Silver Light City team station. With Wang Hao knowing the firepower of all major legions in the world, this air raid shelter is fully capable of withstanding even an intensive attack. The area of this air raid shelter is completely sufficient for a team, but it is not enough for the entire city, Wang Hao said to himself. Wang Hao's goal is to build air raid shelters under the entire city, and to connect these air raid shelters together. But now, this area obviously cannot meet his requirements. To achieve this goal, he must either continue to use the virtual battlefield, either bring out the air raid shelter, or continue repair. Both methods can be achieved. After thinking about it, Wang Hao decided to continue using the repair auxiliary function. It is naturally possible to continue to bring out air raid shelters from the virtual battlefield, but each time they are brought out, they are only about 500 square meters. To achieve his goal, it takes too many times, and Wang Hao can only enter the virtual battlefield 3 times a day. Battlefield. And not every time you can successfully win the chicken. Therefore, just relying on bringing out the air raid shelter from the virtual battlefield is a bit too slow. The number of times repair is used is different. Wang Hao can use the auxiliary function 6 times a day. In terms of the number of times, it is definitely more than entering the virtual battlefield. In addition, each time he uses the auxiliary function repair, he can add 2 additional functions. Moreover, these functions it can also be accumulated. This is obviously not an effect that can be achieved by simply bringing out the air raid shelter from the virtual battlefield. Finally, using the repair auxiliary function does not only double the area every time. If you are lucky, it is not a problem to double the area 5 times or even 10 times at a time. Of course, this does not mean that using the repair auxiliary function is always beneficial. Firstly, the number of repairs is very valuable to Wang Hao now. He has too many things to repair. Secondly, if he is unlucky, If there is no area expansion in the two random auxiliary functions, then Wang Hao will have to continue to use the repair times. However, generally speaking, it is more appropriate to use the repair auxiliary function. Therefore, Wang Hao used the repair auxiliary function on the air raid shelter again. Soon, two new optimization projects appeared. First, the entrances of the 4 air raid shelters were concealed, and each entrance had a door with strong defensive capabilities. Second, the ventilation, lighting, and water source systems of the air raid shelter have been optimized. The area didn't increase? Facing these two optimization projects, Wang Hao was a little surprised. However, after being stunned, Wang Hao showed a satisfied smile again. Before, Wang Hao was worried that the 4 cave entrances were too conspicuous. Now, these 4 cave entrances have become extremely hidden. They no longer protrude from the ground, but are flush with the ground. There are also dead grass, branches, and other debris on the ground. To cover up, pushing aside these debris, he saw a gate made of unknown metal. Wang Hao didn't know what kind of metal this gate was made of, but since the description said that the gate's defensive ability was extremely strong, then their defensive ability, it will never be weak. Wang Hao is quite satisfied with this. Even if he is not here, he will not have to worry about the materials in the air raid shelter being destroyed by mutant beasts. Moreover, even if he is later attacked by human survivors, these doors can keep the danger away. Keep out. As for the second optimization aspect, Wang Hao is even more satisfied. Not only has the water source system been added, but ventilation and lighting have also been optimized. The previously slightly dark air raid shelter has now become extremely bright, with almost no trace of anything outside. Differently, Wang Hao felt a little depressed in this air raid shelter before, but now he felt physically and mentally comfortable without any discomfort. In the future, if Wang Hao stores more supplies in this air raid shelter, then Wang Hao will not have any inconvenience even if he lives in this air raid shelter all day long. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Hao nodded again with satisfaction, although the area has not increased. The two aspects of the increase are good. However, what Wang Hao values most is still its area. So now this air raid shelter Wang Hao is still not satisfied. If you are still not satisfied, then come again. Thinking of this, Wang Hao used the maintenance auxiliary function for the air raid shelter for the third time. Two new optimization projects emerged. First, the air raid shelter opening was optimized, with a smaller slope and increased width, allowing vehicles to pass. Second, a vertical opening was added with a large area. It also had a metal door. Judging from its area, it was enough. Helicopters take off and land. Second, the area of the air raid shelter is increased 50 times. Holy shit! Seeing the first optimization project, Wang Hao was just satisfied and not too surprised. With this optimization, aircraft, tanks, cars, and other vehicles can be parked in air raid shelters in the future. What surprised Wang Hao was the second optimization project. The area increased by a full 50 times. The area of the air raid shelter was only 1,000 square meters before, but now it is more than 50,000 square meters. Previously, using the repair auxiliary function, the area was only doubled, but this time it was increased by a full 50 times. This was far beyond Wang Hao's expectation. Wang Hao thought that it would be quite good to increase it 5 times at a time, but I didn't expect that it would have 50 times the effect. Sure enough, it is more cost-effective to use the maintenance auxiliary function. Wang Hao looked at the new air raid shelter and was quite satisfied. The more than 50,000 square meters of air raid shelters are enough for Wang Hao for the time being. Although he has used the maintenance auxiliary function on the air raid shelters 3 times, Wang Hao is quite satisfied with the current results. With this air raid shelter, Wang Hao also has an escape route, and he can continue to expand on the ground. Wang Hao did not leave in a hurry, but started his second virtual battlefield trip today in the air raid shelter. This time the mode is double row. Without being able to choose teammates independently, Wang Hao can only hope that he can meet better teammates. Chapter 486 New Map. Brother, why do I think you look familiar? On the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao's double row teammates looked at Wang Hao with doubts on their faces. Besides, this name sounds familiar. Wei Fang's face became more confused. Maybe it's because I have a popular face, and it's easy to have the same name, Wang Hao said lightly. Wei Fang looked at Wang Hao for a while, then nodded and said, "It seems so." He always felt that not only did Wang Hao's face look familiar, but his name was also familiar. However, the name Wang Hao was somewhat familiar to him. It is indeed very common and it is normal for it to sound familiar. As for appearance, Wang Hao's appearance is not a common public face, but rather youthful and somewhat handsome. Wei Fang felt that Wang Hao's words just now were somewhat self-effacing. Hello. My name is Wei Fang, captain of Fang Gon's team. Wei Fang said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Wang Hao said lightly. In fact, the two of them did not need to introduce their names. After all, they were teammates in this round, and could see each other's names. As for his identity, Wang Hao did not reveal the identity of the captain of the Qingfeng team. Now the Qingfeng team is at the forefront and very popular. Wang Hao is not familiar with a person who likes to be high profile, so there is no need to emphasize that he is Qingfeng, the identity of the team captain. As for Wei Fang's identity, there is nothing special. After all, the most and least valuable person in the entire China is the team captain. Brother, are you interested in joining our Fangqian team? Wei Fang extended an olive branch to Wang Hao. Our Fangqian team is a third-level team, and the team is very strong. If you join our team, you will not only be able to get a lot of with less material support, you can earn redemption points more quickly. You know, with strong teammates, you can earn redemption points much faster. Wang Hao is already in the gold rank, which is considered a junior master. Well, Wei Fang was able to match Wang Hao, and he was similar to Wang Hao in that position. Therefore, Wei Fang was quite fond of Wang Hao. Nowadays, the largest number of teams in China are various teams, which has caused experts to become popular. As long as they meet a suitable expert, or someone they think is a relatively strong expert, the captains of these teams will recruit them. Wei Fang's behavior is very common. Nothing special. He said this to Wang Hao, not because he recognized Wang Hao's identity, or knew Wang Hao's specific strength. Of course, if he knew Wang Hao's specific identity, he would not say this to Wang Hao. Although the previous team competition finals were broadcast live, each contestant was blurred. Therefore, Wei Fang only felt that Wang Hao was somewhat familiar, but did not fully recognize Wang Hao. I already have a team, Wang Hao said. That's it. Wei Fang was a little disappointed. If you want to change teams in the future, you can contact me at any time. Although Wang Hao's answer disappointed Wei Fang, it did not arouse Wei Fang's suspicion. Virtual Battlefield or the Exchange Mall are encouraging the formation of teams. There are countless teams across China. It is normal for young masters like Wang Hao to have been recruited by other teams. Wei Fang has just launched a recruitment campaign for Wang Hao. I just had the attitude of giving it a try. Okay. Wang Hao nodded and did not refuse. Wang Hao's answer was a bit perfunctory. Firstly, it was because it was impossible for him to change the team. Secondly, he noticed that the map of this game seemed to be a little different. This map, Wang Hao said with slight surprise. Is this your first time meeting? Wei Fang said. Wang Hao nodded. This was indeed the first time he had seen the map of this game. The map this time was similar to the usual ones, but the ruins originally near Shuicheng had disappeared and were replaced by a place called Great Wall Dragon's Back Pass. This place was something Wang Hao had never seen before. This map is a special map called Longyu Great Wall. Wei Fang said to Wang Hao. The previous update of Virtual Battlefield added a lot of themed maps, and this Longyu Great Wall is one of them. Is this the theme map? Wang Hao asked, slightly surprised. Wang Hao knows about the theme map. This is the special map he has heard of before. However, he has only heard of it before, but has never seen it before, because the theme map appears randomly. Players enter the virtual battlefield after that. It is not up to the players to decide whether it is a normal map or a themed map. Players who are unlucky may never encounter the themed map. As for Wang Hao, he was obviously not a particularly lucky player. This was his first time encountering a themed map. Yes, Wei Fang said. What's the difference between a theme map and a normal map? Wang Hao asked. The theme maps and ordinary maps are basically the same. Wei Fang said, of course, there are differences. Take the Long Leap Great Wall as an example. If the player jumps within the range of the Great Wall Longji Pass, there are two things that can be automatically activated. One is the Tiger Talisman and the other is the Recall Beacon. Both of these things are automatically obtained, even if the player later leaves the range of the Dragon Leap Great Wall. These two things will not disappear. However, the Recall Beacon will become invalid. But if the player returns to the Longyu Great Wall range, the Recall Beacon will take effect again. What are these two things used for? Wang Hao asked. The Tiger Talisman allows Wang Hao to obtain materials. Killing other players can accumulate the energy of the Tiger Talisman and upgrade the Tiger Talisman. The higher the level, the better the materials the player will obtain after using it. The level of the Tiger Talisman starts from low to high. They are divided into bronze, gilt and jade. In other words, as long as 3 players are killed, the level of the Tiger Talisman can be raised to the highest level. And the highest level Tiger Talisman has a great probability of being used. Get the airdrop supplies, Wei Fong said to Wang Hao. Then wouldn't everyone be able to own an airdrop gun? Wang Hao said in surprise. Theoretically, this is the case, Wei Fong said, but in fact, there must be many people who cannot do it. First, not everyone can jump to Longji Pass. And second, even if there is a Tiger Talisman, not everyone can be eliminated. 3 people. Wang Hao nodded and expressed his understanding. After all, most players can't kill 3 people in one game. Most players' KD values are between 1 and 2. And even many players have less than 1. Naturally, less than 3 people can be killed in one round. As for the Tiger Talisman, it is true that not everyone can have it. If you don't jump to the Dragon's Back Pass, you won't have this thing. In a game, it is impossible for everyone to jump within the range of the Dragon's Back Pass. Chapter 487, The Lively Longji Pass. What about the recall beacon? Wang Hao asked. This thing is very simple. It is to allow eliminated players to return to the game. Wei Fong said, of course. The premise is that this recall beacon is within the scope of Longji Pass. And it can only take effect once in a game. And it also has a time limit. Wang Hao nodded. This recall beacon is equivalent to giving the player an extra life. But this thing has limits. Wang Hao can imagine that with this thing, many players will choose to jump to the Dragon's Back Pass. After all, jumping there is equivalent to gaining an extra life. Even if they are eliminated, they are not directly out of the game, but will return to the game again. In the second life, you can go to other places. As a result, there will definitely be no shortage of players jumping to Dragon's Back Pass. As long as the route allows, there will definitely be many players jumping there now. This is obviously a good thing for Wang Hao. In the past, he could eliminate at most 30 or 40 people in one game. But with this special location, the number of players he eliminates may increase significantly. After all, ordinary maps there are only 100 players. But in this themed map, theoretically there are up to 200 players. In addition to these two things, there are many new props in Longji Pass. Wei Fong continued, for example, new vehicle horses and dragon chariots, as well as Gatling fireworks, beacon towers, etc. These things are all it is not found in ordinary maps. And there are airdrop guns that can be picked up in Longji Pass. In short, this place is rich in materials. Players who like guns will almost go here whenever they encounter this kind of themed map. Even some players who usually don't like to shoot or don't dare to shoot will go here to try their luck. Anyway, going here is equivalent to having 2 lives and 1 more chance to choose. Wang Hao nodded. He was a little ready to move after hearing Wei Fong's introduction. Let alone other players. Many players don't dare to start shooting, mainly because they are afraid that they will be eliminated early. There are only 3 opportunities to enter the virtual battlefield a day. Every opportunity is precious, and no one is willing to waste it. But it's different with this themed map. The extra life can give many players who want to take a shot but are not confident a chance to give it a try. Is there only one themed map? Wang Hao asked. Of course not, Wei Fong said. There are many themed maps. In addition to the Dragon Leap Great Wall, there are also Dragon and Lion City, New Year Garden, Adventure Train, etc. At least more than 5 kinds. Because of the theme, the map is refreshed randomly. So there may be other themed maps that have not been touched by the players. Therefore, no one knows how many themed maps there are. That's right, Wang Hao said. They are all like this. The same as Longyu Great Wall? Not the same. Wei Fong shook his head and said, each themed map has its own new props and new gameplay. Of course, there are similarities, such as this recall beacon. But there are differences. You will know more when you meet him later. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao is very interested in the theme map. He also knows that to understand the theme map, it is not enough to just listen to Wei Fong's introduction. Only by experiencing it personally can you do it. However, it is not easy to encounter the theme map. It depends entirely on luck, and there is no rule at all. Soon, the two got on the plane. Compared with the past, this flight was obviously more lively. Everyone was in a high mood and eager to try the Longji Pass. This is normal. After all, this themed map is new and everyone is curious about it. Moreover, The existence of the recall beacon also gives them more courage to take risks. Many people are clamoring to jump. Longji Pass. Where should we dance? Wei Fong asked. Wei Fong didn't know Wang Hao's specific identity. But in his eyes, Wang Hao was a little master and worthy of his win. Therefore, he was very polite to Wang Hao. At the same time, he was also ready to dance with Wang Hao to see Wang Hao. What is Hao's specific strength? Dragon's Back Pass. Wang Hao said without hesitation. Okay. Wang Hao's return was not beyond Wei Fong's expectation. He was also inclined to dance Dragon's Back Pass. With the existence of Recall Beacon, this Dragon's Back Pass is the best, of course. This is a place for masters to brush KD and earn redemption points. For novices, going here is for others to brush KD and earn points and redeem points. The route of this game is quite good, and it happens to pass near the Dragon's Back Pass. Therefore, it can be expected that there will be many players jumping to the Dragon's Back Pass in this game. Sure enough, when the plane flew near the Dragon's Back Pass, a large number of players jumped out of the plane. Wang Hao and Wei Fong were surrounded by a dense crowd of people, even if they were mentally prepared. Wang Hao and Wei Fong were both shocked when they saw this situation. This situation is somewhat similar to the second game of the team competition finals. Wei Fong said, at that time, many teams jumped to the Research Institute dormitory building, which was densely packed with people. Wei Fong's team naturally did not enter the team competition finals. However, he watched the entire live broadcast of the team competition finals. Therefore, when he saw the scene in front of him, he thought of the grand occasion of the second game of the team competition finals. Wang Hao smiled and said nothing. He was a person who experienced it, and his feelings were quite profound. After that experience, he would definitely have an easier time adapting to the scene in front of him than Wei Fong. After entering the Dragon's Back Pass area, a regional map will appear, and the number of players in the area will be displayed on the map. During the flight, Wei Fong continued to tell Wang Hao the information he knew. Soon, the two entered the Dragon's Back Pass range. There was a recall beacon sign behind their names, and there were two more items in their backpacks. One was the recall beacon, and the other is Tiger Talisman. At this time, Wang Hao also saw the area map and the number of players in the area, 58. In this game, 58 people jumped the Dragon's Back Pass. Good guy. No wonder it's so densely packed with people. More than half of the people jumped here. It's too exaggerated. Wei Fong, who had experienced such a grand occasion for the first time, was speechless. After you go down, protect yourself, Wang Hao said. With so many people, even he couldn't protect Wei Fong. Wei Fong could only ask for his own blessings. Of course, Wang Hao himself did not dare to say that it was 100% safe. It's okay as long as you protect yourself. As for me, I can definitely take care of myself, Wei Fong said. Chapter 488. To rush or to be stubborn. Wei Fong is so good that he is also the captain of the team. And he also wants to win over Wang Hao. Naturally, he cannot let Wang Hao see clearly. He is also determined to prove himself in front of Wang Hao, so that he can have a chance to persuade Wang Hao to join. Soon, Wang Hao and Wei Fong landed in front of a building, and two people from another team fell almost at the same time. This Dragon's Back Pass area is very large, but there are too many players who choose this place as their landing point. Therefore, there are several players landing near almost every building. Players want to avoid people from other teams when they land. It's almost impossible to interrupt. After landing, Wang Hao and Wei Fong, one climbed through the window and the other pushed the door, and entered the building almost at the same time. The other two people's movements were not slow, and they entered the building almost at the same time. There were guns and bullets on the ground inside the building, and at the same time, there were box-like objects beside the wall. According to Wei Fong's introduction, Wang Hao knew that these boxes were also filled with supplies and equipment. Wang Hao picked up a gun from the ground. Before he could pick up other supplies, he already raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at one of the other two players. Duh. Gunfire rang out. But it was not just one gunshot, but several gunshots rang out almost at the same time. Wei Fong and the other two players from the other team also shot at almost the same time, and bullets filled the room for a while. Internal chaos flying. You used the assault rifle act to knock down the player Wu Biao. Your teammate Wei Fong was knocked down by the player Ma Yuan using the submachine gun UMP-45. Two of the four people in the room fell to the ground almost at the same time. And the two teams, one on each side. Wang Hao did not go to save Wei Fong, but immediately turned his gun and pointed it at the remaining man. The remaining man also pointed his gun at Wang Hao almost at the same time. And the two shot again almost at the same time. Wang Hao's dual Q rank has reached Golden 4. And almost all the other players he matched are near this rank. There are almost no rookies who can reach the gold rank. Players in the gold rank can be called small players. Master. That makes sense. At present, Wang Hao is quite close to the opponent. And the opponent's strength is not too bad. Therefore, Wang Hao has no room to dodge at all. In fact, Wang Hao didn't hide at all. At such a close distance, any evasive action was almost useless. He simply focused all his attention on attacking the player. And the other party made the same choice. Two gunshots sounded almost at the same time. When the gunfire stopped, only Wang Hao was still standing there in the whole room. The player who attacked Wang Hao and his teammates had turned into boxes and returned to the plane. Awesome. Hurry up and save me. Wei Fang was overjoyed when he saw this, and quickly asked Wang Hao to rescue him. Wang Hao did not rush to pick up medicine to restore his condition, but went to save Wei Fang immediately. Wang Hao, your spear tip is so hard. I thought we were dead just now. Wei Fang said with lingering fear. Wang Hao smiled. In fact, the reason why he can still stand here is not only because of his strong gun tip, but more importantly, he also has the auxiliary function of locking blood. Wang Hao's marksmanship level is not low, but the marksmanship level of the two players just now is not bad either. The distance between the two sides is so close. Wang Hao has no room to escape at all. Almost all the bullets fired from the opponent's gun hit him. For Wang Hao, in this situation, even if Wang Hao has offensive auxiliary functions such as range damage and self-aiming, he may not be able to guarantee that he will survive. Blocking blood plays a key role. This auxiliary function works at this time, and will not arouse any suspicion. After all, at such a close distance, no one can say who will win and who will lose. Wang Hao has the last laugh, and will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Soon, Wei Fang was rescued, and the two went to pick up supplies. Wang Hao came to the wall and opened the wooden box. As expected, there were a lot of supplies inside. Level 2A. Level 2. 7.62 bullets. Grenades. Energy drinks. Large guns. Etc. Medicine kits. All of them. The supplies in this box are quite rich. Wang Hao said while picking up the supplies. The most indispensable thing in this Longji Pass is all kinds of supplies. Wei Fang came to the wall of the next room, opened another wooden box, and said while picking up, however, these are just ordinary supplies. High-end supplies? Only a small amount. These supplies are enough. Wang Hao said while using the large medicine bag to restore his condition. Although there are no high-end supplies. With these supplies, the battle will be no problem at all. After replenishing their condition, Wang Hao and Wei Fang were not in a hurry to leave the building, but were observing the surrounding situation. The difference was that Wei Fang observed through the window, while Wang Hao used perspective accessibility observation. Damn, there are people everywhere. Wei Fang observed for a while, but couldn't find any place that was absolutely safe. At this time, the entire Dragon's Back Pass was already in a fight. There were gunshots everywhere, just like exploding firecrackers during the New Year. There were people fighting in almost every building, especially the main building, where many players chose to go, where the fighting was the most intense. According to Wei Fang, there is not only an airdrop box where you can pick up airdrop supplies, but also a compass that can detect the specific locations of other players. Using the compass, you can see the specific locations of other players in the area on the mini-map. Very convenient. Of course, compared with the perspective auxiliary function, it still has flaws. The positions of other players marked on the minimap will not always exist on the minimap and will disappear soon. Moreover, the compass also has a usage time limits. For Wang Hao, this compass is useless. But for other players, this compass is a treasure. Therefore, many players choose their first landing point there. The fight was really fierce. And now there are only 37 left. Wang Hao glanced at the number of people in the area on the small map and said, when we first landed, there were 58 people here. In less than a minute, 21 people had been eliminated from here. This naturally includes the 2 people eliminated by Wang Hao. We should go. Otherwise, these people will be killed by others. Wang Hao said as he walked outside. Hey, wait. It's too dangerous outside now. Let's stay here for a while. When there are fewer people, it won't be too late for us to go out. Wei Fang tried to stop Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao chose this Dragon's Back Pass as his landing point. Not to fight for points here, but to brush up KD. Naturally, it is impossible to stay here. After knowing the surrounding situation, Wang Hao must take action. Chapter 489 Mentality Change. You can stay here, or you can follow me. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he walked out of the room without looking back. Wei Fang looked at Wang Hao's back, hesitated for a moment, and then followed him. Wei Fang followed Wang Hao, feeling a little surprised. Wang Hao's steps were very determined, and he ran directly towards the predetermined location without observing, as if he was sure that he would not be attacked during the transfer process. Generally, someone who is so determined is either very reckless or confident. Wang Hao is obviously the latter. What surprised Wei Fang was that they did not encounter any attacks during the transfer process, as if they had found the safest route in this chaotic battlefield. Soon, the gunshots in their ears became clear and intense again, not far in front of them. Two waves of players were fighting. Wang Hao and Wei Fang quietly walked over, because the footsteps were no longer displayed on the minimap, and the gunfire around them was too fierce. The sound of their footsteps was completely covered. Therefore, when I touched it, neither of the two waves of players noticed it. That being the case, what else is there to say? Get started. It has to be said that Wei Fang is still somewhat capable. As the captain of the team, his level cannot be said to be very high, but compared with ordinary survivors, he still has certain advantages. With Wang Hao, he can fight effectively. With the cooperation of the two teams of players were quickly annihilated. One of the teams didn't even see who was attacking them until they died. Are you short of supplies? If not, stop licking the bag and keep working, Wang Hao said. There is no shortage of supplies for the time being, Wei Fang said. Wang Hao nodded and continued to move forward. Wei Fang still followed Wang Hao. This time, he was more determined than before. Under the leadership of Wang Hao, the two men raided areas one after another. Wei Fang went from being suspicious at the beginning to becoming convinced of Wang Hao, and his attitude changed significantly. At the beginning, Wei Fang was still thinking about showing off his skills in front of Wang Hao so as to convince Wang Hao and subdue Wang Hao. However, as the two of them killed more and more people, his idea became weaker and weaker. In the end, he gave up the idea completely. A master like Wang Hao cannot be conquered by a team like him. Such masters all have their own arrogance. If they cannot be convinced, it is impossible to conquer them. However, Wei Fang's level is not as good as ordinary survivors. It is stronger than the previous one, but far behind Wang Hao. If his strength is not as good as Wang Hao, how can he have the confidence to conquer Wang Hao? Therefore, later on, Wei Fang completely gave up the idea of conquering Wang Hao. He only thought that it would be okay if he could play a good game with Wang Hao. Being able to match such a master would be a great success for any survivor. Are all a blessing. And Wei Fang is no exception. Only the main building is left. About 3 minutes later, Wang Hao looked in the direction of the main building with an incomprehensible look. Shall we fight? Wei Fang asked Wang Hao with admiration in his eyes. During this period of time, the three of them swept through almost the entire Dragon's Back Pass area. No one could stop them wherever they went. The reason why he is so strong is entirely because of Wang Hao's command and marksmanship. Wei Fang knows this very well. He is now completely impressed by Wang Hao. He has been in the virtual battlefield for nearly 10 years. And Wang Hao is the strongest teammate he has encountered in the past 10 years. None of them. Therefore, now Wei Fang is completely dominated by Wang Hao. And the original idea of conquering Wang Hao has completely disappeared. Fight. Of course. Wang Hao said with a smile. Didn't you say before that after winning the Dragon's Back Pass, the last team will be the strongest team, and there will be airdrop supplies to pick up? Yes. Wei Fang nodded. At this time, Wei Fang admired Wang Hao even more. The two of them did not have any airdrop supplies, but they had already fought to the end. They were only the last two people away from winning the Dragon's Back Pass. It would be difficult for others to do so. To this point, especially during the process, they once encountered enemies holding airdrop supplies, and they eventually easily ate them. That's right. It's easy. Wei Fang remembered clearly that when he met the two players with airdrop guns, Wang Hao easily eliminated them with only one grenade, and Fang could lick the bag without even firing the gun. Then what's there to hesitate about? Come on! After saying that, Wang Hao rushed to the main building without hesitation, and Wei Fang followed Wang Hao closely without any hesitation. After entering the main building, Wang Hao did not rush forward rashly, but stopped Wei Fang, and then threw 4 smoke bombs. The 4 smoke bombs were not thrown together. The smoke they raised quickly covered the 2 people. The front and front of the person are completely covered. Seeing this scene, Wei Fang was a little confused and hesitant. Smoke bombs can indeed block the enemy's line of sight, but they will also block their line of sight, because the existence of smoke bombs will not bring them any convenience, especially since they are now the active attacking party, not the defensive party. The smoke bomb appeared even more inexplicably. Don't worry. My ears have been very good since I was a child. No sound can escape my ears, Wang Hao said to Wei Fang. When Wei Fang heard this, he suddenly realized. After the mini-map no longer displays footsteps, players can only rely on their hearing if they want to know whether there are other players approaching them. The higher the hearing level, the more advantageous they will be at this time. Wei Fang was still confused before why did Wang Hao throw the smoke bomb at this time. After knowing that Wang Hao's hearing was different from ordinary people, there was no doubt. Under the shroud of smoke, people with better hearing have an advantage. Since Wang Hao has very good hearing, he naturally has to take advantage of this advantage. Wei Fang did not have the slightest doubt about this. After all, even in reality, there are some people who are much better than normal people in hearing. Especially those who are deaf and mute seem to have an advantage in this aspect. It is not surprising that Hao has better hearing than ordinary people. After the smoke filled the air, Wang Hao rushed forward without any hesitation. Wei Fang naturally followed closely behind him. However, because of the smoke, although he rushed out after Wang Hao, he soon lost sight of Wang Hao. With Hao's figure, he could only prick up his ears, pay attention to the surrounding situation, and shoot immediately if he found any noise. Gunshots rang out soon. Wei Fang didn't know who fired the gun. He fired subconsciously without any target. However, the system did not prompt him to knock down any players, but the system quickly showed up to destroy the team. Wei Fang was suddenly startled. Wang Hao. In the smoke, the team was wiped out alone. Chapter 490, Capture Longji Pass. Is this the end? Wei Fang spoke a little awkwardly. Otherwise? Wang Hao loaded the bullet and asked with a smile. You are too powerful. Wei Fang said sincerely. I haven't even reacted yet. The fact is just as Wei Fang said. He didn't even react. The shot just now was just a subconscious action. He couldn't help but be shocked when the battle ended without hitting any target. It's just 2 people. It's not a big deal, Wang Hao said. Wei Fang secretly clicked his tongue after hearing this. A master is a master, and he speaks so harshly. If it were him, he would never dare to speak like that. But Wang Hao played very clearly. As a teammate, Wei Fang did not even see Wang Hao lose health. However, given Wang Hao's strength, he was qualified to speak like this. Wei Fang did not think Wang Hao's words were arrogant at all. Wang Hao had the confidence to say so. Wang Hao, with your strength, how could you join the team? Wei Fang couldn't help but ask. Nowadays, there are countless teams in China. All survivors with a certain level have formed a team, and Wang Hao's strength is quite outstanding. Therefore, Wei Fang does not understand why Wang Hao just joined the team instead of form your own team. I may not have made it clear before, Wang Hao said. Actually, I have formed a team of my own, and I am the team leader. I'll just say it. Wei Fang suddenly understood. At this time, he no longer had doubts. With Wang Hao's skills, it was hard to understand why he was inferior to others. It made sense to form his own team. After this game is over, let's make a friend. Maybe we can have a chance to get in touch in the future, Wang Hao said. After having the idea of building his own city, Wang Hao now really wants to get to know more masters. Although Wei Fang is not as strong as him, he still has obvious advantages compared with ordinary survivors. Therefore, Wang Hao, I would love to get to know Wei Fang. Okay, Wei Fang replied without hesitation. In this social context, getting to know a master means you have one more way out and one more chance to survive. Even if you may not have the opportunity to meet in real life in the future, it is good to be able to add a contact information. Wei Fang has been doing this before. He was thinking about whether to add Wang Hao as a friend after the game was over. It was not that he disliked Wang Hao, but he was afraid that Wang Hao would refuse if he said so. Now that Wang Hao was actively asking to be added as a friend, how could he refuse? While the two were talking, they had finished licking 2 boxes, and then moved towards several other boxes. This is the main building. It is the busiest and most competitive place in the entire Longji Pass. Many teams came to fight for this place before. Before Wang Hao and the others came, there had been several fierce battles here. On the ground there are quite a few boxes. After licking the box, Wang Hao, led by Wei Fang, came to the airdrop box. There is an airdrop box here. This airdrop box can only be picked up when there is only one team left in Dragon's Back Pass. At this time, only Wang Hao and Wei Fang are left in the entire Dragon's Back Pass. The airdrop box is naturally available for pickup. Wei Fang consciously stood behind Wang Hao and did not go to grab the supplies in the airdrop box with Wang Hao. This was almost the consensus of the virtual battlefield. Experts have the priority to pick up supplies. In Wei Fang's heart, Wang Hao was a master, so he naturally wanted to give up his right to first pick up supplies. Wang Hao was not polite to Wei Fang. Firstly, Wei Fang had already picked up airdrop supplies before. Although he only picked them up from other players' boxes, they were still picked up. Secondly, the airdrop gun could be used in his hands, with a greater advantage. There is naturally no need to be humble. It's actually AP90? Wang Hao looked at the supplies in the airdrop box, and was quite surprised. Although Wang Hao does not have very high requirements for firearms, because of the auxiliary functions, it would be better if he could be blessed with good things. And the P90 belongs to the ranks of good things. If there are firearms on the virtual battlefield that can be called artifacts, then the P90 is definitely one of them. This gun is not only powerful, but also extremely stable. Even a rookie player can use this gun. It has great performance. And expert players also like this gun very much. Once they encounter it, there is no reason to let it go. Wang Hao is naturally no exception. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao picked up the gun and all the remaining bullets. Later, the two picked up the Soaring Dragon Chariot and left the Dragon's Back Pass in the Soaring Dragon Chariot. This is Wang Hao's first time driving a Dragon Chariot, which is quite novel. The Dragon Chariot is similar to the Bobo Ball in some aspects. They can both fly into the air. However, the Dragon Chariot can travel in the air for a long time, which is incomparable to the Bobo Ball. The Bobo Ball actually only has the ability to jump. The ability cannot travel in the air for too long, but the Dragon Chariot can. In addition, the Dragon Chariot can also travel on the ground. It can be said that this vehicle is a standard land and air dual-purpose vehicle. In addition, this vehicle can accommodate 4 people. And besides the driving position, players in other positions can shoot outwards. This is something that Bobo Ball cannot compare to. Before repairs, Bobo Ball can only there are 2 people sitting, and players on the Bobo Ball cannot shoot. In short, Dragon Chariot is generally better than Bobo Ball. If I can win the chicken in this game, I will take it out. Wang Hao thought to himself. Flying vehicles will be more convenient in many cases. After all, flying in the air has a better view. And zombies cannot fly. Although there are flying types among mutant beasts, their number is relatively small. Therefore, if there are flying vehicles, tools should also be stronger in terms of safety. However, Wang Hao had never encountered a flying vehicle before. So even if he had this desire, he couldn't realize it. Now, his opportunity has come. In the past, even if Wang Hao saw the Dragon Chariot, he could not guarantee that he would be able to drive it out of the airdrop box. But it is different now. After his unconventional reward auxiliary function is upgraded, he can 100% take it away. There will be no uncertainty in this vehicle. This thing is really good. While Wang Hao was thinking about taking out the Soaring Dragon Chariot after eating chicken, Wei Fang touched the Soaring Dragon Chariot and let out a heartfelt sigh. Want it? Wang Hao asked. Of course, Wei Fang said. Who doesn't want this thing? However, I heard that it is very difficult to get the new things in the theme map from the last airdrop box. And the probability is very low. It's even much lower than ordinary airdrop supplies. So, I can only think about it. I'm afraid it's impossible to own it in this life. Chapter 491 Take away the Dragon Chariot. Wei Fang's words made Wang Hao very satisfied. These supplies can be obtained, and the probability is extremely low. This is best for Wang Hao. In this way, he will not arouse anyone's suspicion when using these supplies, and others will only marvel at his good luck. At the same time, these things are extremely rare on the market, which highlights their value. The two drove the Dragon Chariot around looking for people. I have to say that this kind of vehicle that can fly in the air is really convenient, and the field of vision is so good. Everything below can be seen, unless other players are hiding in the building. They cannot escape Wang Hao and Wei's square eyes. Wang Hao has the perspective auxiliary function. The advantage of the Dragon Chariot's high-altitude vision is naturally weaker. However, it is not completely useless to him. After all, with this thing, he can only detect other players. A better explanation makes sense. The two of them are looking for people to kill all the way, as long as it is not an extremely panicked scene like Dragon's Back Pass. Wang Hao, who has many auxiliary functions, can easily handle it. Even the players in this round are almost all gold. There is not much pressure on Wang Hao at the rank and above. Wang Hao, who uses the Dragon Chariot, also discovered that this thing cannot be used all the time. It also has a time limit for use. In the finals, this thing can no longer be used. However, having this in the finals is actually not very safe. At least for Wang Hao. Driving a vehicle in the finals, no matter what kind of vehicle it is not as complete as walking on two legs. After all, it can be seen that it is more suitable for him to play steadily in the finals. Driving a vehicle makes too much noise and is easy to be attacked, which is actually a disadvantage. Therefore, although the Dragon Chariot could not be used in the end, it did not have much impact on Wang Hao. Only Wei Fong felt a little pity. He hadn't had the pleasure of riding it yet. This is not the first time Wei Fong has encountered the Dragon Leap Great Wall themed map, but it is his first time riding the Dragon Chariot. Not everyone can drive the Dragon Chariot. Even on this themed map, there are only a few places. And these places with Dragon Chariot are all the first priority places for many players. Without some strength, it is difficult to grab this Dragon Chariot from other players. Although Wei Fong has some strength, he is not outstanding. Without being able to form a team to enter the virtual battlefield, even if he is the captain of the team, he does not have any advantage. Therefore, even if he was coveting the Dragon Chariot before, and has never been obtained, today, because of Wang Hao's presence, Wei Fong finally had the opportunity to ride on the soaring Dragon Chariot. When the last gunfire stopped, Wei Fong couldn't help but cheer. Although he is the captain of the team, Wei Fong doesn't eat chicken often. After all, his strength is not that outstanding. Therefore, he is naturally very happy to get the first place this time. In addition, the reason why he was so excited was because he had learned from others before that if he got first place when matching a theme map, he would have a higher probability of getting the contents of the theme map from the airdrop box. Something unique. Things like Dragon Chariots and Beacon Towers can only appear in special maps. If a player wins first place in an ordinary map and wants to draw these things from the airdrop box, the probability is very, very low. And it can even be said to be impossible. Possibly. But within the theme map, this probability is relatively high. Of course, even if it is higher, it is not too high. However, it would be nice to have a little more. Therefore, it would be even more joyful if we could get first place in the theme map. Wei Fong walked towards the airdrop box with excitement on his face and reached out to touch the supplies inside, while Wang Hao also walked towards the airdrop box. Although he had already thought about leaving with the soaring Dragon Chariot, he still had to cover up. I knew. Wei Fong's regretful voice came quickly. He was not able to obtain the unique items in the theme map, but only obtained some mineral water. Naturally, mineral water cannot be compared with the special items in the theme map. It is normal for Wei Fong to feel regretful. Wang Hao, what did you draw? Wei Fong looked at Wang Hao and asked. This, Wang Hao said to Wei Fong, holding something like a model. When Wei Fong saw what was in Wang Hao's hand, he was stunned and said, Soaring Dragon Chariot. You actually got the Soaring Dragon Chariot. Oh my god. What kind of luck are you? You got the Soaring Dragon Chariot. He reacted. Wei Fong pointed at the thing in Wang Hao's hand and screamed repeatedly. This is the Soaring Dragon Chariot. We really can't blame Wei Fong for being so rude and making such a fuss. The probability of a vehicle being drawn is always very low. Not to mention this special vehicle, which has an even lower probability of appearing. Even in the theme map, the probability of drawing this vehicle is quite low. Therefore, in Wei Fong's opinion, Wang Hao was able to win the Dragon Chariot, which was simply a piece of bad luck. He was extremely lucky. Wang Hao smiled, put the Dragon Chariot into his backpack, and said to Wei Fong, We'll meet again when we have the chance. After saying that, Wang Hao was teleported back to the real world. And almost at the same time, Wei Fong was also teleported back to reality. Wang Hao appeared in the air raid shelter again, and he immediately took out the Dragon Chariot he had just obtained. In an instant, a Longting Chariot that was exactly the same as the one in the virtual battlefield appeared in front of Wang Hao. It was exactly the same as the one in the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao entered the interior of the Dragon Chariot and looked at the interior, with a satisfied expression on his face. The interior decoration of this Longting Chariot is very good. The space is relatively spacious, and the defensive capability is slightly stronger than that of ordinary vehicles. For a rare chicken dinner, Wang Hao could have chosen to bring other things out of the virtual battlefield, such as the air raid shelter he brought out before. But what Wang Hao finally brought out was the dragon chariot. Because this thing is already good. Not to mention, themed maps cannot be encountered at any time. For unconventional rewards, you can only choose what you have seen or obtained in this game. In other words, in ordinary maps, Wang Hao cannot choose only the theme, the items that appear in the map. Therefore, if you want to bring out the unique items in the theme map, you can only do it when you encounter the theme map. And the probability of the theme map appearing is relatively low. So now you encounter when it arrived. Wang Hao naturally had to give priority to items unique to the theme map. In the themed map of Dragon Leap Great Wall, the Soaring Dragon Battlefield is definitely one of the rarer and more precious items. Therefore, it is normal for Wang Hao to choose the Soaring Dragon Chariot. Chapter 492 Repairing the Dragon Chariot. The Soaring Dragon Chariot is very good, but Wang Hao is not satisfied. The better something is, the more Wang Hao wants to repair it and make it better. Therefore, after obtaining the Dragon Chariot, Wang Hao maintained it without hesitation. Wang Hao can now perform maintenance 6 times a day. He has used it 4 times at this time, 3 of which were used on the air raid shelter, and 1 on the building. Now, Wang Hao is using his 4th maintenance quota today. When the progress bar is full, the originally beautiful Dragon Chariot has not undergone any changes on the surface, but it has received 2 optimizations in terms of performance. 1. Expansion of internal space. 2. Addition of firepower system. Wang Hao was quite pleased to see these 2 optimization contents. The first is the expansion of internal space. The Dragon Chariot was originally a 4-person vehicle. After repairs, its internal space was expanded from 4 to 10 people. 10-person vehicle. Before this, Wang Hao had never heard of any vehicle that could carry 10 people. Until now, vehicles have only been divided into single, double and 4-person vehicles. Wang Hao had never heard of, let alone seen, a vehicle with more than 4 people before. Not to mention Wang Hao, even others have never seen a vehicle with more than 4 people. But now, the repaired Dragon Chariot actually has an internal space of 10 people. This is simply unheard of, whether on the virtual battlefield or in reality. The larger the vehicle capacity, the stronger its firepower. This may not be so obvious on the virtual battlefield. After all, on the virtual battlefield, a team can only have 4 people at most. But that's not the case in reality. In reality, the number of a team is far more than 4 people. For example, Wang Hao and his Qingfeng team have now reached 80 people. In this way, the power of multi-person vehicles becomes even more obvious. Just imagine, a vehicle carries 10 people. How powerful is the firepower of this vehicle? What's even more terrifying is that this vehicle can also fly in the air, with its high-altitude vision and location advantages. Coupled with its super firepower, this Dragon Soaring Chariot is simply a killer. As for the second aspect of optimization after repair, it is the addition of a firepower system to the vehicle itself. There are black shooting ports at the front, rear, left and right of this vehicle. Machine guns are built into these gun shooting ports, and these machine guns can be controlled by the person in the driving position. In this way, even from the driving position, it can also provide fire support while driving, taking the firepower level of this vehicle to another level. The more Wang Hao looked at this vehicle, the more satisfied he became. He originally thought that it would require multiple repairs before it could achieve satisfactory results, but he did not expect that such results could be achieved just once, which surprised him. With this Longting Chariot, Wang Hao's previous flagship car can take a back seat. Of course, it doesn't have to be too wasteful. After all, it is also a vehicle with super performance, and it also has bulletproof, diving, firepower, etc. It would be a pity for the system to sit in the warehouse and gather dust. Wang Hao planned to take it out for team members to purchase. Of course, the price of such a vehicle cannot be low. After placing the Dragon Chariot next to him, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield again for today's 4-0 game. Now, because the upgraded unconventional rewards can bring items out from the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao is more looking forward to eating chicken. After all, every time he eats chicken, he can bring out 1 item. The temptation is too great. It's a pity that Wang Hao cannot choose his teammates in the 4th row. The 4th row is also the mode in which he has the lowest success rate, and today is no exception. After entering the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao observed his teammates, and then he didn't have much confidence in this game. 2 of Wang Hao's 3 teammates in this game started quarreling as soon as they came in. It was obviously the first time these two met. But they just didn't like each other. They started to choke on each other before they even exchanged a few words. As for the other teammate, Wang Hao was speechless. Although this teammate did not join the scolding, he was fanning the flames. As a result, the two quarreling teammates couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao shook his head speechlessly, not having much hope for this game. For rows are different from single rows. For rows pay attention to cooperation. If the cooperation is good, even if the 4 players are average, they will still be able to achieve good results in the end. Correspondingly, if the cooperation is not good, they will even compete with each other. Even if the level of these 4 people is not low, the final results will not be very good. Wang Hao has experienced similar experiences more than once. Therefore, although he still didn't know the strength of these 3 teammates, just by seeing their behavior at this time, Wang Hao already had a premonition that their results would not be very good in this game. The final result was not beyond Wang Hao's expectation. The 4 of them were eliminated before they even entered the finals. Until they were eliminated, the 3 teammates had not calmed down. Wang Hao also tried to mediate, but to no avail. These 3 people are not his teammates, and will not obey his orders. The 3 people do not take the words of a stranger like him to heart at all. Those who should be arguing are still arguing, and those who are still provocative are still provocative. Wang Hao had nothing to do about this situation. Wang Hao's own strength is naturally not weak. But in today's virtual battlefield, single 4 is quite difficult. Even if Wang Hao has many auxiliary functions to help him, he is still struggling. He can win 1v4 once or twice, but he can't always win 1v4. With fewer people, he will have a huge disadvantage after all. Moreover, in today's virtual battlefield, there are many sniper masters. Especially in high-level games, there are many more sniper masters. Therefore, even if Wang Hao wants to fight at a distance, he may not always be able to take advantage. And if he is alone, once he is knocked down, there will be no one to save him. Therefore, even if Wang Hao is very strong, in this 4-row mode, he cannot win the chicken if he wants. In this game, he didn't even see the chickens, but although Wang Hao was disappointed in this regard, he had no choice. It was too difficult to play solo or 4, and there was great uncertainty in matching teammates. Now he can only hope that he can win more chickens in solo and double row modes. Especially in solo mode. The platoon mode was the mode in which he was most confident and most likely to win the chicken. He did not dare to be careless even once. After the game ended, Wang Hao returned to reality immediately. He didn't want to stay with those 3 teammates for a second. Chapter 493. The first batch of puppets arrive. It's finally quiet. After returning to reality, Wang Hao's ears lost the sounds of the other 3 teammates arguing, and he instantly felt much quieter. Nowadays, this virtual battlefield not only cannot form a team by oneself, but also cannot block the voices of teammates. Therefore, Wang Hao has just been attacked by noise for about half an hour, and it cannot even be blocked, because he couldn't eat chicken. Wang Hao naturally couldn't bring anything out this time, which made him slightly regretful. In the afternoon, Wang Hao saw several familiar figures. His puppet has arrived. Of course, this is only a part of the puppets. They are higher level and faster, so they will naturally arrive faster. However, those low-level zombies move slowly, and it will take more time to get here. Even, there's a chance he won't make it here alive at all. After all, in the wild nowadays, there are not only many zombies and mutant beasts, but also many survivors. It is normal for those low-level puppets to die on the way. If this situation really happens, Wang Hao won't care too much. After all, low-level zombies and mutant beasts can be seen almost everywhere. With the level of his current puppet auxiliary function, he can catch low-level zombies and mutant beasts. It's easy to say, with you, I can move more boldly. Wang Hao looked at the first few puppets with a smile on his face. These puppets include the 6th level flying mutant beast, the 5th level lion, and the 4th level black bear. As for the zombies, none have arrived. Among the puppets Wang Hao currently owns, almost all high-level ones are mutant beasts. The highest level of zombies is only level 3. Although their strength is not weak, there is still a slight gap compared with these mutant beasts. In addition, mutant beasts are usually faster than zombies. Zombies and mutant beasts of the same level are often faster than mutant beasts. Wang Hao left the building with these 3 mutant beasts and headed deeper. Before the arrival of these puppets, Wang Hao also went exploring, hoping to capture mutant beasts to become his puppets. He can now capture 6 puppets a day. If this share is not used on that day, It cannot be accumulated to the next day. And every day with one more puppet, Wang Hao's strength will be stronger. Therefore, Wang Hao will naturally not waste his daily quota. However, Wang Hao discovered before that there seemed to be a lot of high-level mutant beasts in the forest. And the deeper you went, the more high-level mutant beasts there were. It would be somewhat unsafe for him to be alone. Now that there are high-level puppets to help, it is naturally much safer and easier. With 3 high-level puppets as bodyguards, Wang Hao felt much more confident. Ho ho ho! Soon, violent and angry roars appeared one after another. Obviously, the appearance of Wang Hao and the 3 puppets disturbed them. And some mutated beasts even rushed towards Wang Hao and the others. Don't beat them to death. Save your breath. Wang Hao gave the order to attack the 3 puppets. However, Wang Hao did not let them kill him. He prepared to complete the final blow himself. Although the puppet can help him earn redemption points by killing mutant beasts, it cannot gain team points. If Wang Hao completes the final blow himself, he will not only be rewarded with redemption points, but also with team points. In addition, the strongest team title attribute can only take effect on team members, not puppets. Therefore, Wang Hao can maximize his benefits by completing the final blow. After receiving Wang Hao's order, the 3 puppets rushed towards the oncoming mutant beasts. And their momentum was even more tyrannical than those mutant beasts. Bump! A squirrel that was nearly 1 meter long was slapped by a big black bear and flew away. The flying mutant beast was even more ferocious. Its sharp claws directly pierced the body of another big snake. As for the puppet lion, it was not soy sauce, but knocked a white rabbit unconscious with his head. The 3 puppets were extremely fierce in their attacks. The lowest level of these 3 puppets is level 4. And the mutant beast rushing towards Wang Hao at this time has the highest level of only level 2. How can it be their opponent? While the 3 puppets were fighting wantonly, Wang Hao took a look at the team's points. 19,290. It will be 20,000 soon. And for a level 5 team to advance to level 6, the points required are exactly 20,000. You know, Wang Hao and his Qingfeng team have only been upgraded to level 5 not long ago. And now they are about to upgrade again. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. The reason why the Qifeng team's points have increased so quickly is that Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer and others are very efficient in hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Especially when Wang Hao is present, he can always find them for the team. The most suitable place for leveling up. After all, with the see-through auxiliary function, he can see clearly where there are a lot of zombies and mutant beasts without being very dangerous. This is something that no other team can do. Secondly, in the last team competition, there was a rule: how many points you get in the team competition. You can get as many team points as rewards. 2 teams of the Qifeng team entered the finals. They naturally gained a lot of points in the competition. And the team led by Wang Hao reached the end and won the championship. In the process, they naturally gained a lot of points. These points will eventually be awarded to the Qifeng team in the form of team points. Therefore, during the team competition, the speed at which the Qifeng team gained team points not only did not decrease, but also increased a lot. Another point is that the current Qifeng team is fully staffed, with 80 people. Although there are many survivors from the slums, they are not strong, but they can contribute to some extent. The combination of these factors allowed the Qifeng team's points to increase so quickly. However, Wang Hao has been on the road for more than a day, which can be regarded as fishing. Now that he is finally free, he naturally has to perform well. Soon, several mutated beasts and Wang Hao's 3 puppets were beaten until they were lying on the ground struggling. They saw that they were losing more air than taking in, and they were close to death. Wang Hao took out the machete from his backpack and walked towards these mutant beasts. These are just low-level mutant beasts. For Wang Hao, they have no value as captives. Their only value is to contribute redemption points and team points to Wang Hao. The reason why he didn't use a gun, but a machete was because the machete made less noise. Wang Hao didn't want to attract too many mutant beasts at once. What's more, for Wang Hao, the machete and gun were often used. In fact, there is not much difference, especially under the current circumstances. Chapter 494, another encounter with the 6th level mutant beast. With the help of the quick knife hand auxiliary function, Wang Hao's every blow brought huge damage to the mutant beasts. These mutant beasts had already been beaten to death. How could they withstand Wang Hao's attack? Soon, a mutated beast died under Wang Hao's knife. Wang Hao did not immediately kill another mutant beast, but took a look at his redemption points and team points. Sure enough, The redemption points and team points increased by 4.5 points. Killing a second-level mutant beast can get 3 redemption points and 3 team points as rewards. Wang Hao also has the title of strongest team and can get a 50% bonus. Therefore, what you actually get is a reward of 5 redemption points and team points. This title is really too powerful. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh again. With this title, team members can earn redemption points or team points much faster. While sighing, Wang Hao swung his machete at another mutant beast next to him. Although Wang Hao had deliberately avoided making too much noise, the battle between the puppets and the mutant beasts was not small, and mutant beasts were still rushing toward them. However, these mutant beasts were almost all low-level mutant beasts. Therefore, even if they were large in number, they did not bring much danger to Wang Hao and the 3 puppets, until a monkey appears. At first glance, this monkey was no different from other monkeys. At first, Wang Hao's 3 puppets did not take this monkey seriously. As a result, Wang Hao, who was harvesting behind, suddenly heard a loud noise. Wang Hao subconsciously looked over at the black bear's screams and found that the big black bear actually had a bunch of hair missing, exposing the bear's skin inside. There was a long wound on the exposed bear's skin. Blood is seeping out. The big black bear is injured. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao was suddenly shocked. Although the big black bear is only a 4th-level mutant beast, because it is quite powerful, its actual combat power is no worse than an ordinary 5th-level mutant beast, or even stronger. And now, how could Wang Hao not be surprised that such a powerful mutant beast was injured? Squeak! Only then did Wang Hao notice that there was a monkey sitting on the branch of a big tree nearby. The monkey was pointing at the big black bear and making a mocking cry. Level 6 mutant beast? Seeing the monkey, Wang Hao was surprised and happy. This is actually a level 6 mutant beast. You know, although Wang Hao has captured many puppets, most of them are below level 3. There are not many above level 3. The highest level is only level 6. And there is only one. It's not that Wang Hao doesn't want to capture high-level zombies and mutant beasts. It's because there are too few high-level zombies and mutant beasts. Moreover, Wang Hao's puppet auxiliary function has a low probability of catching high-level mutant beasts and zombies. It's high. If Wang Hao doesn't give enough time, he won't be able to catch them. And most of these high-level zombies and mutant beasts are very smart. Once they find that they can't kill Wang Hao, many of them will choose to leave without giving them any chance. Wang Hao had enough time to use the puppet auxiliary function on it. Therefore, until now, Wang Hao only has a level 6 puppet. Now seeing another level 6 mutant beast, Wang Hao was naturally more surprised than afraid. Ho ho ho! Wang Hao was very happy at this time. But the big black bear was not happy at all, because it was injured by the monkey. While roaring wildly, the big black bear rushed towards the big tree, and then climbed up without hesitation. Wang Hao was surprised to find that this big black bear could also climb trees. And the speed was not slow. However, the big black bear is not slow, but the monkey is even faster. When the big black bear was about to catch it, it jumped lightly, stepped on the big black bear's head, and then jumped to another big tree next to it with the help of its strength. This made the big black bear so angry that it jumped down without hesitation and rushed to another big tree, trying to kill the smelly monkey who dared to hurt it. Wang Hao, who was not far away, shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for the big black bear to hurt or kill this monkey. This monkey was very agile and smart, and it was impossible for the big black bear to catch it. How could it be possible to kill it? However, this monkey does not seem to be in a hurry to kill the big black bear. Instead, it is teasing the big black bear. Perhaps in its view, it has already defeated the big black bear, so naturally there is no need to be in such a hurry to attack. It is obvious that it is toying with its opponent. More interesting. In this way, Wang Hao was given a chance. Wang Hao did not step forward to help, nor did he let the other 2 puppets help the big black bear. Instead, he let the big black bear continue to attract the monkey, and he himself began to use the puppet auxiliary function on the monkey. Xiao Hei, thank you for your hard work. I'll catch him later and let him massage your back to apologize. Wang Hao muttered in a low voice. The poor big black bear didn't know that it had been betrayed by its owner. At this time, it was being teased by the monkey and roared repeatedly. But there was nothing that could be done about the monkey. Wang Hao, on the other hand, kept using the puppet auxiliary function on the monkey. As expected, it failed again and again. The 6th level mutant beasts are already high-level mutant beasts. This level is definitely not low. A 6th level mutant beast or zombie is enough to destroy an elite team, which shows how powerful its combat power is. Therefore, Wang Hao was not discouraged by repeated failures. As long as the monkey did not leave, he would eventually succeed. However, 10 minutes later, Wang Hao had not yet succeeded. But the monkey seemed to be tired of playing. The big black bear was also panting from its teasing. The monkey seemed not to continue playing, and was about to be beaten again. When the big black bear was caught, the monkey scratched the big black bear hard while jumping away, and took away a large piece of hair from the big black bear again. The sharp claws were still left on the big black bear. A deep wound roar. The big black bear roared in pain, and there was actually a hint of fear in its originally angry eyes. The big black bear at level 4 already has a certain degree of intelligence. It may not be able to think, but it still has the instinct for danger. At this time, it has realized that it is no match for this monkey. And this monkey seems to be ready. Kill it. However, without receiving Wang Hao's order, even if it instinctively sensed the danger, the big black bear did not escape. It killed the monkey again. But this time, the monkey did not wait for the big black bear to get close before making any move. Instead, it took the initiative to meet the big black bear. With a light jump, it landed steadily on the big black bear's head. Then, it raised its paws and clawed at the big black bear. Big black bear eyes. Chapter 495 7th level mutated beast. View? The sharp claws of the level 6 mutated monkey pierced the big black bear's eyes. The big black bear was in pain and let out a miserable scream. This situation shocked Wang Hao. Although he knew that the strength of the 6th level mutant beast must not be weak, Wang Hao saw that the monkey was not very strong and thought that its strength might not be very strong. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A level 6 mutant beast is a level 6 mutant beast, and its strength is by no means comparable to that of lower level mutant beasts. Although the big black bear is also a level 4 mutant beast with a comprehensive strength of level 5. There is still a gap compared with the level 6 mutant monkey. It was just that the mutant monkey did not take it seriously before. So Wang Hao and the big black bear both had there was an illusion that the two sides were about the same strength. But now, when the mutant monkey stopped playing and started to take it seriously, Wang Hao and big black bear realized that the mutant monkey's strength was not ordinary. While the big black bear screamed in agony, he waved his thick bare paws, trying to swat away the mutated monkey above him. However, the mutated monkey's reaction was anything but ordinary. When the bear's paw came over, it made a dexterous jump and easily avoided the angry blow of the big black bear. The mutant monkey did not simply avoid the big black bear's attack. When it landed on the right side of the big black bear. Before the big black bear could react, its sharp claws pierced the big black bear's skin again. You know, this big black bear is quite thick-skinned, and ordinary swords are difficult to leave obvious wounds on its body. But the claws of this mutant monkey can easily break through the big black bear's defense, allowing his skin and flesh were torn open, showing the sharpness of the mutant monkey's claws. Ho ho ho! The big black bear roared again and again. The sound was extremely miserable. At this time, Wang Hao had also reacted, knowing that the big black bear alone could not deal with this mutant beast. So he quickly asked the mutant lion not far away to come to help. At the same time, Wang Hao moved faster, hoping to conquer the mutant monkey as soon as possible. The mutated monkey saw a big lion coming towards him, but it didn't panic or run away. It flexibly maneuvered between the two puppets, causing harm to them from time to time. Fortunately, both puppets were safe. It's not a low-level mutant beast. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have died under the claws of this mutant monkey. This mutant monkey is so awesome? Wang Hao sighed in his heart while using the puppet auxiliary function on the mutant monkey. Even with the help of the mutant lion, the two puppets can't do anything to the mutant monkey. The mutant monkey's movements are really too flexible. Both the big black bear and the mutant lion are tank-type puppets, and they are faster than the mutant monkey. There is a big difference. Although their strength is obviously stronger than that of mutant monkeys, they cannot catch mutant monkeys. No matter how strong they are, it is useless. They can naturally catch mutant beasts or zombies that are not fast, but they can't deal with such flexible ones. The mutated beast seemed a little powerless. However, Wang Hao had no intention of letting them kill the mutant monkey. As long as they could hold the mutant monkey back and buy him time, that would be fine. Although these two puppets can't do anything to the mutant monkey, they can still block the mutant monkey's attack and prevent the mutant monkey from harming its teammates. This is enough for Wang Hao. Once, twice, 3 times. Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function against the mutant monkey again and again. Fortunately, this auxiliary function has no cooling time. Otherwise, Wang Hao would have conquered this high-level monster. Mutated beasts are almost impossible. Just as Wang Hao was using the puppet auxiliary function on the mutated monkey again and again, there was a noise in the grass not far away. And then, a lantern-sized head suddenly protruded from the lush bushes. With 2 heads on it. Eyes as big as goose eggs looked at the big black bear. Mutant lion and mutant beast. With bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. 7. Level 7 mutant beast? Wang Hao was shocked when he saw this mutant beast that suddenly appeared and seemed to want to disrupt the situation. This is actually a level 7 mutant beast. This is a giant python. At this time, it has not exposed its whole body, but only exposed its head, which has brought huge pressure to Wang Hao and the surrounding mutant beasts. Wang Hao clearly saw that some mutant beasts looked towards this. There was obvious fear in the eyes of the giant pythons, and their movements even slowed down a lot. Although Wang Hao had long known that there were many high-level mutant beasts in this forest, he did not expect that not long after the 6th-level mutant beast appeared, another 7th-level mutant beast would appear. Although the perspective auxiliary function can see other surrounding creatures, including zombies and mutant beasts, it cannot see their specific appearance and level. Therefore, although Wang Hao just knew that a python was approaching, he did not know this is actually a level 7 mutant beast. This is the first time Wang Hao has seen a 7th level mutant beast. The 6th level mutant beast is already very difficult and powerful. How outrageous are the 7th level mutant beasts? While Wang Hao was still in shock, the giant python had already swam towards this side, and Wang Hao finally saw its full picture. This giant python is more than 20 meters long. The snake's body is as thick as a bucket, and its entire body is covered with a layer of gray scales. Its tail actually has blade-like barbs, and the barbs exude a cold air. Seeing the full picture of this giant python, Wang Hao subconsciously took a breath. This is simply a Big Mac. This mutant giant python is the largest mutant beast Wang Hao has ever seen. Moreover, this guy is not only big in size, but the scales on its body and the barbs on its tail show that it has strong defense and attack capabilities. In Wang Hao's shocked eyes, the giant python swam towards the place where the big black bear, mutated lion and mutated monkey were. Wherever it passed, trees were broken, grass was crushed, and it was a mess. Wang Hao discovered that although this giant python was huge, it was not clumsy at all. It swam very fast, and had reached the 3 mutant beasts of the big black bear in the blink of an eye. Then, the giant python directly rolled up the big black bear and the mutated lion. It kept shrinking its body, and seemed to be preparing to strangle the big black bear and the mutated lion. The mutant monkey was quite clever. When he saw the giant python coming, he nimbly jumped to the side. However, it is fast, and the python is not slow either. The moment the mutant monkey jumps, the python's tail has already whipped over, directly flying the mutant monkey and the python away. At the same time, the barbs on the python's tail also the mutated monkey's body was scratched, and it also experienced the feeling of being torn apart. In a short period of time, the giant python completely won the 1-on-3 situation. Chapter 496 Success. Is this the 7th level mutant beast? It's too strong. Wang Hao was stunned when he witnessed all this. Although he had already guessed that the 7th level mutant beast must be quite strong, Wang Hao never expected that it would be so strong. 1 versus 3. And the lowest of these 3 mutant beasts is also a 4th level mutant beast. In this case, this 7th level mutant python actually won completely. And the victory was so easy, which was simply beyond Wang Hao's expectation. No! Subconsciously, Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on the mutant python. At the same time, Wang Hao also used the clone auxiliary function to rescue the big black bear and mutant lion. After the clone appeared, under Wang Hao's order, he immediately brandished a machete and killed the mutated giant python. The mutant giant python obviously noticed these clones, but it didn't care at all. It was still shrinking its body, tightening the big black bear and mutant lion wrapped in it tighter and tighter. Both the big black bear and the mutant lion were making sounds from their mouths. A wail of agony. Dang dang dang. The clone's machete struck the mutated python without causing any damage to it. The moment the machete came into contact with the python's body, a metal collision sound was made. Bang bang bang. The mutated giant python's tail whipped over, and several clones were whipped out almost at the same time. While whipping away the clone, The mutated giant python had no intention of letting go of its body. Wang Hao, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This mutant giant python is too strong, almost invincible in front of him. Wang Hao took out his gun without hesitation and aimed the gun at the head of the mutant python. Now he could no longer care whether shooting would attract too many mutant beasts. If he delayed any longer, the big black bear and the mutant lion he might be strangled to death by a mutated giant python. This is the stronger one among Wang Hao's puppets, and he doesn't want to lose these two thugs. Although he had a gun in his hand, Wang Hao was not at all sure. He had already seen how powerful the mutant python was. The body covered with scales was almost invulnerable, and bullets might not be able to penetrate its defense. Duh. Wang Hao pulled the trigger. However, the moment he fired, the mutant giant python shrank its head. With the help of the self-aiming auxiliary function, Wang Hao's bullets did not miss, but they all hit the mutant giant python. Then, there was a crackling sound on the python's body. Wang Hao even saw sparks coming out of the mutated giant python. But he did not see the scene of skin and flesh being torn open, as he expected. Even the bullets failed to break its defense. Wang Hao was even more shocked. The defense of these scales was stronger than he expected. It could not only block knives and guns, but also bullets. This is too scary, Wang Hao muttered to himself. At this moment, the mutated python's tail swept over. Before Wang Hao could even react, he was hit hard by the mutated python's tail. Several clones could not resist the mutated python. Naturally, Wang Hao himself couldn't resist the whipping of his tail. Almost as soon as he was hit, Wang Hao flew backwards. In midair, Wang Hao spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then hit the ground heavily. He felt that his internal organs were about to shift. Cough. Wang Hao kept coughing, and the look of shock on his face became even stronger. However, the mutated giant python didn't seem to want to let him go. The barbed tail whipped him again. Wang Hao looked horrified and endured the severe pain in his body. He rolled twice on the spot and barely escaped the chase of the mutated giant python. At the same time, Wang Hao asked the clones that had been whipped away to immediately attack the mutant python again to share his pressure and attract the mutant python's attention. Wang Hao's main body couldn't hurt the mutant python with a gun. Those clones only held machetes, so naturally they couldn't bring much damage to the mutant python. However, their constant attacks still annoyed the mutant python. The mutated giant python gave up chasing Wang Hao and instead attacked several clones, which made Wang Hao relax a little. Seeing the mutated giant python killing everyone, Wang Hao's thoughts changed rapidly. Should we leave or fight? Wang Hao must make a decision as soon as possible. If they choose to escape, the big black bear and mutant lion will probably not survive. If they choose to continue fighting, Wang Hao has no chance of winning. Even if the 6th level mutant bird joins the battle, Wang Hao doesn't think anything can be changed. This mutant giant python not only has strong defense, but also has strong attack power. It is very difficult to deal with. This is the most difficult mutant beast Wang Hao has ever encountered. Looking at the big black bear and mutated lion whose screams were getting weaker and weaker, Wang Hao showed a look of struggle on his face. Don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to save you. It's that I can't, Wang Hao murmured to himself. At this time, Wang Hao has already made a decision. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. However, before leaving, Wang Hao decided to use the puppet auxiliary function again to give an explanation to the big black bear and the mutated lion. However, although the skill was used, Wang Hao did not have high expectations. After all, this was a level 7 mutant beast. He had previously used the puppet auxiliary function on the level 6 mutant monkey for nearly 20 minutes without success. The probability of success at level 7 is naturally lower. Therefore, after using the puppet auxiliary function, Wang Hao didn't even wait for the progress bar to be full before he turned around and prepared to leave. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave later. However, just when Wang Hao took about 10 steps, he suddenly received a prompt. The puppet auxiliary function was successful. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously turned around and looked at the huge mutated python behind him, with a look of disbelief on his face. Succeeded? Wang Hao's face was full of shock. He subconsciously ordered the mutant python to loosen its body. The mutant python obeyed and let go of its body. The dying black bear and mutant lion were exposed from its body. It really worked. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao was extremely surprised. He had no hope at all, but he didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. This is a 7th level mutant beast. With Wang Hao's current puppet auxiliary function, the probability of successfully conquering it is very low. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to succeed within an hour. However, he only used the puppet auxiliary function twice on this 7th level mutant beast, and actually succeeded in conquering it. This is simply incredible. This is just bad luck. Wang Hao asked the mutant python to stretch its head over. While touching the head of the mutant python, he sighed. Until now, he had an unreal feeling. It's simply unbelievable that he actually subdued a level 7 mutated beast as a puppet. Chapter 497 Conquering Mutated Monkeys. Any level of puppet auxiliary function can conquer mutant beasts and zombies of all levels. In other words, even with the first level puppet auxiliary function, there is a chance of conquering the 6th level or even 7th level mutant beasts and zombies. However, this probability is very low. Lower than the probability of winning the lottery in reality. Even lower. The higher the level of the puppet auxiliary function, the higher the probability of conquering high-level mutant beasts and zombies. Nowadays, Wang Hao's puppet auxiliary function has reached level 4. The probability of capturing high-level mutant beasts is much higher than at level 1. But even if the probability increases, it does not mean that Wang Hao can easily capture high-level mutant beasts. Mutated beasts. He just failed to capture the mutant monkey for a long time as an example. Therefore, being able to successfully capture this level 7 mutated giant python with only 2 uses of the puppet auxiliary function was not just bad luck. What else could it be? Ho ho ho! At this moment, the roar of a wild beast was heard not far away. Obviously, the fighting here and the sound of Wang Hao's gun just made alarmed other mutant beasts around. The mutant beasts, who heard the noise, rushed towards this side. Go and greet them properly. You're welcome. Wang Hao ordered the mutated giant python. The mutant giant python retracted its body and stood not far from Wang Hao like a human. When the first mutant beast appeared, its huge body began to move. Wang Hao was half leaning on the tree trunk, watching the mutant giant python kill wantonly among the mutant beasts, and was very satisfied. The mutant python that is completely released is quite fierce. Its tail, its body, and even its teeth are all fierce enough to kill the mutant beasts. Those mutant beasts that heard the noise and rushed to the mutant python are in front of the mutant python, almost powerless to fight back. The mutant giant python beat them, just like an adult beating a child. Looking at the increasing number of exchange points, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. The 7th level mutated beast is indeed strong, although he suffered a loss and was injured. It was all worth it if he could capture such a powerful puppet. Thinking about the puppets, Wang Hao suddenly thought of the big black bear and the mutated lion, and didn't know what was going on with them. Wang Hao first gave himself a bottle of painkillers and drank a bottle of energy drink. He felt that he had regained some strength. And then he got up and went to check on the situation of the big black bear and the mutated lion. Seeing Wang Hao's arrival, the eyes of these 2 puppets showed rare expressions of grievance and excitement. Don't worry. I'm here. Wang Hao first comforted the 2 puppets for a while, then bandaged them and applied medicine to the wounds. Wang Hao always keeps things like bandages. The large medicine pack can be taken apart for external application. Wang Hao also used it on the 2 puppets at this time. Finally, he also gave them painkillers and energy drinks. These 2 only then did the puppet stabilize his injuries. The injury of the big black bear was more serious than that of the mutant lion. One of its eyes was stabbed by the mutant monkey, and it was still bleeding. After Wang Hao bandaged it, it became a one-eyed black bear with a somewhat fierce appearance, and a little pitiful. After bandaging the 2 puppets, Wang Hao walked to the front right. He remembered that the mutant monkey had been sent to this direction before, but he didn't know if it had escaped. To Wang Hao's delight, the mutant monkey did not run away. It was not that it did not want to run away, but that it had been knocked unconscious by the mutant python before, and it has not yet woken up. Wang Hao immediately used the puppet auxiliary function on it. I have used it several times without success. However, Wang Hao was not in a hurry. The mutant monkey had already fainted. He had plenty of time to use the puppet auxiliary function. As long as he used it more times, he would always succeed. About 10 minutes later, Wang Hao finally received a message that the auxiliary function was successfully used. There's another member in his army of puppets, and it's still a level 6 mutant beast. In a short period of time, he had subdued 2 high-level mutant beasts. One can imagine the joy in Wang Hao's heart. After successfully subduing the mutant monkey, Wang Hao immediately applied medicine and bandaged the wound to the mutant monkey. Its body had been scratched by the barbs on the tail of the mutant python. Even now, the wound is still bleeding. The mutant monkey, it is very weak at this time, which is one of the reasons why it has been unconscious. If it is not treated, it may not be saved. A large medicine bag, painkillers, energy drinks, bandages and other items were used together to finally stop the mutant monkey's injuries. After bandaging the mutant monkey, Wang Hao looked at the mutant python. In just over 10 minutes, this mutant python had already earned Wang Hao more than 100 redemption points. The first and second level mutant beasts have no ability to fight back in front of it, and are almost all killed instantly. Only the third level mutant beasts can persist for a while, but they are definitely no match for it. As for higher level mutant beasts, hey! Wang Hao suddenly discovered that among the group of mutant beasts besieging the mutant python, there was actually a fourth level mutant beast. Mutated beasts that can reach level 4 can be called high level mutant beasts. The number of such mutant beasts is significantly less than that of low level mutant beasts. And the higher the level of mutant beasts, the better the number. Level 4 mutant beasts are relatively rare, and their strength is usually not weak. Wang Hao's big black bear is a level 4 mutant beast. It is very powerful, and has earned Wang Hao a lot of money in exchange. Therefore, the fourth level mutant beast is completely worthy of Wang Hao's use of a puppet quota. Big Snake, have you seen that fox? Don't kill it, injure it, and throw it over. Wang Hao ordered the mutated giant python. These puppets had no names, so Wang Hao called them casually. After receiving Wang Hao's order, the mutant giant python immediately turned its attention to the fox in the mutant beast group. After that, it ignored the other mutant beasts and only targeted the gray-skinned fox. This fox is the only level 4 mutant beast among this group of mutant beasts. Suddenly being targeted by the mutant python, the fox was obviously startled. Although it had changed, the fox's cunning had not disappeared. Although it was also among the group besieging the mutant python, it is waiting for the opportunity. It hides among the many mutant beasts in order not to attract the attention of the mutant python. When it finds the right opportunity, it will give the mutant python a fatal blow. But the fox didn't expect that before it had the chance, it would be targeted by the mutant python. Moreover, the mutant python moved very fast. It was in front of it in the blink of an eye, and it couldn't run away even if it wanted to. Lose. Chapter 498, Conquering the Gray Fox. Snapped. The mutated giant python knocked away the gray-white fox. The gray-white fox in midair was shocked. The tail of the mutated giant python whipped out. In the air, it couldn't use the force or avoid it. It was hit hard again, winning. Although the gray-white fox is a 4th level mutant beast, its advantages lie in its brain and speed, and its defense and attack are relatively weak. Therefore, at this time, it was severely whipped by the mutant python and lost half of its life in an instant. What frightened the gray fox even more was that the mutated giant python seemed to recognize it and ignored the other mutated beasts at all. It still bit it and refused to let go. Before it even landed, the barbed tail started to bite it again. Pulled over. Snapped. The tail of the mutated giant python hit the gray-white fox again. This time, the barb left a deep wound on its body. The gray-white fox screamed in agony and looked at the mutated giant python with fear and pleading in its eyes. Meaning, most foxes are very smart. This gray-white fox has become even smarter after mutating. Although it is only level 4, its IQ is higher than many mutant beasts that are level 6 or 7. At this time, although the gray fox didn't know why the mutant python kept staring at it, it knew that if it continued like this, it would die, and it didn't want to die, so it prayed to the mutant python to let it go. However, the mutant giant python ignored it, and still left the other mutant beasts alone. It continued to chase it until it was beaten to death, and then it was let go. Just when the gray fox breathed a sigh of relief and thought he could escape, he saw a human coming to squat next to him with a smile. Humanity. Seeing humans, the gray fox, as a mutant beast, was instantly filled with murderous intent. Although it had been seriously injured at this time, what was engraved at its bones would not change. Mutated beasts have a natural hostility towards humans. See, when encountering a human being, the first reaction is to kill the human being. However, the gray fox was too seriously injured, and even though he was full of killing intent towards this human being, he could not move at all. It's over. The gray fox's eyes showed despair again. Mutated beasts are full of murderous intentions toward humans, and humans are also hostile to mutant beasts. There is a fight to the death between the two sides. I can't do anything about this human now, and this human will never let it go. After despair, Hua Baihua's eyes once again showed a look of pleading. And he even screamed woo 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 from his mouth, which looked quite pitiful. This expression is quite vivid. The human squatting next to the gray fox said to himself. The gray fox heard the human's words, but did not understand what they meant. However, the other person did not kill it immediately, which gave it hope of survival. Therefore, the color of prayer in its eyes became stronger, and its whole body, the hostility, also dissipated instantly. It hopes to tell this human being in this way that it is not hostile to it, and hopes that the other person will let it go. What surprised the gray fox was that the human didn't do anything to it, but didn't leave either. He just kept looking at it, occasionally muttering to himself, not knowing what he was talking about. The gray-white fox was greatly confused, but it didn't know what to do. At this moment, it really wanted to escape, but unfortunately, it was seriously injured and could not even move, let alone escape from here. So, it could only continue to look at this human being with pitiful eyes, praying in its heart that the other person would leave quickly. This fox is so smart that he actually knows how to beg for mercy, Wang Hao said to himself with a smile. The person squatting next to the gray fox was naturally Wang Hao. It was Wang Hao's idea to beat the gray fox seriously. The purpose was, naturally, to make it easier for him to use the puppet auxiliary function on the fox. At this time, the strange behavior in the eyes of the gray fox was Wang Hao using the puppet auxiliary function on it. However, this auxiliary function could not be successful once, so Wang Hao could only keep watching like this. In the eyes of the gray fox, this naturally becomes a strange behavior. Wang Hao ignored the prayer in the gray fox's eyes. When he encountered a mutated beast above level 4, Wang Hao would not let it go. However, the cleverness of this gray fox was somewhat beyond Wang Hao's expectations. Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on the gray fox while observing the movements of the mutant python. He was not worried about the safety of the mutant python. The 7th level mutant python was not the most powerful existence in the forest, and it is definitely not weak. These mutant beasts do not pose much of a threat to it. The reason why Wang Hao observes the situation around the mutant giant python is mainly to look at the mutant beasts. He can now tame 6 puppets a day. Now even if he tamed the fox, he has only tamed 3. And there are still 3 more. Naturally, the quota cannot be wasted. Now that there are powerful thugs, coupled with the increase in the level of the puppet auxiliary function, the success rate of capturing the puppet has increased. Wang Hao no longer looks down on those low-level mutant beasts and zombies. Mutated beasts below the 4th level cannot be seen by Wang Hao. He won't take a glance at it, let alone make him his puppet. What surprised Wang Hao was that he used the puppet auxiliary function on the gray fox for 20 minutes. But he still failed. You know, his puppet auxiliary function has now reached level 4. Mutated beasts and zombies at levels 1 to 3 can be 100% successfully conquered. Although this gray fox is not in this range, it is only level 4. Logically speaking, it should take less time to conquer. However, it took him more than 20 minutes, but he still failed. This was somewhat beyond Wang Hao's expectation. Wang Hao thought for a while, and probably guessed the reason. In the description of the puppet auxiliary function, in addition to mentioning the level, it also mentioned IQ. The higher the target's level in IQ, the lower the capture success rate. Obviously, the level of this fox is not too high, but its IQ is not low. Therefore, this greatly reduces Wang Hao's success rate in capturing it. The reason why Wang Hao did not realize this before is because the fox he captured before the IQs of those puppets are not very high, so their success rate is only affected by their level. And this fox is obviously not in this category. Its high IQ has led to the low success rate of Wang Hao in capturing it. Understanding this, Wang Hao was not in a hurry. Anyway, the fox couldn't move now. As long as he kept using the puppet auxiliary function on it, he would be successful. But it would just take a little more time. Chapter 499 The Army of Puppets Grows. After another 20 minutes, Wang Hao finally got the result he wanted. The puppet auxiliary function was used successfully. His army of puppets has added another strong general. The moment he received the prompt, Wang Hao stopped what he was doing, and then immediately treated the gray fox. At this time, the gray fox looked at Wang Hao no longer with the fear and pleading before, but with flattery and flattery. You little thing changes your face very quickly, Wang Hao said with a smile, because he successfully subdued the gray fox. Wang Hao can now communicate with the gray fox. Of course, this communication is only very superficial. If these puppets do not understand him at all, they will not be able to follow Wang Hao's command. When the gray fox heard Wang Hao's words, the flattering look on his face became even more obvious. After Wang Hao bandaged the gray fox, he touched its hair. The fur on this fox was very smooth, making Wang Hao feel like he was petting a cat. After calming the gray fox for a while, Wang Hao looked to the side, where 3 mutant beasts were lying. These 3 mutant beasts were sent to Wang Hao by the mutant python when he used the puppet auxiliary function on the gray fox. All 3 mutant beasts are high-level mutant beasts, and 2 of them are 4th-level mutants. Beast, and another one is a level 5 mutant beast. These 3 mutated beasts were all beaten to the point of being unable to move by the mutated giant python, and lay there wailing. Wang Hao still has 3 puppet quotas today. There are exactly 3 mutant beasts here, so naturally he won't let any of them go. Wang Hao let go of the gray fox, and used the puppet auxiliary function on one of the 4th-level mutant beasts. This time, it only took him about 10 minutes to declare success, unlike when he captured the gray fox, which took a lot of time. After that, Wang Hao spent about half an hour subduing the remaining 2 mutant beasts. At this point, Wang Hao's army of mutant beasts became more powerful. After subduing the remaining 2 mutant beasts, Wang Hao's side did not seem empty. Instead, 2 more high-level mutant beasts had accumulated. These were all the mutant giant pythons that had given Wang Hao in more than half an hour. The gift sent. Looking at the remaining 2 mutated beasts, Wang Hao was a little distressed. Of course, he wanted to subdue these 2 mutated beasts. However, his share of puppets had been used up today, and he could no longer subdue them. Do you just let it go? Wang Hao was naturally unwilling. Although the number of high-level mutant beasts in this forest exceeds Wang Hao's expectation, they are not as common as weeds on the roadside. Wang Hao doesn't want to let them go if he encounters them. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a decision: capture them first, and wait until the puppet share is refreshed tomorrow before subduing them. With the decision made, Wang Hao immediately stood up, found vines from the side, tied up the 2 mutant beasts, and then let the mutant lion drag them back towards the building. Wang Hao himself took the remaining puppets and set off to the building. Although he gained a lot when he came out this time, he not only captured 6 high-level puppets, but also captured 2 prisoners. It was a great harvest. However, while harvesting, he also paid a price. He himself was not injured. He said that the remaining puppets, except for the mutant bird, were all injured, and many of the injuries were serious. Although they are relatively safe with the mutated giant python, this is not absolute. The number of high-level mutant beasts in this forest exceeds Wang Hao's expectations. Maybe another 7th-level mutant beast will come out at some point. Even higher-level mutant beasts. If that were the case, he and his puppets would be in danger. Therefore, Wang Hao decided to return to the building first, where it was relatively safer. Under the protection of the mutated giant python, Wang Hao and the remaining puppets successfully returned to the building. Wang Hao did not let them enter the building. These guys were not small in size, and they were neither light nor heavy when moving around. If they all entered the building, they might cause damage to the interior of the building. Therefore, Wang Hao arranged for them all to enter the air raid shelter. Now the air raid shelter is very large, and there is no problem at all in placing these puppets. After returning to the air raid shelter, Wang Hao gave the puppets some medicine to help them recover faster. He himself also drank a bottle of painkillers and an energy drink to speed up the recovery of his injuries, because he was injured, and most of the puppets were also injured. Wang Hao would definitely not return to Silver Light City for the time being and would go back tomorrow. Wang Hao took a look at his auxiliary functions. There was still 1 maintenance left today, so he couldn't waste it. Wang Hao thought about it and used the last maintenance share of the day on the cannon on the roof. The repaired cannon has been strengthened in terms of firepower. In addition, it also has an automatic tracking function. In other words, any target targeted by a cannon cannot escape its attack. Wang Hao is quite satisfied with these 2 functions. This cannon is one of the most important defense weapons in his city. The stronger it is, the stronger the city's defense capabilities will be. Wang Hao will definitely want to copy it in the future. This cannon, therefore, it is necessary to strengthen this cannon in advance. After using up all the repair times, Wang Hao used up all the copy times before resting. Rest is also helpful for injury recovery. While Wang Hao was resting, in addition to the mutated giant python and mutated bird, the other puppets were also resting, and their injuries were no less serious than Wang Hao's. Until late at night, Wang Hao woke up. It was already past midnight, and all the auxiliary functions with limited times had been refreshed. Wang Hao immediately turned the 2 captured mutant beasts into his own puppet. In order to prevent these 2 mutant beasts from dying, Wang Hao had already treated them in advance. Therefore, after becoming his puppets, the injuries of these two mutant beasts were not particularly serious. After checking these two puppets, Wang Hao went to check the injuries of other puppets. The recovery ability of these mutant beasts is really strong. After checking, Wang Hao sighed. Except for the big black bear, the other puppets have almost recovered. If they were ordinary beasts, they would not be able to recover so quickly. This is partly because Wang Hao used a lot of drugs on them, but it is also due to their physical fitness. There are strong factors, and this is obviously a good thing for Wang Hao. After all, these mutant beasts are now his puppets. They have all recovered their health, and Wang Hao's side has become much stronger. Chapter 500 There is light. Although his injury has almost recovered, Wang Hao is not in a hurry to go back. There is no big impact if he goes back one day early, and one day late in Silver Light City. As long as the training of Zhao Heng and others proceeds normally. You can remotely control the proficiency bonus card without having to appear in front of them. As for the other reserve team members, Zhuang Xuer and a few others were assessing them, so he didn't need to worry about them. Therefore, Wang Hao doesn't need to worry at all. After checking his injuries, Wang Hao took his puppet and left the air raid shelter. There are still a few puppets standing outside the air raid shelter. These are puppets who came from Silver Light City. At this point, most of the puppets that were distributed around Silver Light City have appeared here. The reason why it is said most is because on their way here, 2 were lost. Fortunately, the losses were only level 1 zombies, which had little impact on the strength of the entire puppet army. Now Wang Hao no longer looks down on zombies and mutant beasts above the first level. Only mutant beasts and zombies at level 4 and above can get into Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao gathered the puppet army in one place, and then gave them tasks. The mission content is very simple. Continue to hunt the mutant beasts around the station and earn redemption points for him. As for high-level mutant beasts, Wang Hao is naturally reluctant to hunt them. But these puppets cannot distinguish the level of mutant beasts like him. Fortunately, Wang Hao also has the auxiliary function of view sharing. Therefore, after Wang Hao left the station, he started the puppet's vision sharing and constantly switched the vision between several puppet main forces. There are high-level puppets such as mutated pythons, mutated birds and mutated lions. Wang Hao is not very worried about this army of puppets. Even if they encounter danger, they have the ability to avert danger. What's more, Wang Hao has been opening the vision share. If these puppets really encounter invincible mutant beasts, he can also command them remotely to make them escape. As for Wang Hao himself, he did not accompany these puppets for the time being. Instead, after placing a wormhole device maker port in the air raid shelter, he teleported to the second port previously placed. Nowadays, the wormhole device maker has 3 ports. The first port was placed by Wang Hao on the outskirts of Silver Light City, and the second port was placed by him about 1,000 kilometers away from Silver Light City. And the port that is placed in the dugout is the third port. The 3 ports can all transmit to each other. Wang Hao transmitted directly from the air raid shelter to the second port. The vision changed, and Wang Hao's eyes were no longer in the air raid shelter, but in a wilderness. It was still dark at this time. The faint moonlight fell on the wilderness, and the surroundings were hazy. If it were other people, their vision would be affected, but Wang Hao would not. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao could see everything around him clearly. After looking around, Wang Hao headed northwest. There was a dilapidated city there. Wang Hao's first building was moved from that city. When Wang Hao came this time, he was still preparing to move a building. There could not be only one building in the new city, although he could move it from the virtual battlefield. The number of moves in reality should not be wasted. It should be used when it should be used. After driving the Bobo ball for about half an hour, a building appeared in front of Wang Hao. The surfaces of these buildings were all in tatters, with peeling off walls and damaged walls. Some buildings even had only one wall, and no one could see it. Don't know what building it was before. This is one of the cities that Wang Hao has passed through before, and it is also the destination of Wang Hao's trip. Hey, are there lights? In order to avoid attracting attention, Wang Hao had already put away the wave ball when he came to the outskirts of the city. But what surprised Wang Hao was that after he walked into the city, he actually saw someone. There are faint lights in several buildings. There are survivors. Only survivors know how to use lights. Mutated beasts and zombies don't understand. In other words, they don't like lights. Various materials can be found in the boxes of the virtual battlefield, and it is not surprising that things such as engines and light bulbs can be found. Wang Hao was not surprised that there were survivors in this city. There were survivors in many small and medium-sized cities. What surprised Wang Hao was that these survivors dared to use lights blatantly. You must know that mutant beasts and zombies are relatively sensitive to light, especially at night. In a dark environment, it is easy to attract the attention of mutant beasts and zombies when a light suddenly lights up. According to Wang Hao's observation, there are mutant beasts and zombies in this city. He does not believe that the survivors do not know this situation. In fact, except for a few big cities, other cities and villages are not very safe. Zombies and mutated beasts may break in at any time, or even become permanent residents. As a survivor, you are basically aware of this situation. Therefore, these survivors turned on the lights so blatantly at night. It felt like they were lighting up the toilet to seek death. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, they are very confident in their own skills. The reason why they turn on the lights is not to seek death, but to deliberately lure mutant beasts and zombies to approach, so as to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Out of curiosity, Wang Hao did not rush to move the building and leave, but walked towards the bright place. Ho ho ho! When Wang Hao approached the light, he heard the roars of mutant beasts and zombies. Obviously, not only Wang Hao was attracted, but also zombies and mutant beasts. Duh. Gunshots suddenly rang out, and then zombies and mutant beasts let out even more shrill screams. Wang Hao saw many zombies and mutant beasts fall down with the gunshots. No wonder I dare to turn on the lights at night. It turns out that I am confident enough in my own firepower, Wang Hao said to himself while looking at the shadowy crowd in the distance. Today's Wang Hao is also very sensitive to the sound of gunfire. He can tell the type of gun just by listening to the sound of gunfire. The firearm models that were just fired are quite diverse, including the common ACM and EP485, the rarer M416, and the PKM that is hard to see on the market. PKM is a light machine gun. Its overall performance is even higher than M249. Any light machine gun is precious and rare, and PKM is no exception. Even Wang Hao has not owned the PKM light machine gun so far. But now, among the group of people in front of Wang Hao, someone has won this gun. Light machine guns are inherently killing weapons. Not to mention that the performance of PKM is relatively high among light machine guns. It is no wonder that these people dare to turn on the lights blatantly at night. Chapter 501 Vent. Haha. It's great. I finally don't have to suffer from this nonsense today. Let's kill these rubbish guys. Captain, your light machine gun is amazing. I have never played with a light machine gun in real life. Give it to me. Let's fight. Okay. I'll let you all have fun later. Thank you. Captain. Everyone in the Rainstone team was shooting at the mutant beasts and zombies in front of him. While chatting, there was no tense atmosphere at all. This is not the first time that the Rainstone team has hunted mutant beasts and zombies. Their team is now at level 3 and is not far from reaching level 4. Being able to reach this level shows that the mutant beasts and zombies that their team has hunted not a few. But this is the easiest time they have ever hunted mutant beasts and zombies. The captain of the Rainstone team is called Chiyu, a middle-aged man in his early 40s. Unlike most survivors who like to live in big cities, Chiyu prefers to live in small and medium-sized cities, because here, there are no oppression and exploitation. As the captain of the team, he has the greatest rights. Therefore, after the turmoil broke out, Chiyu had no plans to go to big cities. Instead, he chose small and medium-sized cities in the wild as his base. This city is where his chosen team is located. Others in the Yushur team also have similar ideas to Chiyu. They also prefer to live in this dilapidated city without an exchange mall. Although living here will have some impact on resources, but they can go to big cities every once in a while to replenish supplies. Coupled with the supplies obtained from the virtual battlefield, they actually don't have much shortcomings in supplies. But living in cities in the wild, they have more freedom, and it is easier to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Of course, this is what they thought before leaving the big city. After leaving the big city, they realized that the number of zombies and mutant beasts in the wild exceeded their imagination. Zombies and mutant beasts were almost everywhere. Even if they lived in the city, they were not absolutely safe. Therefore, I have actually been quite frustrated these days. Although I have indeed hunted a lot of zombies and mutated beasts, I have always lived in fear and have no sense of security. But everything changed after last night. Last night, Chiyu, the captain of their team, got a light machine gun from the airdrop box after finishing first in the solo queue. You must know that firearms such as light machine guns are scarce even in big cities. The official legions in big cities may not have many light machine guns. As for civilian teams, such things are almost invisible. After obtaining the light machine gun, the combat effectiveness of the usual team instantly rose to a higher level. The team members, who had been frustrated for several days, asked to vent their joy. Chiyu, as the captain, did not refute everyone. He also knew, if he continues to be so depressed, some people may not be able to hold on and want to return to the big city. Therefore, he actively proposed to turn on the lights at night to attract zombies and mutant beasts, and then use their firepower to hunt them down. Let off some steam. This led to their behavior at this time. The power of the light machine gun is indeed beyond the comparison of ordinary firearms. With the light machine gun PKM, the firepower of the Rainstone team is much stronger than before. Many mutant beasts and zombies are attracted by the lights and gunfire. One after another, they fell under the firepower of the team, while everyone was earning redemption points and team points. The grievances in their hearts for the past few days were also vented. Chiyu looked at his team members with a smile. He believed that after this night of venting and hunting, the cohesion of their team would reach a higher level. Even if they encounter bad things or even dangers, he would still be sure, able to fully control this team. Ho ho ho! At this moment, a low roar came from the distance. The smile on Chiyu's face froze. And then he frowned and looked towards the direction of the sound with a little worry. Although this roar didn't seem to be any different from the previous roars, Chiyu could hear an unusual smell in it. Compared with other members of the team, Chiyu has more experience in surviving in the wild. Therefore, he can distinguish the cries of mutant beasts and zombies of different levels to some extent. And the roar just now didn't sound like it was coming from low-level mutant beasts and zombies. There are high-level mutant beasts and zombies in the wild. This is something that all survivors know. However, the number of these high-level mutant beasts and zombies is relatively small, and they generally rarely enter the city on their own initiative. Even in this city, the city is relatively shabby, and they rarely enter it on their own initiative, because high-level mutant beasts and zombies are smarter than low-level mutant beasts and zombies. They know that even in a shabby city, there may be survivors, which is more dangerous than the wild. Captain, what's wrong with you? A teammate noticed that Chiyu looked abnormal. It's okay. Chiyu shook his head and said, everyone has vented their anger. Turn off the lights. It's not very safe at night. Chiyu did not express his worries. First, he would not cause panic, and he was not sure whether his judgment was correct. No, Captain, we haven't fought enough yet. It's just that it's not my turn to fire the machine gun yet. Captain, wait until I finish. Captain, these zombies and mutant beasts are nothing special. Let's fight them. It'll be fine until dawn. The team members are obviously still unfinished and don't want to pack up and go back to rest now. For them, this is not only an opportunity to vent, but also an excellent opportunity to earn redemption points and team opportunities. And they are naturally not willing to let it go. There is only one light machine gun. From tomorrow on, this light machine gun will definitely become Chiyu's treasure. They can take advantage of this opportunity to play with it today. After today, if they want to play with this light machine gun again, they will probably not have the chance. Therefore, the team members did not want it to end so soon. You can sleep at any time, but you don't always have the opportunity to touch the light machine gun. Seeing that no one wanted to put away their guns and turn off their lights, Chiyu hesitated and decided not to force it. However, at this moment, the roar just now came again. This time, Chiyu heard it more clearly. The zombie is closer to here. Because he heard it more clearly, Chiyu was more sure of his previous guess. Quickly, put away the gun and turn off the lights, Chiyu loudly said to the team members. His tone was serious and urgent. However, it was too late. Chapter 502 Massacre. Captain, what's wrong with you? Captain, have you discovered anything? The team members didn't quite understand Chiyu's abnormality, and they all looked at Chiyu in confusion. However, Chiyu ignored them and looked in a certain direction with a look of horror on his face. Everyone also followed Chiyu's gaze and looked over. And then, they were all stunned. More than 30 meters away from them stood a zombie. This zombie was not very tall. It even lacked an arm and was wearing tattered clothes. However, despite the sloppy appearance of this zombie, no one at the scene looked down upon him. Because this is a level 7 zombie. 7? Level 7? Oh my god. How come there are level 7 zombies here? Captain, what should we do? You should say something. Captain, let's run. There are level 7 zombies here. We can't beat them. The members of the Rainstone team were almost going crazy at this time. They never expected that they would encounter level 7 zombies here. You know, a level 6 zombie can destroy an elite team. And a level 7 zombie is more than twice as powerful as a level 6 zombie. Their Rainstone team is just a 3rd level team. Among all teams, they are just ordinary existences and far from elite. They don't even have the strength to face level 6 zombies, let alone level 7 zombies. Super zombie. These level 7 zombies are definitely not something they can contend with. Shut up, everyone, Chi roared in a low voice. If these bastards hadn't said they wanted to vent, he wouldn't have turned on the lights at night. And he wouldn't have attracted these level 7 zombies. And he wouldn't be in the situation he is in now. These are level 7 zombies. Most of the survivors have never seen zombies and mutant beasts of this level. They can be said to be legendary existences. As a result, they actually encountered them today. The frustration and fear in my heart almost overflowed. If he had put away his gun and turned off his lights earlier, he might not have been targeted by this horror. Now, it was too late. Run? There are zombies all around. And they have nowhere to run. Moreover, level 7 zombies are by no means comparable to ordinary zombies. And they cannot escape by running. Since you can't run away, you can only fight. Chi Yu looked at the PKM light machine gun at hand and felt a little more confident. Maybe there is still a chance. Everyone, please retreat. Don't panic. Don't panic, Chi Yu said to the team members. Behind them is the shelter. Although this shelter is not as strong as the city, it can serve as a barrier to some extent. As long as they escape inside, they will still have a chance. When the team members heard Chi Yu's words, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and retreated cautiously. As for Chi Yu, he stayed at the end. The only PKM light machine gun that could bring him some comfort was held in his hand. He stared at the 7th level zombies, and as long as the other party made any changes, he fired immediately. He believed that with the firepower of PKM, even if it could not kill the zombie, it could still put great pressure on it and suppress its attack, as long as they could escape into the house. There is great certainty that you will be out of danger. The big zombie man looked at everyone in the Yusher team coldly, with an indifferent expression. Just when Chi Yu and others thought that the zombie would not stop them from entering the house, the zombie suddenly moved. Chi Yu, who had been looking at the zombie man, was suddenly startled and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Duh. Countless bullets were shot out like raindrops, heading straight for where the zombie man was standing. The firepower of the light machine gun is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary rifles. The bullets are very dense and the endurance is extremely strong. However, none of these bullets were able to hit the zombie man, because his speed is too fast. In just the blink of an eye, the zombie man was in front of Chi Yu. And at this time, Chi Yu didn't even react. Chi Yu was suddenly startled when he saw the big zombie man suddenly appearing in front of him. He just felt the zombie man flicker. But before he could react, the zombie man had already appeared in front of him. Is this the strength of level 7 zombies? Is it too strong? The zombie man's only hand was on the barrel of PKM's gun. Then, before Chi Yu could struggle, PKM was snatched away by the zombie man. The big zombie man flicked his hand, and the PKM was thrown dozens of meters away. Chi Yu watched helplessly as the machine gun was taken away. Then, he felt that his feet were off the ground, and he was being picked up by the big man. Duh. The members of the Rainstone team saw their captain being controlled by the zombie man, and they quickly shot at the zombie man. The dense bullets hit the zombie man, completely smashing his clothes, and holes were made in the skin. Green liquid flowed out of the holes. However, the zombie man did not move at all, nor did he let go of Chi Yu. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Chi Yu screamed in fear, while constantly struggling to escape from the control of the zombie man. However, this zombie man may not seem strong, but he is very strong. Chi Yu tried all his strength, but was unable to struggle out. Click! A slight sound sounded, and Chi Yu, who was struggling, suddenly stopped moving. His eyes protruded, but he was no longer breathing. Seeing their captain's neck broken by the zombie man, everyone in the Rainstone team was instantly shocked. Some of them screamed, some attacked the zombie man madly, and some ran back into the house in panic. The zombie man tossed Chi Yu's body away as if it was trash, and then killed the members of the Yusher team. Screams continued to sound. Even the team members who escaped into the house could not escape the clutches of the zombie burly man. They died in the hands of the zombie burly man one by one. The doors and walls they had placed high hopes on could not stop the zombies. The seemingly heavy iron gate was easily broken through by the zombie burly man. Wang Hao looked at the tragic scene in the distance and couldn't bear it. But he had no intention of taking action. Before the zombie man arrived, he had already arrived here. He originally planned to see the strength of this team that turned on the lights at night. But he did not expect to witness a massacre with his own eyes. A seemingly powerful team was almost in less than 5 minutes. They all died in the hands of the zombie man. From the beginning to the end, Wang Hao had no intention of taking action. He knew how much he weighed. Without the presence of the puppets, even if he had other auxiliary functions, he would never belong to this 7th level zombie man. If the opponent takes action rashly, not only will he not be able to save anyone, but he will also risk his own life. Chapter 503 Thrilling. However, just because he didn't rescue people didn't mean that Wang Hao was just watching from the side. It's rare to encounter a level 7 zombie. How could Wang Hao miss it? Therefore, as soon as the zombie appeared, Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on it. It's a pity that he didn't succeed until the zombie man entered the house. Seeing the zombie man disappearing from sight, with screams ringing in his ears, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and gave up his plan to get closer. It's okay to let him use the puppet auxiliary function on the zombie hunk from a distance. With the survivors helping him attract the zombie hunk, he won't be in any danger. But if he gets too close, he will definitely be discovered by the zombie hunk. This is a level 7 zombie after all, and its sense of danger is very strong. Once Wang Hao gets too close, there is a great risk of being discovered. To be on the safe side, Wang Hao didn't get too close to the zombie man. The screams gradually disappeared, and the zombie man quickly walked out of the house. Different from when he entered, he was now covered in blood. As he walked, a strong smell of blood filled the air. When the zombie man appeared again, Wang Hao once again used the puppet auxiliary function on him, praying for a miracle to subdue him. However, just when Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on the zombie man suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. One person and one zombie looked at each other for an instant, and Wang Hao was stunned. A powerful aura instantly enveloped him, and cold sweat oozed from Wang Hao's forehead. However, the zombie man just looked at Wang Hao and made no other moves. Only then did Wang Hao realize that he was invisible at this time, because there is no longer anyone in the Rainstone team to help him attract attention. For the sake of safety, Wang Hao has used the stealth auxiliary function in advance before using the puppet auxiliary function. At this time, the stealth auxiliary function the duration has not disappeared, and he is still invisible. This zombie man is certainly powerful. Even if Wang Hao is invisible, he can still feel the aura of Wang Hao's presence. However, he could not completely eliminate the effect of the stealth auxiliary function. Although he felt that there seemed to be humans here, he could not see where Wang Hao was. But even though the big man didn't make any attacking moves, Wang Hao was so frightened that he stood there and didn't dare to move, fearing that the zombie man would lock his position if he made the slightest move. As time passed by, the cold sweat on Wang Hao's forehead became more and more intense. Invisibility can indeed protect him from being discovered by zombies. But invisibility is not omnipotent. It has a duration. Once the effective time is over, Wang Hao will be exposed. And when the time comes, he will appear in front of the zombie man. At that time, even if he can still summon clones, he probably won't be able to escape the fate of being killed. Didn't you see that the members of the Rainstone team were all slaughtered after they persisted for just a moment? Wang Hao was anxious in his heart. I would have brought the puppets with me if I had known before. However, it is obviously useless to think about this now. Wang Hao has already put his hands into his backpack, ready to take out the Bobo ball at any time. As long as he can get it on the first once you enter the Bobo ball, you can escape from here. After all, the Bobo ball not only has extremely high defense, but can also fly into the air and is extremely fast. Wang Hao was only worried that the zombie man wouldn't give him time to enter the Bobo ball. After all, the zombie man was quite fast, and Wang Hao had witnessed his exaggerated speed before. Just when Wang Hao was about to use the Bobo ball, the zombie man suddenly turned his head and walked away. Call! Wang Hao let out a heavy breath. Just a little bit closer. His invisibility effect will reach its limit in about 10 seconds. At that time, he will have to take risks even if he doesn't want to. Fortunately, the one-armed zombie man turned around and left at the last moment, allowing Wang Hao to escape. At this time, Wang Hao realized that his whole body was wet with sweat, which showed how nervous he was just now. Still not strong enough. Wang Hao sighed in his heart. If he was strong enough, He wouldn't have to be afraid of the one-armed zombie just now. However, if you want to defeat level 7 zombies with your own personal strength, no one in this world can do it. Not even Wang Hao. At least not yet. If you want to compete with this level of existence, you can only rely on auxiliary functions. Originally, Wang Hao felt that his current level of auxiliary functions was enough. But now it seems that it is still a bit behind. And the auxiliary functions still need to be upgraded. If you want to upgrade auxiliary functions, you must earn enough exchange points. Only with a large number of exchange points can you upgrade auxiliary functions. Must earn more redemption points as soon as possible. Wang Hao secretly made up his mind. Wang Hao took another look at the direction the one-armed zombie was leaving, and then walked to the corner next to him. Lying there was a light machine gun, which was the PKM that was taken away from Chiyu by the one-armed man. Wang Hao picked up the PKM light machine gun, played with it for a while, and then carried it on his back. After that, he walked to the corpses of the Rainstone team members, searched their corpses, and obtained a lot of supplies. There are a lot of various firearms, bullets, medicines, food, etc. Fortunately, Wang Hao's backpack has been repaired. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold these things. Wang Hao is also lucky. The Rainstone team intends to stay in the wild. Therefore, they will go to big cities to make purchases every once in a while. One purchase must be enough for the entire team for at least half a month. Therefore, every purchase must have a lot of supplies. And they just completed the purchase yesterday. Therefore, there are a lot of supplies in stock at this time. And now they are all cheaper for Wang Hao. Wang Hao found a large amount of supplies in the house, where the Rainstone team temporarily lived. Naturally, he put them into his backpack without politeness. Looking at the corpses on the ground in the house, Wang Hao shook his head. People can't be too arrogant. The deaths of everyone in the Rainstone team are entirely their own fault. There are zombies and mutant beasts everywhere in the wild. Even the survivors who have lived in the wild for a long time do not dare to blatantly turn on the lights at night, which will attract a large number of people. Zombies and mutant beasts. No one knows whether there are high-level existences among these attracted zombies and mutant beasts. If there are, even if there is only one, it will be extremely dangerous for the entire team. Everyone in the Rainstone team obviously didn't consider this. Or in other words, they thought about it. But they were lucky in their hearts, thinking that they would not attract high-level zombies and mutant beasts, which led to what happened today. This night's tragedy. Chapter 504, Drive Back the Tank. Of course, this does not mean that people who turn on lights at night are seeking death. Some people deliberately turn on lights at night to attract zombies and mutant beasts. They dare to do this because they have absolute confidence in their own strength. Obviously, the people in the Rainstone team do not have such strength. After cleaning the scene, Wang Hao left and wandered around the city, looking for a suitable building. As for the zombie man, Wang Hao did not forget him. When he left, Wang Hao marked him, designated for tracking. Specified tracking, level 1 virtual battlefield effect. Before the start of this game, you can specify a certain player or a certain item. After entering the game, once the player or the item appears within 200 meters of you, it will automatically marked and highlighted. Realistic effect, you can mark a certain creature. When this creature appears within a kilometer around you, it will be automatically marked, and you can obtain its real-time location. Wang Hao rarely uses this auxiliary function, whether in the virtual battlefield or in reality. But now is the time to reflect its value and role. Marking the one-armed zombie is, firstly, to be wary of the other party, so that once the other party approaches, you will know immediately and you can escape in advance. And secondly, for future considerations, this is a level 7 mutant beast. Forget it if you don't meet him. Now that you have met him, Wang Hao naturally doesn't want to let him go. Just because he didn't conquer him today, doesn't mean he won't be able to do it next time. After marking him, the next time the opponent appears within a kilometer of him, when it's inside, you can know it as soon as possible. Although it was just a dilapidated city, it covered a large area. In order to save time, Wang Hao took out the Bobo ball and rode the Bobo ball to find suitable buildings. Ordinary buildings cannot satisfy Wang Hao. Wang Hao would rather move a special building. Soon, Wang Hao found a building that he was quite satisfied with. This was an abandoned bunker-like building. These buildings can be found in almost all major cities, especially ones like Silver Light City. Big cities have a lot of them, and their function is to resist mutant beasts and zombies. And this city obviously has them now. It seems that before the city was ruined, These bunkers also played a huge role. However, as the city deteriorated, the bunker was also abandoned. Time has left deep traces on the bunker. Half of the entire bunker has collapsed, and the walls have been severely weathered. It can no longer function as a building, the function that a bunker should have. However, this is not a problem for Wang Hao. With the repair auxiliary function, it is not a problem to make the bunker look brand new. Wang Hao selected the bunker to transport. Immediately, the bunker he selected disappeared from its place and was temporarily stored in his backpack. After selecting the objects to be transported, Wang Hao stopped lingering and drove the Bobo ball out of the city. Wang Hao did not choose to use the wormhole device maker to return directly to the air raid shelter. Instead, he drove the Bobo ball and drove all the way in the wild until he came to a remote grove. Then, he stopped the Bobo ball, walking to an area covered by lush weeds. After lifting the weeds, what was hidden inside was revealed: a tank. This is the first designated item Wang Hao brought out from the virtual battlefield after upgrading the unconventional reward. However, unlike those scrap tanks in the virtual battlefield, this tank is brand new, and there are no defects on the surface of the body. The tracks, wheels, gun barrels, etc. are also completely normal. This is a repaired tank. Wang Hao opened the top cover and got into the tank. After becoming familiar with the internal environment, Wang Hao started the tank. Then, he drove the tank towards his new city station. Although this is Wang Hao's first time driving a tank, the operation of this tank is not very complicated. Perhaps Wang Hao's skills are not enough for him to drive a tank on the battlefield, but it is just for traveling, so there is no problem at all. While driving the tank, Wang Hao has been using the perspective auxiliary function to observe the surrounding situation. He is not afraid of encountering zombies and mutant beasts, but is only afraid of encountering survivors. After all, a weapon like a tank can be used even in large areas. It is also quite rare in the city. If you encounter such a tank in the wild, you will definitely be surprised. And some people may even have other ideas. This tank is good, but unfortunately it cannot be ejected with a cannon. Therefore, if it is surrounded, Wang Hao really may not be able to keep this tank. Fortunately, most of the survivors are in big cities, or on the outskirts of big cities. A few are in some expensive small and medium-sized cities. The number of survivors who are actually wandering in the wild is still very small. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao successfully drove the tank back to the new city station. Then, he opened the door of the air raid shelter and drove the tank directly into the air raid shelter. The entrances to the air raid shelter that have been repaired are relatively spacious, which also allows Wang Hao to smoothly drive the tank into the air raid shelter. Only by placing the tank in the air raid shelter can Wang Hao rest assured. Today's air raid shelters are quite large, and there is no problem in parking a tank. After fixing the tank, Wang Hao checked the big black bear's injuries again. The big black bear's injuries have almost recovered, except for his eyes. The eye that was scratched by the mutant beast has not recovered. This big black bear has now become a veritable blind bear. Of course, it is only blind in one eye, but the other eye can still see clearly. It's a pity that my repair function can only be used on objects and not on you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem to cure your eyes. Wang Hao looked at the big black bear and said, "The theme of repair is objects. That is, inanimate things. And the big black bear is obviously not among them." Wang Hao had a lot of medicines in his backpack, even island black tea. But these medicines could only treat injuries, but not the eyes that were blinded. Therefore, Wang Hao was powerless to treat the big black bear's blind eyes. Woohoo! The big black bear looked at Wang Hao and made a pitiful cry. "I want to help you too, but I really can't." Wang Hao touched the big black bear and said. The big black bear seemed to understand Wang Hao's words and lowered his head aggrievedly. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the big black bear, Wang Hao had no choice but to comfort him with words. After soothing him for a while, he left the big black bear to rest while he left the air raid shelter. Through vision sharing, Wang Hao knew the exact location of his puppets. He drove the Bobo ball directly towards there. Chapter 505. Have it returned to the city yet? The team level is improved. With the humility of the puppets, Wang Hao hunted down many mutant beasts. And while obtaining redemption points, he also earned a lot of team points. The Qinfeng team's team level was not far from being upgraded. After some hunting, the team level was successfully upgraded. Level 6. Wang Hao is sure that the Qinfeng team is definitely the first level 6 team in the entire Silver Light City. As for whether there are other level 6 teams nationwide, Wang Hao doesn't know. After the team level was upgraded, Wang Hao immediately checked the benefits brought by the upgraded level. An extra team warehouse? Wang Hao said to himself. According to the information released by the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall, every time the team level is upgraded from level 5, there will be a benefit. At level 5, you can exchange items in the exchange mall over the air. And now the Qifeng team has upgraded at level 6. The benefit you get is a virtual battlefield. Wang Hao took a quick look and found that this virtual warehouse has a very large space. Every member of the team can put items in it, and each team member can only take out the items he or she has stored. Items stored by others cannot taken out. I originally thought it would be a warehouse for each person, but I didn't expect it would be a shared warehouse. Wang Hao muttered. After the team upgrades, the team warehouse will be added. This is what many people have guessed before. However, at that time, many people thought that the team warehouse would be a personal warehouse, but they did not expect that it would be a shared warehouse. However, after thinking about it for a moment, a shared warehouse is the only way. It is more in line with the attributes of team warehouse. In fact, there is not much difference between the shared warehouse and the team warehouse. The only difference may be that the items you store in the warehouse can be seen by others in the team. However, there is no problem if you can see but cannot take them out. Wang Hao then stored some bullets, medicine, food and other materials in his backpack into the team warehouse. These items were relatively common things, and Wang Hao was not worried about any secrets being exposed. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao repaired the PKM light machine gun, then copied it, and then put one of them into the team warehouse. Wang Hao is in urgent need of exchange points now. In order to earn exchange points, it is not impossible to sell some good things to team members. In this way, not only can he obtain exchange points, but after the team members obtain good things, the strength of the team can also be improved. It's a matter of killing two birds with one stone. After closing the team warehouse, Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on several unconscious mutant beasts next to him. The number of high-level mutant beasts in this forest exceeds Wang Hao's expectation. Now that he has many powerful thugs, it is not impossible to capture these mutant beasts. After the puppets capture these mutant beasts, Wang Hao you can easily use the puppet auxiliary function on them. These mutant beasts cannot escape, and will eventually become Wang Hao's puppets. The only difference is the time spent. While Wang Hao was busy earning exchange points and grabbing puppets near his new city, his disappearance attracted the attention of some people in Silver Light City. You mean? Wang Hao hasn't returned to the city since he left the city the day before yesterday? Wu Haomi asked in surprise. Yes, the person replied. This person was sent by Wu Haomi to keep an eye on the Qifeng team, because he performed so well in the team competition. Many people have been targeting the Qifeng team recently, and Wu Haomi had to guard against it. Therefore, Wu Haomi knew that Wang Hao had left Silver Light City. Of course, other people who were interested in the Qifeng team or Wang Hao himself also knew the news. Where has he gone? Didn't he say he would be back in 2 days? Could there have been an accident? Wu Haomi whispered to himself. Wu Haomi also knew Wang Hao's explanation before leaving. Wu Haomi couldn't understand Wang Hao leaving the city alone. If Wang Hao is hunting mutant beasts and zombies, then he can bring his team members with him. And there is no need to go out of the city alone. If it's for other things, that doesn't make sense. Wu Haomi has investigated Wang Hao's situation. He grew up in Yingguang City since he was a child. He had never left the city before he was 18 years old. What could he do outside the city? Moreover, Wang Hao said before that he would be back in 2 days. But now the time has come and Wang Hao has not shown up yet, which can't help but make Wu Haomi think too much. The possibility of Wang Hao having an accident outside the city is not impossible. After all, the outside of the city is much more dangerous than the inside of the city. There are mutant beasts and zombies everywhere outside the city. Even if Wang Hao is very strong personally, he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Once he encounters a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, there is nothing he can do. What's more, there are many high-level mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. Wang Hao will be in great danger if he encounters even one. You continue to keep an eye on the Qifeng team. If there is any change in their team members, please notify me immediately. Wu Haomi explained. What Wu Haomi values is the Qifeng team, not Wang Hao himself. Wang Hao is not weak, but in the army, there are not many people who are better than Wang Hao, and there are even many. Wu Haomi is not lacking. For a master like Wang Hao's role is much smaller than the name of the team. The Qifeng team is now the strongest team. It is not only famous, but also has the attribute bonus of the team title. This is very important to Wu Haomiu. If he can get the Qingfeng team, he is confident to cultivate it. Create a team that is among the top in the country. Therefore, he must not let the Qingfeng team fall into the hands of others. If it were before, he would not have these worries. He is the Lord of Silver Light City, and he has the most power in Silver Light City. But it is different now. There are many people in power from other cities gathered inside and outside Silver Light City. He can see the value of the Qifeng team. I believe those people can also see it. They are also likely to fight the Qifeng team. This is the idea. It can be seen that there are many strange faces around the Qifeng team station recently. Therefore, Wu Haomiu has to be on guard. Yes. The man responded and went out. At the same time, Zhuang Jian was chatting with his daughter. And the topic was also about Wang Hao and the Qifeng team. Wang Hao hasn't come back yet, Zhuang Jian asked. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Is something wrong with him? Zhuang Jian had the same guess as Wu Haomiu. No. Zhuang Shuer said very firmly. Had you contacted him? Zhuang Jian asked. Not yet, Zhuang Shuer said. However, I believe he will be fine. Chapter 506 Zhuang Jian's Plan. In the entire Qifeng team, except for Su Guangyuan, Zhuang Shuer has known Wang Hao for the longest time. She is also more familiar with Wang Hao than the others. Zhuang Shuer knew that what the outside world saw was only part of Wang Hao's strength. His true strength was even stronger than what the outside world saw. In addition, his greatest strength was his sense of danger. Not everyone could do this. Having this ability also allows Wang Hao to protect himself better. It's best if nothing happens, Zhuang Jian said. At this time, if something happens to him, your Qifeng team will fall apart in an instant. Zhuang Shuer frowned when he heard this, but did not refute, because what her father said is right. There are many people and forces paying attention to the Qifeng team. Zhuang Shuer also knows this. With Wang Hao here, this is naturally not a problem. Everyone in the Qifeng team will not have any other ideas. But if Wang Hao is without Hao, there will inevitably be turmoil within the Qifeng team. Zhuang Shuer knew very well that no one in the Qifeng team could replace Wang Hao. Not even her, the daughter of the commander of the 4th Legion of Silver Light City. Once something unexpected happens to Wang Hao, no one in the Qifeng team can control the overall situation. When being targeted by many forces, it will inevitably fall apart in an instant. And this is definitely not what Zhuang Shuer wants to see. Zhuang Shuer is the veteran of the Qifeng team. She has watched the Qifeng team step by step from an unknown small team to where it is today. She has deep feelings for the Qifeng team. Naturally, they don't want to see the team fall apart. Wang Hao will be fine, Zhuang Shuer said solemnly. It seemed that she was telling her father, but also trying to comfort herself. Zhuang Jian nodded and stopped continuing this topic. Instead, he talked about another matter. How had you considered the things I mentioned before? Zhuang Shuer was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Dad, I will not leave the Qifeng team, and I am not suitable to be the captain of the team. After the team competition, Zhuang Jian proposed to Zhuang Shuer that she should leave the Qifeng team. However, with his help, next, he will form his own team, and the personnel will be matched according to Zhuang Shuer's requirements. Zhuang Jian can naturally see the encouragement given by the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall to the team. He naturally also knows that the most important thing for the survivors next is the formation of the team. Zhuang Jian is in the Legion. While forming an elite team, he also thought about letting people from his family form a team. Zhuang Shuer was one of the most suitable people in his mind to form a team. Although Zhuang Shuer is young, she is very talented and is quite outstanding in the entire family. In addition, Zhuang Shuer is also the veteran of the Qifeng team. This status can also help Zhuang Shuer gain points. For the Qifeng team to achieve such achievements today, Wang Hao naturally takes the most credit. But Zhuang Shuer is the veteran. There must be some merit. The success of the Qifeng team also proves that Zhuang Shuer has the ability in this area. Coupled with the team experience she accumulated in the Qifeng team, it will also help her quickly form an elite team. However, Zhuang Jian's proposal was rejected by Zhuang Shuer. However, Zhuang Jian did not give up, but asked Zhuang Shuer to think about it again. Today, he brought up this topic again, naturally hoping that Zhuang Shuer, my son, has changed his mind. Unfortunately, Zhuang Shuer didn't seem to have any intention of changing his mind. Why are you not suitable to be the captain of the team? Zhuang Jian frowned slightly. Your team's results in the team competition are also good. Being able to stand out from tens of millions of teams also proves your strength. In addition, this paragraph with the experience accumulated over time. I believe that you will be a very good team leader in the future. Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, I don't want to leave the Qifeng team. I think it's good for me now. Captain, isn't it better than being a member of another team? Zhuang Jian advised, the new team will be headed by you. Don't you want to have a team that is completely your own? No. Zhuang Shuer still shook his head. Zhuang Jian looked at the determined Zhuang Shuer and looked helpless. Have you never thought about the competition more than 20 days later? The defeat of the Qifeng team is almost certain. By that time, the Qifeng team will belong to officially. Wang Hao himself may not continue to stay in the team. So you still want to insist? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Shuer frowned and fell silent. Once Wang Hao loses control of the Qifeng team, he will most likely leave the team. Without Wang Hao's Qifeng team, it will no longer be the previous Qifeng team. Wang Hao is the leader of this team. So, when that time comes, what else is there to miss about this team? What if Wang Hao wins? Zhuang Shuer said unwillingly. Do you think it's possible? Zhuang Jian smiled. It's not completely impossible. Zhuang Shuer said, I asked those team members who were personally trained by Wang Hao, and they all said that they have made great progress in the past few days. Maybe Wang Hao can really create miracles. This it's impossible. Zhuang Jian shook his head and said with certainty, it is absolutely impossible for Wang Hao to win. Those team members you mentioned are all from the slums. They have not received any professional training, and their level is very low. Low level means low starting point. Whether it is Wang Hao or anyone else. As long as someone knows a little bit about training and gives him a few words, they will make progress. But this progress is limited. Their talents this determines that they cannot improve too much. It is easy to go from 10 to 30. But it is as difficult as reaching the sky from 80 to 100. Even if those people make progress, it is absolutely impossible to compare with the elite teams in the official legion. Zhuang Jian's words made Zhuang Shuer silent again. She had to admit that her father's words made sense. Those team members had a low starting point and could make progress with a few pointers. But even if they improved, their strength could not be compared with the elite teams in the official legion. Wang Hao. Impossible to win. Zhuang Shuer actually felt a little guilty. She was the one who suggested to Wang Hao to recruit team members from civilian areas and slums. However, at that time, she didn't expect that the Qifeng team would develop so fast and so well. She just wanted to expand the team as soon as possible and enhance the team's strength. But he never thought that Wang Hao was actually planning to use these people to compete with the elite teams in the official legion. It can be said that she also has to bear responsibility in this matter. Chapter 507 What can he do? I know you have feelings for the Qifeng team. Zhuang Jian continued to persuade, but there is a high probability that the Qifeng team will not lose to Wang Hao soon. Once it is incorporated, the existing members of the team will still be left. How much? It's hard to say. By then, the Qifeng team will no longer be the Qifeng team you know. You have to make arrangements in advance. The reason why Zhuang Jian persuaded Zhuang Shuer to form his own team was for Zhuang Shuer. For the sake of the banker, if Zhuang Shuer can form an elite team, it will be a good thing for both Zhuang Shuer himself and the entire banker. Secondly, Zhuang Jian did this because he believed that the Qifeng team would soon be recruited by Wu Haomu. Because of his relationship, Wu Haomu would naturally not drive Zhuang Shuer away from the team, but his daughter would in a team controlled by others. Zhuang Jian is worried even if that person is the city lord. It is precisely for these reasons that there is such persuasion. Zhuang Shuer was obviously persuaded by Zhuang Jian. If Wang Hao leaves and most of the team members also leave, will the Qifeng team still be the Qifeng team? Obviously not. At that time, the Qifeng team will have only one name left. Such a Qifeng team is definitely not the Qifeng team in Zhuang Shuer's heart. And she will not have any nostalgia for such a Qifeng team. Dad, I promise you. Zhuang Shuer looked at his father and said seriously, if our team loses in the competition, I will come back and follow your arrangements. But if we win, you are not allowed to do it again in the future. Interfere with my decision. Okay. Zhuang Jian agreed without hesitation. In Zhuang Jian's view, the Qifeng team had no chance of winning. So there was no need to consider what his daughter said after, but Zhuang Shuer's expression was a little complicated. Wang Hao, you must win. While Zhuang Jian and his daughter were talking, Shang Yunjin was also thinking about Wang Hao. After meeting Wang Hao again last time, the Shang family gave Shang Yunjin the task of contacting Wang Hao, asking him to conquer Wang Hao and join their Shang family. After Shang Yunjin accepted the task, He was thinking about how to after convincing Wang Hao. I wanted to find a chance to chat with Wang Hao again. But I never thought that Wang Hao would actually leave the city. It was okay to leave the city. But when the time Wang Hao agreed to come back came, Wang Hao still didn't show up, which made Xiang Yunjin have to worry. Wang Hao won't encounter an accident outside the city. Right? Xiang Yunjin thought with a little worry. Xiang Yunjin admitted that Wang Hao has some abilities. But the dangers outside the city are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even supermasters may encounter dangers in the wild. After all, there are too many mutant beasts and zombies in the wild. And many of them are still alive. They are all high-level beings. Now that Wang Hao is out of the city alone, it would not be a surprise if something unexpected happens. In the past, Xiang Yunjin would not have cared about the life and death of a survivor from the slums. But it is different now. Wang Hao has proven his ability and value. And he has established a relationship with Wang Hao, and is very likely to recruit him. Wang Hao. In this case, Xiang Yunjin naturally has to care about Wang Hao's life and death. Is there anything unusual happening in the Qingfeng team? Xiang Yunjin asked the visitor. Like many forces, Xiang Yunjin is also eyeing the Qingfeng team. No, the visitor replied. The training they should be training and the assessment they should be taking are all normal. So, nothing happened to Wang Hao? Xiang Yunjin said, rubbing his chin. Wang Hao is the captain of the Qingfeng team. If something happens to him, everyone in the Qingfeng team cannot remain indifferent. Of course, it is also possible that something happened to Wang Hao, and the members of the Qingfeng team don't know yet. Continue to keep an eye on the Qingfeng team. If there is any change in those team members, notify me immediately, Xiang Yunjin said. Yes. Wang Hao, don't let anything happen to you. I'm still waiting for you to join the Shang family and form an elite team for our Shang family. Xiang Yunjin thought to himself. While Xiang Yunjin was worried about Wang Hao, Jia Feng and Yu Fei were drinking. And they also talked about Wang Hao. I heard that there was no news about that bastard after he left the city. I don't know if he died outside the city. If that is the case, it would be the best, Yu Fei said. Speaking of which, Yu Fei and Wang Hao actually don't have any deep grudges. The conflict between the two was initiated by Yu Fei first. But Yu Fei blamed Wang Hao for his public embarrassment. He had a lot of resentment towards Wang Hao. And now that he heard that Wang Hao had not returned since he left the city, he felt quite gloating about his misfortune. I haven't returned to the city yet, so I don't know if something happened, Jia Feng said. Yu Fei was paying attention to Wang Hao, and Jia Feng was also paying attention to Wang Hao. He was very aware of the grievances between his father and Wang Hao. And in his heart, he naturally wished that Wang Hao died outside the city. 80% something happened, Yu Fei said with a gloating smile. This kid had a good life. But he had to go out of the city alone. Now he deserves to be in trouble. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Jia Feng said. He still has a bit of trouble. He's capable. As for why he hasn't returned to the city yet, he must have been delayed by something. He's capable? A poor boy from the slums has just had some bad luck. What capability can Yu Fei have to Wang Hao? It's scornful. After that day, Yu Fei also inquired about Wang Hao's information in detail, and found out that Wang Hao was the captain of the Qingfeng team, and that the Qingfeng team performed well in the first team competition. But even so, Yu Fei did not show any concern for Wang Hao. Hao looked at him differently. In his opinion, Wang Hao was just a poor guy from the slums, who got where he was now through some bad luck. Moreover, even if he is really strong, so what? Aren't you going to be a thug for a powerful family like theirs? The power of Silver Light City is firmly in the hands of powerful families like them. Occasionally, there are masters who emerge, but they cannot escape the fate of being recruited. They will eventually become thugs under the powerful men like them. Wang Hao is no exception. Therefore, Yu Fei still looks down upon Wang Hao. Jia Feng smiled and shook his head. He somewhat recognized Wang Hao's strength. But some of his thoughts were the same as Yu Fei's. That is, a master like Wang Hao who came from the slums, no matter how powerful he was just a thug for powerful people like them. Future achievements are limited. What's more, Wu Haomiu is now eyeing the Qingfeng team, and his father Jia Quan also has some opinions on Wang Hao. Therefore, Wang Hao's future will definitely be difficult, and he may even not be able to go on. Wang Hao is just a talking point for them. If they really want to take him seriously, it is completely out of the question. Chapter 508 Return to the City. At this time, Wang Hao, who was watched and talked about by many people, was struggling in the forest, with the help of many puppets. Wang Hao hunted mutant beasts very quickly, and his redemption points and team points increased like rockets. With many powerful puppet thugs, Wang Hao no longer hides and is cautious. He hopes that the more mutant beasts will come, the better. Anyway, he can handle these puppets without any problem. With a 7th level puppet, 2 6th level puppets, and many 4th and 5th level puppets, Wang Hao is now very confident. While hunting mutant beasts, Wang Hao also used up today's puppet quota. The targets he targeted were all mutant beasts above level 4, and 2 of them were level 5 mutant beasts. Wang Hao's army of puppets has been further strengthened. I feel a little happy now, Wang Hao muttered. Here, he can quickly obtain puppets, quickly earn exchange points and team points, and there is no interference from outsiders. He does not need to be secretive or worry about his secrets being exposed. It's great to be here. So much so that Wang Hao doesn't want to leave now. However, it is impossible not to leave. Zhao Heng and the others can be controlled remotely, and he can even continue to bless them with proficiency bonus cards. But Wang Hao still needs to take a look at the other team members, especially Zhuang Xuer. Wang Hao had to personally teach the team members they were assessing. After looking at the sky, Wang Hao stopped, and then ordered the puppets to continue hunting here, and at the same time, protect his building. Afterwards, Wang Hao returned to the air raid shelter, and returned to the outskirts of Silver Light City through the wormhole device maker in the air raid shelter. Appearing from the outskirts of Silver Light City, Wang Hao did not drive any vehicles. Among all his vehicles, only the Bobo ball could be stored in his backpack. However, the Bobo ball was too special. Once it was driving on the road, it was easy to attracting attention. And the current situation in Silver Light City is quite complicated. Wang Hao does not want to cause unnecessary trouble. On the way back, Wang Hao notified Zhuang Xuer and others. When he arrived at the team station, all members of the team, including Zhuang Xuer, had arrived. 79 heirs, including Wang Hao. There were exactly 80 people. The number of people was the same as before Wang Hao left, but there were more unfamiliar faces and fewer familiar faces in the crowd. Wang Hao knew very well that the missing people should have been eliminated by Zhuang Xuer and others, and the extra people were recruited by Zhuang Xuer and others from Uncle Zhao. These were the people who had been recruited before Wang Hao left. Determine things. Have these people passed your assessment? Wang Hao asked Zhuang Xuer. Yes. Zhuang Xuer replied, the people who do not meet the requirements have been eliminated, and the remaining ones initially meet the requirements. However, due to limited time, we cannot conduct a comprehensive investigation. Seeing Wang Hao again, Zhuang Xuer was quite excited. Originally, she trusted Wang Hao very much and felt that nothing would happen to Wang Hao. However, after her father finished talking, she heard some rumors. Some people in the team even started talking about Wang Hao. Zhuang Xuer was inevitably a little worried about the incident. Now, she was naturally quite happy to see Wang Hao appear again. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao didn't think it was possible to give Zhuang Xuer and others only 2 or 3 days to complete a comprehensive inspection. However, Wang Hao didn't waste much time on the assessment. The proficiency bonus card was indeed good, but it also takes time to digest. Moreover, if a group of masters are really trained after only a few days of training, I am afraid it will cause too much sensation. By then, Wang Hao will attract too many people's attention, and there will be many secrets in him. Possible exposure. Therefore, Wang Hao plans to cultivate while continuing to observe. Congratulations. Starting from today, you will all become official members of the Qifeng team. Wang Hao said to the team members who passed the assessment, you will enjoy the same treatment as official members and can use the team warehouse. You can buy team supplies and more at low prices. More importantly, our Qifeng team also has the title of the strongest team. Each of you can enjoy a 50% bonus when hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Success? We are the only team in China with this title. Everyone listened to Wang Hao's lecture, and many people's faces showed excitement. Of course, they know the status of the Qifeng team in China, and they also know what it means to join this team. Most of them will join the Qifeng team and become an official member of the team as their goal. Now they were naturally quite excited to become official members of the team. However, the identity of your official members is not absolutely safe. Wang Hao continued, formal members may also be kicked out of the team. If anyone cheats during training, or does something detrimental to the interests of the team, even if they do something, they will be kicked out of the team. Wang Hao's words made everyone calm down their excited expressions, and some even looked nervous. They joined the team without hesitation. Who would want to be kicked out again? Not only is that embarrassing, it will also greatly affect their development and profits. No one wants that to happen. Okay, everyone, follow me. I will take you to train. The training starts today. Wang Hao said to everyone, I believe you have heard about the competition. I don't have much time left for you. I hope you can cherish every day's training and don't slack off. After saying that, Wang Hao led everyone out of the team station. The team station is still too small to conduct full team training. However, it is not good for so many people to go to the shooting gallery. Therefore, Wang Hao decided to take them out of the city. There is a lot of space outside the city, and there are mutant beasts and zombies. Practical training is better than a shooting gallery. However, there are dangers. After all, there are too many zombies and mutant beasts outside the city. If a large number of zombies and mutant beasts are attracted, the team members will be in danger. Of course, with Wang Hao here, it is unlikely that this will happen. The Qifeng team has attracted much attention now. Many forces have sent people to watch outside the Qifeng team station. Therefore, when Wang Hao took everyone in the team out of the city, many forces knew about it immediately. They could probably guess that Wang Hao brought so many people out of the city, either to hunt mutant beasts and zombies, or to conduct training. Thinking of the competition more than 20 days later, it was obvious that the latter was very likely. As a result, many spies from human forces followed Wang Hao and the others from a distance, wanting to see how Wang Hao trained. Chapter 509, Deja Vu Training Content. Captain, someone is following us. Luosin whispered to Wang Hao on the way. Wang Hao glanced behind him without leaving any trace, and said with a smile, if they want to follow, let them follow. But Luosin hesitated. It's okay. Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. Want to come and see me train? Then let them watch. Under the perspective auxiliary function, it is impossible for anyone to approach Wang Hao quietly, and the spies following behind. Naturally, it is impossible to escape his eyes. Wang Hao could guess their purpose of following his team, but Wang Hao didn't mind. Even if he opened it up for them to see, they wouldn't see any reason for it. When Luosin heard what Wang Hao said, he said nothing more. It was already very chaotic outside the city, even more chaotic than when Wang Hao left the city a few days ago. As a group of Wang Hao and others went out of the city, they also attracted a lot of people's attention. However, after seeing the clothes of most of the people in the team, they were all simple, and even when they were in tatters, many people looked away. Most of the people in the Qifeng team come from the slums. Basically, these people have just become regular workers. They have not been able to earn many exchange points before. Naturally, their living conditions are not very good. Most of them are dressed in rags and have good food. Thin and thin. This is why Wu Haomu and others have not been optimistic that Wang Hao's team can beat them. The combat effectiveness of such a team cannot be very high. How can it be compared with their official elite team if they go to the battlefield and even end up as cannon fodder? Wang Hao ignored the glances of the people around him. He led his team across the crowd of refugees outside the city and found a slightly empty place before stopping. This is the first time for most of you to take a training class. Wang Hao looked at everyone and said, I hope you can listen carefully and memorize it carefully. I promise that as long as you train according to what I said, you will be able to train in a month. The strength will definitely be greatly improved. Everyone looked excited. Even Zhuang Xuer and others. No one wants to improve their strength. In this apocalyptic context, strength is everything. Only with strength can you have hope of survival, live a better life, and have a higher status and more rights. Strength is the foundation of everything. Therefore, it can be said that every survivor is eager to improve their strength. Now Wang Hao is going to conduct special training for them and ensure that they can all improve their strength. Who wouldn't be excited? However, despite the excitement, many people still have doubts in their hearts. This is especially true for Zhuang Xuer, Qi Charan and other veteran team members. They obviously have more knowledge than ordinary survivors. They have also had contact with some mentors. However, even excellent mentors dare not say one. Within a month, the survivors from the slums can greatly increase their strength. And although Wang Hao is talented, he is only a freshman. So how can he train others and improve their strength? However, despite their doubts, Zhuang Xuer and the others did not question Wang Hao in public. They all knew that they must not question Wang Hao now. Only when the team members trust Wang Hao can Wang Hao have a glimmer of hope of winning the competition. The team members were all suspicious of Wang Hao, which led to the lack of seriousness in training. It would be impossible to win the competition 1 month later. I know most of you don't believe it, Wang Hao said with a smile, but it doesn't matter. You will soon know that I am not talking big words. 3 days. Just 3 days. After 3 days, you will know what I am saying now. These are not arrogant words. You will know that I can indeed help you improve your strength. Okay. I have said all that needs to be said. Let's officially start training. Then, Wang Hao will learn from the school. Some of the training content I learned, as well as some things I learned about myself, were shared with everyone. At the beginning, Zhuang Shuer and others still had expectations, although they never believed that Wang Hao really had the ability to train team members. Wang Hao had always been very confident, which made Zhuang Shuer and others have a lot of confidence in Wang Hao. Hao was a little more looking forward to it. Maybe Wang Hao really knows how to train. Therefore, when Wang Hao officially started teaching, Zhuang Shuer and others listened attentively. However, as they listened, Zhuang Shuer and others realized something was wrong. Why do Wang Hao's words sound so familiar? Several people looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Why do I feel like I've heard these words from the captain before? Feng Gaoyuan whispered. Nonsense. Of course I've heard of it. Isn't this what the teachers taught in class? Rosen whispered. It's true. Feng Gaoyuan suddenly said. I said, why are you so familiar? It turns out they are all things in school. But what is the captain talking about these things for? Can these things help everyone improve their strength? Moreover, it is still in a month. Is there any significant improvement? Yu Jianzhong asked doubtfully. No one can answer his question, which is also the doubt in everyone's mind. What Wang Hao talked about was knowledge from junior high school and high school. Most of the people present came from slums, and most of them had never gone to school. Therefore, they listened very carefully and found what Wang Hao said to be very useful. But Zhuang Shuer and others are very familiar with what Wang Hao said. Those are very basic knowledge. It can be said that any high school student knows these things. Wang Hao wants to rely on these contents to help the team members improve their strength. That is absolutely impossible. Perhaps it can also help everyone improve their strength, but it will definitely not improve too much. Many students in the school still fail to enter college every year, and most of the people in the Qifeng team are from slums. Their talents are even worse. Can they rely on the simple knowledge Wang Hao said to quickly improve their strength? This is absolutely impossible. If they really improve, then they will all be geniuses. Obviously, these people are definitely not geniuses. The captain must have other ways. Chi Charan said, many people are watching today. The captain may be afraid that the secret will be leaked, so he didn't say anything too special. Besides, most of these team members have not experienced formal training, education, teaching something too profound all at once. They can't accept it. The captain is teaching them some simple things now to help them lay the foundation. Although the time is limited, the training must be gradual. Several people listened to Chi Charan's words. After thinking about it, I think it makes sense. Charan is right. Zhuang Shuer echoed. Wang Hao has always been so confident before. No matter what the final result is, he must have his own training method. He can't just teach everyone the basic knowledge of junior high school and high school. Now he is so confident most of the time. It's to deceive people and let everyone get used to it first. Chapter 510 still going out. After hearing this, everyone nodded again. Zhuang Shuer is right. No matter what the result of Wang Hao's final training is, just because Wang Hao has been so confident before, it means that Wang Hao must be prepared and must have his own training method. It is absolutely impossible to just follow the script like this and only talk about simple and obvious content. The reason why Wang Hao has so many people now is, firstly, because the team members have a weak foundation, and it is not appropriate to say too many profound things at the beginning. Secondly, there are many spies from other forces around them. Wang Hao obviously does not want to expose his secrets early. Training secrets. No wonder the captain didn't care about anyone following him before. Luo Sun said with a smile, so that's what happened. After knowing that Wang Hao only taught everyone very simple book knowledge today, Zhuang Shuer and the others were gone. They were interested in listening carefully. After all, they had learned what Wang Hao said, and they learned it better than Wang Hao. Naturally, there is no need to listen to Wang Hao say it again. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. More than half an hour later, no matter how much you talk, you don't need to practice too much. Now, you just start practicing. And while you are practicing, think back to what I just said. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I have time today, but I may not always have time in the future. After that, Wang Hao arranged for the team members to conduct practical training and secretly use proficiency on each of these team members. Speed bonus card. With this thing, people can not only gain and accumulate experience quickly, but also have a chance to trigger comprehension. Once comprehension is triggered, it is not as simple as doubling the experience value, but it can also help the user to master the skills instantly. It is not impossible to achieve great improvement. In short, the upgraded proficiency bonus card is definitely a good thing. Wang Hao has recently been thinking about whether to upgrade this thing again. However, after thinking about it, Wang Hao will definitely not do this for the time being. Firstly, he has a lot of things to repair now. Secondly, the current batch of team members are in a hurry to pass the test, and not all of them may stay in the team until later. It is not too late to repair and upgrade after completing the screening. After arranging everyone to train separately, Wang Hao called Zhuang Shuer and several old team members together. Wang Hao had not used the proficiency bonus card on them for the time being, so this training was of little help to them. The number of proficiency bonus cards is relatively tight. The Qifeng team currently has 80 people. Zhuang Shuer and others will not participate in the subsequent competitions. Naturally, Wang Hao will not use this card for them for the time being. Has anything happened in the team in the past 2 days? Wang Hao asked. It's not a big deal, Zhuang Shuer said. However, you disappeared for a few days, and there were some bad voices in the team. However, this is not a big deal. It is mainly because everyone is worried about you and is afraid that something will happen to you. Wang Hao is the core of this team, not to mention the members of the reserve team. Even Zhuang Shuer and others are worried about something happening to Wang Hao. It's nothing. Wang Hao smiled and said, but nothing will happen to me. And I have a smart bracelet. If you have anything, you can contact me at any time. Captain, you want to go out? Chi Charan heard it. The meaning behind Wang Hao's words. Yeah. Wang Hao didn't deny it. Wang Hao needs to earn exchange points. And it is obvious that he cannot earn many exchange points by staying in Silver Light City. Even if he leads a team to hunt mutant beasts and zombies together, the efficiency is not as high as acting alone. After all, when acting alone, Wang Hao can use various methods to his heart's content without worrying about exposing secrets. But when the team members are around, Wang Hao cannot completely let go, which will affect his efficiency to some extent. Then they're training. Yu Qianing glanced at the people training not far away. In general, I have said everything that needs to be said, and the rest is up to them, Wang Hao said with a smile. You said it all? Zhuang Shuer said in surprise. Several other people also looked surprised. Wang Hao just talked about some very simple things. In fact, Wang Hao basically didn't talk about anything that is a little more profound that anyone who has gone to junior high school or high school has learned. So that's all? What about the unique training method that was agreed upon? Based on what he just said, Wang Hao can help them get huge tips within a month. I'm talking generally, Wang Hao said, although I will leave Yingguang City temporarily. I will not sever contact with them. I will contact them through smart bracelets and provide targeted treatment based on their personal situations. Guidance. That's it. Let me just say, based on what Wang Hao just taught, how can it be possible to help the team members quickly improve their strength in a short period of time? It turns out that Wang Hao's ultimate move is this. Zhuang Shuer and others suddenly realized that they did not doubt what Wang Hao said. Although teaching through smart bracelets was definitely not as effective as face-to-face teaching, what Wang Hao said was to provide targeted guidance to each team member. In this way, the impact of using a smart bracelet will not be that big. Not to mention that Wang Hao only left Yingguang City temporarily. And it is not that he will not come back. Would it be ineffective to contact only through the smart bracelet? Zhuang Shuer said worriedly. No. Wang Hao smiled and said, I know it well. If the effect is not good, I will come back and teach you in person. Okay. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Since Wang Hao had his own plans, it was not convenient for her to say anything more. Captain, you can't favor one over the other and just teach them to forget about us. Feng Gaoyuan said. Don't worry. I won't forget you. Wang Hao said, however, they are more urgent. And you also know about the competition. My energy is limited, so I can only teach them first. I will teach them again after the competition is over. You guys, I guarantee that your strength will also be greatly improved. Zhuang Shuer and the others are the veterans of the team, compared with the new members who have just joined the team. Wang Hao undoubtedly has more trust in Zhuang Shuer and the others. Wang Hao will definitely not ignore them. It is necessary to improve their strength. However, he does not have extra proficiency bonus cards now, so he can only slow down this matter first. Then it's settled, Feng Gaoyuan said. Several people had no objections to Wang Hao's decision. They all knew the importance of the competition to Wang Hao and the entire team. It is completely understandable that Wang Hao now focuses on these new players. They are veterans. The team members can definitely wait. By the way, the team has been upgraded. After I leave, you can recruit a new batch of team members. It will still follow the previous model. After entering the team, they will be given the status of reserve team members. New players will still give priority to residents of the slums, Wang Hao said to several people. Chapter 511, how about playing? A level 5 team can have 80 members, while a level 6 team can have 160 members. Doubled. Wang Hao now has no extra proficiency bonus cards for the team members who will join after training. But this does not prevent him from replenishing the team first. After all, the assessment also takes time, and Zhuang Shuer and the others can also start teach them some simple things. And after the competition is over, it won't be too late to help them improve their strength. Okay. Zhuang Shuer and others nodded. With the previous batch of team members, Zhuang Shuer and others are now completely familiar with a series of things such as recruitment and assessment. What Wang Hao explained is just a trivial matter to them. Captain, are we the only level 6 team in Silver Light City now? Rosen said with a smile. It should be. Wang Hao said, with the title of the strongest team, our advantage can be further expanded. These new team members, after initial training, can be taken to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. It increases their actual combat experience and can also improve the team level. The vast majority of survivors actually lack actual combat experience. After all, most survivors used to live in the city and rarely went out of the city to have close contact with mutant beasts and zombies. Even among the survivors in the slums, only a handful would choose to go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. It's just that after this turmoil, everything changed, and actual combat experience was a must. Wang Hao didn't just care about the competition more than 20 days later. In fact, he didn't take that competition too seriously. What I care about is the future development of the team. If the team wants to develop, it is obviously not possible to rely on him alone. It must rely on all the team members. Therefore, they must improve their actual combat level as soon as possible. Only in this way can the team be better developed. Okay. Zhuang Shuer and others agreed, not thinking there was anything wrong with what Wang Hao said. A few people were chatting and watching the new team members training, which was quite relaxing and comfortable. It was not until dark that Wang Hao's training came to an end. At the same time, Wang Hao's entire training process of the team members also reached the ears of many careful people in a very short period of time. Is this how he trained? When Wu Haomiu heard the report from the visitor, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Yes, the person said with certainty. It's just child's play, Wu Haomiu said. Wang Hao actually uses the knowledge in junior high school and high school textbooks for guidance. This is simply nonsense. Most of those things are just theory, which is very different from actual practice. No good instructor will follow the books exactly. They have their own unique training methods, and these are not found in books. Wang Hao had previously vowed that he had the ability to improve the strength of those team members within a month. And he also made a bet with Jia Quan and Lin Yu, which made Wu Haomiu feel that Wang Hao must have done some research in this area. Although it may not be effective, it definitely has its own content. As a result, Wu Haomiu was greatly surprised to hear that Wang Hao actually taught the team members in this way. Perhaps, he took the initiative to propose this competition just to honorably hand over control of the team. But if Wang Hao had no intention of winning from the beginning, then why did he make a bet with Jia Quan and Lin Yu again? He thinks he exchanged too many points? Obviously impossible. Perhaps, this is a test for others. Wu Haomiu suddenly thought of something. Wu Haomiu knew that many people were eyeing Wang Hao and wanted to recruit Wang Hao. Wu Haomiu didn't think there was any problem with this. Although he was also optimistic about Wang Hao, he cared more about the Qifeng team itself. As long as others don't have the idea of the Qifeng team, they can just go ahead and poach Wang Hao. You can't deny any benefits to others. And Wang Hao deliberately made a bet with Jia Quan and Lin Yu. Maybe it was to test those people. He maybe wanted to see if those people were willing to mediate the matter for him, or even provide him with the exchange points. If they are not even willing to do this, Wang Hao may feel that they are not sincere, and naturally he will not join them. The more Wu Haomiu thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. Keep watching and notify me as soon as possible if there is any news. Wu Haomu ordered. Yes. He really trained like this? At the same time, Jia Quan also received the news. When he heard the visitor's words, Jia Quan's reaction was similar to Wu Haomu's. Both were in disbelief. To be able to sit in the position of regiment commander, Jia Quan is naturally capable. He also knows that the little things Wang Hao taught are from books and are of little use at all. Jia Quan has communicated with some instructors in the army, and also knows some training methods. And those methods are all more scientific and effective than Wang Hao's. In comparison, Wang Hao's current training method is like playing with his head. It's absolutely true. I didn't come back until the end of their training, and I didn't miss anything. The person replied. This Wang Hao. I thought he was very capable. But it turns out he only has so much ability. Fortunately, I was worried that he really knew how to train. But it turns out he is just a fool. Jia Quan sneered. Wang Hao offered to make a bet before. Although Jia Quan agreed, he was inevitably worried that Wang Hao was not really capable. If he lost the bet, it wouldn't matter if he lost a few points in exchange. With his wealth, he didn't care about that. At the exchange point, losing face was the most unacceptable thing for him. He was the commander of the Legion and a well-known figure in Silver Light City. It would be too embarrassing if he lost to a young boy like Wang Hao. However, now that he heard the content of Wang Hao's training, Jia Quan was completely relieved. Wang Hao has no ability at all. The reason why he proposed the bet before was probably stimulated by the incident itself. In fact, he had no chance of winning at all. Okay, let him go. I want to see how he responds to the competition in more than 20 days. Jia Quan said. There is less than a month left before the competition. Not to mention that Wang Hao has no real ability. Even if he does have some ability, this time is not enough. Jia Quan is completely relieved now. He is waiting for Wang Hao's breeze. The team was incorporated. And then they hit Wang Hao hard. When the time comes, Jia Quan will advise Wu Haomu to keep Wang Hao, as long as Wang Hao remains in the army. Then Jia Quan, as the commander of the army, will have many opportunities to punish Wang Hao. Even if Wang Hao is not in his army, he also has a lot of ideas. Jia Quan didn't like Wang Hao at all, and he wanted to completely destroy Wang Hao. Chapter 512 Bunker. All forces received news about Wang Hao's training one after another. Everyone was shocked and surprised by Wang Hao's training method. In this regard, some people were gloating and waiting to see the good show, while others were worried about Wang Hao. But Wang Hao doesn't know this and doesn't care. He now only cares about his own development and the construction of new cities. After the training, Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer and others to return to the city, and he himself returned to his new city through the wormhole device maker. At this time, the sky had darkened, and there were several puppets scattered near the building. The puppets that he had previously arranged around Silver Light City had all arrived one after another at this time. The puppets with low levels and weak strength were arranged by Wang Hao in the building. The nearby bodyguards, as for the high-level and powerful puppets, were sent out by Wang Hao to hunt mutant beasts. There are a lot of mutant beasts in this forest, and Wang Hao plans to build a city here. So, the mutated beasts in this forest need to be exterminated, because the puppets are all mutant beasts and zombies. They don't need to eat or even sleep. They only need to take a short rest when they are tired and can fight at other times. Therefore, even after nightfall, Wang Hao did not kill them all. Recruit him. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to rest or enter the virtual battlefield. Instead, he took out the bunker that he had previously moved from the dilapidated city. After checking the surrounding environment for a while, Wang Hao chose at a suitable location. The bunker was placed. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a large area of trees and weeds was pressed down by the bunker. The huge sound spread far under the night. Sure enough, soon the roars of mutant beasts came from all around, and another mutant beast was attracted. This time, Wang Hao did not panic, because before placing the bunker, he had already recruited the mutant giant python and the mutant bird. These two mutant beasts, one at level 7 and the other at level 6, were enough to deal with the upcoming attack. Mutated beast. Soon, mutant beasts appeared in the field of vision. When those mutant beasts saw Wang Hao, their eyes showed bloodthirsty and madness. And then, they let out strange screams and ran towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao just glanced at them and then looked away. The highest level of these mutant beasts is only level 3, and most of them are only level 1. Their strength alone is not enough for the mutant pythons and mutant birds to fill their teeth. Wang Hao is not worried at all. Wang Hao's judgment was correct. After the mutant beasts rushed in, The mutant giant pythons and mutant birds attacked together, beating these mutant beasts into a state of embarrassment. Some first-level mutant beasts were even killed instantly, and level 6 and 7 mutant beasts were killed instantly. The mutant beasts are definitely not comparable to these low-level mutant beasts. Even if they are numerous, they can't change anything. There were many mutant beasts rushing towards him, at least dozens of them. However, these mutant beasts could not even enter 10 meters around Wang Hao, and they all died under the attacks of mutant giant pythons and mutant birds. Wang Hao ignored the fighting not far away. With the mutant python and mutant birds around, he didn't need to worry about his own safety at all. His attention at this time was on the bunker that had just been placed. The place where the bunker was placed was about 1,000 meters away from the previous building. Wang Hao's goal was to build a city, not a temporary camp, so the area occupied was not small. Things like bunkers naturally have to be placed on the periphery of the city. Wang Hao cannot have only one bunker like this. His plan is to build a large number of bunkers around the city. These bunkers form a ring to surround the area where residents live. In the later period, if Wang Hao had an expansion plan, he would place residential buildings on the periphery of the bunkers, and then place a number of bunkers on the periphery of the residential buildings. In this way, the city would be divided into the first ring and the second ring. The space here in the ring, or the inner ring and the outer ring, is large enough. Even outside the forest, there are still large open spaces. Wang Hao can expand the city's area without restrictions. Of course, those are all things for later. Wang Hao is currently building the city, and has not thought about how many people will be admitted. He does not think that too many people will come here. After all, this place is remote, and it is a new city. It has no exchange mall itself, and is far away from big cities. Obviously it is not there will be too many people choosing to live here. In Wang Hao's mind, this will be the place where he and his team members will live in the future. Even Wang Hao cannot guarantee that all team members will be willing to follow him here. Therefore, the city does not seem to be too big at present, and the second and third rings will basically not be built. Withdrawing his thoughts, Wang Hao began to repair the bunker. This bunker is in dilapidated condition and cannot function as a defensive fortification at all. It cannot even protect it from wind and rain. It cannot be put into use without repairs. When the progress bar was full, the bunker in front of Wang Hao had undergone obvious changes. The walls that had fallen off before, and half of the walls that had disappeared all reappeared, and they were the same as when they were newly built. The optimization functions brought about by repair have also appeared first. The defense is enhanced. Wang Hao discovered that the wall of this bunker is at least 50 centimeters thick. The wall is thick, and the defense capability is naturally not much. The second is the increase in shooting holes. This bunker had only one shooting hole before, but now it has 3, covering a larger area. Wang Hao is not too satisfied with these 2 new functions. Of course, he is not too dissatisfied. As a bunker, it has enhanced defense capabilities, which is naturally a good thing. However, the increase in shooting holes seems a bit useless. After all, this kind of bunker usually only defends one direction, and Wang Hao also plans to place multiple bunkers in the future. Therefore, adding shooting holes is useful, but not very useful. After thinking about it, Wang Hao did not repair it again. After all, he didn't need this bunker yet. Moreover, it could increase the defense. Now this bunker was already considered very good. If I had known better, I wouldn't have put the cannon on the roof of that building, Wang Hao said, looking at the bunker in front of him. Cannons can be placed above or next to this bunker, which can also increase the firepower here. It is obviously more suitable to place the cannons here. However, considering the range of the cannons, it seems that placing them on the roof will not have much impact. After all, the building is only about 1,000 meters away from here. This distance is not a big problem for the cannon. What's more, once the cannon is placed, it cannot be moved. Even if Wang Hao regrets it, it is already too late. However, Wang Hao will definitely copy cannons in the future. One missing one will not have much impact. At worst, all future cannons will be placed on the periphery. Now, almost all of his daily copy quotas are given to proficiency bonus cards. As for cannons and other things that are not too urgent, they are arranged at the back. Chapter 513 A Call from School. After placing the bunker, Wang Hao returned to the building. Looking at the empty building, Wang Hao regretted not buying some furniture when he returned to the city. Although he can now buy it in the exchange mall remotely, buying things there requires the consumption of exchange points. Although Wang Hao there are many exchange points, But he does not want to spend the exchange points on these things. Wang Hao is not willing to spend the exchange points on things that can be purchased with Huaxia coins. This is also the thinking of most other survivors. I can only wait until I return to the city next time to buy it, Wang Hao said to himself. With the wormhole device maker, it is very convenient for Wang Hao to return to Silver Light City. It can even be said that he can return whenever he wants. But now that he has come out, he is ready to level up well, build the city well, and return frequently. Silver Light City would obviously disrupt his rhythm. Fortunately, Wang Hao has also lived in a slum. Although there is no furniture in this building, the internal environment is much better than that in the slum. Therefore, Wang Hao is not unacceptable. After playing 3 games, Wang Hao took a rest. As for his puppets, except for a few who were guarding outside the building, the others were all deep in the forest earning exchange points for Wang Hao. Capitalists shed tears when they see Wang Hao's behavior. After all, capitalists pay their employees wages and let them sleep and eat. But these puppets of Wang Hao are working for Wang Hao almost day and night. Paying any remuneration is a model in the part-time job world. Early the next morning, Wang Hao got up and joined the puppets. Firstly to conquer more puppets, and secondly to hunt mutant beasts with his own hands. After he joined the puppets, he basically completed the final blow. After all, the puppets can only earn redemption points by killing mutant beasts, but cannot earn team points. Wang Hao is naturally dissatisfied with this. The higher the team level, the more team members it can accommodate, and the benefits are better. He naturally, I hope that the higher the level of my team, the better. Wang Hao spent the next 3 days in the new city. There were more and more buildings in his new city. He picked chickens and moved them every day. These gradually increased the number of buildings in his city, and the new city gradually became more complete. Some outlines. In addition, during these 3 days, Wang Hao, with the help of the puppets, earned a large number of exchange points and team points. The number of mutant beasts in the forest exceeded his knowledge. Wang Hao also made mutant birds fly across the entire forest, and he looked at the overall situation of the forest through the view-sharing function. Wang Hao was shocked to find that the area of the forest was larger than he expected. The area he was currently exploring did not even include this forest. Less than 1/10 of the forest. This surprised Wang Hao. In fact, more than 100 years after mankind entered the end of the world, there are quite a few such forests. After all, the vast majority of human survivors dare not leave the city at all. The wild environment has been indirectly protected, and various trees grow wildly, thus forming patches of woods and forests. The area of these woods and forests is usually quite large, and the forest where Wang Hao is located is one of them. Because there are enough mutant beasts, Wang Hao doesn't have to worry about running out of places to hunt mutant beasts. And his army of puppets is growing day by day. Because there are too many mutant beasts here, Wang Hao's vision is naturally high. He simply doesn't like mutant beasts below level 4. The mutant beasts he has conquered these days are all above level 4. There are many 5th level mutant beasts, and there are even 6th level mutant beasts. The number and strength of the puppets are increasing day by day. This is why Wang Hao dares to hunt mutant beasts here. With the help and protection of these puppets, Wang Hao does not have to worry about his own safety. The hunting efficiency is naturally not low. In addition, Wang Hao is also blessed with the title of the strongest team, which allows him to earn a considerable amount of team points in these 3 days. In fact, the team points earned by one person are almost the same as those of everyone else combined. Of course, while hunting mutant beasts, Wang Hao did not forget to supervise the training of the team members. He would occasionally call the team members to communicate with them. Naturally, the training was also discussed on the phone. One was to understand the team members. Secondly, the specific training situation is also to confuse the outside world, so that outsiders do not know what method Wang Hao uses to train his players. Wang Hao knows very well that there are many forces staring at the Qin Feng team now, and they still have to do what they need to do. The phone guidance is just a cover. What really works is the proficiency bonus card. Nowadays, one bonus card can last for 10 days. Wang Hao does not need to replace them with new cards every day. After all, there are many team members. Therefore, Wang Hao's copy share these days is still given to proficiency bonus cards. With the blessing of critical strikes, he has now accumulated a lot of proficiency bonus cards, which can continue to be used by the team members for training. Wang Hao had not originally planned to return to Silver Light City so soon. After all, he did not have to worry about the training of the team members. As for the recruitment of new team members, Zhuang Shuer and the others were in charge. He himself could stay in the forest to hunt for mutations. Beasts are building new cities at the same time. But a phone call changed his plan. This phone call did not come from anyone in the Qifeng team, but from a university. If it weren't for this phone call, Wang Hao would have almost forgotten that he was still a student. A student at University A. On the phone, the class teacher, whom Wang Hao had only met once before, asked Wang Hao to go back soon, saying that there were activities at the school recently. A university and other major schools in Yingguang City have resumed teaching. However, Wang Hao has been asking for leave. Except for the first few days of school. He has never been to school. Wang Hao himself doesn't care about this. For many people, a well-known university like a university is a step for them to learn skills and find a good future after graduation. They are naturally very interested in learning. Even if they are Luo, the three people in Sun usually take time to go to school. They don't necessarily value graduating from University A as a stepping stone. What they value is that they can learn a lot in school. But Wang Hao is different. Wang Hao doesn't need a university as a stepping stone now. He has his own ideas and plans. At the same time, he doesn't need to learn anything from a university. There are auxiliary functions that are more useful than theoretical knowledge. Instead of wasting time in school, it would be more cost-effective to earn more redemption points and redeem more auxiliary functions. Therefore, after a university resumed normal teaching, Wang Hao has been asking for leave and has never attended class until now. Originally, the class teacher called and he planned to go back. But the class teacher said that there were redemption points and other rewards for this event. Wang Hao thought about it for a while and decided to go back. Chapter 514 Inside Story. Returning to a university. Wang Hao felt like he was in another world. When he first entered a university, Wang Hao also yearned for a university. He also wanted to learn knowledge and improve his abilities here, and find a good job after graduation. After graduating from a university, he entered the army and started at a higher level than others. But now, Wang Hao has long since given up these thoughts. And he no longer needs the help of a university background. Captain, are you back too? When Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, Luo Sun and 3 other people were there. The 3 of them were quite surprised by Wang Hao's appearance. Yes. Wang Hao nodded with a smile and said, the class teacher called me. I'm afraid if I don't come back, I will be expelled from University A. Captain, do you still care about this? Feng Gaoyuan said. Wang Hao is different from the 3 of them. The 3 of them are convinced of Wang Hao's skills and abilities. In their eyes, although University A is good, it can't teach Wang Hao much. Moreover, Wang Hao now has a team to manage. There is indeed no need to waste time in school. The 3 of them had a lot to learn. So naturally they couldn't skip classes at will. You care. Why don't you care? Wang Hao said, I don't want to be expelled. The school will definitely not expel you. Yu Jianzhong said, not to mention Captain. When you entered the school, you were the record-breaking top scorer in the college entrance examination. Now that you are the captain of the Qifeng team, they will not fire you casually, and will even use you as an example to promote. Yu Jianzhong's words are not flattery, but the truth. It is impossible for a university to expel Wang Hao, even if Wang Hao keeps asking for leave. The school will not punish Wang Hao because Wang Hao is not an ordinary student. Not to mention being the record-breaking #1 pick in the college entrance examination. He is still the strongest team in the country. Captain, this is also a very beneficial positive publicity for a university. Although University A is the best university in Yingguang City, looking at the country, their ranking is actually not high. Naturally, University A also hopes to get some positive news to help them promote the school. And Wang Hao obviously agrees with this request. Therefore, even if Wang Hao keeps asking for leave, University A will never expel Wang Hao. And they will even worry about Wang Hao dropping out of school early. Let's not talk about it. Wang Hao smiled and said, do you know what this event is? I probably know a little bit about it. Rosen said, actually, it is a competition between colleges and universities. This kind of event happens every year. There have always been competitions between the major universities in Yingguang City. And the winner is usually a university. If it is like previous years, I guess the class teacher will not call you specifically to call you back. Our university faces other universities in the city. The advantages of colleges and universities are still very obvious. Wang Hao nodded. University A is the best university in Yingguang City. This is not as simple as saying. Both the faculty and the quality of students are much higher than other universities in the city. In colleges and universities, this kind of competition between colleges and universities Basically, a university wins. So, this year's situation is a bit special? Wang Hao heard the hidden meaning in Luo Sun's words. Yes. Yu Jianzhong continued, due to the previous turmoil. Many survivors from other cities gathered inside and outside Silver Light City. It is said that the number of survivors outside the city currently exceeds 10 million. And this number is still increasing. So among the many survivors, many are students and teachers from universities in other cities. After learning about our competition in Silver Light City, they strongly requested to join in and even increase their prizes. What are they mixed in with? Wang Hao frowned slightly. This kind of event is held every year. And the participants are all major universities in Silver Light City. It has nothing to do with universities in other cities. Logically speaking, teachers and students from other cities will not participate in this event. Now there must be a reason for their strong request to participate. They want to seek more resources and support. Feng Gaoyuan said, of course. They also have the idea of slapping our Silver Light City in the face. Because of the decision of our city lord. Survivors from other cities have not been able to stay overnight in the city. This made them feel discriminated against. And they must be dissatisfied. Conflicts between our Silver City residents and refugees from other cities often broke out in the city before. Later, after they were severely suppressed by the authorities, the conflicts decreased. But those who fled their grievances are even greater. Now that they know that there is such an event, they naturally want to take this opportunity to slap us people in Silver Light City in the face. If they win, they may take this opportunity to ask the city lord to give them. It is not impossible to receive fairer treatment and even request to live in the city. After hearing this, Wang Hao's brows did not relax, but instead furrowed deeper. Feng Gaoyuan's guess should be correct. Otherwise, the refugees would not strongly request to participate in this event. They have resentment against Silver Light City. And this resentment is not just directed at the city lord Wu Haomiao. Perhaps, when they first started, they were just dissatisfied with Wu Haomiao. But with more and more conflicts, the residents of Yingguang City showed their superiority in front of them intentionally or unintentionally, which made them also resentful of the ordinary residents of Yingguang City. And various people in Yingguang City. This competition between major universities is a perfect opportunity for them to slap in the face and vent. After all, in this apocalyptic context, those who can be admitted to university can be said to be the proud ones. Even ordinary universities. It is not something that ordinary survivors can pass. Most survivors have never even gone to high school, let alone college. In Wang Hao's Qingfeng team, those survivors from the slums have basically never gone to college. Didn't even go to high school. Therefore, it can be said that college students are the best group of people. If they can win against these best people, especially students from universities, like a university, they can be proud, or even slap Yingguang in the face. It is very possible for the original residents and upper-class people of the city to take this opportunity to demand more rights and benefits. After all, in the context of the end of the world, strength is king. I heard that the city lord also knew about this. He wanted to prevent universities from other cities from participating, but was blocked by the senior officials of other cities. In the end, he had to accept the fact that other universities also participated in this event. Yu Jianzhong said, the city lord has given orders to the major universities in the city. In this competition, Yingguang City must win. It doesn't matter which school wins, but the winner must be a team from Yingguang City. Our university is the best university in Yingguang City. Naturally, the city lord has high hopes, and the school leaders should have received the city lord's instructions. So the school leaders also attach great importance to this competition, said Luo Sun. Chapter 515 Rejection. The explanations given by Yu Jianzhong and the three of them made Wang Hao understand why he received a call from his class teacher and strongly requested him to come back. Today's Wang Hao is not an unknown person. Not only did he enter University A with super high scores, he also shined in the team competition. Although he is only a freshman now, the school leaders of University A have high hopes for him. Therefore, Wang Hao was allowed to return to school. At this time, Wang Hao received a call from his class teacher again. After learning that Wang Hao had returned to school, his class teacher asked him to go to the office. We should have a showdown with you, Yu Jianzhong said with a smile. Our class teacher still values you very much. Nonsense. The captain is the strongest person in our class. Not to mention the class teacher. All the leaders in the school don't pay attention to the captain? Feng Gaoyuan said. Don't put your hat on me. It's not a good thing to have high expectations at this time. Wang Hao said with a smile, if you don't perform well, let alone the class teacher and school leaders. Even the city lord will not do it. Will let me go. Wang Hao is the one who left his name with Wu Haomiao. And Wu Haomiao attaches great importance to this event. If Wang Hao does not perform well, Wu Haomiao will reprimand or even punish him. Worthy of weird stuff. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Luosan smiled and said, however, Captain, since the school leaders value you so much, I think you can take the opportunity to give more benefits. I believe they will not refuse. Wang Hao thought. After thinking for a while, he said, that's true. Since you want me to contribute, you can't do it without giving me some benefits. You know, Wang Hao now earns quite a lot of exchange points and team points in that forest every day. More. Being called back now will definitely delay him from earning redemption points and team points. It would be a shame for him not to ask for some benefits from the school or even Wu Haomiao. Later, Wang Hao went to the class teacher's office. This is Wang Hao's first time going to the class teacher's office. In fact, this is only his second time meeting the class teacher. The class teacher in college is different from the class teacher in high school. The class teacher in high school appears in front of the students almost every day. It can be said that high school students spend more time with their class teacher than with their parents. But the class guides in the university are different. Most of the time, they will not show up. They will only show up when there is something or an activity that they need to convey or lead. Because, even if Wang Hao stayed in University A, he would not meet his class teacher a few times. What's more, he was not in University A during this period. So he would meet his class teacher even less frequently. Teacher Lu. Is this Wang Hao of your class? The first in the team competition. The young man is very good. I heard that the level of the Qifeng team has been upgraded to level 6. And it is still the only level 6 in our Silver Light City. Class level team. Classmate Wang Hao is very capable. As soon as Wang Hao entered the office, other teachers in the office started talking. And the target of the discussion was Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao rarely appears in the school, his popularity in the school is not low. Not to mention his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination with super high scores. Recently, in the team competition, Wang Hao and the Qifeng team were even more impressive. Wang Hao's reputation has naturally spread in the school. Naturally, these teachers have heard of Wang Hao. But this is the first time to see Wang Hao. Listening to the discussions around him, the smile on Zhao Feng's face became brighter and brighter. As Wang Hao's teacher, he was proud of himself. He had been envied and praised by his colleagues recently. Although in fact, he himself had never taught Wang Hao. How? He has never met Wang Hao except on the first day of school. But this does not prevent him from benefiting from it. Who makes him Wang Hao's class teacher? If Wang Hao has achievements, he will definitely be able to take advantage of it. This is also the envy of other colleagues. Wang Hao, do you know why I asked you to come back this time? Zhao Feng gathered his thoughts and looked at Wang Hao. I've heard something about it. Wang Hao said. It seems to be related to the competition between colleges and universities. Yes, Zhao Feng said. This year's competition is different from previous years. We have competitions between universities in Silver City every year. If it is the same as in previous years, we will definitely win, and we don't need you to come back. But there are some changes this year. Students who have fled to our other colleges and universities in Silver City will also participate in this competition this year. The students from those schools are not us. Students from other colleges and universities in Yingguang City can compare. And even many colleges and universities are stronger than our university. Therefore, both school leaders and official leaders attach great importance to this competition. In this competition, our Yingguang City we can only win, not lose. And our University A is the best university in the city. So it naturally has to shoulder its due responsibilities. What Zhao Feng said was similar to what Yu Jianzhong and the others had guessed. But Wang Hao didn't think too much about it. What a surprise and surprise. Seeing that Wang Hao's expression did not change, and he did not express his position, Zhao Feng was a little confused and a little embarrassed. The reason for confusion is that this matter is not a trivial matter after all. Wang Hao's expression did not change after hearing this, which is really strange. However, thinking that Wang Hao might have heard the news before coming, Zhao Feng could understand that Wang Hao was not surprised. And the rest is awkward. Yes, it's embarrassing. Zhao Feng and Wang Hao said this because they hoped that Wang Hao would take a positive stance and contribute to the school and Silver Light City. As a result, Wang Hao acted very calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. This made Zhao Feng felt like he was in a trance. Wang Hao, Don't you have anything to say? Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask. What does the teacher want me to say? Wang Hao said lightly. Zhao Feng was a little surprised. And then said, the leaders value you very much and hope that you can participate in the competition and achieve good results in the competition. Can I refuse? Wang Hao said lightly. Wang Hao said this. Firstly, he was waiting for a price and wanted more benefits. Secondly, he was indeed not interested in the competition. This was a matter between the big shots, and he did not want to get involved. Moreover, Wang Hao was from outside. However, Wang Hao actually didn't have much sense of belonging to a university and Silver City. Especially after Wu Haomiao and others wanted to seize control of the Qin Feng team. Wang Hao had no good impression of the people in Silver City. Therefore, Wang Hao really has no interest in this competition. With this time, he might as well kill more mutant beasts and earn more exchange points and team points. Reject? Wang Hao's words shocked Zhao Feng again. Obviously, Wang Hao's answer was beyond his expectation. Chapter 516 Rhetoric. No, Zhao Feng said quickly after reacting. Perhaps because he felt that he spoke too harshly. Zhao Feng continued, Wang Hao. This is a matter for the entire A University. And even for the entire Silver Light City. As a member of a university, how can you back down at this time? Teacher, I'm just an ordinary college student. And I'm only a freshman. University A is the best university in the entire Silver Light City. There are many people in the school who are better than me. Especially those who are juniors and seniors. The seniors and seniors are stronger and more experienced than me. With them participating, this competition will be absolutely foolproof. I, a little shrimp, will not join in the fun. Wang Hao replied. Ordinary college students? Are there many better than you? Stop joking. Okay? Zhao Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart when he heard Wang Hao's words. It is true that Wang Hao is a freshman. But he is not ordinary. Whether it is his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination when he entered school or his status as the captain of the Qin Feng team. Neither of them is ordinary. It is true that University A is the best university in Silver City. But there are no students in the school who are more outstanding than Wang Hao. After all, University A is only the best university in Yingguang City. Not the best university in the whole of China. In fact, in the whole of China, University A can only be ranked in the middle and upper grades. It is impossible for the top scorer in the college entrance examination to choose University A. As for the identity of the team leader, during this period, some students in University A have formed teams. After all, the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall are encouraging the formation of teams. It is normal for students to form teams. And the school also encourages this. Therefore, there are many team captains in a university. But can those team captains compare with Wang Hao? The team captain? It's 1,000 miles away. Okay. One is a team that is already famous all over the country. And the other is a small transparent team that has just been established. The gap between teams is quite large. And the gap between captains is naturally huge. Therefore, Wang Hao is definitely not ordinary in the entire A university. This is why Wang Hao keeps asking for leave. But the school does not make it difficult for him at all. Otherwise, if it were someone else who dared to keep asking for leave like this, the school would have talked to him long ago. And even he persuaded him to drop out of school. As for strength, Wang Hao's strength is not bad at all. Okay. His performance in the team competition is proof. Wang Hao did not win the team competition by relying on his support. On the contrary, it was precisely because of his outstanding performance that his team achieved first place in the team competition. Wang Hao's strength is to look at the whole country. And that is absolutely he is in the top ranks. Not to mention the big A. But in the whole of China, there are not many people who are stronger than Wang Hao. But there are definitely not many. Therefore, Wang Hao's strength is definitely one of the best in the entire A university. Not to mention those students. Even the school's elite teachers may not be stronger than Wang Hao. As for experience, that depends on which aspect. In terms of theory and training experience, Wang Hao is probably not as good as those seniors in the school. After all, Wang Hao is only a freshman and has been away from the school during this period. Naturally, he has not learned much about theory and training. Experience of. But if we talk about actual combat experience, Wang Hao is not bad at all. You know, the Qin Feng team is the only 6th level team in Silver Light City now. If the team wants to upgrade, it can only rely on hunting mutant beasts and zombies. The Qin Feng team's level can be improved so quickly. which means that the people in their team have killed a lot of mutant beasts and zombies. As the captain, Wang Hao is also the most powerful person in the team. He definitely killed a lot of zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, Wang Hao's practical experience is definitely not bad. And he is definitely much better than other students in the school. And even much better than the teachers. After all, the other teachers and students in a university have basically never done it before. The city has very little experience in fighting zombies and mutant beasts. In this regard, they cannot compare with Wang Hao. Therefore, Wang Hao's remarks are obviously being modest or looking for excuses to refuse. Ahem. Zhao Feng coughed twice and said, Wang Hao, you are too humble. There are not many people who are better than you in the school. The school leaders have named you to participate. So don't refuse. But I am very busy. Wang Hao said, Teacher, you also know that I have a team. And nearly 100 people in the team need to be supported by me. I don't dare to slack off at all. Many of them are ordinary people from the slums. If not, they can't grow much with my help. I also want to contribute to the school and our Silver Light City. But I really can't spare it. I hope the teacher can understand. Wang Hao's words gave Zhao Feng a headache. Wang Hao is a team. Of course he knows it. And he even knows that most of the people in Wang Hao's team are indeed from the slums. Many people know this. And the outside world is also talking about it. They don't understand why. Wang Hao will recruit people from the slums. With his current reputation and the reputation of the team. Even if he recruits people from the rich areas, he will definitely be crowded with those who want to sign up. Wang Hao can definitely choose better people to join the team. But he just chooses from the rich areas. The slums are recruiting people. Which puzzles everyone outside. Precisely because he knew this. Zhao Feng did not doubt Wang Hao's words. After all, those survivors from the slums were very low in strength and talent. Wang Hao recruited them into the team. For the sake of the future of the team, he must find ways to improve their strength. No! Let them hold them back. Therefore, in this matter, Wang Hao needs to pay a lot and support those team members. Especially before they grow up. Wang Hao's strong support is needed. Otherwise, they will earn money in exchange for it's really difficult to grow up with some skills. Therefore, Wang Hao's remarks cannot be said to be perfunctory. Although Zhao Feng also knows that Wang Hao said this because he did not want to participate in the competition. Otherwise, the competition will not last too long. It is completely for Wang Hao to take some time. No problem. Wang Hao. Zhao Feng thought for a moment, and then said, Teacher knows that you are busy. You see, I don't require you to come to school during normal classes. But this time, the situation is different. This time, it is not just about our school. It's still our Yingguang City matter. And may even affect the pattern of Yingguang City. Therefore, the teacher hopes that you can spare some time to participate in the competition. Of course, the teacher knows that you have many things to do. And participating in the competition will inevitably be delayed. The teacher will ask the leader for instructions and get some subsidies for you. I believe the leader will understand and agree. Zhao Feng is not the first year to be a class teacher. He has relatively rich experience and is not a college student who has just left school. Therefore, we can see some of Wang Hao's little thoughts. Chapter 517 Masters are treated differently. Although Wang Hao refused to come back to participate in the competition, and the reason was very good, his attitude was not firm. If he had been firm, Wang Hao would not be standing here now, would not appear in front of him, and refuse directly on the phone. There is no need to come back specially. I believe that Wang Hao has heard some rumors before coming to see him. It is impossible not to know why he is looking for him. Therefore, Wang Hao can appear here at this time. Explain that this matter is negotiable. And the reason why he refused just now is because some conditions did not meet his requirements. Zhao Feng is not naive. So he can naturally guess Wang Hao's thoughts. With Wang Hao's current status, there is absolutely no need to come to this competition. As Wang Hao said, he has a lot to do now. And participating in the competition will definitely waste some time. This is a fact. Therefore, Wang Hao wants to ask for Zhao Feng can understand some of the benefits. And he also believes that the school leaders will definitely agree. Experts need to be treated differently. Wang Hao is obviously a master. I believe that after the first team competition, no one will doubt Wang Hao's strength anymore. Nowadays, the leaders of a university are also facing a lot of pressure. Wu Haomyo has given them death orders. This time they must win the competition. Otherwise, the leaders of University A will be punished. There are many masters in University A, but there are not many master students who can reassure the leaders and unanimously recognize them. Wang Hao is absolutely be one of them. Therefore, if Wang Hao makes some demands, as long as they are not excessive, the school leaders will definitely agree. Teacher, isn't this bad? I really have something to do. And I didn't ask for subsidies or benefits on purpose. Wang Hao said. Teacher knows. Zhao Feng did not expose it. He said, however, for a master like you, the school should give some rewards or subsidies. Moreover, there is a lottery in this competition. If you can win the competition, the harvest is no worse than hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Zhao Feng naturally would not believe what Wang Hao said. But there was no need to expose it. After all, he and the school leaders still needed Wang Hao to participate in the competition. As for the subsidy, he just report it. And he doesn't need to pay anyway. That's it. Wang Hao thought about it and said, let's wait until the teachers and leaders communicate with each other before talking. I just want to see if the things in the team can be arranged in advance so that I can spare time. He said just now it's not about subsidies. But now it's stated that you need to communicate with your leaders first before making a decision. It's really like not letting the hawk see the rabbit. Zhao Feng complained in his heart. But his face remained calm as he said, okay. I will notify you as soon as there is news. Okay. Teacher, I'll leave first. Wang Hao said. After Wang Hao left, Zhao Feng leaned on the chair and rubbed his temples. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have such a student under him. The good side is naturally that Wang Hao is outstanding. And he also takes advantage of it. The bad side is that it is impossible to treat such students as ordinary students. And they need to work hard and use their brains. This Wang Hao is really interesting. Ha ha ha. Yeah. It's obviously an appearance fee. But with his status, he is indeed qualified to negotiate conditions with the school. Teacher Zhao, I have a headache. Right? After Wang Hao left, other teachers in the office started talking again. And many people even made fun of Zhao Feng. The conversation between Wang Hao and Zhao Feng just now was heard by everyone else in the office. They are not naive or childish people. Zhao Feng can see Wang Hao's thoughts. So naturally they can too. However, most of them don't think there is anything wrong with Wang Hao's actions. After all, even in society, if you want to ask experts for help, you have to pay a price. Although Wang Hao is still a student of a university, obviously he is not an ordinary student. So naturally he should not be viewed with the same eyes as an ordinary student. It is also appropriate to give him some benefits and compensation, as long as it is not excessive. Otherwise, if no benefits are given this time, even if Wang Hao is forced to participate in the competition, if there is something in the school that requires Wang Hao's intervention in the future, Wang Hao will definitely not come again, and the relationship between the two parties may even be severed. Now give some of its benefits can maintain the relationship between the two parties. If the school needs Wang Hao's help in the future, Wang Hao will not refuse it even if he wants to. Masters need to be respected and valued no matter where they are. You would also have a headache. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at everyone and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I still have to report this matter to the leaders. I don't know if this matter can be achieved in the end. I seeing that Wang Hao is not a greedy person. And besides, the leaders are as anxious as ants on a hot pot. There must be no problem with this matter, said one of the teachers. I hope that's the case, Zhao Feng said. After saying that, Zhao Feng left the office and went to discuss the matter with the leaders. Wang Hao was walking back to the dormitory at this time. Many students took the initiative to say H. Lo to him along the way. Others who didn't say H. Lo also looked at him a few more times. He is now a veritable celebrity in a university. He had never said H. Lo before. He didn't have this experience when he went back to school. But now that he's back, he has a good taste of what it's like to be a star. This gave Wang Hao a novel feeling. After the team competition, he has not appeared in public places. He has been to the rich area many times, but it is rare that everyone pays attention to him. The reason is because of the team competition. The system blurs the faces of all participants. Therefore, in reality, few people know that he is the captain of the Qifeng team who stole the show in the team competition. But it's different in a university. After Wang Hao became famous, the school leaders did not hesitate to promote him. After all, Wang Hao is now famous all over the country and is one of the most well-known and powerful young people in China. This is also the glory of a university. Therefore, the school leaders naturally do not want they will miss the opportunity to promote Wang Hao. Of course, the reason why they promote Wang Hao is more to promote the school itself. However, this approach did make Wang Hao famous in a university. His photos are even in the school posted in many places inside. Wang Hao is now the face of a university. Because of this, most students in University A know Wang Hao. Some of these students are envious, some admire, and some are jealous of Wang Hao. However, no matter what kind of mood they are, they all know Wang Hao, knowing that there is such a prominent figure in the school. But they have never seen Wang Hao before, and today is the first time they see him. Naturally, they will take a few more curious glances, and some people even take the initiative to say hello and show their goodwill. Chapter 518 Fierce Competition. What did the class teacher say? As soon as Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, Yu Jianzhong and 3 others couldn't wait to gather around him. He said he would report it to the leadership. Wang Hao shrugged. Yes. Yu Jianzhong nodded and said, he is just the head teacher. He has no decision-making power on this matter. The school still did not do enough in this matter, and did not pay enough attention to the captain. Luosun said, if the school leaders, the matter of paying enough attention to the captain and giving benefits should have been decided long ago, instead of waiting until now for the class teacher to make suggestions. The school must think that the captain is a student, and it is easy to handle. Feng Gaoyuan said. Yu Jianzhong and Luosun nodded in agreement. Students are naturally at a disadvantage facing the school. What's more, University A is a well-known university, and the leaders of the school naturally think highly of themselves. In their eyes, Wang Hao may be just an ordinary student. They feel that it is important for students to contribute to the school. It was a matter of course that Wang Hao had no reason to refuse, so they never thought about what they had to pay. However, Wang Hao is not an ordinary student, and the school has nothing to do with Wang Hao. On the contrary, the school needs people like Wang Hao to bring glory to the school and be the face of the school. Therefore, the thinking of school leaders is relatively fixed on this matter. Wang Hao smiled and said, how much do you know about this competition between colleges and universities? How will it be carried out specifically? Wang Hao believed that after Xiao Feng responded, the school leaders would not refuse, no matter what they thought in their hearts. He will definitely agree at this time. So it is basically certain that Wang Hao will participate. Now that he has basically decided to participate, Wang Hao naturally wants to know something in advance before the competition. We have learned a little bit about the competition. Rosen said, it's actually not complicated. There are 2 modes. One is that each major university forms 3 teams with 4 people in each team. And then, there is a melee between the schools. The one with the best final score wins. The second mode is similar to a camp battle. 50 people from each major university are selected to compete by drawing lots until the winner is determined. This is the previous competition mode. This year, universities from other cities will join in, and the rules may change. Yu Jianzhong said, however, there are only a few ways in which the virtual battlefield can be used for combat. Even if there are changes, I believe there will be no changes. Too big. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Virtual battlefield has been around for more than 100 years, and survivors have already studied it thoroughly. The current modes are nothing more than single row, double row, and 4 rows, plus 50 versus 50 camp battles. There are basically no others. So even if there are changes to this year's rules, I believe the changes will not be too big. Are you going to participate? Wang Hao asked. We would like to participate. Rosen said, however, we are different from you. Captain, you are begged by the school to participate. If we want to participate, we must pass the selection. Those who want to participate in this competition must not, especially this year. There are universities from other cities participating. School leaders and officials attach great importance to it. Many people want to make a splash in this competition and lay the foundation for future development. Yes, I heard that many seniors in our junior and senior years have already signed up. There are more people signing up this year than in previous years. It will not be easy for us to pass the selection, Yu Jianzhong said with some worry. Not everyone doesn't care about this competition like Wang Hao. In fact, except for Wang Hao, almost everyone else attaches great importance to this competition. Wang Hao already has his own team, and the development of his team does not rely on others. In addition, he now has the intention of leaving Silver Light City to develop alone. Therefore, whether he participates in this competition or not, he doesn't care about good grades. But others are different. Others still want to stay in Silver Light City for development after graduation. However, both the school and the officials attach great importance to this competition. If they can stand out in this competition, even if it is a blockbuster, It will be quite beneficial to their development after graduation. Even the captains who have already formed a team also value this competition. And it can even be said that they value it more than other students. Because the development of the team depends on the official. Even if they are not affiliated with the official. If the official can provide them with some conveniences and favorable conditions, it will be quite beneficial to the development of their team. Therefore, this competition has received more attention from students than in previous years. And the number of applicants is naturally higher than in previous years. This is not only the case in University A, but also in other universities. Although the three Rosens are not weak, they are only freshmen after all. They are not as capable of cheating as Wang Hao. Compared with the juniors and seniors, they still have obvious disadvantages, both in terms of strength and experience. They are somewhat inferior. At this time, Wang Hao regretted not using the proficiency bonus card on the three Rosens before, so that they could not gain additional experience. If they also used the cards, then even if they faced the juniors, they would not be able to gain additional experience. Seniors, they are also very confident that they can stand out. However, it is obviously too late to regret now. The proficiency bonus card is good, but it does not allow the user to gain a lot of experience and abilities in an instant. This also requires an accumulation process. And in terms of time, obviously Rosen and the other two are no longer allowed to train. Do you want me to talk to you? Wang Hao said. Wang Hao thought to himself that he still had this reputation, especially now that the school leaders were begging him to participate in the competition. He should have no problem recommending a few people. No need. We want to try on our own. Yu Jianzhong shook his head. Yes, Luo Sun said. We can't rely on you, Captain, for everything. Moreover, it would be unfair to other students if we enter through the back door. Actually, we are not very weak. Even if we cannot represent the 3 teams and 4 platoons, the team competes. And there is still a lot of hope in participating in the 50 versus 50 competition, Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. Contrary to Wang Hao's expectation, the 3 of them, Rosen and Luo Sun, rejected his suggestion almost simultaneously without any hesitation. It seemed that before he came back, the 3 of them had already discussed this matter and had already made a decision. So, when I made this suggestion at this time, the 3 people immediately rejected it. Chapter 519 Popular. Although the 3 Luo Sun are not as strong as Wang Hao, they also have their pride. They can fail this election, but they can't go through the back door. That's unacceptable to them. Moreover, they actually want to give it a try to see where their strength ranks in University A. If they can pass the assessment, that would be the best. If they cannot pass, although the 3 of them will regret it, they can accept it. Okay. Wang Hao didn't force it and said with a smile, I believe you can do it. Wang Hao still respected the 3 people's decisions. Since the 3 of them didn't want to interfere, let them fight for it on their own. Anyway, this is not a great competition. Even if you fail to pass this election, there is actually not much loss. By the way, have Zhuang Shuer and the others come back? Wang Hao asked. They should all be back. Yu Jianzhong said. The 3 of them are also students of our university. This time the school leaders attach great importance to it, and almost all the students have been called back. Students of a university are usually relatively free. In addition, not long after the turmoil broke out, many survivors were hunting mutant beasts and zombies. This was not only to earn exchange points, but also to protect the safety of Silver Light City. Therefore, a university did not prevent students from hunting mutants, beasts and zombies. However, after this event came out, almost all students were notified to return to school. Wang Hao was notified, and naturally the 3 of Zhuang Shuer were also informed. Wang Hao nodded. Maybe he would still be on the same team as his team members. In fact, there is another reason why Wang Hao came back this time. He wanted to inspect the students of University A. Although he can recruit team members from the slums, the survivors in the slums have poor foundations and poor talents. The proficiency bonus card is good, but it is not omnipotent. It can only help the user accelerate the accumulation of experience and thereby improve ability. But its specific effects vary from person to person. For example, if a person with poor talent can only improve his ability by 1% after a month of training, while another person with high talent can improve his ability by 20% or even 30% after a month of training, then even if the former person, even if you use a proficiency bonus card, it may not improve as fast as the latter. Talent is important. The reason why Wang Hao only recruited people from the slums before was because the team was not well known at that time, and he was just an ordinary person with little fame. It was difficult to recruit highly talented people. Secondly, highly talented people were usually even if they are arrogant. Wang Hao may not be able to conquer them even if they are recruited into the team. But things are different now. Nowadays, the reputation of the Qingfeng team has been established. The strength may not be the strongest in the country, but the reputation must be the largest in the country. Therefore, the name of the Qingfeng team has a certain appeal. Secondly, Wang Hao himself has also proved himself through his performance in the team competition. His current strength and reputation can completely convince those masters. Therefore, Wang Hao is also considering recruiting some people with higher talent and strength to join the team. And a university is the best place to recruit people. A university is the best university in Yingguang City. Those who can get admitted are the best students in Yingguang City. There is no need to doubt their talent. The only thing missing is the accumulation of experience. And Wang Hao can do this. Helpful. Secondly, Wang Hao's status as a university student also helps him recruit people from University A. Therefore, when he comes back this time, Wang Hao is ready to see if there is a chance to recruit some students from University A into the team. Of course, if he fails to meet a suitable target, Wang Hao will not force it. Wang Hao did not contact Zhuang Chuer and others. They should have something to do now. Wang Hao, who had nothing to do for the time being, asked Yu Jianzhong and the other three about the recruitment of new team members. Very good, Luo Sun said with excitement. The reputation of our team has been completely established. Many people know about our team. When they heard that our team is recruiting new people, they all want to join. Yes, Captain. You didn't see that scene. It was really a huge crowd of people surrounding us tightly, Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. Although we were recruiting people from the slums, many residents from the rich and poor areas heard the news and rushed to the slums to sign up to join the team. They also asked us why we didn't recruit people from the rich and poor areas. In addition, there are many survivors from other cities who want to join our team. At that time, not to mention that we only recruited 80 people. Even if we recruited 800 or 8,000 people, we could recruit all three in one day. They were all quite excited. As old team members, they had taken on the task of recruiting new people. The last time they went to recruit people, others ignored them. Especially when they went to the civilian areas to recruit people, which took a long time. We didn't recruit many people. So we finally went to the slums to recruit people. But this time it was obviously different. They received great welcome. There were countless people who wanted to join the Qingfeng team. Even those residents in wealthy areas and civilian areas also wanted to join. Before and after the changes are simply not too big. Naturally, Yu Jianzhong and the other two knew that all this was because their team had proven their strength. In the team competition, their Qingfeng team stole the show, and they were still the only 6-6 team in Silver Light City. A super team. Who doesn't want to join? In this apocalyptic setting, who doesn't want to find strong teammates? The stronger your teammates are, the safer your life will be, and you will be able to earn more redemption points and achieve better development. It can be said that any strong team is very popular, and their Qingfeng team is top-notch even among all the strong teams, at least in terms of reputation, and not bad in terms of strength. Therefore, now it is extremely popular, which can be said to be expected. Wang Hao was not surprised by this. It would be surprising if the current Qingfeng team were to receive a cold reception when recruiting people. It was expected that they would be welcomed. How many people have been recruited? Wang Hao asked. It's already full, Yu Jianzhong said. But they haven't passed the assessment yet. Same as before. We are recruiting people from the slums, Rosen said. Wang Hao nodded and did not deny the choices of several people. After all, this was what he had explained before. He wanted to recruit people from University A. He only had the idea after receiving a call from the class teacher. He had not had time to talk to Luo Sun. Several people said that it was normal for them to make this choice. However, Wang Hao was not worried. First of all, the team's points are still increasing. He has not been playing in the forest these 3 days. With the help of the puppets, he has earned a lot of team points. Secondly, these people who have been recruited have not yet gone through the assessment. Once the assessment begins, someone will definitely be kicked out of the team. It is impossible for everyone to pass the assessment. Once someone leaves, there will be an empty position. Chapter 520 Shang Yunjin's Friend. As the strength of the team improves, more and more people will want to join the team, and Wang Hao will inevitably raise the threshold for assessment. Moreover, Wang Hao does not intend to let these recruited people participate in subsequent competitions. Therefore, There is no need to rush to improve their strength. As a result, the assessment time will inevitably be extended and the difficulty will increase. Raising the threshold in the early stage can also reduce some troubles in the later stage. After chatting with Luo Sun and the others for a while, Wang Hao left the school. The competition doesn't start today. Wang Hao still has time for activities. After leaving the school, Wang Hao went to the place where the team members trained. Although there is a proficiency bonus card, it is the same whether Wang Hao is present or not. But you still have to do what you should do. After arriving at the scene, Wang Hao gave some instructions. Although he did not say anything too profound. But at least someone else showed up. And some interested people will know the news soon. Wang Hao found that there were fewer interested people around the team members' training ground than on the first day. Obviously, many people had lost their ability to monitor and observe the new team members. They thought they had seen Wang Hao's training methods. There is absolutely no need to continue staring at it. Wang Hao smiled and didn't take this matter to heart. Whether they were watching or not, it would not affect the progress and content of his training at all. He would do whatever he wanted to do. Brother Wang, I heard you're back. Come and sit down? As soon as Wang Hao finished giving instructions, he received a call from Shan Yunjin. Wang Hao thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Okay. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao met Shan Yunjin again in the private room of Yuxian Pavilion. Brother Wang, come and sit down. As soon as he saw Wang Hao, Shan Yunjin became very enthusiastic and actively invited Wang Hao to sit down. Wang Hao nodded. As he walked towards his seat, he observed other people in the private room. Shan Yunjin was not the only one in the private room. In addition to Shan Yunjin, there were 4 young people. These people were not very old. Wang Hao guessed that they should all be in Shan Yunjin's circle. I just don't know why Shan Yunjin called me here. Come, let me introduce you. Shan Yunjin put a hand on Wang Hao's shoulder and said to the others with a smile, this is Wang Hao, the captain of the Qifeng team. Don't look at his age. But his strength is not inferior to yours. He is definitely a top-notch master now. I have heard about Captain Wang for a long time. Today I finally met him in person. Captain Wang's name is well known to us, and we have wanted it for a long time. We know each other. Young Master Shang has done something good today. Captain Wang, I heard that your team is recruiting people recently. What do you think of me? The other 4 said to Wang. Hao was quite enthusiastic, and did not look down on Wang Hao like Yufei did. They had indeed heard of Wang Hao's name. Not only had Shan Yunjin mentioned it in front of them, but their parents had also mentioned it. And even some of their other playmates had mentioned that they were interested in Wang Hao. It's not an exaggeration to say that Hao is like thunder. Mu Hong, with your little strength, you still want to join the Qifeng team? Shan Yunjin looked at the young man who said he wanted to join the Qifeng team and smiled. What's wrong with my strength? Although I'm not very powerful, I'm definitely better than those in the slums. Right? Mu Hong said unconvinced. Obviously, everyone knows that the Qifeng team recruits a large number of slum survivors. Sorry, the team members are already full, Wang Hao said to Mu Hong. What Wang Hao said is true. Of course, even if the recruitment is not full, Wang Hao will not recruit Mu Hong. It is not that he has any objections to Mu Hong, but that he does not want too many people with official or big family backgrounds in his team. The presence of Zhuang Shui, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan is a special situation. Wang Hao will not recruit people with such backgrounds into the team in the future. Wang Hao knows very well that not all second-generation people are as easy to talk to and as disciplined as Zhuang Shui and others. There are too many second-generation people in the team, which will do more harm than good to the team. Wang Hao does not want to lose control of the team. That's it. If there is a place in the future, remember to save one for me, Mu Hong said. Mu Hong didn't force it. In fact, he just said casually, how could people like them join the team and suffer hardship? When you join a team, you will most likely have to fight mutant beasts and zombies, which is life-threatening. They will not take risks. Even if they have some strength, they will never take risks. They are more willing to enjoy and have fun. Therefore, when Wang Hao said that the team was full, Mu Hong was not disappointed. Let alone insisted. Let Wang Hao find a place for him. Definitely, Wang Hao replied. Wang Hao naturally also saw that Mu Hong did not really want to join the team. Even if someone said it casually, Wang Hao would not take it seriously. Of course, even if Mu Hong really wanted to join the team, Wang Hao would not agree. Okay, everyone, sit down, Shan Yunjin said. Wang Hao, let me introduce you. These are my friends. Everyone has time today, so I called them together. You won't blame me. Right? Wang Hao shook his head. This game was organized by Shan Yunjin. It was his right to call out whoever he wanted. Wang Hao was not qualified to refute. Even if he was really dissatisfied, nothing could be changed. Could he just stand up and leave? That would offend not only Shan Yunjin, but also his friends. Although Wang Hao didn't want to have close friendship with these second-generation people, there was no need to offend them. That's good. Shan Yunjin smiled. Later, Shan Yunjin introduced Wang Hao one by one. As expected by Wang Hao, these friends of Shan Yunjin all have good backgrounds. Although they may not have much strength themselves, their backgrounds are not simple. They either come from big families or have rich families. Official background. In short, none of these 4 people is simple. If it were other people, they might feel awkward when meeting such a group of second-generation people. But Wang Hao obviously wouldn't. With his current strength and mentality, he could have a normal conversation with a few people. Shan Yunjin has been secretly observing Wang Hao. Seeing that Wang Hao is neither humble nor overbearing, he admires Wang Hao in his heart. Shan Yunjin has also come into contact with some people from the slums. When those people come into contact with people like them, they will be obviously nervous and even fawning. Even many survivors in civilian areas and wealthy areas will treat them like this. Flattery. However, Wang Hao did not do so. This mentality alone was incomparable to many people, which also made Shan Yunjin think highly of Wang Hao. Chapter 521. Are you sure? With Shan Yunjin in the middle, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. Everyone drank a lot, including Wang Hao. Captain Wang, how is your team's training going? Yuan Yun asked. Yuan Yun is also one of the guests invited by Shan Yunjin this time, and is a friend of Shan Yunjin. According to Shan Yunjin, Yuan Yun has an uncle who serves in the military, and his position is not low. Of course, it is impossible to enter Shan Yunjin's circle of friends if his position is too low. Not bad. Wang Hao smiled. Are you sure about the competition in more than 20 days? Yuan Yun asked. Of course. Wang Hao said with certainty. Young Master Yuan is also concerned about this matter. I heard my uncle mention it. Yuan Yun said. My uncle praised you very much. But for the competition, my uncle is not optimistic about this matter. Many people are not optimistic about it. Wang Hao said with a smile. Not minding it. If you lose, my uncle is willing to give you some help. Hey. Shan Yunjin couldn't listen anymore, and quickly stopped him. Yuan Lao Sand. You don't want to poach people in front of me? Don't you know that our Shang family has invited Mr. Wang to join? This is not fair to everyone. Captain Wang hasn't made a decision yet. Yuan, if you invite me, Captain Wang will have one more choice. Yuan Yun said with a smile. Yuan Yun's uncle was on duty in the army, and was supposed to be a subordinate of the city lord Wu Haomiao. He should not compete with Wu Haomiao for people. But this is not the case. It is true that Wu Haomiao is the city lord, but he rarely interferes in the affairs of the major legions. They are more like cooperation with each other. Of course, Wu Haomiao still has absolute decision-making power on key and important matters. Yes, but Wu Haomiao probably wouldn't care about this kind of robbing of talents. Moreover, Yuan Yun's uncle also saw that what Wu Haomiao values is the Qingfeng team itself. Although he also values Wang Hao, it is not necessary. In this way, he will have no pressure. If he can bring Wang Hao to having Hao under his command will be of great help to him. As for the monk's family robbing people, it doesn't matter. It is true that Yuan Yun and Monk Yunjin are friends. But in matters involving family interests, the friendship cannot be taken into account. You're not a good boy. I should have known better that I wouldn't have asked you to come, Shan Yunjin said with a smile. Shan Yunjin was obviously not angry. Of course he also knew that this kind of matter was not decided by Yuan Yun. It must be decided by those people in power in the Yuan family. Yuan Yun was just the executor. What's more, even if he was not invited today, since the Yuan family has decided to intervene, they will definitely invite Wang Hao behind the scenes. Yuan Yun smiled, and did not explain anything. Subsequently, several other people also extended invitations to Wang Hao. Obviously, they came today not just for drinking, but mainly for Wang Hao. This made Shan Yunjin shout that he had been deceived and acted as his own boss. As a result, several people came to poach him. Wang Hao did not accept or reject these invitations. He only said that he would wait until the results of the competition came out. Naturally, it would be difficult for others to force Wang Hao. By the way, I heard that people from other cities outside the city are causing trouble recently. Mu Hong said. I've also heard about this. It seems that you want to interfere in the competition between our universities in Silver Light City. Right? Yuan Yun said. He looked at Wang Hao and said, speaking of which, this matter also has something to do with Captain Wang. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that Captain Wang is still a student of University A. He should represent University A in the competition this time. Right. Mu Hong looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile, yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Although there has been no reply from the class teacher, I guess there will be no surprises and he will eventually participate in the competition. Don't be merciful then and teach them a lesson. Yuan Yun said, a group of ungrateful guys. We in Silver Light City kindly took them in and provided them with supplies. The city lord also promised to send troops to help them regain control of their city. Quan, it can be said that we have been good enough to them. But these guys are not only ungrateful, but also want to mess up our Yingguang city. They are really ungrateful. Yes, since they came, Yingguang, there is a lot of chaos in the city, and almost all incidents are caused by them. Now they actually want to use the opportunity of the college competition to cause trouble, which is simply disgusting. Another person said. Several other people were also quite dissatisfied with this. Wang Hao could see that several of them, including Shang Yunjin, were dissatisfied with the refugees outside the city, and their attitudes almost reflected the attitude of their elders. In addition, Wang Hao the attitude of ordinary residents in the city that I knew before. Now the entire Yingguang city seems to be dissatisfied with the refugees outside the city. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is obviously not a good thing. Now that the rebels are getting stronger, the threat from mutant beasts and zombies is also getting bigger and bigger. Now is the time when they, the survivors, need to unite. As a result, there seems to be signs of internal strife. This is obviously not a good thing. Of course, this is also related to some of the practices of those who fled outside Silver Light City. Wang Hao even suspected that there was a third party, or even a fourth party secretly provoking them. In short, the relationship between the native people of Silver Light City and the refugees from other cities is getting worse and worse. After this college competition is over, no matter what the result is, the relationship between the two parties may become even worse. Brother Wang, are you sure about this match? Shang Yunjin asked. There should be no problem. Wang Hao did not finish his words. Until now, Wang Hao still doesn't know the specific content of the competition, so naturally he can't guarantee that he will win. Brother Wang said so. Then, there is no problem. Shang Yunjin was full of confidence in Wang Hao. By the way, what did you mean when you just said that the city lord promised to send troops to help them regain control of the city? Wang Hao changed the subject. A few days ago, the city lord summoned representatives of major forces outside the city to meet, and personally promised to send troops to help them regain control of the city. Yuan Yun explained, our Silver City has just calmed down the turmoil. Not long after, the city lord agreed to send troops to help them regain control of the city. It can be said that they have done their best, but they are still not satisfied. Do you think this is too much? It can be seen that Yuan Yun, he had a lot of resentment towards those people outside the city. When explaining to Wang Hao, he did not forget to complain a few words. However, if what he said is true, then there seems to be nothing wrong with his complaint. Although Wu Haomiu was a bit excessive in not letting those outside the city enter the city to spend the night. He had promised to help build the city before, and now he has promised to help send troops to regain control of the city. It's really interesting. Chapter 522 Shang Yunjin's speculation. Wang Hao did not doubt what Yuan Yun and others said. With their status, it was normal for them to know some information that ordinary people did not know. Speaking of this matter, it's a bit strange. Mu Hong said, after the city lord proposed that he could send troops to help them regain control of the city. Those people didn't seem to be very active. Oh, is there such a thing? Wang Hao said in surprise. No. Don't those people want to take back control of their city? Do they want to live outside the city forever? It doesn't make sense. Wu Haomiu previously proposed that he could help them build a city outside the city. Those people were not very enthusiastic about this. Wang Hao can understand it. After all, building a city takes too long and requires too many resources. Even if the city is built, everything has to start from scratch, which is obviously too difficult. Wang Hao could understand their decision to just camp instead of build a city. In Wang Hao's view, they definitely wanted to return to their original city. After all, it was the lowest cost, and they were more familiar with it. returning to their original cities don't need to start from scratch. But now, Wu Haomyo has offered to send troops to help them regain control of the city. Why are they still not active? Wang Hao couldn't figure it out. It's absolutely true. Yuan Yun said, my uncle said that there were many people on the spot who found reasons to resist and were not very enthusiastic about the city lord's suggestions. It was as if they were asking the city lord to beg them. Wang Hao slightly frowned and said, it doesn't make sense. Don't they want to go home and want to camp in the wild? Who knows what they are thinking? Yuan Yun said. Anyway, maybe they are spying on our Silver Light. Not necessarily the city. After all, our Silver Light City is now one of the 3 best protected cities in China. Even if they recapture the original cities, those cities must have been destroyed. And they will definitely have to spend a lot of money. If they take away our Silver Light City, they can save a lot of trouble and money. I also think they must have other ideas, Mu Hong said. Anyway, these are just a bunch of people who don't know. It's not strange for a grateful guy to do anything. Obviously, Mu Hong and others did not have a good impression of those people outside the city, and were even wary of them. Even Wang Hao felt that they were plotting against Silver Light City. Otherwise, how could they refuse Wu Haomyo's offer of sending troops to help? However, Shang Yunjin has some different views. This matter is not that simple. Shang Yunjin said, I guess those people are afraid that it will be easier to invite the gods than to send them away. What do you mean? Yuan Yun asked. It's very simple. Shang Yunjin said, they are afraid that our army will take the opportunity to station in their city, or even take the opportunity to infiltrate forces into their city. Is Shang Yunjin the leader among the younger generation of the Shang family? There is a reason. His perspective on things is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When Yuan Yun, Mu Hong and even Wang Hao did not see the fishy situation, he was already able to guess something. This was different from his intelligence as related to his knowledge. Especially in terms of knowledge. In fact, none of the people present, including Wang Hao, can compare with Shang Yunjin. Wang Hao frowned and thought after hearing this, feeling that Shang Yunjin's words made sense. And maybe Wu Haomyo really had such thoughts. After all, from Wu Haomyo's point of view, there is no reason to take the initiative to send troops to help. If the refugees in other cities asked Wu Haomyo to send troops, that would make sense. But now, the refugees in other cities did not ask Wu Haomyo to send troops. Wu Haomyo himself to send troops to help. Those in power in other cities had to doubt Wu Haomyo's motives for doing so. For the refugees in other cities, there is no need to rush to regain control of the city. But they must not let other forces, including Wu Haomyo, extend their hands into their sphere of influence. They were worried that Wu Haomyo had bad intentions, so it was reasonable to reject Wu Haomyo. They are judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. Yuan Yun said, the city lord is kind enough to help him, but he is still suspected and slandered by them. I say that these people are not grateful, so they should not help him. That's right. The city lord saw how pitiful they were living outside the city, so he took the initiative to send troops to help. But they were still suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't care whether they live or die. Whatever they like. Mu Hongye said. Obviously, the two of them did not believe that Wu Haomyo had ulterior motives. Instead, they felt aggrieved by those people who doubted Wu Haomyo's motives. Shang Yunjin smiled and didn't argue. There was no need. First, he knew that Yuan Yun, Mu Hong and others admired Wu Haomyo, and it might be inappropriate to say that Wu Haomyo was a fan. But they were indeed convinced of Wu Haomyo, and naturally they would not doubt Wu Haomyo's motives. Secondly, Shang Yunjin is not sure whether this is the reason. After all, this is just his guess. Of course, even if his guess was correct, he actually didn't think there was anything wrong with Wu Haomyo's actions. People will be punished if they don't do it for themselves. What's more, Wu Haomyo is still the lord of a city, and some ambitions are normal. Now it's other cities. The refugees need Wu Haomyo's help. It is reasonable for Wu Haomyo to take advantage of this opportunity. If he were sitting in Wu Haomyo's position, he would probably have similar thoughts. Of course, there is nothing wrong with the concerns of refugees in other cities. It can only be said that people in different locations think about problems from different perspectives. And no one is right or wrong. Okay, we don't need to worry about this. Let the people above worry about it. Shang Yunjin said with a smile, let's drink? Yes, drink. If you don't get drunk today, you won't come back. Although Shang Yunjin said with a smile, having said that, he has actually been concerned about the development of this matter. He is a little different from Mu Hong, Yuan Yun and others. The others are just ordinary second generations, and cannot participate in the decision-making of major family matters. But Shang Yunjin is different. Because of his outstanding ability, he has been able to participate in some family meetings, and is even qualified to make suggestions and express opinions. Therefore, this matter is also within the scope of his consideration. But after all, this matter Wu Haomiu is quite sensitive when it comes to matters, and is not used to talking too much on such occasions. Wang Hao glanced at Shang Yunjin, nodded, and picked up the wine glass. Wang Hao didn't know what Shang Yunjin was thinking. But for Wang Hao, he really didn't need to pay attention to this matter. He had already planned to move out of Yingguang City, and all the disturbances in Yingguang City would be with him. It doesn't matter. He doesn't want to get involved. He just needs to develop his own team and build his own city. Chapter 523 Must Win. After Wang Hao went back with a full meal, he received a call from Zhao Feng. Wang Hao, the school has made a decision. Zhao Feng said on the phone. The school can give you a subsidy of 10,000 exchange points, plus some bullets and medicines. In addition, there should be competitions with other schools. If you win, I can share some of it with you. Wang Hao, the school attaches great importance to you and is very generous this time. The school has only one requirement for you. You must win. Can you do it? I will try my best. Hao Dao. Wang Hao is still very satisfied with the school's response. Don't look at the fact that Wang Hao has accumulated a lot of exchange points now. That's because he earned it through various methods. He also has puppets to help him. Naturally, the speed of earning exchange points is much faster than that of ordinary people. But even so, it would take him about a month to earn 10,000 exchange points. And for others, it would take even more time. Therefore, these 10,000 redemption points are definitely not a small number. As for things like medicines and bullets, they are not that important to Wang Hao. However, as more and more survivors gather in Silver Light City, the prices of bullets and medicines are also rising. The school can give him some bullets, and medicines can also help him save some exchange points. As for the lottery, Wang Hao is quite looking forward to it. Since other universities want to participate in this competition, the lottery they come up with will naturally not be too bad. Otherwise, they will be laughed at by the schools here in Silver Light City. Even Wu Haomiu may also use this as an excuse to refuse them participation in the competition. Therefore, the odds of this competition will not be bad. And Wang Hao is looking forward to it very much. As for the school's request for him, Wang Hao was not surprised. After all, the leaders of University A were under tremendous pressure at this time. If they were willing to bleed, they must have something to ask for. They were not just asking Wang Hao to participate. They want to win. They only want this result. However, Wang Hao didn't dare to vouch for it, because he was still not sure about the specific content of the game. And naturally he couldn't guarantee that he would win. In Wang Hao's view, if he wins, he can just get the bonus and subsidy. If he loses, he can get nothing. But the school obviously would not agree. Don't try your best. Have to do it. Zhao Feng said, how important this competition is to us. You should know that the school leaders hope you can give them an accurate answer. Teacher, I still haven't if you know what the competition is about. How can you guarantee it? Wang Hao said, I may be better than other seniors and seniors, but I am not almighty. If the competition is based on my weakness, I am naturally not sure of winning. What you said makes sense. Zhao Feng did not embarrass Wang Hao and said, I know the content of the competition in previous years, but this year because universities from other cities are participating, the content of the competition may change. However, most of them the probabilities are 4 rows and 50 versus 50. These two modes. There may also be other modes. If it's these two modes, not to mention other people, I will definitely be fine. Wang Hao said. Since the school needs reassurance, Wang Hao will give them reassurance. He is not exaggerating. If it is true compared to these two modes, Wang Hao can indeed be worthy of anyone. If you say that, I feel relieved. Zhao Feng said with a smile. If the content of the competition is finalized, I will notify you as soon as possible. Okay, Wang Hao replied. Wang Hao also wanted to know the content of the competition as soon as possible so that he could prepare early. After all, Wang Hao was very keen on the school's rewards and the final prize. Shortly after Wang Hao hung up the phone with Zhao Feng, he received an unexpected but reasonable call. Wang Hao, I heard you're back. Wu Haomia's voice came from the other end of the phone. The caller was none other than City Lord Wu Haomia. Yeah, Wang Hao replied. Wang Hao was not surprised at all that Wu Haomia knew his whereabouts. After all, The other party was the city lord, and he still had this ability. However, I believe Wu Haomiao did not know that he was building a city in the wild. Wang Hao doesn't plan to tell anyone about the construction of the city for the time being. After all, the way he built the city is too incredible for others. If others know about it, it will be difficult for him to explain. In addition, Wang Hao is also afraid that some people with ulterior motives will destroy his new city. Therefore, the fewer people who know about it, the better. In order to keep it secret, Wang Hao not only did not tell anyone about this matter, but also asked his puppets to conduct all-round surveillance around the new city. Now Wang Hao not only has many land puppets, but also many flying puppets. So, all directions around the new city are under the surveillance of puppets. They are more useful than cameras. After all, cameras are too obvious, and other people who see these puppets will only regard them as mutant beasts and zombies. Because of the ability to share vision, Wang Hao can also see what the mutant beasts and puppets see. Now, once there are human survivors approaching the new city, Wang Hao can know it immediately. As for the mutant beasts and zombies approaching, Wang Hao is not worried at all. With the strength of the puppets he left around the new city, the mutant beasts and zombies approaching are giving him exchange points. Wang Hao is eager for more mutant beasts and zombies close to a new city. Of course, the premise is that there should not be two high-level zombies and mutant beasts approaching. Do you know about the major college competitions? Wu Haomiu's voice brought Wang Hao back from his thoughts. Yes, Wang Hao replied. The school teacher has already told me. So, you have agreed to participate in the competition? Wu Haomiu said. Of course. Wang Hao said, this is a matter of Yingguang City. A matter of a university. And that is my matter. I am a member of a university, and a part of Yingguang City. There is no reason to back down at this time. Wang Hao spoke righteously, and never mentioned the reward given to him by the school. Okay. I'm very happy that you think so. Wu Haomiao obviously didn't know about the deal between Wang Hao and the school. He seemed very happy to hear Wang Hao's statement. This competition is different. We in Silver City must if you win. I will gain a lot of confidence if you can participate. Don't worry. If you win, I will never treat you badly. Not only did a university take this matter seriously, but Wu Haomiu took it even more seriously. In other words, it was exactly that. Because of Wu Haomiu's attention, a university takes it so seriously. There is no shortage of masters in Silver Light City, and there are many masters in the military. But this competition is between colleges and universities. Those masters in the military are not qualified to play. So Wu Haomiu can only look forward to the competition from major colleges and universities. Experts can win in this competition. Among the students from major universities, the one who impressed Wu Haomiu the most and trusted him the most was Wang Hao. Chapter 524 Trustworthy. Although Wu Haomiu values the Qingfeng team more than Wang Hao, this does not mean that he does not look down on Wang Hao. In fact, in Wu Haomiu's eyes, Wang Hao is the younger one. He is one of the most powerful people of his generation. It can even be said that in the entire Yingguang City, there is no one at Wang Hao's age who is stronger than Wang Hao. The reason why Wu Haomiu did not insist on recruiting Wang Hao was because Wu Haomiu knew that many forces in the city were eyeing Wang Hao and wanted to recruit Wang Hao. Although he was the lord of the city, he could not get all the benefits. Well, we still have to leave some benefits to other forces. Secondly, Wu Haomiu also wants to use this method to create some kind of competition among other forces. Subordinates who are too united are not a good thing for Wu Haomiu, especially those such as Zhuang Jian and Wang Nai a few days ago. When the Legion commander came to him at the same time, his thoughts became even more serious. No matter which city's army commander he is not a small person. If one or two army commanders unite, Wu Haomiu will not be too worried. He is confident that he will have complete control. But if 5, 6 or even more army commanders unite, then he, the city leader, your position may be threatened. Wu Haomiu obviously won't let that happen. Therefore, it is still necessary for Wu Haomiu to make them less united. Wang Hao is a bait he put out to let the major forces compete. Although you won't break up because of Wang Hao, but there will be some dissatisfaction in your heart. Don't underestimate this dissatisfaction. It can be very fatal at critical moments. There is another reason, and that is Wang Hao's birth. Wang Hao, who was born in the slums, and Wu Haomiu, who was born in a wealthy family, are from two different worlds. In his heart, Wu Haomiu looks down on the people in the slums. Otherwise, he would not have ignored the slums in these years. There has been no improvement in the living conditions of the survivors there. which illustrates Wu Haomiu's attitude towards the slum survivors. Although he does not completely ignore the lives of the slum survivors, he does not necessarily attach much importance to them. Wang Hao was born in a slum. In Wu Haomiu's opinion, it is a fatal weakness. The upper limit of people in the slums will not be high. This is what Wu Haomiu has always thought. In the past 100 years, Silver City has produced many masters. But these masters come from the slums. There are very few. Therefore, even if Wang Hao behaves very differently now, Wu Haomiu does not think that Wang Hao will be higher than the elites in the army in the future. It is precisely because of these factors that Wu Haomiu does not insist on whether Wang Hao will join his team. In fact, he hopes that Wang Hao will not come and can take the initiative to leave the team after losing the game and handing over the command of the team. Of course, although Wu Haomiu is not optimistic about Wang Hao's future development limit, he still recognizes Wang Hao's current strength. Among the students in many universities, Wang Hao is still very outstanding. Therefore, this time, among the universities, he still hoped that Wang Hao could participate in the competition. If Wang Hao could win, he wouldn't mind giving Wang Hao some rewards. After all, if their Silver Light City won, he, as the City Lord, would be able to gain more. Thank you, City Lord, Wang Hao said. Originally he wanted to participate, and since he participated, Wang Hao must strive to win. Now that he can get a reward for nothing, Wang Hao will naturally not refuse. Okay, I look forward to your good results, Wu Haomiu said. After saying that, Wu Haomiu hung up the phone. Wu Haomiu made this call just to ask if Wang Hao would participate. If Wang Hao did not agree to participate, he would also prepare to lobby. He knew that Wang Hao's current focus was on team building, especially for new players. After all, in more than 20 days, the members of his team will compete with the elite teams in the army. It is impossible for Wang Hao not to pay attention to the training. Therefore, he may not be interested in this kind of competition between schools. Not much interest. However, to Wu Haomiu's expectation, Wang Hao actually participated in the competition, and his attitude was very clear, which made Wu Haomiu a little surprised and a little happy. Wang Hao is so determined to participate in this competition between colleges and universities instead of focusing on the training of the team members. Either Wang Hao has great confidence in the team members, or Wang Hao has given up completely. Wu Haomiu feels that later the possibility is greater. After all, Wang Hao has not appeared in front of the team members these days. Obviously, he has not been very concerned about training and has probably given up. This makes Wu Haomiu even more satisfied. He is determined to win the Qingfeng team, especially since he is preparing to make big moves recently. If a nationally renowned team like the Qingfeng team can recruit him, this will naturally be more beneficial to him. Favorable. Thinking of his plan, Wu Haomiu frowned slightly. Those guys are very cautious. Wu Haomiu said to himself, but how long can you hold on? Don't you always want to fight back? Originally, Wu Haomiu thought that if he offered to send troops to help, other cities outside the city with those in power would readily accept it, and even be grateful to themselves. But the reaction of those people was beyond Wu Haomiu's expectation. Most of them were very indifferent to his proposal, and some even refused outright. This greatly beyond Wu Haomiu's expectation. Wu Haomiu also realized that although those people were driven out of the original city, it did not mean that they were all trash. There were many smart people among them, and his own thoughts were probably being manipulated. They saw through it. However, Wu Haomiu is not worried about this, because the initiative is now in his hands. So what if those people see through it? They still have to rely on their own Silver Light City to survive. So they must not dare to break up with themselves. In addition, their original city is now occupied by rebels, mutant beasts, and zombies. The longer time passes, the stronger the rebels, zombies, and mutant beasts become. They want to regain control of the city by their own abilities. The less hope they have. In the end, they still have to help themselves. At that time, Wu Haomiu had something to say. I offered to send troops to help before, but you refused. Now you want to use my army to regain control of the city. But it will not be so easy. The world is not that good. Not everything is left to their discretion. Therefore, Wu Haomiu is not anxious at all. Many people have even reported to him that the rebel forces are constantly growing in power, and Wu Haomiu has no intention of stopping it. Because, in a sense, those rebels' expansion is equivalent to helping him. Naturally, he hopes that the more rebels there are, the better. Chapter 525 Satellite Building enters reality. Again, Wu Haomiu looks down on people in the slums. In the rebel camp, Although there are some lieutenants and generals from the original cities, most of them are people from the slums. Therefore, although they are large in number, Wu Haomu does not think that they can achieve great things. Even if their numbers are still small, it was increasing, but he didn't take it to heart. Therefore, he doesn't mind if there are more people in the rebel camp and more pressure on those in power in other cities. It will be helpful to him. Therefore, Wu Haomu is not too anxious at this time. He believes that soon those people will ask him to send troops, and then he can have a good talk with them. On the other side, Wang Hao was in a good mood after hanging up the call from Wu Haomu. He got 2 rewards for one thing, even if he was in a bad mood. Of course, Wang Hao will not feel any gratitude to Wu Haomu for this. He has not forgotten that Wu Haomu is trying to steal his Qin Feng team. Wang Hao did not let down his guard against Wu Haomu. After nightfall, Wang Hao did not stay in the team station honestly, but quietly left Silver Light City through the wormhole device maker. Naturally, his destination was the new city. Wang Hao will not waste the 3 opportunities to enter the virtual battlefield. As long as he eats chicken, he will select items from the virtual battlefield and bring them out. The items he brings out are all things from houses, for the purpose of building a city. Therefore, these things brought out will naturally be placed in the new city. Zhao Feng asked Wang Hao to go back because he didn't know that Wang Hao had a wormhole device maker and could return to the city at any time. According to Zhao Feng's wish, Wang Hao returned to the city a few days in advance to rest and recover in the city. At the same time, he could also return to the city if he had the opportunity, practice together with other students to prepare for the upcoming competition. However, Wang Hao, who has a wormhole device maker, obviously will not stay in the city waiting for the game to start. For him, it is a waste of time. After returning to the air raid shelter in the new city, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield and played a single row game. About half an hour later, Wang Hao appeared in the air raid shelter again, but there was some dissatisfaction on his face. In the single row mode, Wang Hao unsurprisingly eliminated the chicken player again with a high score. After the chicken game, Wang Hao did not choose to touch the airdrop box, but still chose to take away the designated items from the virtual battlefield. This time, Wang Hao is eyeing the military base. The military base, also known as the airport, covers a large area and includes ordinary buildings, satellite buildings, elevated buildings, abandoned aircraft, etc. It can be said that there are quite a lot of facilities there, because he had the experience of taking away the entire air raid shelter before. Wang Hao planned to take away the entire military base this time. However, the system did not let him do what he wanted. He could only take away one of the facilities, such as an ordinary building or a satellite building, or an abandoned airplane, etc. He can only choose one of them, and cannot take everything away at once. This made Wang Hao quite dissatisfied. If he could only take away one thing at a time, it would take him many times to bring the entire military base into reality. If he could pack up and take away everything at once, that would save a lot of trouble and save the opportunity to make multiple choices. Why can air raid shelters work, but not airports? Wang Hao said, dissatisfied. However, the system obviously would not give him an answer. In the end, Wang Hao had no choice but to accept this reality and honestly chose a satellite building. Although he planned to build the city in this remote place, Wang Hao had no intention of doing so. Completely cut off contact with the outside world. This satellite building is one of his tools to contact the outside world. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that after he repaired the satellite building in reality, its functions actually changed. It still has a communication function, allowing Wang Hao to maintain a full signal with the smart bracelet even in this deep mountain and forest. Secondly, after it was maintained, it actually added a function of detecting surrounding zombies and mutant beasts. There are several instruments in the satellite building. After Wang Hao chose the satellite building, these instruments were also brought back to reality. This time, the system did not let Wang Hao purchase in batches, but package them. I gave it to him, and I don't know if it was to comfort him or if it was just the way it was. In short, those instruments also entered reality. In the virtual battlefield, these instruments are just decorations and have no effect at all. Even the indicator lights are broken. But in reality, these indicators are all intact, and there is still a screen that can be used. And this screen is now a monitor. Once zombies and mutant beasts approach within 3 kilometers of the surrounding area, it will be displayed on the monitor. Of course, what is displayed on the screen is not the appearance of mutant beasts and zombies, but red dots. Each red dot represents a mutant beast or zombie. Wang Hao can clearly see this from the screen. The movement trajectory of any mutant beast and zombie within the 3 kilometers around it can be said that with this thing, the security of Wang Hao's new city has been greatly enhanced. This function is great. Not only can it provide early warning, but it can also help hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao said happily to himself. In the past few days, Wang Hao and his puppets have been busy hunting mutant beasts and zombies. But training mutant beasts and zombies is also a laborious task. At the beginning, they only needed to make a relatively loud noise. There will be mutant beasts and zombies approaching. But now, after the surrounding mutant beasts and zombies have been almost killed, no zombies and mutant beasts have taken the initiative to come to the door. Wang Hao needs the help of flying mutant beasts to find other mutant beasts and zombies. The whereabouts of the zombies can be traced in order to continue hunting, which is naturally a waste of time. But with this satellite building, Wang Hao can use this screen to determine the specific location of zombies and mutant beasts. There is no need for the flying mutant beasts to go out to search. The flying mutant beasts have a very good field of vision, but that is in the vast plain area. The forest is full of lush trees, which block the sight of the flying mutant beasts. Therefore, the flying mutant beasts are not efficient in finding zombies and mutant beasts. And now, with this satellite building, Wang Hao's efficiency in hunting mutant beasts and zombies will be greatly improved. The only pity is that the 3-kilometer range seems a bit small. Wang Hao said to himself, it would be great if we could monitor 10 kilometers, or even 100 kilometers. The larger the monitoring range, the greater its effect will naturally be. The security of this new city will naturally be higher. Others may not be able to do anything about it. After all, the monitoring range has been determined and cannot be changed. But Wang Hao is different. He has the repair auxiliary function. Chapter 526, College Competition Methods. The second function after repair is the addition of monitoring function. In this satellite building, Wang Hao can choose to monitor phone communications anywhere in the world. This function shocked Wang Hao. However, for him, it is not of much use at the moment. But it is definitely a very useful function, and may come in handy in the future. Wang Hao then used the repair auxiliary function on the satellite building again. What makes Wang Hao satisfied is that after the repair, the defense of the satellite building has been greatly increased. At the same time, the ability to detect zombies and mutant beasts within a 3-kilometer range has now been changed to 50 kilometers. It has expanded more than 10 times. This range has completely included the entire forest. On the screen, Wang Hao can see countless small red dots, which represent mutant beasts and zombies. That's a lot more now. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Later, Wang Hao contacted his puppets and assigned them a hunting location. With this satellite building, the mutant beasts near this forest would no longer be a threat. It's a pity that we can't see the level of the mutant beasts. Otherwise it would be safer, Wang Hao said to himself. However, he is already satisfied with the current situation. It is best if he can show his level. If he cannot show it, he will not force it. Later, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield and started a 2-row game. In the double row mode, Wang Hao finally succeeded in winning the chicken. Although the process was more difficult than in the single queue, the result was always good. After winning the chicken, Wang Hao once again chose to take away the designated items from the virtual battlefield instead of touching the airdrop box. This time, Wang Hao chose the anti-aircraft gun. There are many cannons in the virtual battlefield. These cannons are no longer usable in the virtual battlefield. Like tanks and aircraft, they are in a scrap state. To others, these things are just decorations. But to Wang Hao, they are all great treasures. Wang Hao has brought out tanks before. In the past few days, he also brought out an airplane. Now, he chose cannons. The cannon that was brought into reality was in the same scrap state as in the virtual battlefield. The cannon body was rusty and completely unusable. But this was naturally not a problem for Wang Hao. With the help of the repair auxiliary function, this rusty cannon instantly took on a new look. The cannon body was no longer rusty, but shiny. What made Wang Hao even more satisfied was that, after taking the cannon out this time, he discovered that there was actually a loaded cannonball in the barrel. After the cannon was repaired, the SH/LS were also repaired. Perhaps, the system believed that since the cannon was in the barrel, it was integrated with the cannon. Since the cannon was repaired, the SH/LS in the barrel were also repaired along with it. Therefore, the SH/L also became brand new. With this cannonball and the copy auxiliary function, Wang Hao can copy many cannonballs. In the future, he will not have to worry about cannonballs. After the repair, the cannon has also been optimized. Firstly, the range has been doubled. And secondly, the damage has been doubled. It is not a special optimization project. But for this cannon, it is completely sufficient. Wang Hao placed the cannon not far from the bunker. Once the city was attacked, these things would be weapons to defend the city. After eating 2 chickens in a row, Wang Hao was ready to keep up his efforts. However, when he entered the 4-row mode of the virtual battlefield for the 3rd time, Wang Hao was not able to eat chickens and only got 5th place. Wang Hao was a little disappointed with this. But there is no way. After simply cleaning up, Wang Hao returned to the team station, as if he had never left. The next day, Wang Hao received a call from Zhao Feng early in the morning. Wang Hao, the format of the competition has been decided. Zhao Feng said. What? 4 rows and 50 versus 50? Not really. Zhao Feng said, this competition has multiple modes, one of which is 4 rows. As for 50 versus 50, there is no such thing. But there is chaos. Fight. Big fight? Wang Hao asked curiously, how to fight? Each college sends a team of 25 people to compete on the same stage. And the winning team enters. Next round. Zhao Feng said. 4 teams? Wang Hao frowned slightly. I'm afraid someone will cause trouble. Right? Yeah. Zhao Feng said, there are 48 colleges and universities participating in the competition this time, including our Silver City and other cities. Each school has 1 team. That is, 48 teams, divided into 12 venues to compete at the same time. As for which 4 teams are in the same venue, it is determined by drawing lots. If we are unlucky, we will draw 3 universities from other cities. The team is very likely to be targeted. The situation Zhao Feng mentioned is exactly what Wang Hao is worried about. Now it is obvious that people from other universities are looking for trouble. And University A is the best university in Yingguang City. It will inevitably be attacked by university teams from other cities. Once University A is in the arena, there are no teams from Yingguang City, but only other teams. City teams. Then the other 3 teams are very likely to form an alliance. First solve the big A, and then decide the winner among each other. This situation is very likely to happen, with 25 versus 75. When the time comes, the pressure faced by a university will be very great. No wonder Zhao Feng and Wang Hao looked worried when they talked about this matter. As a member of a university, Zhao Feng naturally puts the interests of a university first. Now that he has seen the potential dangers in this competition mode, Zhao Feng cannot help but worry. Maybe our luck will not be so bad, Wang Hao said. Maybe, Zhao Feng whispered. It is not a reliable thing to place hope on signings. But now, the competition method has been determined. And he is just a little teacher, obviously incapable of changing anything. By the way, in addition to these 2 modes, there is another mode, Zhao Feng said. What else? Yeah, Zhao Feng said, there is the last option. 1-on-1 duel. Each major university selects 10 representatives, and these players match up with students from other universities to compete in a 1-on-1 duel on a random map. The loser will be replaced by the next person, and the winner can stay on the field until he is defeated. Annihilate? Wang Hao said subconsciously. The mode Zhao Feng was talking about was not the annihilation mode he was exposed to when playing games on Earth. However, in the chicken game on Earth, the annihilation mode was not open to everyone. It was only for some. It is open to big anchors or professional players. So there are very few ordinary players who have played the annihilation mode. Before traveling through time, Wang Hao was just an ordinary player. Chapter 527, Extra Training? Unnecessary. What annihilation? Zhao Feng asked. Nothing. Wang Hao did not elaborate. Wang Hao, you are definitely going to play in this final duel mode. You have to be prepared. Zhao Feng said, this mode tests your melee ability, especially your reaction and marksmanship. You should usually play this mode less, right? There are still 2 days, so practice hard. Wang Hao will definitely play in the first 2 modes. But Wang Hao has played those 2 modes a lot, so Zhao Feng doesn't need to explain it specifically, especially in the 4-row mode. Zhao Feng has full confidence in Wang Hao. As for 1-on-1 duels, most people would never come into contact with him. After all, the 3 games a day in the virtual battlefield do not include this duel mode. Since this mode cannot make money, it naturally does not. There won't be many people practicing. In the virtual battlefield, cooperation is more important than personal strength. At least, most people think so. Therefore, The survivor's usual training is mainly focused on cooperation with teammates. Personal abilities are also valued, but not so much. Okay. Wang Hao agreed. In fact, Wang Hao is the least worried about duel or annihilation. Although he, like other survivors, has little training in this area. He has auxiliary functions, especially perspective and self-aiming. These two modes are quite useful in duels. He doesn't even need to cover up, because for experts, hearing the sound and identifying the position is the most basic ability. This it can well conceal his use of the perspective auxiliary function. With perspective, Wang Hao can anticipate the enemy and take the initiative. For this mode of annihilation, he has already won most of the victory. Wang Hao. The school leaders have said that if you perform well in the competition, you will be rewarded with 5,000 redemption points. Zhao Feng said, in addition, the school will not force you to go back to school, as long as you take the final exam. Just come back and take the exam. Excellent performance? Wang Hao asked. How to measure this? Excellent performance is a relatively general term, and there is no specific number to define it. The final interpretation is in the hands of the school, and there may be cheating in the end. Condition. Although 5,000 exchange points is not too much for Wang Hao, it is not too little either. He does not want to end up working in vain. Get the MVP. Zhao Feng said, every year this competition will select the MVP, which is the person who performs best in the game. As long as you can get the MVP, you will naturally perform well. Okay. I understand. Wang Hao said. When Zhao Feng said this, Wang Hao understood. However, Wang Hao couldn't help complaining about the school's stinginess. Just participating is not enough. You have to win the MVP. Is this because you are afraid that he will paddle in the game? Since Wang Hao participated in the competition, it was impossible for him to paddle. What's more, he was now considered a celebrity and could not discredit his team. Of course, the school won't care about this. They only care about the results. In the next few days, Wang Hao disappeared from the public eye again. Others thought he had gone into reclusion in order to face the next big competition between colleges and universities, especially the one-on-one mode. Wang Hao must first familiar. But this is not the case. Wang Hao has been building his new city. Wang Hao didn't pay too much attention to the competition between universities. His opponents were only students, and there were relatively few masters in universities. After all, entering the virtual battlefield was restricted by age. You can only enter if you are 18 years old. Virtual battlefield. Except for a very small number of extremely talented people. Everyone else who wants to become a master needs time to accumulate and accumulate. Especially the virtual battlefield can only be entered 3 times a day. If you want to be around the age of 20, it is undoubtedly very difficult to become a super master. Facing this group of college students, Wang Hao still has confidence to take a step back. Even if he loses, there is nothing unacceptable for Wang Hao. He doesn't have too deep feelings for this city and the school. Even if he loses, he won't care too much. His mind is now on his team and the new city. Naturally, he won't waste too much on this game. Much energy. In the past few days, Wang Hao's new city has added many new facilities, and both its scale and defense capabilities have been greatly enhanced. At the same time, Wang Hao's puppet team has further expanded. And the levels of these newly added puppets are not low, because there are many high-level mutant beasts in that forest. Wang Hao now has no regard for low-level mutant beasts. Mutated beasts below level 3 are not qualified to be his puppets. Today's puppet army is not only large in number, but also of high overall level. This strength is naturally rising. With such a puppet team, whether it is defense or active attack, Wang Hao is indeed much more capable. Captain, where have you been hiding to practice more these days? When Wang Hao returned to the dormitory of University A again, Feng Gaoyuan and the others couldn't help but ask. Going out of the city for a walk, Wang Hao said casually. Out of town? No extra practice? Do you need it? Wang Hao asked with a smile. The captain is the captain. Luosun gave Wang Hao a thumbs up. The 3 of us have not dared to slack off in the past few days. All 3 of Luosun were selected, but they could only participate in the 4th platoon and the chaos. They are not qualified to fight. As for the one-on-one duel, they are not on the list. After all, University A is the best university in the local area, and it still has some strength. Among the junior and senior students, there are still many masters, although the 3 Rosens are not bad in talent. After all, it is time to enter the virtual battlefield. There are relatively few. In terms of strength, they are slightly inferior to those people. It is normal not to be selected to participate in the one-on-one duel. For the three of them, they are very satisfied to be able to participate in the 4 rows and the big brawl. The 3 Luo sons are not Wang Hao. They are natives of Yingguang City. They have deep feelings for Yingguang City and a university. They have a sense of honor for this city and a university. The 3 of them were excited and nervous to participate in such a competition. They had practiced a lot in the past few days. They even went to the team less in recent days. Don't be under so much pressure. Play normally, and your performance will not be bad, Wang Hao said. We don't have such confidence, Feng Gaoyuan said. In this competition, not only did our university show off its best students, but other schools also sent their strongest students, especially those universities in other cities. They showed their strongest fighting ability, and almost all the participating students were juniors and seniors. Chapter 528 Chi Charon's Choice. In the past few days, the participating lists of major universities have leaked out. Compared with Wang Hao, Feng Gaoyuan and the others paid more attention to this competition, so they knew more information. Originally, this kind of competition was held every year. It was not an important event. It was just a friendly match. Most of the participating students were freshmen and sophomores. Mostly freshmen. But this year's situation is obviously different. All major universities attach great importance to this competition and have sent their strongest teams. Wang Hao can be very confident, but Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 are extremely nervous. It seems like this competition will be very interesting, Wang Hao said with a smile. I heard that there will be a live broadcast at that time, Rosen said. A large number of our refugees from Silver Light City and surrounding cities will watch this game. Yes, I was nervous before, but now I am even more nervous, Feng Gaoyuan said. It's just a live broadcast. It's not like it's never been broadcast live before, Wang Hao said with a smile. Isn't the college entrance examination also live broadcast every year? The previous team competitions were also live broadcast, so there is no need to be nervous. Wang Hao is no stranger to live broadcasts. Not too nervous. This game is so important that it is normal for it to be broadcast live. At this time, Zhuang Shuer called. Wang Hao, do you have any teammates? Zhuang Shuer asked directly. 4th row of teammates? Wang Hao glanced at Feng Gaoyuan and the others. Captain, you team up with us? Luo Sun said. Yes. There are only 3 of us. And we still have 1 more to go. We are just waiting for you, Captain. Feng Gaoyuan also said. Captain, we are in the same dormitory. You have to take care of us this time, Yu Jianzhong also said. The 3 of them had originally planned to recruit Wang Hao to join the team, but they had not yet discussed this topic. Now that they saw Zhuang Shuer calling, the 3 of them quickly invited Wang Hao to form a team. Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing and Chi Charon were also included in the competition list. Zhuang Shuer was even included in the singles list. Now Zhuang Shuer called, most likely to invite Wang Hao to form a team. Yes, Zhuang Shuer said. If you don't have a team yet, come to our team. We still have 1 person missing. No, Wang Hao said. I have formed a team with Luo Sun and the others. Wang Hao thought about it for a while and decided to team up with Luo Sun. That's it. Okay. Although Zhuang Shuer was a little disappointed, she didn't force it. After all, Luo Sun and the other 3 were not only Wang Hao's roommates, but also members of the team. Wang Hao had no problem joining their team. She couldn't let Wang Hao quit the team. How was it? What did Wang Hao say? As soon as Zhuang Shuer hung up the phone, Yu Qianing couldn't help but ask. At this time, besides Zhuang Shuer, besides Yu Qianing, there was also Chi Charon. All 3 of them were selected to participate in the 4-row competition. So naturally they formed a team. Wang Hao and Luo Sun formed a team. Zhuang Shuer said. It seems that we have to find another one. That's it. Yu Qianing was undoubtedly a little disappointed. The same is true for Chi Charon. They are quite convinced of Wang Hao. With Wang Hao here, they have confidence. Now that Wang Hao cannot form a team with him, they are naturally quite disappointed. The 3 of them are not ordinary people. They have learned about the importance of this competition from their parents. And naturally they want to perform well in the competition. With Wang Hao here, they are more sure. Among the 3, Chi Charon's position is actually more embarrassing. She is not from Yingguang City, but she is a student of University A. This kind of situation has been relatively rare in previous years, and it is unique in this competition. After all, University A is just the best local university in Silver Light City. Looking at the whole of China, it is not particularly outstanding. Therefore, few masters from other cities will choose to attend University A, and students with average grades cannot pass the exam. This is also as a result. Most of the students in a university are natives of Silver Light City. Chi Charan belongs to a very small minority. In this competition, Chi Charan actually didn't expect that she could be selected. After all, a university still had to consider her position. If she paddled during the competition or even secretly collaborated with the enemy, it would be very difficult for a university and Yingguang City. It's all a blow. But in the end, she was still selected. And Chi Charan was also hesitating whether he stood for a university or his own city. We can only find one more. Zhuang Shuer said, Qianning, do you have any good team members to recommend? Yu Qianning thought for a while and said, there is a guy named Hu Yi in our class. This time she was also selected for the 4-row competition, but was not selected for the big battle. I think her strength is good, but I don't know if she has a team. In order to ensure the tacit understanding between the players, the school organized this 4-row competition. The participating students are allowed to form their own teams. After all, those who can be selected are masters, and masters usually team up with masters. Many of these selected students are usually teammates, of course. That was in Virtual Battlefield before the update. Therefore, it is more appropriate for participating students to form their own teams. Call and ask. Zhuang Shuer said. Okay. Yu Qianning responded, and then went to the side to make a phone call. Zhuang Shuer looked at Chi Charan and said, Charan, since the school has chosen you, it believes in you. I hope you won't do anything extraordinary. Zhuang Shuer didn't say what extraordinary things were, but Chi Charan could understand. I know. Chi Charan nodded. I will do what I should do. Obviously, after consideration, Chi Charan has made a decision. The game will be played as normal. She won't be too involved. But she can't paddle. And she won't collaborate. She participates in the competition like an ordinary student. Chi Charan knew very well that her presence would not have much impact on the direction of the competition, although she had some strength. Among all the players, her strength was not outstanding. She would not be able to paddle or not paddle. It has a huge impact on the game. As for collaborating with the enemy, that cannot be done. Once she does it, the school will definitely know about it and immediately disqualify her from continuing to participate. Moreover, this competition will be broadcast live. If she collaborates with the enemy, I am afraid she will be punished immediately. Scorned by many people, it will be difficult for her to gain a foothold in University A or even Silver City. She may even be kicked out of the team by Wang Hao. Such a result is definitely not something she is happy to see. That's good, Zhuang Shuer said, although Chi Charan didn't say it clearly. Zhuang Shuer knew that Chi Charan was a smart person and would not make foolish decisions. This competition should actually be very important to Chi Charan. Her decision in the competition would directly affect her, whether she can still have her place in the Chi Feng team. I believe Chi Charan also understands this. Chapter 529 Lively Square. That's the team from Qingda University in Silver City. Next to Qingda is Everbright University. And next to Everbright are Yi University and Lin University. In this competition, our Silver City has 8 places to participate, including us, including a university. These 5 selected universities are the 8 strongest universities in Yingguang City. That's the team from Yingguang City. Yingguang City also has 8 universities participating in the competition this time. Then, there is the team from Yingguang City. The central square of Yingguang City is packed with people at this time. The competition between several universities will be held here. Of course, to be precise, it is they gather here, and are then uniformly transported to the virtual battlefield where the game is still held. In the square, in addition to participating students from major universities, there were also leaders and teachers from each school, as well as some dignitaries from various cities, including the leadership of the Legion, core figures of the big families in each city, and even people from several cities. The city lords are also gathered here. It can be said that the central square of Silver Light City is really bustling at this time. Wang Hao is also among them, as one of the contestants and a core figure among them. Wang Hao's appearance attracted the attention of many people, including students from University A, students from other universities in Yingguang City, and even students from universities in other cities, and important figures in various cities. All paid a lot of attention to Wang Hao, compared with when he just traveled back a few months ago. Wang Hao was already somewhat famous at this time. Whether it was the college entrance examination or the first team competition of the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao performed well. which made many people look up to him. Wang Hao naturally attracted much attention in this competition. However, Wang Hao did not pay too much attention to the leaders on the stage. He was quite curious about the participating students from various schools. Luo's son, standing next to him, introduced him one by one. Luo's son's introduction was quite detailed, and he even knew most of the lists of contestants from various universities. It can be seen that he has been asking for this information a lot in the past few days. In this competition, including our Silver Light City, a total of 48 teams from colleges and universities in 6 cities participated. On average, there were exactly 8 teams from each city participating. Which cities' universities have stronger overall strength? Wang Hao asked. Ningguang City, Yu Jianzhong said. The strength of Ningguang City University has always been one of the best in China. The one that can be compared with Ningguang City is Jingguang City. However, Jingguang City is not on the list of participants this time. The cities participating in the competition this time, except for Silver Light City, were all captured by mutant beasts, zombies and rebels. The survivors of these cities fled to various places, and a large number of them survived. The crowd came to Yingguang City and gathered outside Yingguang City. As for Golden Light City, this city has not been captured by mutant beasts, zombies and rebels. So naturally there are no survivors who have fled outside Silver Light City. Where is our Silver Light City? Wang Hao asked. It's also one of the best. Feng Gaoyuan shrugged and said, it's just a countdown. Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. We have a lot of colleges and universities in Yingguang City. Right? Is the strength so bad? Wang Hao had never carefully understood the colleges and universities in various cities before. He was quite surprised to hear Feng Gaoyuan say this about his strength. Otherwise, what do you think? Feng Gaoyuan said, we have many colleges and universities in Silver City, but their strength is not very high. Let's say our university is the top college in Silver City. But how many students from other cities have you seen in the school? The reason why students from other cities do not apply for our university is partly because of the difficulty of getting there. What is more important is that our university is ranked nationwide, not even in the top 5. A university is already the best university in our Silver City. It's obvious how good other universities are. I heard about this competition between universities in several cities. Our city lord didn't agree at first, Yu Jianzhong said. In the end, it was probably because of the pressure from those in power in other cities that we agreed to this game. If it were me, I wouldn't agree, Feng Gaoyuan said. Although those cities have been breached, the overall strength of those cities has not dropped too much. And almost all the students from the colleges and universities have ran out. Our Silver City does not have much chance of winning in this competition. This is again, and it would be even more embarrassing to lose at our own home court. The city lord is probably helpless, Luo Sun said. Recently, the security inside and outside the city has become worse and worse. And there are endless rumors. If you reject other cities bluntly at this time, this request from the university will probably set off another round of rumors, which will be even more detrimental to our Silver City. Yes, Yu Jianzhong nodded. We will win this competition. Well, if we lose, we will probably be ridiculed in all kinds of words, and we may even be jointly suppressed by other cities. The people in those cities are too pushy, Feng Gaoyuan said angrily. It would be nice to take them in. It's too much that they are still causing trouble on our territory. Maybe it's not them who are causing trouble, Wang Hao said. In other words, it's not all them. Captain, you mean? Someone is secretly fanning the flames? Rosen asked with a frown. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Wang Hao nodded. The current situation is very chaotic. We have limited information and cannot judge many things. But if I were a high-ranking member of the rebels, I would never let go of this opportunity. After all, it was our city lord who did not allow refugees from other cities to stay in the city, which left this hidden danger and gave others an opportunity to take advantage of it. The three of Rosen were somewhat silent regarding Muhammed's decision to refuse to allow refugees from other cities to stay in the city. From their point of view, this is actually not a big problem. After all, the influx of survivors from other cities will inevitably affect them. Aboriginal interests. However, whether this decision is correct is indeed open to question. The natives of Silver Light City can accept it, but the refugees from other cities may not be able to accept it. If they cannot accept it, they will definitely have resentment in their hearts, and will make some extraordinary actions. Also easy to understand. Captain, are you saying that the rebels are likely to cause trouble secretly? Yu Jianzhong asked. It is possible, Wang Hao said. Then go and tell the city lord quickly. Feng Gaoyuan said. Do you think the city lord will listen to my words? Wang Hao said with a smile. Besides, the city lord has no shortage of staff around him. They may not be able to think of the things we can think of. Chapter 530 Booing. Wang Hao did not intend to tell Wu Haomiu his worries. He felt that people around Wu Haomiu or himself would be able to tell that there was something fishy. In fact, people around Wu Haomiu did remind him that there were so many riots inside and outside the city, and rebels might be instigating them. However, Wu Haomiu didn't take it to heart. First of all, Wu Haomiu has never taken the rebels seriously. In his opinion, the rebel team formed with a core of slum survivors is completely worth mentioning. Its strength is too far behind the regular army and cannot be their opponent. Secondly, as long as he strictly controls it, even if someone secretly stirs up trouble, the fire will not burn much, let alone burn him. For Wu Haomiu now, how to infiltrate his power into other cities is what he needs to consider most. With his expanding ambitions, he is no longer satisfied with just being the Lord of Silver Light City. Now this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would not be willing to miss the opportunity. As for Silver Light City, there is no need to worry at all. Luo Sun and others felt that what Wang Hao said made sense. Although Wang Hao had strength, he did not have much say in front of Wu Haomiu. Maybe in Wu Haomiu's eyes, Wang Hao was just an ordinary college student. Let alone, Wu Haomiu is still seizing control of the Qingfeng team, and it is even less likely to believe what Wang Hao said. In addition, as the city lord, Wu Haomiu must have staff around him. The leaders of the major legions in the city are not mediocre people. They should be able to see something fishy in this matter, even if Wang Hao doesn't remind him. I believe Wu Haomiu will also make corresponding arrangements. While Wang Hao and others were chatting, students from 48 universities in 6 cities had already arrived. It is worth mentioning that there are actually survivors from 6 cities around Silver Light City, including Silver Light City. There should be universities from 7 cities participating in the competition. However, among them, Rongguang City, it is relatively far away from Yingguang City. Therefore, few survivors of Rongguang City go to Yingguang City. There are survivors of Rongguang City outside Yingguang City, but their number is very small, and even fewer are college students. Therefore, Glory City did not send a team to participate in this competition between colleges and universities. The few survivors of Glory City outside Silver City did not have a reputable organizer, so naturally there was no way to organize people to participate in the competition. In fact, not all the refugees from the other 5 cities came to Yingguang City. Only some of them came to Yingguang City to escape. Therefore, the students selected from the universities in these cities were not the strongest combat power of these schools, is only the strongest combat power they can select under the current situation. Of course, even so, the authorities in several other cities are quite optimistic about this competition. Especially the authorities in Ningguang City. Ningguang City itself is strong. In addition, it is not far from Yingguang City. After the city was destroyed, most of the refugees from Ningguang City came to Yingguang City, which gave them a great choice. With space, there are naturally more experts who can be selected. Hey! Wu Haomiu's voice reached the ears of everyone present through the microphone, and the originally noisy scene gradually became quiet. Wang Hao noticed that some students from other cities looked at Wu Haomiu with obvious hostility and resentment. However, since there was still a game to play today, they did not deliberately cause trouble. In their opinion, on the field, the team that defeated Silver City could even slap Wu Haomiu in the face and take revenge on Wu Haomiu. I am Wu Haomiu, the Lord of Silver Light City. Wu Haomiu stood on the stage and looked at the many students in the audience, and said loudly, "Today we are all gathered here to communicate with each other about schools and universities. Our Bank Light City holds similar activities every year, and many colleges and universities in other cities also hold similar activities. Due to special circumstances, there are more survivors from other cities gathered around our Silver Light City today. It is precisely because of this that today's grand occasion is possible. Today's game is about friendship first and competition second. This is an opportunity for communication. I hope everyone can treat it with a normal attitude." As Wu Haomiu spoke, there were some boos in the audience, although they were not loud. But everyone present could almost hear that although Wu Haomiu still had a smile on his face, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Those people went too far," Feng Gaoyuan said with some displeasure. "The people pretending to be Wu Haomiu are all from other cities. As for why they are pretending, it is actually easy to guess. This competition is definitely not what Wu Haomiu said. Friendship first, competition second. People from other cities, the students were all planning to teach the Silver Light City team a lesson during the competition. Now that they heard Wu Haomu speak so hypocritically, they couldn't help but want to ridicule him. And Wu Haomu is the city lord of Silver Light City, and the face of Silver Light City. Wu Haomu was embarrassed and deceived. Naturally, the aborigines of Silver Light City were quite uncomfortable. Wang Hao could feel that many of the people in the big team A, the students, were already angry and glaring at students from other cities. The game hasn't even started yet, but the smell of gunpowder has already started. Wang Hao smiled. Wu Haomu probably never expected that what he thought was a normal scene would be ridiculed by students from other cities. In Silver Light City, he had great authority, but survivors from other cities could they may not by his account, especially after some recent events. Survivors in other cities are quite resentful of Wu Haomu being booed in public. Even though Wu Haomu was well-mannered, he was a little embarrassed and said a few words in a hurry before announcing the start of the game. When he heard the game started, Wang Hao perked up and then walked out of the crowd to the front of the team. At the same time, some people from other colleges and universities also came out. This first game is a 4-row game. Everyone is familiar with 4-row games. Survivors play them almost every day. Today's 4-row game is not much different from usual, but the meaning behind this game is extraordinary. According to the rules, in the first 4-row competition, each university will have 5 teams with a total of 20 people. 48 universities, a total of 240 teams, will be divided into 10 venues through drawing lots. There are 96 people in the field, which is 24 teams. When drawing lots, teams from the same school avoid each other. This is to prevent 8 rows or even 12 rows from happening. Wang Hao and Luo Sun formed a team. He was the captain, so it was natural for him to draw the lots at this time. Chapter 531, The Strange Yin and Yang. We are in the 6th arena. After the draw was over, Wang Hao returned to the team and waved the tag in his hand to the 3 Rosens. I don't know which teams are in the 6th arena, Rosen said. It doesn't matter what teams he has. In one word, just do it, Feng Gaoyuan said confidently. Anyway, there are definitely no allies. They are all enemies. If you encounter them, just do it, no matter how strong they are. There will be no team finals. Is the team strong? Those teams have to bow down when they meet our captain. Feng Gaoyuan and Wang Hao have participated in the team competition together. The teams in the team competition come from all over the country, and they are not limited to student teams. Especially the teams in the finals are all very strong. Although the teams competing today were carefully selected from major universities, their strength was definitely not comparable to the teams in the team competition finals. Therefore, Feng Gaoyuan was not too afraid. Luo Sun and Yu Jianzhong thought about it and felt that it made sense, and they couldn't help but calm down. At the end of the lottery, all teams had determined their participation times. Subsequently, teams drawn for the same participation time were transported into the same virtual battlefield. Nearly 1,000 people suddenly disappeared from the square, and it suddenly became much emptier. At the same time, several large screens around the central square were turned on almost at the same time. The content on the screens was exactly the scenes of the 10 competition venues. Everyone at the scene could watch these games through these screens. Other survivors who did not come to the scene, we can also watch this game through the virtual battlefield. This game has attracted a lot of attention because of its special background. Which team do you think can stand out? Zhou Ji asked with a smile on the stage. Zhou Ji is the city lord of Ningguang City. Survivors from 6 other cities gathered around Silver Light City. Among these survivors were not only ordinary people, but also the military and some people in authority in each city. However, because they were too scattered when escaping, some people did not have time to discuss. Therefore, not all the dignitaries in other cities fled to the same city. Currently, there are only 2 city lords outside Ningguang City, namely Zhou Ji, the lord of Ningguang City, and Zhao Kong, the lord of Ningguang City. The city lords of the other 4 cities are not outside Ningguang City. Some of them have fled to other cities. Some live temporarily in the wild. City Master Wu and the others are the hosts. I think half of the team must come from Silver Light City. Right? Zhao Kong said with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Wu Haomu's face looked a little ugly. Who didn't know that their Silver Light City's strength was at the bottom among all cities? Half of the team stood out. Wu Haomu did not dare to think about this situation. According to the rules established before the game, after the first game of these 10 games, the top 2 teams in each game will be promoted. Subsequently, the 20 promoted teams will play another game to determine the final ranking. From 10 venues, 20 teams are selected. Can they, Silver City, occupy 10 seats? This is simply impossible. It was obvious that Zhao Kong was joking or mocking Wu Haomu. Although they are both city lords, the relationship between Wu Haomu and Zhao Kong is not good, and they don't have much contact with each other at present, because of Wu Haomu's decision and the incitement of some people. The atmosphere inside and outside Silver Light City is relatively tense. Zhao Kong is among them. Naturally, he didn't have the slightest fondness for Wu Haomu. I don't dare to think about half the seats. Wu Haomu said, I will be satisfied if I can get 2 or 3 places. Wu Haomu is telling the truth. The goal he has set is for 2 or 3 teams to pass in the first round, and then in the second round. At least one team broke into the top 3. He would be satisfied if he could achieve such results. City Lord Wu is too humble, Zhou Ji said with a smile. In the past few years, under your governance, City Lord Wu, Silver City's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand the attacks of the mutated beasts and zombies who joined forces with the rebels. This I believe that Yinguang City will definitely achieve good results in this competition. Our Ningguang City team participated in the competition this time, just to get close contact with the Yinguang City team and learn something from them. Young people are I don't want our Ningguang City to be attacked by those beasts next time about the future of this city. Although Ningguang City is still under the control of mutant beasts and zombies, Zhou Ji is not too worried. In his opinion, taking back the city, it's only a matter of time before they take control, and they only live here temporarily. As for saying that he participated in the competition this time to learn from the Silver Light City team, that was naturally a joke. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on the Silver Light City team. He even looked down upon the overall military strength of Silver Light City. Although Yinguang City defended the enemy's siege this time, in Zhou Ji's opinion, Yinguang City's ability to defend was largely due to, and it was not that Yinguang City was stronger than Ningguang City. I am afraid that even Wu Haomu will not think that their Silver Light City is stronger than Ningguang City. City Lord Zhou is joking. Wu Haomu said, it should be our students in Yinguang City who are learning from you. Who doesn't know that you have many famous schools in Ningguang City and are very powerful? City Lord Wu is too humble. Zhao Kong now, not to mention others. Wang Hao from your university is not an ordinary student. Right. He is now the idol of many younger generations. We have many students in Ningguang City, but they regard him as their idol and target. Your Yinguang City can cultivate such outstanding students, which shows that the level of education is quite high. I am afraid that the final winner of this competition will be your Yinguang City. Hearing Zhao Kong mention Wang Hao, Wu Haomu couldn't help but smile. But he also understood that Zhao Kong was not flattering him, but preparing to kill him. He never believed that Zhao Kong would think that the champion of this competition would come from their Silver Light City. Wang Hao's talent is not bad, but he is still too young and lacks experience. Wu Haomu said he still needs to learn more from his seniors. An occasion like today is very good. I believe that after this competition, I will definitely gain something and improve my strength. I really envy City Master Wu to have a talent like Wang Hao. Zhou Zhidao, by the way, I heard that City Master Wu is planning to compete with Wang Hao's Qingfeng team to determine the ownership of the Qingfeng team. City Master Wu, has this happened? Zhao Kong next to him also looked at Wu Haomu. Obviously, he had also heard about it. In other words, they all came into contact with Wang Hao because of this incident. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what the game means. Once the game is over, no matter what the final result is, there will inevitably be cracks in the relationship between Wu Haomu and Wang Hao. This is the perfect time for them to poach Wang Hao. Chapter 532, Run. Zhou Shi's words made Wu Haomu's eyelids jump several times. There is indeed a competition that City Lord Zhou mentioned. However, this competition was not proposed by me, but by Wang Hao. Wu Haomu said, moreover, this competition is just for discussion and a friendly match. It will not decide anything. Qingfeng the team belongs to Wang Hao. Everyone knows this. One game cannot determine the ownership of the Qingfeng team. Naturally, Wu Haomu would not admit the significance of this game in public. It would appear that his behavior was despicable. You know, there are a lot of powerful people gathered here today, especially those from other cities. They are eager to have some negative news about themselves, so they can use this news to hit themselves. How could Wu Haomu admit this in public? Really? Zhou Ji smiled and said, it seems that the rumors can't be believed. Although he said that, looking at Zhou Ji's expression, It was obvious that he didn't think so. However, they are all people with status, and there is no need to reveal some things. Everyone just knows what they are doing. Rumors are not credible. Wu Haomu said, there must be people from the rebel forces secretly spreading rumors. They failed to break through our Yingguang City last time, so they must be unwilling to stir up trouble in Yingguang City. The city lord must not listen to these rumors. Now, we should share the same hatred and kill all the rebels. Zombies and mutant beasts. Wu Haomu said it grandly. But everyone knew that this was just a show of words. It is still possible to catch all the rebels in one fell swoop. Catch all the zombies and mutant beasts in one fell swoop. Dream. Can they do something that their predecessors have not been able to do for more than 100 years? Absolutely impossible. In recent years, there have been many heroes who have aimed to destroy zombies and mutant beasts. But they have all failed in the end. Not only have the groups of zombies and mutant beasts not been wiped out, but they have grown stronger and stronger. Nowadays, zombies and mutant beasts even appear instead of intelligent creatures. This makes these zombies and mutant beasts more difficult to deal with, and even more impossible to eliminate them all. Wu Haomu just said it casually, not to mention other people. Even he himself didn't believe it. He didn't really want to destroy the mutant beasts and zombies. He just wanted the people at the scene to stop listening to those rumors. As for whether those were rumors, and whether the people present would listen to his suggestions, that was not his decision. City Lord Wu is right. Those rebel forces are really hateful. We can't be fooled. Shao Kahn said, who is City Lord Wu? How could he do such a despicable thing? Don't you think so? Yes. That's for sure. It's a rumor. The rebels should be punished by everyone. City Lord Wu is an upright person. How could he do such a dirty thing? Some dignitaries from other nearby cities agreed. Although he was praised by everyone, Wu Haomu's face was ugly, and the smile on his face was not much better than crying. This Zhao Kong is obviously trying to run against him. I believe Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong have already received the exact information about this matter. What Zhao Kong said now is to put himself there, and then he will take away the control of the Qingfeng team from Wang Hao. I'm afraid that Zhao Kong will secretly stir up trouble and ruin his reputation. The game is about to start. Let's watch the game, Wu Haomu said. He didn't want to continue chatting with these people on this topic. The more they talked, the more disadvantageous it would be to him. People like Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong also made it clear that they wanted to laugh at him, and he could not give them another chance. Seeing Wu Haomu changing the subject, Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong looked at each other and smiled, and said nothing more. We are all city lords, so some words cannot be said too much. However, not continuing to talk about it today does not mean that they will let it go. In fact, there are many things that can be done about this matter. Whether it is to take the opportunity to poach Wang Hao, or to publicize the matter to destroy Wu Haomu's reputation, which is beneficial to them. If they can successfully poach Wang Hao, it will undoubtedly be a slap in the face to Wu Haomu and even the entire Yingguang City people. The talented students they trained themselves were unable to retain them, and were poached by other cities. This pair of silver for Guangxing. It was definitely a very embarrassing thing, and Wu Haomu's face would definitely be disgraced. Of course, even if Wang Hao cannot be poached, there will be no loss for them. Even if they can't poach him away, they can still drive a wedge between Wang Hao and Wu Haomu. With this game, Wang Hao will definitely be dissatisfied with Wu Haomu. If they fan the flames again, Wang Hao will be completely disappointed with Wu Haomu. In that case, it would be impossible for Wu Haomu to use Wang Hao in the future, and Silver Light City would have lost a genius with potential and talent. At this time, Wang Hao, who was in the virtual battlefield, did not know that he had become a pawn for the dignitaries in other cities to attack Wu Haomu and even Yingguang City. At this time, he was observing other players around him. I only saw people from Lin University. Have you seen anyone from our Silver Light City? Rosen asked while looking at the other contestants around him. No, Yu Jianzhong said, in addition to our team. There is only one team from Lin University in our stadium. The other teams are from universities in other cities. Not so lucky. Feng Gao Long Wei. Although they never thought about cheating in the game, they must still subconsciously hope to see more teams from their own city on the field. But now, there are only 2 teams in the entire Silver City, including them, on the field. This is really not good news. It's okay. Just play normally, Wang Hao said. Gao Yuan also said before that these people are definitely not as strong as those in the team competition finals. We can win against those people. Now we should be more confident about these people. The captain is right, Yu Jianzhong said with a smile. Whoever comes to beat whoever it is. One word. Just do it, Feng Gaoyuan said. Wang Hao glanced at the other students around him and smiled. He found that many people were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. And some people even gathered together to chat. Their eyes occasionally glanced here while talking. Are you planning to cheat? Wang Hao whispered to himself. They haven't met too many teams from the same city. But that may not be the case for people from other cities. It may even be because there aren't many teams from Silver City here. So there are more teams from other cities. And it's easier for them here. Find allies. Although those people are not from the same school, it still feels different to find people from the same city on such an occasion. Chapter 533 Holding Guns with Both Hands. Wang Hao didn't pay much attention to the people in other teams. When he was about to get on the plane, he discovered that among the 3 auxiliary functions he had randomly received in this game, a new auxiliary function appeared. Two-handed gun, level 1. You can wield 2 firearms at the same time. As more and more auxiliary functions appear, the probability that Wang Hao will randomly receive a new auxiliary function is constantly decreasing. He has not seen a new auxiliary function for some days. And in today's game, he finally randomly received one. Accessibility features never seen before. Holding a gun with both hands? There is no restriction in the introduction whether it is a pistol, a submachine gun, or a rifle. Does that mean that even rifles and submachine guns can be used with both hands at the same time? Wang Hao thought in his mind. Generally speaking, on the virtual battlefield, each player can pick up 2 long guns and 1 pistol. Although he can pick up to 3 guns, he can only use 1 gun at the same time. If he wants to use other guns, you can only use other guns by replacing the current gun. But now this two-handed gun obviously gives Wang Hao the ability to use 2 guns at the same time. In the introduction of this auxiliary function, there are no restrictions on firearms. In other words, he can use any firearm. Hold 2 at the same time. Think about it. When Wang Hao uses 2 rifles, or even 2 light machine guns, how powerful is the firepower? Especially in single-row games, Wang Hao can use 2 firearms remotely, with the help of auxiliary functions such as self-aiming and perspective. How many players can eliminate his devil's hand? Originally, Wang Hao had a high probability of winning a chicken game in a single row. Now that he has the ability to hold a gun with both hands, his probability of winning a chicken game in a single row is even higher. Of course, this auxiliary function is equally useful in 2-row and 4-row games. But Wang Hao needs to avoid his teammates a little when using it. In reality, this auxiliary function is even more useful. Because he has secrets, Wang Hao is more suitable to act alone in reality. If he acts alone, he will inevitably have insufficient firepower. But now with the auxiliary function of holding a gun with both hands, Wang Hao's firepower has increased. Double, or even more. Normally, 2 people need to hold 2 firearms. But these 2 people may not be able to cooperate tacitly, and the effect of 1 + 1 = 2 may not occur. But Wang Hao is different. He holds these 2 guns himself. So there is no problem of lack of coordination. The 2 guns in his hands can have the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Thinking about this, Wang Hao couldn't wait to try out the effect of this auxiliary function. Captain, where should we jump? Feng Gaoyuan asked Wang Hao on the plane. Wang Hao took a look at the route and said, just jump to P City. Okay. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 had no objections. As a member of the Qingfeng team and Wang Hao's old friend, Feng Gaoyuan and the 3 of them all know that P City is Wang Hao's home. In P City, Wang Hao is almost like a no man's land. For Wang Hao chose to jump to P City, so the 3 of them naturally wouldn't object. Captain, something is wrong. After Wang Hao and others parachuted, Yu Jianzhong's voice came, but his voice was a little heavy. There was no need for Yu Jianzhong to elaborate, but Wang Hao understood what he meant. Something is indeed wrong. At this time, there were actually 4 or 5 teams of players around them. You must know that this is a competition held in several cities such as Silver Light City, not a team competition held by the virtual battlefield. Therefore, there is no forced allocation of jump points, and everyone can choose their own jump points. Although there has never been a shortage of players in P City. If the route allows, players will jump here in almost every round. But generally speaking, there are not too many players jumping here. Players who like to be strict about points will first exclude P City. Players who like steel guns will give priority to places such as G-Port, N-Port, and even the airport. Although P City is also one of the holy places for steel guns. Compared with other places, this place is a bit worse. And now, including them. 6 teams actually jumped to P-City, which is obviously not normal. You must know that the route of this game passes through G-Port. Players who like steel guns should choose there more than P-City. Wang Hao couldn't help but recall the previous scene in the square in his mind. The way those players looked at him was obviously abnormal. Don't panic, Wang Hao said. Follow me. Don't scatter. Listen to my command. Okay. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 responded almost at the same time. At the same time, many people in the Guang City Square discovered the situation of Wang Hao and the others. People who are thoughtful may not think this is a big deal. After all, there will be people jumping to P-City every time. It is normal for people to jump to P-City in this game. Even in normal times, there will sometimes be situations where many teams jump to P-City. But some people with sensitive minds don't think this is normal. In the 6th game, City P is probably going to be lively, Zhou Ji suddenly said. It was obvious that he was paying attention to Wang Hao's game. I just don't know which team can come out of P-City alive, Zhao Kong said with a smile. Obviously, he is also paying attention to this game. Both Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong were determined to win today's game. And they also wanted to take this opportunity to slap Wu Haomu in the face. Among all the teams in Silver Light City, the 5 teams from a university are undoubtedly the strongest and the most threatening. Among the 5 teams from a university, Wang Hao attracts the most attention. As long as Wang Hao and his team can be destroyed, the strength of the team A will be reduced by half, and the overall combat power of Silver Light City will also drop a lot. Because of this, both Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong were very concerned about the game where Wang Hao was playing. Wu Haomu's face was a bit ugly. He didn't think it was just a coincidence that so many teams jumped to P-City at the same time. Especially when he saw the smiles on the faces of Zhou Ji and others. He felt that this was deliberately targeting Wang Hao and their Silver Light City. However, the rules of the competition are determined in advance, and he cannot change the rules temporarily. The participants' choice of jumping points is also determined by themselves, and it is difficult for outsiders to interfere. Therefore, now he can only place his hopes on Wang Hao himself. Wang Hao performed so well in the team competition. Shouldn't he be able to drop the box this time? Wu Haomu thought secretly in his heart. Wu Haomu still has some trust in Wang Hao's strength. However, the virtual battlefield focuses on factors such as feel, luck, and strength. Strength alone is not enough. No one can guarantee that he will play every round. Kill them all. Even recognized masters. There are times when they fall into pieces. Chapter 534. Let's try it. Wow! After several figures landed in succession, Wang Hao and 4 others landed smoothly. However, almost as soon as a few people landed, a series of messy footsteps came to their ears. Someone touched the face. Wang Hao's expression changed slightly. With auxiliary functions such as see-through and auto-aim, he is not afraid of pulling. But he is afraid of getting into the face. Especially in face-to-face melee. With the auxiliary function, he can defeat other people one by one. No matter how many people jump in the city, he is not afraid. But if the other party chooses to face each other at close range, it will definitely be bad news for him. Even with the help of auxiliary functions, he may still hate Northwest in a face-to-face melee. Wang Hao, who had a solemn expression, did not stop at all. After landing, he quickly entered the nearest house, followed closely by Rosen and the others. Captain, there are at least 3 teams around us. Yu Jianzhong's voice was a little impatient. Yes, I know, Wang Hao said. Search for supplies first, and the one who picked up the gun will guard the stairs to prevent them from attacking. Wang Hao's expression was serious. Originally, in his plan, the 4 of them acted together. One by one, search the supplies in these houses. P-City is so big that it is no problem to feed several teams. The 4 of them will be armed soon. But Wang Hao didn't expect that even if those people chose to jump to P-City, they would actually stick to their faces and land near them, and even surround them. In this way, Wang Hao and the others could only search as for the house in front of him. As for the house next to it, they couldn't search anything unless they attacked by force. It was already occupied by other teams. If 4 people search a house, you can predict how bad their situation will be. No matter how abundant the supplies are in P-City, it is absolutely impossible for one house to support a team. Sure enough, after dividing the work, the 4 people quickly searched the upper and lower floors of the house. But the results were not satisfactory. A rifle, a pistol, a machete, a grenade, and smoke bombs won. A total of 90 bullets, and a first-level backpack. This is all the supplies they found in this house. Rosen, you hold the axe and guard the entrance of the stairs. And the muzzle of the gun is pointed in the direction of the stairs. Wang Hao responded calmly. Yu Jinzhong, take the pistol, stand in the corner, and form a crossfire with Luo Sun, with the muzzle of the gun pointed at the same direction, at the entrance of the stairs. Yes, Captain. Luo Sun and Yu Jinzhong quickly took their positions according to Wang Hao's instructions. Captain, what about me? Feng Gaoyuan asked. I'll give you the grenade, Wang Hao said. You decide when to pull out the grenade. Okay. Feng Gaoyuan nodded nervously. Seeing that the three of them had already taken their positions, Wang Hao hurriedly walked to the balcony on the second floor, then closed the balcony door and squatted there. In this way, it would be difficult for other players to find him unless they were deliberately looking for it. Wang Hao and the others had just arranged their positions when the messy footsteps around them sounded again. Can't help it? Then come and try it, Wang Hao murmured to himself. From the fact that the other party chose to jump near his house, Wang Hao guessed that these people would definitely attack his team soon. If they wanted to pull away, there was no need for them to jump so close. P City was so big, there was plenty of room for them to jump. Obviously, these people just wanted to eliminate Wang Hao and the other 4 people from the competition while they were short of supplies. Because Wang Hao and his team are surrounded by 3 other teams in the middle, and the other 3 teams are on the periphery. They have relatively more places to search for supplies. Now, Wang Hao and his team only have one of the 4. They only had a rifle and a pistol. But almost everyone in the other 3 teams had a rifle. In terms of firepower, Wang Hao and his team were undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. Wang Hao and his team are probably going to die. In reality, Zhou Ji said with a smile while looking at the big screen. The supplies are so poor. Zhao Khan said. Wang Hao himself only had a machete. 4 against 12. And the supplies are poor. Wang Hao and his team will definitely be in a box. The 2 faces, there was no one at all worried about the situation of Wang Hao and his team. And some of them showed their happy smiles. Obviously, what they want to see more is what Wang Hao and the others want to see. Not necessarily, Wu Haomu said. Wang Hao's machete is quite powerful. Although he said that, Wu Haomu's face was obviously uglier than before. I know that, Zhou Ji said with a smile. However, he is not facing one opponent now, but 12 opponents. No matter how powerful his sword skills are, he can't cut down so many people. Right? Zhou Ji and others have also heard that Wang Hao is good at using unpopular weapons such as machetes. But Zhou Ji does not think that in this situation, Wang Hao can change his life with a machete. Unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ha ha ha. Zhao Khan laughed loudly, without caring about Wu Haomu's mood. Wu Haomu naturally knows that in this situation, no matter how powerful Wang Hao's sword skills are, it will be difficult to change the situation. Now the 3 teams have made it clear that they want to unite and kill Wang Hao and his team first. Lost. Now, Wang Hao and the others are not only at a disadvantage in terms of materials, but also in numbers. It is completely impossible to make a comeback. At the same time, Wu Haomu was not the only one who was feeling bad. The leaders and teachers at University A were also in a bad mood. Especially Zhao Feng, who was Wang Hao's class teacher and had great expectations for Wang Hao. He hoped that Wang Hao would be able to perform brilliantly in this game. But he did not expect that Wang Hao would encounter such lish start in the first game. The current situation was quite bad for Wang Hao. The people in those schools are so despicable. Isn't this an illegal team formation? Zhao Feng said dissatisfied. Even if they form a team illegally, there is nothing we can do against them. Another teacher next to him said, this is a competition organized by our non-governmental organizations, not an official competition of the virtual battlefield. Such behavior will not be punished by the virtual battlefield. Illegal team formation is strictly prohibited in the virtual battlefield. Once discovered, severe penalties will be imposed. However, the virtual battlefield does not care about such private competitions. After all, this kind of competition has its own rules. The rules and how the rules are set are all decided by the organizer. Therefore, even if you form an illegal team, you will not be punished in any way. I know. I just can't stand their behavior, Zhao Feng said. Who wouldn't be? Wang Hao and the others are the team with the highest hopes for our university. If they fail, it will be a huge blow to our university and even the entire Silver Light City. Chapter 535, Coming Out from Behind. Although Wang Hao is only a freshman now, his popularity in a university is not low. The teachers and leaders of the school have high hopes for him. Now seeing his situation, they are all worried about him. As footsteps approached, Feng Gaoyuan was the first to make a move. He had already pulled out the grenade before the other party showed up. Perhaps the other party did not hear the sound of pulling out the grenade because it was masked by the footsteps. Or perhaps they did not pull out the grenade at all. Feng Gaoyuan kept the grenades in mind. In short, their offensive did not slow down at all. Brush. When the footsteps reached the stairs, the grenade countdown was about to end. And Feng Gaoyuan threw the grenade. We have this grenade. Although the grenade has not yet landed, Wang Hao, with his clairvoyance ability, can predict its outcome in advance. Sure enough, after the grenade drew a perfect arc in the air, it landed accurately on the crowd. Boom! There was an explosion, and the two players fell to the ground. They have grenades. I was blown down. Cover me. Don't let them hit me. Those who are down climbed downstairs. Others continued to go up. Jiang, don't crowd at the top of the stairs. After the thunder and lightning, noisy shouts came from the stairwell. Because those people belonged to 3 teams, and there was no unified command. The situation at the stairwell was now very chaotic. Those who were knocked down wanted to climb down, and the remaining people wanted to rush up. But the stairway was only so big, and the stairway was in chaos for a while. It's a pity that Wang Hao and the others only have 1 grenade. Otherwise, they would definitely gain a lot with another grenade. The 2 players climbed down along the gap, while the others continued to rush up. Perhaps they did not pay attention to Wang Hao and the others, who only had 4 people. Or perhaps they were afraid of misunderstandings. The team that attacked the building did not use grenades. They only thinking of using firearms to knock down the 4 Wang Hao people. As soon as someone showed up, Luo Sun and Yu Jianzhong, who had been preparing for a long time, fired almost at the same time. The first 2 people were affected by the grenade explosion just as they were hit. Their health volume was not full at this time. After being attacked, they collapsed almost instantly. However, these people were all masters selected by various schools, and they still had some strength. Although 2 more people fell to the ground, the people behind still seized the opportunity to fight back. Rosen, who was directly in front of the stairs, was the first to be attacked. The blood volume instantly dropped by 2/3. When Rosen fired, he hurriedly hid in the next room. Those who seized the opportunity rushed to the 2nd floor to hunt down Rosen. At this time, Yu Jianzhong in the corner frantically pulled the trigger, and bullets were continuously fired from the muzzle of the pistol. The person rushing at the front was knocked down by Yu Jianzhong with the pistol. At this time, the team attacking the building discovered that there was actually a person hiding in the northeast corner of the 2nd floor. They subconsciously prepared to attack Yu Jianzhong. At this time, Luo Sun, who was hiding in the small room, leaned out half of his body and fired at the crowd. He didn't need to aim. He just had to pull the trigger. Another person was shot and lost blood like crazy. Someone come and save me. I'm going to lose my blood. Are you done? Come and get me. During the fierce battle on the 2nd floor, the players who had been blown down and shot down were urging their teammates to come rescue. In fact, without being replenished, their health bar did not decrease very quickly. However, they all knew that this game attracted a lot of attention, and many people outside were watching the live broadcast. They did not want to be in such a game. After being eliminated early in an important game, he subconsciously urged his teammates. The people upstairs naturally had no time to pay attention to them. Although there were many of them, the space at the stairs was limited, so they did not have much advantage at this time. Their first task was to kill the players upstairs, not to save their teammates. What the players who attacked the building did not notice was that a person ran in at the door of the 1st floor, because many parties were fighting fiercely at this time. Footsteps, shouts and gunshots were all in one. It was impossible to know who was coming from the footsteps, entering through the gate on the 1st floor, and the mini-map no longer shows footsteps. So the figure entered the building quietly. Is there anyone else here? Hurry upstairs. Damn, buddy, you are so afraid of death. Why are you here now? No. Why do I think this person looks familiar? You are so as soon as I said it. I also thought he looked familiar. Several players who had climbed downstairs with difficulty saw someone running in, and subconsciously regarded the other person as their comrade in arms, because there were 3 teams here. They were attacking Wang Hao and his team. Therefore, when these people saw that they did not recognize the man who had just come in, they did not suspect anything. The visitor ignored them and rushed straight to the stairs. Then, in the shocked and confused eyes of the people below, he waved the machete in his hand. Brush! There was a flash of sword light between several people, and then someone fell to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? How do you beat one of your own? Didn't we agree that after we kill Wang Hao and the others, we will decide the winner? What the hell are you doing? Damn, you're not honest. Ah, which school are you from? Why are you so shameless? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Those people were very dissatisfied when they saw the people coming and wielding machetes at the team attacking the building. They had made an agreement before in the island square. When parachuting, they chose to stick to Wang Hao's team. After Wang Hao and the others were eliminated, the three of them would disperse. When they met again, they would be enemies rather than friends. But now, before Wang Hao and the others were eliminated, someone started to sneak up on them from behind. Such behavior undoubtedly violated the previous agreement. They were all college students, and they still paid more attention to their promises. Therefore, seeing this naturally, everyone was very dissatisfied with his behavior. However, the man didn't seem to hear it, and still waved the machete. The originally ordinary machete in his hand seemed to have become a magic weapon. The light of the sword flashed, and someone must be there. Falling down? In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 people were knocked down by it. No! He is not one of ours. He is Wang Hao. At this time, someone finally recognized the identity of the person and immediately screamed. After his reminder, everyone else also woke up. This person is not from their 3 teams at all, but the goal of their trip, Wang Hao. But how did Wang Hao appear behind them? Shouldn't he be upstairs? After being reminded by these people, the team attacking the building also discovered Wang Hao behind them. Many people immediately turned their guns and wanted to kill Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao's movements were faster than theirs. He raised his knife and cut down the 2 of them again. Then, he jumped directly from the stairwell of the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, and conveniently killed a kneeling man on the 1st floor. The player made up for the kill. Chapter 536 Chase. Beautiful. Wang Hao is awesome. He's so good with this knife. So awesome. That's an amazing reaction. Isn't it? Can this come back? That's awesome. There were many outsiders paying attention to this match. Wang Hao's sneak attack on the building attack team was almost completely witnessed by those outside. When the team attacking the building began to attack, Wang Hao took advantage of their attention to be attracted by Yu Jianzhong and others, jumped from the balcony on the 2nd floor, and then entered the building through the main entrance, and then launched the attack from behind. Because the team attacking the building had already agreed that Wang Hao and the 4 of them would be defending upstairs, they had no idea that Wang Hao would make such a move and were caught off guard. With 1 person and 1 sword, Wang Hao chopped down 5 or 6 people in a short period of time. This achievement simply blinded everyone's attention. Zhou Ji, Xiao Kong and others, who had been smiling before, now looked a little ugly. They never thought that in a fatal game, Wang Hao and the others suddenly made a comeback. Their equipment was so simple, and their numbers were at a disadvantage. How could they look at it? Wang Hao and the others are certain to die in this round. But this is not the case now. After this melee, 2 people fell down on Wang Hao's side, namely Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun. After Yu Jianzhong fell to the ground, Feng Gaoyuan immediately picked up the axe he threw down. Although there were only a dozen or so in the gun at this time, there is only 1 bullet, and there is not even a spare ammo. But there is still a big difference between having a weapon and not having a weapon. On the other hand, here at the attack tower, there are only 3 people still standing. The huge numerical advantage they originally had has now been almost wiped out. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe it? Anyone who has watched the whole process can naturally see why Wang Hao and the others were able to reverse the situation. The main reason was Wang Hao's surprise and his terrifying sword skills. These 2 points played a decisive role. Of course, Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 were able to reverse the situation. The involvement upstairs also played a big role. But at this time, the 3 of them were ignored by many people, mainly because Wang Hao performed too brightly. Wang Hao, you did a great job. In reality, Wu Haomu couldn't help but praise him. He who had been worried just now had a smile on his face. Wu Haomu glanced at Zhou Ji and Xiao Kong, and said with a smile, I just said those people may not be able to win. Right? I have seen Wang Hao's sword skills with my own eyes. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, he can fight even better. Very smart. His sneak attack from behind played a vital role in this wave. It seems that Wang Hao and the others will not fall into a box. The faces of Zhou Xi and Xiao Kong were a little ugly. Not only did Wang Hao and the others fail to land in the box, they also received a lot of eliminations. Although there were no points in this game, Wang Hao and the others' performance undoubtedly captured the attention of many people. On the virtual battlefield, the game continues. The attackers, who still had the upper hand in numbers, were now in a dilemma. Should they continue attacking the building? Or should they pursue Wang Hao? Or is it an escape? Although they still have the advantage in numbers, they really have no confidence. So many people attacked the building just now, but they were not able to destroy Wang Hao and the others. Now that there are only 3 of them left, can they still be Wang Hao and the others' opponents? The 3 of them looked at each other and almost made the same decision. Run. This can't be blamed on them. The main reason is that Wang Hao's performance just now was so brilliant that they knew they were outmatched. In addition, Wang Hao didn't know where he had gone now. They chased him rashly, and they were more likely to be counterattacked. Rather than doing this, it is better to escape first and wait for a chance to fight with Wang Hao and others. The 3 people belonged to 2 teams and climbed out of the wall from 2 windows one after another, preparing to escape. Don't go. Help me. Hey, help me. You still have 3. They only have 2 left. What are you afraid of? The player who fell to the ground before was not affected. After all the kills, when he saw that his teammates had abandoned him, he immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Who wouldn't want to perform in such a game? Being eliminated early, but losing the opportunity that was hard-won. Who would be willing to do so? Unfortunately, their call for help only received a cannot be saved from their teammates. And then nothing happened. Although a few people were quite dissatisfied, they had no choice. In the current situation, they could not force it and could only lament their bad luck. Want to run? Wang Hao, who was hiding in the corner, stepped out and killed several players who fell to the ground with his knife. Then he quickly licked his bag, picked up a gun and a few grenades, and chased after him. Go up. Wang Hao never ran far, so he hid around. He wanted to fight with these people. He didn't have a gun, only a machete. Although this thing was very powerful, it had to be attacked at close range. Therefore, Wang Hao was also a little nervous, afraid of an accident. Feng Gaoyuan obviously couldn't provide much help. It was good enough to be able to hold him upstairs, so he couldn't ask for more. However, to Wang Hao's expectation, the remaining 3 people did not chase him, but chose to escape. This made him relieved, and at the same time, he became more courageous. After a simple lick, he chased and killed them single-handedly. With a gun in hand and auxiliary functions, Wang Hao is much more confident now than before. Gaoyuan, you save people first, and I'll chase them, Wang Hao said in the team channel. Okay. Be careful, Feng Gaoyuan said. Wang Hao did not reply to Feng Gaoyuan. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao followed the 3 people closely. The outside world was amazed when they saw Wang Hao single-handedly chasing down 3 people. However, considering his previous strong performance, not many people would think that he was overestimating his capabilities. Those 3 people did not have the see-through auxiliary function, so they did not know that Wang Hao was chasing them. After running for a while, the 3 people slowed down and started searching for supplies. In order not to give Wang Hao and others time to search for supplies, the 3 teams did not search for supplies properly, and even the supplies were not rich. Now that they have time, they naturally have to search carefully. Isn't that Wang Hao too powerful? A machete can actually kill so many people? Who said otherwise? I heard that he was very powerful before, but I was still not convinced. Now I have experienced how powerful he is. The result of this competition is not optimistic. So many of us tried to kill them without success. I think Wang Hao and the others may take first place. It's not necessarily true. The masters are afraid of Lao Lu and can't beat him head-on. Yin can also kill him. It's possible. The 3 of them searched for supplies and chatted, but they didn't realize that the danger was approaching. Chapter 537, Eat all over the world with one move. Duh. You were knocked down by player Wang Hao using the assault rifle M416. Among the 3 people who were searching for supplies, one of them was suddenly knocked down. It's him. He's coming after him. The down player shouted in horror. Wang Hao had just killed several people on their side. These people all had knockout information, so they all knew Wang Hao's name. The companions were startled when they saw the knockout message and immediately went on full alert. Boom! The player was about to ask his teammate where Wang Hao was. But before he could say anything, an instantaneous thunderbolt was stuffed into his mouth. Before he could say anything, he had turned into a box. 2 kills secured. The third person who escaped before was not on the same team as these 2 people. But he understood what happened through the system prompts on the left. Wang Hao is coming after him. How dare he? The player was quite frightened. You know, there are 3 of them here. And there are even players from other teams around. And there are houses everywhere. It is extremely easy to be killed in such an environment. How could Wang Hao dare to chase him here alone? He didn't know where Wang Hao's courage came from. But it was obvious that Wang Hao had indeed chased him. 2 of the 3 escaping players had been eliminated. It was obvious that he was Wang Hao's next target. The player was so frightened that he did not dare to speak out. He was now completely frightened by Wang Hao. Being selected to participate in this competition shows that he is considered a little master in his school. And he is usually a popular figure in the school. However, at this moment, facing Wang Hao's pursuit, he is no different than a newbie. With a face full of nervous. He's finished. This was the thought that came to the survivors watching this game from the outside almost at the same time. Although Wang Hao hadn't killed him yet, and the 2 hadn't fought yet, everyone was already extremely unfavorable to this player, and even sentenced him to death. Be timid before fighting. A taboo for military strategists. In a competition like this where all the masters are involved, morale and courage are very important. Once the morale is exhausted, it is impossible to fully display the strength, and the opponent will be inherently weaker. And now, this person has obviously felt deep in his heart he is afraid of Wang Hao, which will put him at a disadvantage when facing Wang Hao, even if the 2 people are of equal strength. With this mentality, they are definitely not Wang Hao's opponent. What's more, his strength is already if there is a gap between him and Wang Hao. There will be no chance of a comeback. Sure enough, Wang Hao quickly chased him. Although the player had the advantage of the geographical location and waited for Wang Hao in advance. Wang Hao did not use grenades this time, but attacked forcefully. However, the final result was still Wang Hao's victory. The player was eliminated, and Wang Hao didn't even lose much blood. Everyone who saw this scene shook their heads subconsciously. This was completely for free. There was still a chance. But now it is completely gone. When Wang Hao also eliminated the third one, Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 had also stood up again. After the 3 of them had licked the bag, they had reached their full state. They were planning to come to support Wang Hao. When they saw Wang Hao's battle has ended, and the 3 of them simply searched for supplies nearby. There are still 2 teams in P City. Wang Hao said, "You guys move quickly. The search is almost done. So come and gather at my place." Okay. The 3 of them moved faster. Wang Hao was also searching for supplies. He had been busy fighting just now. Not only did he not search for supplies, he didn't even lick the bag. Now he naturally had to lick the bag and search for supplies. Wang Hao and the others temporarily stopped fighting. But the city of P was not quiet, and gunshots were heard from time to time. Obviously, the other 2 teams in this city did not choose to live in peace. They were looking for opportunities to destroy each other. This is naturally a good thing for Wang Hao and others. If these 2 teams do not unite, they will be under a lot less pressure, because there are no points. It all depends on the final ranking. Therefore, Wang Hao and others are not in a hurry and let the 2 teams. One team will fight first. And it won't be too late for them to wait until they have finished searching for supplies before looking for bargains. However, to Wang Hao's expectation, although the 2 teams had almost never heard of fighting between each other, and the sound of gunfire kept ringing intermittently. After a battle, the 8 people in the 2 teams were stunned to be none were eliminated. Is this a tacit understanding or lack of strength? Wang Hao couldn't help complaining. Of course, there is another very important factor. The environment in this city is complicated. Even if one of the teams finds an opportunity to knock down one of the other team, they may not dare to rush over and force a face-to-face fight, unless they can knock down 2 of them. A little bigger. Once the opponent dared not touch his face, the down player would be quickly helped up by his teammates. In this way, although the 2 teams fought fiercely, no one was eliminated. In that case, let us do it. Wang Hao gathered Feng Gaoyuan and the 3 people who had already searched for supplies around him. He briefly arranged the formation for the 3 of them, and the 4 of them began to move towards one of the teams. Launched an attack. As the saying goes, a trick can be eaten everywhere. Wang Hao still chose to open the way with grenades. Feng Gaoyuan and the others knew that Wang Hao was very good with grenades. Therefore, When searching for supplies, the three of them consciously picked up more grenades. As long as they saw grenades, none of them released them. However, therefore, several people had mini grenades in their backpacks at this time. Although the trick of using a grenade to open a path has been used by Wang Hao too many times, it is still very effective. Who gave Wang Hao the auxiliary function of see-through? In his eyes, other players had no place to hide, since he knew where the players were hiding. Wang Hao's grenades naturally made great achievements frequently. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Wang Hao's grenade seems to be equipped with a locator. It's so accurate. Yes, I have seen many masters of using grenades, but none of them are as powerful as Wang Hao. This grenade was played out by him. If he hadn't known that the virtual battlefield couldn't be cheated, I would have doubted whether he had used clairvoyance. This grenade was thrown too accurately. Those two teams of players were too miserable. No one saw it, and everyone was blown down. Wang Hao's artificial bombing area is simply awesome. Although Wang Hao has deliberately made some mistakes, the grenade is not 100% accurate. The extremely high hit rate still amazed the outside audience and admired Wang Hao's grenades. Even high-level figures such as Wu Haomiu also admired Wang Hao's grenades. In their position, they have seen many masters, and among them, there are naturally many masters who use thunder. However, those masters are good compared with ordinary players. But compared with Wang Hao, they are really far behind, because there were grenades that made frequent achievements. Wang Hao and the four of them destroyed the two teams and captured P-City without much effort. Grenades are really useful in an environment like P-City. Chapter 538. It's all here. Although the fighting in P-City was fierce, and Wang Hao and his team even wiped out 5 teams at once, the rest of the island was very quiet, and there were no gunshots. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding. At the beginning, don't fight. Wait until later. This is also related to the rules of this competition. The top 2 in each game are promoted based on the final ranking and not the elimination points. Under this rule, everyone can naturally live on their own and there is no need to compete in the early stage. After taking P-City, Wang Hao and the others did not move because they were still in the circle, but took root in P-City. Perhaps because they knew there was an evil star here. No other teams came to P-City again. Even if there were teams outside the circle that moved into the circle, they deliberately avoided P-City. In this way, Wang Hao and the others were very safe. Something's wrong. In a 3-story building in P-City, Wang Hao's face looked a little solemn. Captain, what's wrong? Feng Gaoyuan asked. Something's wrong, Luosan also said. What's going on? Why do you all look so serious? Feng Gaoyuan became more and more confused. It's so wrong, Yu Jianzhong also said. Feng Gaoyuan looked at the three of them speechlessly. What riddles are you three doing? What's wrong? Please tell me. I'm so anxious. Can't you tell? Yu Jianzhong rolled his eyes at Feng Gaoyuan and said, look at the number of survivors. What happened to the number of people? Feng Gaoyuan seemed to have not yet reacted. There's something wrong with the number of people, Rosen said. This is already the 5th circle, but the number of survivors has barely changed from the beginning to now. Do you think something is wrong? The number of people doesn't seem to have decreased much. Feng Gaoyuan said, no one else is fighting? This is the 5th circle. The safe zone is already very small. Even if there is no fighting in the early stage, it is inevitable at this time. That's the problem, Yu Jianzhong said. Even if it is for the final ranking, it is at most just a mess in the early stage. Now it is the 5th circle. There must be many teams moving into the circle. In this process, it is impossible not to meet other teams. But there are not many people reduced now. This is too wrong. You mean? They have a tacit understanding not to attack each other? Feng Gaoyuan said. You're not stupid yet, Rosen said. But there were only 2 teams that advanced in the end. They made a tacit agreement not to fight. Who will advance in the end? Everyone fights for the medicine? Feng Gaoyuan said. They just don't fight now. Not forever. Wang Hao said, obviously. They have other goals now. So before this goal is eliminated, they all tacitly agree not to fight among themselves. Once this goal is eliminated, they will fight each other to determine the top 2. So, we are their target. Feng Gaoyuan suddenly realized. You're not stupid yet, Yu Jianzhong said. Isn't this cheating? How can it be like this? Feng Gaoyuan said, dissatisfied. So what? Wang Hao said, this is a private competition, and the virtual battlefield does not matter. Those teams should have discussed it before the start of the competition. First, we will destroy our Silver Light City team. and then internally fighting. The class leader warned us before the game started that teams from other cities might target our team from Silver Light City. So we should be more careful during the game. It seems that the class leader's concern is correct. I wonder what's going on with Linda. Those few people who have been reduced are probably Linda's team. Right? Even if a few people from Linda are still alive, they can't help us much. There are too many teams in other cities. Fortunately, although they target us, some people still have Xiao Jiujiu in their hearts. Otherwise, at the beginning, they all jump to Peace City. Even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms, we can't beat them, although they haven't seen the enemy yet. Rosen and others are obviously pessimistic. For such a long time, there haven't been many battles on the entire island. And they have to do it. Let them guess. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the sound of an engine came. There is danger ahead. Rosen marked it. There is a team there too. Yu Jianzhong also spotted a team. That's more. Feng Gaoyuan exclaimed, damn. There are 2 convoys there. You really guessed it. Those bastards really joined forces to attack us. Luo Sun and others look gloomy. Wang Hao's face doesn't look good either. It is now the 5th circle. Peace City is still in the safe zone for the time being. If possible, Wang Hao believes that the teams from other schools will definitely wait for them to leave Peace City before fighting back. In the wild, even if Wang Hao and the others have 3 heads and 6 arms cannot defeat so many teams. But because there were too many teams left, they still needed time to decide the winner. Therefore, they could not wait that long and couldn't help but launch an attack on Peace City. Holy shit! Are all the other teams on the island gathered in Peace City? Wang Hao and the others are finished. For this team, even 1 bullet per person can send all 4 of them away. Wang Hao and the others are done. Fortunately, Peace City has always been in the safe zone. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have died even worse. So what if they are in the safe zone? There are so many teams coming to attack them. Do you think they still have a chance to survive? I didn't say that. In this situation, there is nothing anyone can do. When the teams drove to Peace City, the outside audience was excited. With so many teams gathered in Peace City, anyone can guess what they are going to do. They are determined to eliminate Wang Hao and the 4 of them first. Faced with the siege of so many teams, no matter how strong Wang Hao is, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Wu Haomia's face was gloomy. The joy he felt when he saw Wang Hao and the others destroying 5 teams in a row was gone. City Lord Zhou. City Lord Zhao. Isn't this a bit too much? Wu Haomio said to the 2 of them. There are many high-level officials from other cities around him. But he is the city lord after all. And only Zhou Ji and Xiao Kong have the same status as him. Therefore, the main people he communicates with are Zhou Ji and Xiao Kong. City Master Wu. I didn't expect this situation. Zhou Zhidao, who would have thought that they would do this? However, having said that, so many teams jointly attacked Wang Hao's team, which also proves that Wang Hao's team has in terms of strength. City Master Wu should be happy. Yes. Xiao Kong continued. I think the reason why those teams did this was because they felt that Wang Hao's team was the biggest threat. So they were eliminated first. Only then can I feel at ease. If it were me, I would make the same decision. Neither of them admitted that this was their arrangement in advance. But anyone who is not a fool knows that they are lying. Even if they take Wang Hao seriously, it is impossible. This scene appeared. Unless they had discussed it in advance before the game. It would be impossible to get teams from so many schools to act in unison without the contribution of Zhou Ji and Xiao Kong. Chapter 539, Take the initiative to attack. You know clearly whether you did something or not. Wu Haomiu said unhappily. City Lord Wu has wronged us. Zhou Ji said with a smile. Besides, Wang Hao is so powerful. He may not be able to survive. Survive? Wu Haomiu looked at the screen. With the posture in front of him, not even a god could survive. While the outside world is causing disturbances, the battle has already begun on the virtual battlefield. The one who fired first was not the joint team, but Wang Hao. Now that he has discovered the other teams and guessed their intentions, how can Wang Hao be polite? With a sniper rifle in hand, 1 bullet can easily knock down a player before his teammates can react. The next bullet will send him off the island. Then, Wang Hao turned his gun and pointed it at another player. The dull gunshots of sniper rifles rippled over City P. Every time a gun was fired, someone was bound to be knocked down or eliminated. The 100% hit rate really scared the other teams around City P, because they were afraid that Wang Hao and the others would run away. The besieging teams dispersed and completely surrounded the entire P city. At this time, Wang Hao used his sniper rifle to cripple 3 teams and eliminate 5 people. Enter the house. Enter the house. If you're down, just give up. You can't save him. His sniper rifle is too accurate. It can't be used in the wild. Enter the house quickly and shuttle through. The teams that reacted gave up their vehicles one after another and entered the house. Within a few seconds, Yu Jianzhong and the others had no players from other teams in their field of vision. But they knew that the disappearance of those players did not mean that they were safe, but that they were in danger. Getting closer, Yu Jianzhong and the other 2 couldn't see those players, but Wang Hao could, with the help of the perspective auxiliary function. Every move of those players is under Wang Hao's surveillance. After the upgrade, the perspective auxiliary function can now safely cover the entire P city. You guys follow my arrangements. Wang Hao put away his sniper rifle and replaced it with 2 rifles. Although he could see the specific positions of other players, he did not have the auxiliary function of walking through walls. Even if it did, it was not suitable for use in this situation. Therefore, Wang Hao temporarily gave up the attack. In close combat in urban areas, sniper rifles are not suitable, and rifles and submachine guns are more suitable. Upon hearing that Wang Hao was going to make arrangements, Yu Jianzhong and the others immediately looked at Wang Hao with serious expressions. I'll mark it for you. The 3 of you go to the house I marked. Wang Hao continued, I will observe the surrounding environment and give you information about other teams at any time. Remember, if I ask you to move, you must immediately transfer without any hesitation. Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 naturally had no objections to Wang Hao's decision. Under Wang Hao's arrangement, they quickly went downstairs and ran towards the house marked by Wang Hao. As for Wang Hao, he still stayed there. When Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 left, they left all the grenades in their backpacks with Wang Hao. Since you want to play big, let me play with you, Wang Hao said to himself. Although he was surrounded and attacked by multiple teams, Wang Hao was not completely desperate. If he were in the wild at this time, it would be almost impossible for Wang Hao to survive even with so many auxiliary functions. The others were not rookies. He could kill a few, but he would definitely be killed by others. But this is P City. The special environment of P City gives Wang Hao room to pull. With the help of auxiliary functions, it is entirely possible for him to compete with those teams. Especially those teams who are afraid that Wang Hao and others will escape from P City and are scattered in the city. For 4 weeks, this gave Wang Hao the opportunity to defeat each one, because they did not belong to the same team. Although those teams had a tacit understanding to besiege Wang Hao, they could not communicate in real time. And naturally it was impossible to achieve synchronous cooperation, which gave Wang Hao and several others room to operate. The outside world and the players in those teams all thought that Wang Hao and the others were dead. Even Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 didn't think they could survive. But Wang Hao just didn't believe this evil. After briefly cleaning up, Wang Hao also left the building, taking all the grenades and killing in the other direction. Duh. Rapid gunshots suddenly rang out, and a small team was rushing through the houses toward the 3-story building where Wang Hao and the others were just now. However, they were suddenly attacked just after entering a house. The 2 people fell to the ground almost in order, and the 2 people behind realized Wang Hao and the others were not staying in that building. They took the initiative to attack. The 2 of them were shocked and wanted to fight back. Boom! Just as the 2 were preparing to fight back, a grenade that had been planted at the door suddenly exploded, and the 2 of them turned into boxes together with their teammates before they could even react. The group is destroyed. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire battle lasted less than 5 seconds, and a formation full of 4 people was wiped out. And it was Wang Hao who defeated them all. After destroying this team, Wang Hao didn't even take a lick of luck, but immediately moved towards the other team and killed them. At the same time, Yu Jianzhong and 3 others also had a firefight with the team. Because of Wang Hao's arrangement, Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 hid in advance on the path that the team must pass through. That team, like the team Wang Hao had just destroyed, did not expect that there were still people hiding in the house. And they were beaten, caught off guard. Although the strength of the 3 Yu Jianzhong is not as good as Wang Hao, compared with other players, their strength is not bad, and they have the upper hand due to their mental arithmetic and unintentional calculations. After a battle, the 3 of them have nothing but the loss of some health. One person fell to the ground, having eaten a full formation without any damage. Yu Jianzhong and the others were greatly refreshed, and their hearts were no longer as desperate as before. Captain, We're done fighting here. Luo Sun contacted Wang Hao to report the battle situation. Well, did you see what I marked for you? Go there. Go now. Wang Hao said. The three of them took a look at the small map. And sure enough they saw another mark point. The three of them no longer hesitated and immediately started to move. At this time, Wang Hao was holding a grenade. After he finished speaking, he threw the grenade. Boom! There was an explosion, and one player was knocked down. At the same time, the two teammates who were closer to him also lost some health. Wang Hao did not attack rashly, but pinched a grenade again. At the same time, he moved quickly without staying in place. Sure enough, a grenade soon landed where he was standing. Wang Hao, who had completed the transfer at this time, was naturally intact. At the same time, he also threw his own grenade. There was another explosion, and the player who was knocked down before was eliminated. And two other players were knocked down at the same time. One thunder and three blasts. There is only one person left on the other side. Without hesitation, Wang Hao immediately took the initiative to kill him. Chapter 540 Illegal Team Formation. What team is this? Is it the 6th team? Including the 3 teams that were wiped out before. Wang Hao and his team have wiped out 9 teams. It's scary. It's too scary. This P City is Wang Hao's back garden. No matter how many people come here, they will be buried here. It's too strong. This is the strongest person I have ever seen. How can he be so strong? This Wang Hao is still a human being. Even if the gun is strong, the perception of danger is far superior to others. If those teams were in the wild, it would be possible to destroy Wang Hao's team. It would be too difficult in P City because of the environment in P City. It's so suitable for using grenades. And Wang Hao is very good at grenades. On the virtual battlefield, the game continues, and the outside discussion never stops. In fact, as the game progresses, the outside discussion becomes more and more intense. Almost all of these discussions revolved around Wang Hao and his team. There is no way. During this period, Wang Hao's team has received the most attention among all 10 arenas. When many teams went to P City to encircle Wang Hao and his team, almost no one thought that Wang Hao and his team could still leave P City alive. After all, against the background of hot weapons, personal strength is often insignificant. You can defeat them. 3 or 5. Can you beat 10 or 8 at the same time? 1 bullet per person is enough to get you on your way. At this time, there were more than 10 or 8 people surrounding Wang Hao and the others. Almost the entire remaining team on the island participated in the siege, with dozens of people in total. In such an environment, who can leave P City alive? Not to mention that Wang Hao is still a college student. Even if he is a long-established master, there is no possibility of survival in this situation. However, reality slaps many people in the face. I thought that Wang Hao and the others wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But I never thought that not only did Wang Hao and the others persevere, they also wiped out 6 teams one after another. Among them, Wang Hao wiped out 4 teams by himself. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone who watched this game was amazed. Wu Haomia's face also changed from desperate and gloomy at the beginning to smiling now. Correspondingly, it was Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong and others. The smiles on their faces had long since disappeared, replaced by gloom and shock. What did I say before? Wu Haomia said with a smile on his face. I just said that Wang Hao is very powerful with grenades. In P City, he is like a fish in water. Although there are many teams to encircle and suppress him, the outcome is still uncertain. What happens now? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Wu Haomia couldn't help laughing. Only he knew how worried he was before. His worry was not only because Wang Hao was surrounded and suppressed, but also because almost all the teams from their Silver Light City were surrounded and suppressed in the other 9 arenas. Those teams did not have the strength of Wang Hao and others. After being surrounded and suppressed, they had almost no resistance and were eliminated one after another. Only Wang Hao and the other 4 are still persisting. Moreover, they also have a huge advantage. This made Wu Haomia, who was filled with gloom, feel much better instantly. Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong and others looked ugly. Although in other competitions, the Silver Light City team was completely surrounded. But in the 6th competition, the Silver Light City team performed extremely well. In fact, the scenery of this game was enough to cover up the losses in other games. Because Wang Hao and others performed so brilliantly. In other arenas, although the team from Silver Light City was eliminated, it was because they were surrounded and suppressed. Even if they were eliminated, there was a reason. But in the 6th arena, A team like Wang Hao and the others were alone against many teams from other cities. They not only persisted, but also eliminated many. This performance was really impressive, and it was enough to make people forget about Silver City's defeats in other games. Humph. The game isn't over yet. City Master Wu. Don't be too happy too early, Xiao Kong said with a cold face. There is nothing wrong with what he said. The game is indeed not over yet. There are many teams from other cities in P City. Although Wang Hao and the others have performed well so far, if they make one mistake, they will be eliminated. When the time comes, it will still be the teams from these cities that have the last laugh. Wu Haomia's smile instantly faded a bit. Although Xiao Kang's words don't sound good, they are true. Because of the large number of teams in other cities, they have room for error. But Wang Hao's team has no room for error. As long as one mistake is made, they will be eliminated. Therefore, it is far from the time to be happy. I believe Wang Hao and the others will have the last laugh, Wu Haomia said solemnly. Then take a good look. Zhou Zhidao. On the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao looked seriously at the building 30 meters in front of him. In the two-story building, there were two teams ambushing them. That's right. There are two teams. After Wang Hao and the others eliminated 6 teams in succession, the remaining teams chose a more shameless approach, illegal team formation. Originally, these teams were dispersed from each other, and Wang Hao and the others still had a lot of room to maneuver and pull. But now, these teams have begun to form illegal teams, and the pressure on Wang Hao and the others has instantly increased. 1-4 and 1-8 are two completely different concepts. This time, Wang Hao did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he climbed to the roof through the balcony on the second floor and pointed his gun in the direction of the building where the two teams were hidden. Why hasn't he come yet? I don't know. Judging from his previous speed, he should be here. Does he know that we are ambushing here? I don't know. But I can't rule out this possibility. What should we do? Keep waiting here? I can't afford to let you wait. This game is broadcast live, and people on the outside are still scared when they see 8 of us fighting against one person. What will they think? Yes, there are 8 of us. As long as we work together, it is not a problem at all to deal with one Wang Hao. We should take the initiative. Wang Hao has not appeared in that building. The 8 people inside couldn't hold it any longer. These selected players are all masters from various schools. When facing Wang Hao, they may appear to be lacking in strength, but usually in their own schools, they are the ones that other students look up to, and they are naturally arrogant in their hearts. Now they are forced by the situation to form a team illegally, which already makes them a little embarrassed. Now that they are facing only one opponent, it would be even more embarrassing if they dare not take the initiative to attack, especially since this game was broadcast live. They naturally wanted to save face. Many people had become impatient when Wang Hao couldn't show up. Chapter 541 One Wears 8. The end result was that all 8 people agreed to take the initiative. There may be 1 or 2 people among them who think it is safer to stay here. But when everyone else decides to take the initiative, if they insist on staying here, they will appear timid. Although they are united, in fact, they do not belong to the same city, or even to the same school. They are naturally competitive with each other, and they definitely do not want to be compared with others. As a result, the 8 people left the hiding building one after another. The 8 people were quite experienced. Although they decided to take the initiative, they were not reckless. They formed an attack formation and moved towards the place where Wang Hao had just fought. These people did not have the see-through auxiliary function. They could only rely on the gunshots just now to roughly determine Wang Hao's position, and then groped over there. However, not long after the 8 people left the house, a round object suddenly fell among them. At first, a few people didn't react. But after all, they were all experienced in the battlefield and were familiar with the various sounds on the virtual battlefield. Therefore, when they heard the sound, their bodies were not ready yet. I didn't react, but I already had a judgment in my mind. It's a grenade. This is the sound of a grenade landing. Before a few people could make evasive movements, an explosion sounded. Subsequently, 3 people were knocked to the ground. Several other people were also affected to some extent. Wang Hao is waiting outside. By this time, several people had already reacted. It was obvious that Wang Hao had been standing outside the house and did not act rashly. When they could no longer hold back, he would hunt them outside. At this time, many people have already regretted taking the initiative to attack. But it is too late to regret now. Running back will only leave their own backs to Wang Hao. And when the time comes, They will die more completely. Duh. After the grenade exploded, sharp gunfire rang out. Almost as soon as the gunfire rang out, 2 more people were knocked to the ground. In just the blink of an eye, the 8-person team lost 5 members. This speed of attrition not only shocked these 8 people, but also the outside audience. This is too fast. Not long after those 8 people left the building, more than half of them were reduced. Especially the grenade, which blew down 3 of them at once. The 8-man formation was relatively tight. But more importantly, Wang Hao had the grenade in his hand in advance, and threw the grenade after the opponent left the building. The thrown grenade was not a delay grenade, but an instant blast grenade, not giving those 8 people time to react at all. So they were able to blow up 3 of them at once. But Wang Hao is planning to catch the thunder in advance. How did he know when those people left the building? Although people outside have been watching the live broadcast, they can't see how Wang Hao judges the time and accurately grasps the opportunity. On the virtual battlefield, the remaining 3 people were frightened. They never expected that more than half of their number had been reduced just after they left the building where they were hiding. What should they do now? Retreat? The 3 of them have all considered this option. But the problem is that Wang Hao is clearly trying to hold them back, and they may not be able to escape unharmed even if they want to retreat. Attack? It doesn't seem to work. Wang Hao's gun tip is too hard, and they will be shot as soon as they show their heads. At this moment, the remaining 3 people were in a dilemma. In the end, the 3 of them could only choose to attack forcefully. 3 against 1. And there was still hope of winning. If they retreated, they would be killed one by one. However, just when the 3 of them wanted to have a head-on confrontation with Wang Hao, they suddenly discovered that Wang Hao was missing. After knocking down 2 people, Wang Hao left his previous position. As for where he went, the 3 people didn't know. The outsiders watching the live broadcast naturally knew Wang Hao's movements. Wang Hao did not move away, but moved to the side of the 3 people. And then, another grenade appeared in his hand. Boom! There was an explosion, and one of the 3 players, who were still looking for Wang Hao's specific location, was immediately knocked down by the explosion. As a result, there were only 2 players still standing at this time. Wang Hao was still the same as before. Even if there were only 2 people on the other side, he did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, he moved again. The grenade was still the sharpest weapon in his hand. Wang Hao is confident of a frontal attack, but it must be risky. In a 3-on-1 situation, even if Wang Hao has the auxiliary function, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to retreat safely. Maybe knocked down. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 were not with him at this time. Once he was knocked down, there would be no one to rescue him. Therefore, Wang Hao did not intend to fight hard at all and only used grenades to attack. After several grenades were fired one after another, the remaining 2 people were also blown down. At this point, the 8 members of this illegal team were all wiped out by Wang Hao alone. Although the outside audience witnessed the whole process, they were still shocked. 1 person killed 8 people. On the virtual battlefield, it is not uncommon to kill 8 in one round. But it is very, very rare to kill 8 at one time. And Wang Hao is now performing in front of everyone. A wave of 1 wears 8. Wang Hao's grenades are amazing. I would like to call Wang Hao the Thunder God. He's so good with grenades. In this wave, grenades have done a great job. Without grenades, Wang Hao would never have been able to kill so many. It's too strong. I thought their team was doomed before. But now it seems that the players from other teams are the ones who died. The outside audience praised Wang Hao's grenade skills. His ability to play with grenades is so admirable. It's not like these people have never seen grenade masters before. Especially those high-level officials in various cities. They are even more knowledgeable. But they have never seen anyone who can play grenades to Wang Hao's level. It can be said that Wang Hao is the best player they have ever seen playing grenades. Wu Haomu was relieved. He was angry and worried when he saw a team illegally forming a team before. No matter how strong Wang Hao is, he is only 1 person. He has no chance of winning against a team. Let alone now. Facing 2 combined teams, Wang Hao is even more dangerous. But Wang Hao proved his ability with grenades, and once again refreshed people's understanding of him. Zhou Xi and Zhao Kang's expressions were not so good. They thought Wang Hao was dead this time. But they didn't expect that Wang Hao actually survived again. Not only did he survive, but he also killed 2 of them by himself. In full formation, this level of strength is completely different from the others. Wang Hao is too far ahead of others. Chapter 542 Escape. There are only 3 teams left in the city. One of them is Wang Hao's team, and the other two teams are from different universities in two different cities. However, Wang Hao was the only one left in Wang Hao's team, and Feng Gaoyuan and the other three had been eliminated. They did not have Wang Hao's ability. Facing the encirclement and suppression, the three of them could not hold on for too long. However, although they were eliminated, not many people despised them. After all, when the numbers were equal, they were worthy of any team. The reason why they were eliminated was not because of their incompetence, but because of the encirclement and suppression of them. There are too many people. Of course, the more this happens, the more the outside audience will admire Wang Hao. Feng Gaoyuan and the three of them acted together and were eliminated early. Wang Hao acted alone. Not only was he not eliminated, but he was able to destroy multiple teams as a group. This shows Wang Hao's strength. No matter what the final result of today's game is, Wang Hao's strength has been recognized by everyone. Even the senior officials in other cities look at Wang Hao with admiration. Zhou Ji, Zhao Kong and others had originally intended to contact Wang Hao. At this time, their intention was even more determined. Moreover, the reason why they wanted to contact Wang Hao before was mainly because they wanted to discuss Wu Haomiao. But now, their intention has faded a lot. They really hope to recruit Wang Hao. With the talent and strength that Wang Hao has shown now, I believe that Wang Hao will definitely become a top master in the near future. If they can recruit a top master under their command, it will be of great help to their own strength and reputation. Of course, this makes it harder to discuss Wu Haomiao. At this time, Wu Haomiao was also thinking about whether he should also pay attention to Wang Hao, and not just want control of the Qingfeng team. Wang Hao has performed well in competitions one after another. This cannot be explained by luck. Wang Hao's strength and talent are definitely top-notch. If he can recruit Wang Hao, it will be of great benefit to him. However, thinking that many people in the city had already extended invitations to Wang Hao, Wu Haomiao still gave up the idea. Although he is the city lord, he can't even deny the soup to the people below. He has already robbed the Qingfeng team. If he also robs Wang Hao, others will definitely complain. As a city, he needs to take the overall situation into account. Consider, not just your own interests. While everyone in the outside world was thinking, the situation on the virtual battlefield changed again. The last two teams encircling and suppressing Wang Hao escaped. They hadn't even officially fought Wang Hao yet. But the system prompts on the left kept showing Wang Hao's knockdown and kill prompts, even to the point of swiping the screen. This made them lack the courage to face Wang Hao, especially when they saw that there were only 9 survivors at the scene. They completely gave up the idea of competing with Wang Hao. They can't beat Wang Hao, although they don't want to admit it. This is the fact. Although they are also famous figures in their respective schools, when facing Wang Hao, they have completely lost the arrogance they used to have. Escape is their only option. Of course, escaping did not mean giving up completely. They thought that they were no match for Wang Hao in Peace City. But if they went to the wild, they might not have no hope of making a comeback. As if they had found a reasonable excuse for themselves. The 8 people from the 2 teams fled more resolutely. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of cars sounded, and 2 teams of 6 cars headed in 2 directions. However, they were not far apart from each other. Obviously, they wanted to be each other's horns. Once Wang Hao chased him out, they would besiege him. Wang Hao. Bump! Just when a few people were driving, a dull voice sounded, and then a system prompt appeared. Player Wang Hao used the sniper rifle Kar 98K to knock down player Qin Zhao. Killed a player with 1 shot. The secondary helmet on the player's head shattered instantly. The remaining 7 players were shocked, and the player responsible for driving subconsciously stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. At this moment, only by staying away from Peace City and Wang Hao can we ensure our own safety. As long as they stay away from Peace City and find a slope, they can tangle with Wang Hao. Bump! There was another gunshot. This time, although Wang Hao hit the opponent, he was not able to knock him down. Later, Wang Hao put away his sniper rifle, got into a car, and chased one of the teams. The most indispensable thing around Peace City is vehicles. Wang Hao, who got into the car, did not pursue blindly. Instead, he always kept a distance from the team in front and occasionally shot at the vehicle in front. Damn! His gun is so accurate. Fight back. Fight back quickly. Why is Wang Hao chasing us? Why doesn't he chase the other team? It's over. My health is at the bottom. The team being chased by Wang Hao felt a little nervous when they saw Wang Hao chasing them. Although this was what they expected. They would still feel nervous and scared when Wang Hao really chased them out. Wang Hao put too much pressure on them. Several people fought back under pressure. And at the same time, another team was also attacking Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao always kept a distance from them. Not everyone can maintain a high hit rate on a speeding vehicle. The players in those two teams are just ordinary college students. Even if they are more talented than their peers, they are still very good. It is difficult to achieve a very high hit rate on a speeding car, especially since Wang Hao always maintains a distance, which makes their hit rate even lower. But Wang Hao is different. Although there is a long distance between him and the opponent, Wang Hao has auxiliary functions such as self-aiming and range damage. These auxiliary functions can greatly improve his hit rate. Therefore, soon the other two teams and players from the outside world discovered that Wang Hao himself did not suffer any damage. But players from the other two teams continued to lose blood. Run! Run quickly! The team that was being chased by Wang Hao had two people left at this time. They no longer dared to fight with Wang Hao. Wang Hao's marksmanship was so accurate that they couldn't beat them at all. If the fight continued, they would be left. These two people will be beaten to death by Wang Hao sooner or later. You know, this is still the group stage. The top two can advance to the finals. And there are 3 teams on the field. They don't need to kill Wang Hao. They just need to die later than the other team. And they can advance. Completely, there is no need to fight Wang Hao head-on. Thinking of this, the player driving the car suddenly dialed the steering wheel and rushed towards the other team. He wants to divert trouble to the east. Chapter 543. Where is the limit? Holy crap. What's going on? What do you mean they're running towards us? Keep some distance. He's trying to drag us into the water. Don't come over. There's another team left. The next 3 players originally wanted to let the other team hold Wang Hao down. And then, they could attack Wang Hao calmly. Although their hit rate was not high due to distance and marksmanship, time could make up for these shortcomings. As long as they are given enough shooting time, Wang Hao can always be knocked down. But now, things have changed. 2 players from the other team actually rushed towards them. It doesn't matter that they came. What matters is that Wang Hao is also chasing after them. As a result, they also became Wang Hao's attack targets. No one is a fool. And this team of players quickly understood what the other team was thinking, obviously. In this situation, they don't need to kill Wang Hao. They just need to run faster than their allies. Okay. As long as they die later than the other team, they can advance to the finals. Despicable. The 3 people who reacted all cursed the 2 people from the other team. Of course, if it were them, they would probably do the same thing. The 3 people who reacted also accelerated their escape. They no longer care about shooting Wang Hao. Now they only think about being able to outrun the other team. As a result, such a spectacle appeared on the island. 1 person and 1 car, chasing 3 cars and killing 5 people. The 5 people hardly fought back and just kept running. When the outside audience saw this scene, they were all amazed. They are not from the same school, so there is internal strife. This is normal. The top 2 can advance. There is no need for them to fight Wang Hao to the death. As long as they outperform the other team, it will be fine. TSK. 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 Wang Hao is really brave. He chases 2 teams to kill him. This is the first time I have seen such a car battle. It is also the first time I have seen it. But those 2 teams don't dare to fight back. The outside audience was all surprised by what happened in the 6th arena. Crane battles are not uncommon. But this was the first time they had seen 1 person watching 2 teams chasing each other. With the help of the auxiliary function, Wang Hao, who was no longer under attack, could shoot with peace of mind and quickly eliminated a team. Yeah, we won! When that team was eliminated, the happiest person was not Wang Hao himself, but the other team, because they were in the top 2, which meant they advanced to the finals. At this time, they were happier than Wang Hao. Even if they were eliminated shortly afterwards, everyone still had a smile on their face. Seeing this scene, the outside audience was dumbfounded. However, everyone also understands their mood at this time. After being continuously chased by Wang Hao, they were able to successfully advance to the finals. This is already a lot better than other teams. Naturally, they have reasons to be happy. Congratulations. As soon as Wang Hao teleported back to reality, Zhuang Shuer and others congratulated him. And some students from a university nearby also congratulated Wang Hao. We have advanced. Why do you look so sad? Wang Hao asked. The faces of Zhuang Shuer and others were ugly. Not only Zhuang Shuer, But also the students from University A, and even other universities in Silver Light City had ugly faces. Because we didn't advance, Yu Qianing said. You didn't advance? Wang Hao was a little surprised. Zhuang Shuer and the others are still very strong. And their failure to advance was indeed beyond Wang Hao's expectation. Not only us, but our entire Silver Light City. Except for your team, all other teams failed to advance. Zhuang Shuer said. How could this happen? Feng Gaoyuan said in shock. Although the overall strength of their Yingguang City is not strong in the whole of China, University A is the best university in the entire Yingguang City after all. University A may not be as good as the top universities in other cities, but compared with ordinary universities in other cities, they are still in the leading position. They can accept that teams from other universities in Silver Light City fail to advance. But it is really surprising that they are the only team in University A to advance. It's all because the teams in other cities are too mean, Yu Qianing said angrily during the competition. They united to surround us. No team in the top 10, let alone the top 2, could enter. Have you also encountered this situation? Yu Jianzhong asked in surprise. Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded. The universities in other cities should have discussed before the game that they would give priority to attacking our Yingguang City team on the field. Not to mention that our Yingguang City team's overall strength is not good. Even if the overall strength is high, it is difficult to advance in this situation. Has this happened to you too? Rosen said. Also? You mean? You also met him in the competition? Yu Qianing asked. Yeah. Rosen nodded. I thought we were the only ones who encountered this. But I didn't expect this happened in other arenas. Those teams were really despicable. Seeing you advance, I thought you were lucky. Being targeted, Yu Qianing said. You all advanced despite being targeted? Yu Qianing had a surprised expression on her face. And others around her were also surprised. 10 games were played at the same time. Yu Qianing and the others only knew that Wang Hao and his team had advanced. But they did not know about the game process. Now when they heard Luo Sun say that they were also targeted, everyone was extremely surprised. Everyone has personally experienced how terrifying the situation of being targeted is. There are enemies from all directions. Dozens of people are attacking the 4 of them. Even if they have great abilities, it is difficult for them to resist. But they didn't expect that Wang Hao and his team could advance despite being targeted. How could everyone not be surprised? Yeah. Feng Gaoyuan nodded and said, the main reason is that our captain is so powerful. The captain single-handedly challenged more than a dozen teams and killed them until they threw away their armor and fled in panic. The 3 of us were able to win by hugging each other. Luo Sun and Yu Jianzhong nodded in agreement. They really won this round. If it weren't for Wang Hao, they would have died under the random shots of other teams. Captain, where is your limit? Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao in disbelief and said, what else is there that you can't do? There are many things that you can't do. Wang Hao smiled. He said, I am a human being, not a god. There are many things I cannot do. However, everyone would only think that Wang Hao was being modest. The abilities that Wang Hao showed were far beyond their knowledge. Chapter 544 Helpless. Wang Hao, you performed well. Zhao Feng, the class teacher, also came over at this time and praised Wang Hao fiercely. As Wang Hao's class teacher, when Wang Hao performs well, his face is also quite bright, and he is naturally in a good mood at this time. Teacher, I'm afraid I will be powerless in the next competition, Wang Hao said with a wry smile. Since teams from other urban universities had already camped against them in the group stage, they would definitely continue to target them in the next finals. In this game, Wang Hao and the others were lucky. Peace City kept circling, which gave Wang Hao room to make a difference. Once the safe zone for the next game was cleared in the wild, Wang Hao would be in trouble. The smile on Zhao Feng's face dimmed a bit. He understood the meaning of Wang Hao's words, nodded and said, just try your best. In this case, no one can ask you for more. Regarding the shameless behavior of other universities, Zhao Feng was very disdainful but had no choice. Even in normal games, with the official supervision of the virtual battlefield, illegal team formation could not be completely eliminated. If 2 teams meet and don't shoot each other, does that mean they must be forming an illegal team? Not necessarily. The 2 teams could explain that they wanted to preserve their strength and fear each other to avoid fighting. If 2 teams attack the same target at the same time, does this mean it must be an illegal team formation? This is also not necessarily true. The 2 teams can be said to be a coincidence. They feel that the team being attacked is weak or is attrition, and wants to pick up the slack, etc. In short, even if there is official supervision of the virtual battlefield, it is impossible to completely eliminate illegal team formation, precisely because it cannot be completely eliminated. The penalties for illegal team formation in the virtual battlefield have always been very heavy. It's just to scare the monkeys and prevent others from forming illegal teams. The current competition is a private competition. The virtual battlefield official only provides the venue, but does not care about the process. As a result, there is naturally no way to prevent other universities from illegally forming teams. Even if you say that they formed a team illegally, they will not admit it. Some of them will use excuses and reasons to justify it. Those people have gone too far. Feng Gaoyuan said angrily, if you have the ability to fight with real swords and guns on the field, how can you be a hero by doing such small tricks? Feng Gaoyuan's words made Wang Hao dumbfounded. This game may involve the interests of several cities. In this context, all kinds of methods will naturally be used. Who will care about the process? Moreover, Wang Hao felt that those participating students may not be willing to eliminate the Yinguang City team in this way. Everyone is a college student, and those who can be admitted to college. In today's society, who is not the proud one? There must be arrogance in your heart? If possible, they would prefer to eliminate the Silver Light City team in a fair and just way, rather than through this method. Even if they come up with 100 excuses to argue that they are not forming an illegal team. In fact, they know clearly in their hearts whether they are. For the arrogant students, it is not honorable to eliminate the teams from Silver Light City in this way. This decision must not have been made by themselves. It was most likely an order given to them by the city's top brass and the school's top brass. Just do your best. Zhao Feng said to Wang Hao and others, you are now the only surviving team in our Yinguang City. All the college students in Yinguang City will cheer and encourage you. Wang Hao nodded. Maybe there is usually acrimony among the various universities in Silver City. But under the current circumstances, all the students from the universities in Silver City must stand together and share the same hatred. Especially when they see teams from other cities using despicable means to eliminate their own city's teams. After being eliminated, they will firmly support Wang Hao and the others. Why do I feel like I'm under more pressure now? Rosen said. Zhao Feng smiled and said, if you can reach the finals, you have already won. Just let the rest take its course. To be honest, Zhao Feng didn't think Wang Hao and the others could perform well in the finals. Now other universities, the idea is already obvious. It is estimated that he will not hide it in the finals, but will be more unscrupulous than in the previous game. By then, Wang Hao and the others will be in a more difficult situation. Zhao Feng was even mentally prepared for Wang Hao and the others to land in a box. However, he and the school leaders would not think that Wang Hao and the others did not play well because of this. As he said, if they could reach the finals, Wang Hao and the others would be better. Already won. After about 10 minutes of rest, the game continued. This time, there were more people left in the square. Only 20 teams and 80 people could continue to participate in the competition. After these 80 people were transported into the virtual battlefield, there was almost no reduction in the number of people on site. Captain, why do I feel like they are all looking at us? Feng Gaoyuan whispered to Wang Hao in the island square of the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao glanced at the other teams around him and said, if they want to watch, just watch and ignore them. Yes. Feng Gaoyuan nodded. In fact, people from other teams were indeed looking at Wang Hao and the others. Originally, according to everyone's expectations, there would be no more teams from Yinguang City in the finals. Under their joint attack, it would be impossible for any team from Yinguang City to enter the top 2 and enter the finals. But now, Wang Hao's team has come to the fore, which is beyond everyone's expectations. Students from other universities are naturally quite curious about Wang Hao and the others. Now that they are in the first competition, they are naturally quite interested in Wang Hao and the others. Focus on. The encirclement and suppression must continue. Since Wang Hao and the others failed to be eliminated in the group stage, then in the finals, Wang Hao and the others must not be allowed to achieve good results. They must be allowed to score from the bottom. If they cannot do this, they will be disgraced. Captain, I'm afraid this round is going to be mailed. Yu Jianzhong said bitterly. Wang Hao took a look at the small map and understood why Yu Jianzhong said this. The route of this game is relatively far from City P. It starts near Port N, extends all the way up, passes between City Y and the school, and finally ends near City S. This route is not very beneficial to Wang Hao and the others. It is not impossible to insist on going to P City But it is impossible to fly. You have to drive. If you don't go to P City, other places are also possible. Whether it is Y City, school, or City S and Port N are areas with housing. As long as there are housing areas, the effectiveness of grenades will be greatly improved. However, the housing areas in these places are not as close as P City. The relatively better one may be Y City. Y City has no fewer buildings than P City, but the distance between them is larger than P City. Too much space is obviously not conducive to Wang Hao, and the others move flexibly, making it easier for them to be surrounded. Chapter 545 Flying Fast. Captain, where should we dance? Rosen asked. The choice of jump point is very important, and can even affect the progress of the entire game. For example, in the last game, if Wang Hao had not chosen P City as the jump point, they would have been eliminated long ago. We are not going to the housing area in this round, Wang Hao said. First go to the roadside to find a car to transfer points. Jungle? Yu Jianzhong said. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Will he be a little poorer? Yu Jianzhong asked worriedly. The resources in the wild area are definitely incomparable to those in the housing area. Their situation this round will definitely be more difficult than the previous one. If they don't have enough equipment, they probably won't even have the ability to fight back. It's okay to be poor, Wang Hao said, as long as we can distance ourselves from them. We can have room for change. In this round, we will fight a mobile battle. Mobile battle? The three of them were quite surprised. In comparison, the last game they played should be a positional battle, using P City as their own position to face enemies from all sides. Yu Jianzhong and the other three thought that Wang Hao would still choose positional warfare in this round. After all, Wang Hao's grenade level is very high. Positional warfare can give full play to his grenade skills. However, he did not expect that Wang Hao would abandon positional warfare and switch to mobile warfare. Wouldn't this be exploiting weaknesses and avoiding strengths? Yes. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Mobile warfare is not weaker than positional warfare, and it can even have miraculous effects. The three of them couldn't understand the meaning of Wang Hao's words, but Wang Hao was their captain, and they were also naturally. They will do whatever Wang Hao says. Wang Hao glanced at the other teams around him and quickly made a choice among the three auxiliary functions. Fly fast. Fly fast. Level 1 you can jump faster than others 1x. This auxiliary function often appears in the options, but Wang Hao usually does not consider this auxiliary function, because apart from his fast parachuting speed, it does not help in combat. But in this game, Wang Hao chose this auxiliary function without hesitation, because he wanted to steal the car. Wang Hao had a premonition that other teams might be more aggressive in this game than the previous one. In the last game, other teams launched an attack on them after searching for supplies. This gave Wang Hao and others a chance to develop, and they also chose a favorable location. In this game, as long as the other teams are not stupid, they will learn the lesson from the previous game and no longer give Wang Hao and the others a chance to develop. The battle may start from parachuting. Wang Hao's prediction was correct. After he chose to parachute, several teams jumped out of the plane with him. It's strange. Why did Wang Hao and the others jump into the wild? Are they going to fight in the wild? It's a stupid move. There are basically no houses in the wild area. Wang Hao's most powerful grenade technology will be greatly restricted. I don't know what he is thinking. Why don't you go to school in City Y? Maybe Wang Hao has other plans. No matter what plan he has, it will probably be difficult to implement. You see, there are several teams following them. After jumping, if Wang Hao and the others were in the jumping room, they could still fight. Now in the wild, there is not much room for maneuver, and they are dead. The outside audience was surprised to see that Wang Hao did not have a jumping room area. Before Wang Hao and the others skydived, the outside audience generally believed that Wang Hao would definitely choose a rooming area. After all, Wang Hao was in the room in the last game. District turned the tide and won the final victory. Therefore, everyone was naturally surprised to see Wang Hao and the others actually abandoning the housing area and going to the wild. He is going to P City, Zhou Ji said firmly on the high platform. Although Wang Hao dances in the wild, they may not search for supplies in the wild, and the probability of changing places is greater, at least in Zhou Ji's opinion. Wang Hao will definitely choose the housing area in the end. But Wang Hao doesn't like school and City Y, but will still choose City P. Although the route is far away from P City, this does not mean that the safe zone must be far away from P City. The location of P City is still good, and there is a high probability that it will appear in the safe zone. And Wang Hao is quite familiar with P-City. In Zhou Ji's opinion, Wang Hao will definitely go to P-City. Definitely, Zhao Kong said. However, it's not that easy for him to get there. There are at least 4 teams trying to steal the car with him. As long as someone grabs the car, they will be dead. Stealing the car. This is the key. The jump point Wang Hao chose was in the wild. There were no housing areas around. And there was only a solitary car. Whoever grabbed the car would get the first move. And there were 4 teams competing with Wang Hao to grab the car. At the same time, there were 2 other teams that flew to the northwest of Wang Hao's landing point. There were several houses there. As long as they picked up guns in the housing area, they would definitely rush to Wang Hao's landing point as soon as possible. In short, as long as Wang Hao and the others cannot grab the car, they will inevitably end up in a box. Wu Haomi looked at the screen with a worried look on his face and fought with 4 teams to grab the car. As long as 1 team or even 1 person grabbed the car, Wang Hao would be dead. Why didn't he go to the housing area? Why did he choose the wilderness? Even if he wanted to go to P-City, he should have picked up supplies first and then moved them. With weapons in hand, he would always have the ability to fight back and resist. But now he pins all his hopes on robbing. It's too risky in the car. Wu Haomi thought. Wu Haomi was obviously not optimistic about Wang Hao's decision. Like Zhou Ji, he also thought that Wang Hao wanted to go to P-City. But Wang Hao probably didn't expect that there would be 4 teams competing with them to grab the car from the beginning. I still lack experience. Wu Haomi sighed. Skydiving skills are completely incompatible with marksmanship and body skills. Some masters have very hard gun tips and very flexible body skills. But their skydiving skills are very average and can even be described as rubbish. In previous competitions, Wang Hao has never performed too well in skydiving. His skydiving level can only be said to be average. The other 4 teams competing with him may have skydiving masters among them. Even if there is no skydiving master. And the skydiving level is only the same as Wang Hao. Wang Hao has no advantage. After all, they have fewer people. Therefore, few people, including Wu Haomi, were optimistic about Wang Hao's car grabbing. Zhou Ji and Zhao Kong even had smiles on their faces. Captain, there are 4 teams around us, and they want to grab the car with us. On the virtual battlefield. After observing the surroundings, Luo Sun said to Wang Hao, should we change the landing point? Although changing the landing point it's a little late. But there is still some hope. If you go to grab the car with 4 teams, it will undoubtedly be more dangerous. Among the 4 of them, no one is very good at skydiving. Chapter 546, 16 kills on landing. No need. Wang Hao said, we will jump according to the original landing point. I will be responsible for grabbing the car. After you get down, be careful to avoid other people. If you are not sure, you can open the umbrella in advance and float in the sky for a while. Open the umbrella in advance. It will inevitably affect the descent speed, so you can stay in the air for a while. Captain, are you going to rob a car alone? It's too dangerous. Yu Jianzhong said. It's okay. I'm sure. Wang Hao said. Confident? However, Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 didn't believe it. They had no doubts about Wang Hao's marksmanship and ability to play with thunder. But they did not have much confidence in Wang Hao's skydiving skills. This was not the first time that they had entered the virtual battlefield with Wang Hao. They knew very well what level Wang Hao was in skydiving. They couldn't say he was rubbish. But he definitely wasn't outstanding. He was just at the level of an average player. What's more, they had already jumped off the plane at this time. And Wang Hao was not far away from them, and not much faster than them. Captain, let's go grab the car together, Feng Gaoyuan said. The more people there are, the greater the chance. Whatever you want, Wang Hao said casually. The sound of wind rang in his ears. Wang Hao was getting closer and closer to the ground. And a car on the wild road gradually became clear. The survivors have already studied the virtual battlefield thoroughly. They have a clear understanding of where resources are abundant, where high-end equipment is easy to obtain, and where are the car farming spots. The location chosen by Wang Hao is where many cars are farmed. One of the points has a very high probability of refreshing a car. This time, a car was also refreshed. Hey, why do I feel that the captain is flying faster and faster? Feng Gaoyuan said with some surprise in the air. I also feel this way. The captain seems to be getting further and further away from us. Yu Jianzhong said. Has the captain really practiced skydiving? Rosen asked doubtfully. Generally speaking, the choice of skydiving timing Flight posture and flight route will all affect the skydiving speed. Feng Gaoyuan and the other three skydived with Wang Hao. It can be said that the timing of the skydiving was almost the same. But now, they are getting further and further away from Wang Hao. Obviously, Wang Hao is practiced in the flying posture and route. Players from the other four teams also found that Wang Hao was getting farther and farther away from them. If this continued, Wang Hao would be the first to land and grab the car. Once Wang Hao grabbed the car, they would be in danger. And some people started to think about quitting. You can't run. This is a wild place. If he grabs the car, we can't run away. Yes, although he is faster than us, he is not much faster. Landing first for a second or two may not necessarily mean he can grab the car first. We can fight. There is still a chance. Fight. There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't catch him. After a brief discussion among themselves, the players from several teams quickly agreed, don't run. And Wang Hao grabs the car. Wang Hao saw that other teams were still near his team, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It's okay if you didn't run away. I'm really afraid that you might run away. With the fly fast auxiliary function, Wang Hao could have continuously opened the distance between him and other people from the moment he jumped off the plane. But he did not do that. Instead, he always maintained the distance from the beginning. The flying speed was similar to that of several other teams. It was not until he was about to reach the ground, and it was too late to change the landing point, that Wang Hao suddenly accelerated. In the surprised and confused eyes of everyone, Wang Hao flew faster and faster, and the distance between him and others became wider and wider. At this time, even if some people discovered that there was something abnormal, it was already too late. Wow! Wang Hao was the first to land, and the place he landed was just outside the driver's seat of the car. Almost as soon as he landed, Wang Hao opened the door, got in, closed the door, and turned on the ignition in one go. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the car sounded. Wang Hao continued to increase his speed, and just as he increased his speed, the others fell to the ground one after another. Bump, bump. Wang Hao drove his car and hit other players who landed on the ground. Before those players could even react, 3 or 4 people were knocked to the ground. The other players were running around in fear at this time. However, this is the wild. The nearest house is 200 to 300 meters away from here, and there is not even a bunker around. Where can they run? So, in the shocked eyes of the outside audience, Wang Hao drove his car and hit other players crazily. For full formations of 16 players were not able to hold on for even 30 seconds, and they were all knocked down by Wang Hao. One by one, they were knocked down, knocked out. 16 kills on the ground. Seeing the system's knockdown and kill prompts, not only the outside audience were shocked, but also other players in the battlefield were also shocked. No one expected that Wang Hao actually destroyed 4 full formations during the landing stage, which was even more efficient than the previous game. Get in the car. After sending the last player away, Wang Hao stopped the car and let Feng Gaoyuan and the others get in the car. Feng Gaoyuan and the others did not choose to fly high, but landed almost at the same time as the players from other teams. However, Wang Hao was busy hitting people and did not stop to let them come up. At that time, Feng Gaoyuan and the others were surrounded by players from other teams. Once Wang Hao stops the car, it may not be the 3 of them who get on the bus. People from other teams may take the lead. Therefore, Wang Hao did not let Feng Gaoyuan and the 3 get on the bus until all 4 full formations were eliminated. Fortunately, the players of the 4 teams were just busy running for their lives and had no time to attack Feng Gaoyuan and the others. And Feng Gaoyuan and the others were able to save their lives. Captain, have you secretly practiced skydiving? Feng Gaoyuan couldn't help but ask after getting in the car. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded and admitted. I knew it. Feng Gaoyuan said loudly, Captain, you hide it so well. I didn't know you had this ability before. I guess no one else knew you had this skill either. This time big loss. They brought it on themselves. Yu Jianzhong also looked excited. The captain did a great job. He caught us by surprise and wiped out 4 full formations at once. Our pressure was instantly relieved. There are only 20 teams in the finals. Except for themselves, all other teams can be said to be enemies. Now Wang Hao has wiped out 4 teams at once, leaving only 15 hostile teams on the field. The pressure has indeed been relieved. Phew, this is just the beginning, Wang Hao said while driving. After other teams have searched for supplies, they will definitely come to surround us like the last game. It's not time to celebrate yet. Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 nodded. Indeed, the battle has just begun, and the more difficult ones are yet to come. It is not the time to celebrate yet. Wang Hao drove the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and stayed away from the landing, completely leaving the other players behind. Chapter 547 Carpet Search. Did you find out where Wang Hao's team is? I didn't see it. We didn't see it either. Is it in P City? Probably not. We just drove to P City after walking around. I didn't see any vehicles inside or outside P City. Where did they go? Did they find a place to hide? It's possible. On the virtual battlefield, multiple teams refused to be near the research institute. They did not belong to the same team, but they did not attack each other at this time. Instead, they were communicating and exchanging information. Their target is Wang Hao's team. Before Wang Hao's team was eliminated, they were allies. Only when Wang Hao's team was eliminated would they resume their hostile relationship and compete for the championship. However, after searching for a long time, they found no trace of Wang Hao's team. In the end, everyone decided to divide into 5 groups to conduct a carpet-like search. The 4 people in each team dispersed and entered different groups. Once a group discovered the location of Wang Hao and his team, they immediately notified the location of other teammates through the team channel. Group. Through this distribution method, it can be ensured that as long as a member of one group discovers Wang Hao's location, members of other groups can immediately rush to support and jointly encircle and suppress Wang Hao and the others. Seeing this arrangement from other teams, outside audiences felt that Wang Hao's team was doomed. Regarding this arrangement of other teams, the audience of Silver Light City naturally scolded them for being shameless. In the previous group stage, other teams joined forces to eliminate their Silver Light City team, which was enough for the survivors of Silver Light City. It was annoying. But at that time, the other team's behavior was relatively restrained, and they would occasionally pretend to attack each other. But now, they have stopped pretending at all. Members of the same team are actually dispersed to other groups. This is a completely illegal team formation. Seeing this situation, how can the survivors of Silver Light City not be angry? Normally, there is competition between the major universities in Silver Light City, and the relationship is not very close. But at this moment, when facing the joint siege by other cities, students from major universities in Silver Light City and ordinary survivors naturally stood up. They are in the same camp because they are both from Silver Light City. These survivors of Silver Light City naturally put the interests of Silver Light City first, and they were naturally very angry when they saw such targeted behavior by teams from universities in other cities. The survivors in other cities were somewhat embarrassed at this time. They could only pretend they didn't hear the abuse and ridicule from the survivors in Silver Light City around them. But they couldn't refute even a single word. Who made the team from their urban college behave a little too shamelessly? This kind of illegal team formation has always been prohibited on the virtual battlefield. Almost all survivors know that this kind of behavior is shameful and is not recognized by the virtual battlefield. On the high platform, the faces of important figures in other cities were somewhat strange at this time, and they did not dare to look at the faces of the senior officials of Silver Light City. Humph. Wu Haomu snorted heavily and said, "Are these the outstanding representatives elected by universities in your respective cities? This is really outstanding. This is the first time I have seen such shameless behavior. Oh, what a truly outstanding person." Faced with Wu Haomu's ridicule, the important figures in other cities on the high platform all looked even more ugly. Ahem. Zhou Xi coughed a few times and said, "Sometimes it is understandable to use a little trick to win. For example, when we face mutant beasts and zombies, don't we also have to join forces? Between our cities, competition leads to cooperation. I think the teams on the field should think the same way." City leader Zhou, you are really good at metaphors. Wu Haomu sneered. Zhou Kong was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything else. In fact, the actions of those teams on the field were indeed disgraceful, and it was of no use to him to try to clear his name. The teams on the virtual battlefield don't know where Wang Hao and his team are, but the outside audience has a god's perspective, and they can clearly know the real-time movements of each team, including Wang Hao and his team. At this time, Wang Hao was near Ji-Town. However, only he and Yu Jinzhong were in Ji-Town, while Feng Gaoyuan and Luo Sun were hiding in a ravine slightly away from Ji-Town, with vehicles placed next to them. A team is about to meet Wang Hao. Wang Hao is in danger. There are only 2 of him. There are more than 10 people in the team, and there are not many housing areas in Ji-Town for Wang Hao to use. He is dead. It's over. Once Wang Hao dies, the other 3 are helpless. I don't understand why Wang Hao and the others dispersed. And why Wang Hao went to G-Town? Did you make a wrong decision? You shouldn't have jumped in the first place. For those in the wild. How about going to P-City? The outside audience can clearly see that one of the search teams is approaching G-Town. Once they discover Wang Hao, they will definitely attack him as soon as possible. Inform other teams that when the time comes, they can either attack Wang Hao by force or watch Wang Hao and wait for other teams to arrive before encircling and suppressing him. Wang Hao alone will be unable to resist in an environment like G-Town. When the time comes, it doesn't matter whether you stay in G-Town or escape from G-Town. However, what the outside audience didn't know was that when they saw the search team approaching G-Town, Wang Hao also saw it. Wang Hao, who has the upgraded perspective auxiliary function, can clearly see the team that is constantly solving. At this time, Wang Hao was lying on the roof of the tallest building in G-Town. He seemed to be observing his surroundings. But in fact, his attention was always staring at the team that was constantly solving the problem. This is a team of 12 players. Although Wang Hao does not know the specific content of the discussions between other teams, he can guess from the close distance between these people that they must have formed an illegal team. The purpose of their illegal team formation must be to encircle and suppress their own team. However, Wang Hao is not panicked. He had already made arrangements at the beginning. When the convoy appeared more than 400 meters away from Wang Hao immediately got down and pointed in the direction of the convoy. G-Town is surrounded by a large area of flat land with almost no obstructions and a good view. A fleet of multiple vehicles is quite conspicuous. Wang Hao can spot them immediately, and no one from the outside will doubt Wang Hao. I turned on the perspective plugin. Bump! Wang Hao, who lay down, fired almost as soon as he hit the ground. As the gunfire sounded, a system prompt also appeared. Chapter 548 Fighting and Running. Player Wang Hao used the sniper rifle Kar 98K to knock down player Yuan Lo. A headshot. With the sound of gunfire and the appearance of the knockdown prompt, the remaining players in the team also immediately judged the direction from which the sound came. G-Town. They are in G-Town. Hurry. Rush over. Notify others immediately, and come to G-Town immediately. The convoy instantly became lively. Because of the distance, although they judged that the gunfire came from G-Town, but they don't know Wang Hao's specific location. If they don't know the specific location, they naturally can't fight back. What's more, they are still far away from G-Town, on a vehicle traveling at extremely high speed. Even the top masters can't fight back. It is also difficult to hit a place 300 or 400 meters away. Therefore, the players in the team did not fight back. They stepped on the accelerator and accelerated their approach to G-Town. At the same time, they also informed their teammates on the team channel about the news about Wang Hao and others in G-Town. Let teammates come over for reinforcements. Come here quickly. I'm bleeding quickly. Poor Yuan Lo kept calling for help in the team channel. Because each team was mixed, Yuan Lo did not walk with his teammates. At this time, he could only pray that his teammates could arrive before his blood dries up. Bump! There was another sound. And Yuan Lo was startled when he heard this familiar voice. Then, another system prompt appeared. Wang Hao knocked down another player. This Wang Hao is so strong. Yuan Lo said in shock. This place is at least 400 meters away from G-Town. And he can actually shoot one at a time. Moreover, he is shooting at a moving target. How did you develop this shooting skill? Is this still a human being? Other team members and outside spectators were also shocked. The outside audience saw it most clearly. When they saw the convoy approaching G-Town, they all thought that Wang Hao was dead. When they saw that Wang Hao shot first instead of driving away immediately, they felt that Wang Hao was just getting angry. This behavior is tantamount to suicide. But Wang Hao knocked down 2 people with 2 shots. His precise shooting skills were admirable. You know, you are shooting at a moving target hundreds of meters away. Under such circumstances, even a master sniper would find it extremely difficult to achieve a 100% hit. Wang Hao's shooting skills were simply too high. It's so scary. He's still just a freshman. If he practices for a few more years, how scary will his shooting skills be? It's already scary now. Okay. I've never seen a master who can shoot in the 4th grade, more than 100 meters away. It is very rare for a sniper rifle to hit a moving target twice. Even if it is one hit, Wang Hao's talent is too high. Although we are not in the same city as him, we are all human survivors. The emergence of such a master in our group is definitely a blessing to the entire human race. What's the point of being strong? He can kill 10, 100, or 1,000 mutant beasts and zombies. Can we still kill 10,000, 100,000, or even a million? Our current situation cannot be solved by the emergence of one or two top masters. We need to increase the overall strength of our human survivors. Yes, to fight against mutations. Beasts, zombies, and even rebels are a matter for all human survivors. One or two masters may be able to achieve some local results, but they will have little impact on the whole. That will also boost morale. Okay? The outside audience was talking a lot, admiring Wang Hao's marksmanship and talent. Whether he was a survivor of Silver City or not, they couldn't deny it. Wang Hao's ability, especially since Wang Hao is just a freshman, with a few years of training. He is definitely the top powerhouse among human survivors. The audience talked about the reality from the game. The appearance of Wang Hao is definitely a good thing for the human survivors. But for the entire situation, only one Wang Hao is obviously not enough. The human survivors need to improve their overall strength, change the current situation. Of course, some people still disagree with Wang Hao's choice, and even think that Wang Hao's initiative to shoot is tantamount to committing suicide. Maybe he can kill a few people with his superb marksmanship, but that will not have any impact on the overall situation. No, it is said that there are more than 10 people in the team that is approaching G-Town. Several other teams are also rushing to G-Town quickly. Faced with the siege of dozens of people, Wang Hao cannot escape the fate of being eliminated no matter how strong he is. In their opinion, Wang Hao's best choice is to find a secluded place to hide. The island is very large, and there are many places suitable for hiding. Even if other teams join forces and want to find a hiding place, it is not an easy task for players either. But Wang Hao chose to be tough, which was definitely looking for death. Bump! On the virtual battlefield, the gunfire continued, and the third gunshot sounded soon. However, this time, Wang Hao only hit the opponent, but did not knock him down. This is normal. Although the power of 98K is not small, it is impossible to knock down the opponent with one shot without a headshot. Even if the opponent is wearing a level 3 helmet, even if Wang Hao hits the opponent's head, he will not be able to knock him down. At the same time, sharp-eyed players in the convoy have discovered Wang Hao's specific location, and they began to shoot at Wang Hao. However, because they were still about 300 meters away from Wang Hao at this time, they were all driving fast. Therefore, most of the bullets fired failed to hit within 10 meters of Wang Hao. After Wang Hao fired the third shot, he decisively put away his sniper rifle, then came down from the stairs and got into the jeep. Let's go! As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Yu Jianzhong, who had been sitting in the driving position, immediately started the car. Isn't it too late to think about running now? Follow them. The convoy approaching G-Town naturally discovered Wang Hao's vehicle. They fought back while following Wang Hao and the others closely, although their hit rate is very low due to the distance. But as long as they bite Wang Hao and the others, and wait for the players from other teams to arrive, and form an encirclement, Wang Hao and the others will be unable to fly even if they have wings. Therefore, they do not seek to kill the enemy, but just follow Wang Hao and the others. As long as they do not lose, it is victory. Bump! The familiar sound of gunfire rang out again, and Wang Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, skillfully pulled the trigger. The knockdown prompt still did not appear, but Wang Hao knew very well that he hit the target. It seems that the efficiency of 98K is still not enough. While muttering to himself, Wang Hao put away the 98K and pulled out the backup gun M416 instead. Duh. Rapid gunshots rang out, and then system prompts kept appearing. Chapter 549 Chase. Player Wang Hao used the assault rifle M416 to knock down Lu Yu. Player Wang Hao used the assault rifle M416 to knock down Zhuo Wen. Player Wang Hao. System prompts appeared one after another. It even feels like refreshing the screen. Holy crap! Isn't this gun so accurate? This has to be at least more than 200 meters. Right? Can the M416 shoot so accurately at this distance? Although the effective range of the M416 is 600 meters, few people can shoot it at this distance. There is such a terrifying hit rate at a distance of more than 200 meters. Is this a pursuit? Why do I feel like I am dying? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Wang Hao asked Yu Jianzhong to slow down a little. When the distance between the two sides was only more than 200 meters, the M416 began to be used to attack. But even so, it still caused a great sensation. After all, this is more than 200 meters. What's more important is that both parties are on vehicles traveling at extremely high speeds. What's more important is that Wang Hao didn't get lucky and only hit 1 or 2 shots. But he hit many shots. How does this not shock outside audiences? The outside audience was just shocked. But the other players on the virtual battlefield were horrified. Especially the convoy that was chasing Wang Hao. They were frightened at this time. And no one knew who would be knocked down next. Who is it? But one thing is certain. Someone will be knocked down or even killed by Wang Hao. Can this still be pursued? Some people have backed down. However, considering that there are so many people on our side, and the outside world is still watching, it would be too embarrassing if so many people unite and are scared away by Wang Hao and others. So, everyone decided to continue chasing. While chasing, the team closest to Wang Hao and the others were shooting wildly at Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong. Although their hit rate is not as good as Wang Hao's, they have more people. If they are lucky and get a few shots, they can still kill Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong. At the same time, several other convoys were speeding up and closing in on them. Wang Hao naturally would not give them a chance to surround him. And the gun in his hand never stopped shooting. With the help of auxiliary functions such as self-aiming and perspective, Wang Hao's hit rate was extremely high. The two-man team was all knocked down by Wang Hao in less than 3 minutes. This was achieved even though he deliberately lowered some of his hit rates. Go back, Wang Hao said to Yu Jianzhong while changing ammunition. Okay. Yu Jianzhong naturally knew why Wang Hao went back. These 12 people were basically not in the same team. And Wang Hao mostly knocked them down instead of killing them. If their teammates arrived and helped them up, all their efforts would have been in vain. Replenishing heads is a must. Some players who were knocked down are very smart. They crawl on the ground trying to find a place to hide. They can still save them when their teammates arrive. If it were other players, they might not be able to find them all on the speeding vehicle. Down player. But Wang Hao is different. He has clairvoyance. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, all players can't hide. No matter where they are hiding, Wang Hao can find them and kill them one by one. After knocking everyone down, Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong quickly picked up bullets and projectiles. As for firearms, Wang Hao didn't need to change them. But Yu Jianzhong didn't even take them. The 4 people jumped into the wild area before. And the resources in the wild area were very scarce. In order not to be surrounded, they briefly searched and then moved immediately. Therefore, there were not many places they could search. And the materials they found were naturally not rich either. Under Wang Hao's decision, Yu Jianzhong did not pick up the gun. Feng Gaoyuan and Luo Sun both had only one gun. And they were not very good guns. The only 2 good guns, M416 and 98K, were given to Wang Hao. Yu Jianzhong's backpack was full of bullets and projectiles. But the number was not large. Feng Gaoyuan and Luo Sun were in a similar situation. In Wang Hao's arrangement, Yu Jianzhong and the others mainly acted as drivers and 4th-level packs. As for killing enemies, they basically did not need to do anything. At this time, there was a chance to lick the pack. Yu Jianzhong did not pick up the gun, but only picked up bullets, and you can pick up as many thrown objects as you can. Especially bullets. In the mobile shooting state, the hit rate is definitely not high. Even if Wang Hao has auxiliary functions, he cannot guarantee that he will hit 100%. In addition, he still needs to act. So the consumption of bullets in this process is quite terrifying. Wang Hao didn't have enough bullets in his own backpack. So Yu Jianzhong naturally took on the role of a 4th-level bag to help Wang Hao bring more bullets. Boom boom boom. They're coming. Yu Jianzhong glanced at the direction where the sound came from, and saw multiple cars heading this way from a distance. Well, get in the car, Wang Hao said, change to a better car. In the pursuit just now, the 12 people were not completely useless. They shot Wang Hao and his vehicle several times. And even Wang Hao and both Yu Jianzhong and Yu Jianzhong were shot separately. This is the advantage of having more people. Even if everyone's hit rate is not high, when they get together, they will always be lucky enough to get a few shots. Yu Jianzhong quickly selected a vehicle, and the 2 quickly got into the car. Then, they stepped on the accelerator to the bottom to increase the distance between them and the convoy behind them. Crackling. The convoy coming from behind apparently also discovered Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong, and fired wildly at them. A bullet hit the vehicle, making a crisp sound. The expressions of Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong did not change at all. Yu Jianzhong concentrated on driving, while Wang Hao turned around and fired at the pursuers behind him as before. A new round of chasing begins. The same drama happened again. Wang Hao relied on his extremely high hit rate to knock down the pursuers one by one. At the same time, with the see-through auxiliary function, He could also see the specific positions of other convoys. Under his command, Yu Jianzhong repeatedly avoided the encirclement of other teams to prevent the two of them from being attacked too much. Players were eliminated one after another, and the outside audience went from shock at first to numbness later. Although the game is not over yet, in everyone's mind, Wang Hao has already won. And the victory is very beautiful. Others cannot say that they are not strong. But compared with Wang Hao, they are not at the same level. Wang Hao beat them. It is almost the same as an adult hitting a child. Of course, the other teams were not without gains. Yu Jianzhong was knocked down in their concentrated fire. As for Wang Hao, he was also shot a lot. But he had the auxiliary function of locking blood. Plus from time to time by lying down to avoid the bullets. He was not knocked down. After Yu Jianzhong was knocked down, Wang Hao immediately climbed into the driver's seat and drove away without looking back. Yu Jianzhong was simply sold. At the same time, under Wang Hao's command, Feng Gaoyuan came out of his hiding place and drove towards him in a car. After the two parties met, Wang Hao immediately got into Feng Gaoyuan's car, and Feng Gaoyuan took Yu Jianzhong's place. Acting as Wang Hao's driver, Wang Hao once again sat in the passenger seat to attack the pursuers behind him. Chapter 550, Convinced. 1. Wang Hao won. Although when they saw Wang Hao knocking down the pursuers from behind again and again, the outside audience already had a premonition that Wang Hao and the others might have the last laugh in this game. But when they saw Wang Hao clinking glasses with their own eyes, but it was still shocking, and even felt unreal. One team, faced with the encirclement and suppression by 19 other teams, actually won. This win is not a win in vain, but a win in a head-on and tough situation. It can be said that the win is thorough and fair. At this time, there was only one word in the minds of the outside audience: awesome. Wang Hao is so awesome. Although Yu Jianzhong and 3 other people were eliminated in this process, Wang Hao always persisted, until Luo Sun was also eliminated. Wang Hao was both a driver and a firepower output. He took care of both roles, but he still played the same role. The other teams lost their armor and were eliminated one after another. Many times, Wang Hao was on the verge of being eliminated, but he finally persisted. This tenacity convinced the outside audience. Bang bang bang. When Wang Hao and others were teleported back to the real world, the audience in the square applauded in unison. Even students and teachers from other cities couldn't help but applaud Wang Hao and others at this time. Wang Hao and the 4. Wang Hao, in particular, won everyone's recognition and even admiration with his performance. At this moment, everyone no longer had the concept of region in their consciousness, and Wang Hao's performance made them want to applaud him from the bottom of their hearts. Awesome. Wang Hao, you are the best. Hack. It makes my blood boil. Wang Hao, you will be my idol from now on. You are so awesome. You can win this. Wang Hao, you are so awesome. The surrounding students were very excited, especially the students in Silver Light City. Many people regarded Wang Hao as their idol. Those students from a university were originally the proud ones, but at this moment, they were also filled with admiration for Wang Hao. Many people looked at Wang Hao with stars in their eyes. At this moment, Wang Hao is their idol and the hero in their hearts. Wang Hao, great job. Zhao Feng's face turned red with excitement, and his voice even trembled when he spoke. Before the game, he never thought that Wang Hao could win. In his opinion, under the circumstances at that time, it was already a miracle that Wang Hao could not fall into a box. However, he did not expect that Wang Hao not only did not fall into a box, but also killing through the entire island. The entire island is full of traces left by him. Destroy your opponents in motion. Today, Wang Hao taught everyone present a lesson: how to fight mobile warfare, how to break out of the encirclement and severely damage or even destroy the opponent when surrounded. Wang Hao gave a textbook performance. Zhao Feng had a hunch that the images of Wang Hao's game today would become teaching materials for major universities across China. Teachers and students in various schools would study them over and over again and regard them as classics. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life, Wang Hao said with a smile. After such a game, Wang Hao himself was very excited. To be honest, even with the auxiliary function nearby, Wang Hao was not absolutely sure that he could win this game. For him, this was a choice with no retreat. Even if it was completely useless to choose to be divided from the beginning, as long as the other teams did not fight each other. As the safe zone continued to shrink, he and his team members would have nowhere to hide, and they would eventually be eliminated. Therefore, he could only fight hard and had no other choice. Okay. 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 Zhao Feng didn't know what to say. So he said okay several times in a row. He was really excited at this time. How is it? On the stage, Wu Haomu also had a happy face. Wang Hao's performance made Wu Haomu feel proud and proud. The overall strength of their Yingguang city is not as good as other cities. The level of the universities in the city is at the middle to lower level nationwide. He, the city lord, has always been unable to hold his head high in these aspects. But today, Wang Hao's outstanding performance make him proud. Their Silver Light City can also produce experts and geniuses. Especially Wang Hao's performance in such an important game is even more convincing. The faces of Zhou Xi and Xiao Kong were a little ugly. They wanted to make a few mocking remarks. But at this time, any sarcastic or contemptuous language would make them appear that they were small and could not afford to lose. Wang Hao's performance was too convincing. And his brilliance, it's not something they can cover up with just a few words. This Wang Hao is indeed strong. Zhou Xi looked at Wang Hao surrounded by the crowd with some envy and admiration. Being able to have such strength in his freshman year, Wang Hao's future is absolutely limitless. Zhou Xi admired Wang Hao more. He mocked Wu Haomu and even had some hostility towards Wu Haomu. However, he did not have the slightest dislike for Wang Hao. After all, this was a matter between their big shots. Wang Hao, such little people are completely irrelevant. He only admires Wang Hao. Wu Haomu, who was originally smiling, suddenly became stiff after noticing Zhou Xi's expression. He glanced at the other people around him, and found that they looked at Wang Hao with the same look as Zhou Xi. And his heart suddenly sank. These people are plotting against Wang Hao. Wu Haomu was not stupid. He immediately understood the meaning in the eyes of Zhou Xi and others. It was exactly the same as when he first took a fancy to the Qi Feng team. They want to poach Wang Hao. This is something Wu Haomu will never allow. After today, Wang Hao will become an iconic figure in their Yingguang city, and even become the idol of many students. If such a person is poached by other cities, where will their Yingguang city's face be placed? Where should he put his face as the city lord? Absolutely not. Wu Haomu could accept Wang Hao serving the major legions or aristocratic families in the city. Although in that case, Wang Hao would not directly obey his orders. But after all, he was still a member of Yingguang City, and was still serving for Yingguang City. But Wu Haomu couldn't accept Wang Hao being poached to other cities. Not to mention whether Wang Hao's poaching would affect their strength. This incident alone was a slap in the face of their Silver City. If they can't retain such a talent, they will be ridiculed in Silver City. No matter what. We must not let these guys poach Wang Hao. Wu Haomu thought to himself as he looked at Wang Hao in the crowd. Because Wu Haomu discovered what Zhou Xi and others were thinking. Wu Haomu's good mood was greatly affected. He no longer had the intention to take the opportunity to mock others. He was already thinking about how to keep Wang Hao. Give up Zhou Xi and others' idea of poaching people. At this time, Wang Hao didn't know that he had been targeted by many people. Chapter 551. Let's go to Longji Mountain. 10 minutes after the 4-row match ended, the brawl began, and the arrangements for the field were still determined by drawing lots. 48 teams belonged to 12 arenas, with 4 teams in each arena and 25 people in each team. 100 people compete on the same stage to compete for first place. The person in charge of drawing lots at University A is the school principal, and the result of the drawing will come out soon. The 8th arena. 25 college students were teleported to Island Plaza. Because of Wang Hao's outstanding performance in the 4-row competition, the 8th field immediately became the focus of the audience. And most of the outside audience were watching the 8th field. The 4 teams in the 8th field are a university from Yingguang City, Yuming University from Yingguang City, Feiyun University from Yingguang City, and Xilin University from Xinguang City. Fighting between gods. Everyone was surprised when they saw the participating teams in the 8th arena. A university. The best university in Yingguang City. Wumiang University. The best university in Yingguang City. Feiyun University. The best university in Yingguang City. 3 of the 4 teams are from the best universities in their respective cities. And only Xilin University ranks only in the middle or upper half of Shinkong City. It is undoubtedly accurate to describe the match in the 8th arena as a fight between gods. The 8th arena is also the one with the strongest overall strength among all the arenas. Coupled with Wang Hao's factor, it is normal for the 8th game to become the focus of the game. Holy crap. What's going on in the 8th arena? Is this a coincidence or an artificial arrangement? No matter what the situation is, this game in the 8th arena will definitely be exciting. A direct confrontation between the top universities in several cities. Or I'm really looking forward to the melee between the 25-person team. Do you think this will be like the previous 4-row match where Silver Light City was besieged by several other cities' universities? I think so. The possibility. And this possibility is very high. The outside audience was talking about the 8th arena. On the high platform, the attention of important people in several cities was also on the 8th arena. They were also quite surprised by the grouping in the 8th field. Ordinary viewers may suspect that this is a deliberate arrangement. But only they know that this is all a coincidence. Even if the authorities in several other cities did intend to besiege the Silver Light City team in this game, they did not deliberately arrange several famous schools in one arena. This is a complete coincidence. At this time, everyone in the 8th arena of the virtual battlefield also knew the identity of their opponent, and they were all quite surprised. This game is difficult to play, Yu Jianzhong said with emotion. In the previous 4 rows, they were deliberately targeted. If nothing goes wrong in this game, they will still be targeted. In the previous 4 rows, they had created miracles. Wang Hao certainly had the greatest contribution here. But there were other factors that contributed to their victory. For example, the other teams were not from the same team. Although they formed a team of 12 people, search and hunt Wang Hao and several others. But the team is not in the same team. This means that once someone is knocked down, it is difficult for teammates to rescue such a player in a short time. This gives Wang Hao and the others defeated the opportunities one by one. But it's different now. Each team has 25 people. These 25 people can help each other. Even if Wang Hao and the others knock down a few, if they can't kill them in time, they will be rescued quickly. Once they are rescued, the previous knockdowns will become useless. At most, they will only consume these people's medicine. If the 75 people from the 3 teams unite, Wang Hao and the others will be in a very difficult situation. Captain, how shall we fight? Chi Charan looked at Wang Hao and asked. At the same time, everyone else in University A also looked at Wang Hao, waiting for Wang Hao's arrangements. Although Wang Hao was only a freshman, many of the 25-person team at a university were juniors and seniors. But at this time, they all decided to follow Wang Hao's command. And they didn't even need Wang Hao to go. Fight for command. Wang Hao has used his performance to conquer these seniors and sisters who are older than him. Fight in the wild. Wang Hao said, you can't go to the housing area. Once the 3 teams join forces, 75 people, even 1 grenade per person, can eliminate us all. Therefore, we can only fight in the wild. And Wang Hao is indeed better at playing thunder than others. But once the opponent has an absolute advantage in numbers, he can use this advantage to create an artificial bombing zone. They are not that good at playing mines. And they can also rely on their numerical advantage to complete coverage. In this case, if they hide in the room area, they will not even have a place to hide. And there will be nowhere to escape. Everyone nodded and agreed with Wang Hao's analysis. It is indeed easy to be blocked in the housing area. Wang Hao was able to kill so many teams in P City before. It was because those people did not belong to the same team and were scattered. And there was no unified command. This gave Wang Hao an opportunity. But the situation in this big brawl is obviously different. Where is the right place? Yu Qianing asked. Wang Hao glanced at the route and said, let's go to Longji Mountain. Longji Mountain is a special place on the island. It is a very high mountain range with long stretches. If we can occupy Longji Mountain first, we can with a high altitude advantage. When the time comes, even if they face the siege of 3 teams, they will still be able to fight. Longji Mountain is indeed a good place, Zhuang Shuer said. But what if it is not in the safe zone? This is indeed a problem. If Longji Mountain is not in the safe zone, then there is no need for other teams to attack by force. They only need to wait for Wang Hao. They just need to move and then conduct an ambush. By then, Wang Hao and the others will die miserably. Wang Hao smiled and said, then we'll make other arrangements when the time comes. Zhuang Shuer frowned upon hearing this. She did not believe that Wang Hao had not considered this situation. In her opinion, Wang Hao must have considered in advance the situation that Longji Mountain was not in the safe zone and had an alternative plan. But now it seems that Wang Hao has not thought about what to do. Manage. This made Zhuang Shuer feel more worried. And everyone else had similar thoughts. Only Wang Hao. He is not worried at all. Destiny Circle, Level 1. Your location is the safe zone. Wang Hao only retained the auxiliary function Destiny Circle 2 days ago. This auxiliary function is not very helpful to Wang Hao. He has encountered this auxiliary function several times before, but he has not retained it. Recently, he has accumulated some exchange click, and retain some of the previously inconspicuous auxiliary functions. And this destiny circle is one of them. Chapter 552 Specific Arrangements. With the auxiliary function of destiny circle, Wang Hao is not worried about the problem of the safe zone at all. However, he cannot explain to Zhuang Shuer and others at this time. After all, where the safe zone will be placed is random. No one could predict that even if Wang Hao now said that Longji Mountain would definitely be in the safe zone. Others would not believe it. In this case, he simply did not say anything more. Fortunately, although Wang Hao did not make a complete plan, based on his previous performance, other students in University A decided to follow his arrangements. And no one had any objections. This is the privilege possessed by masters. 1/3 of the people will jump to G Harbor later. 1/3 will jump to the upper city area of G Harbor. And the remaining people will jump to the lower city area of G Harbor. The speed of searching for supplies must be fast. Wang Hao said, search for supplies. After that, immediately go to Longji Mountain to meet up. If you encounter other teams on the way, remember not to fight. Try your best to get rid of them. If you are chased by many people, escape as many as you can. In short, don't fight in the early stage until you reach Longji Mountain. It's not too late to fight again. We still have to search for supplies in the early stage. Longji Mountain is just a mountain range with almost no buildings. Only a few buildings at the bottom of the mountain. The supplies there obviously cannot meet the needs of a team of 25 people. Therefore, in the early stage, it is necessary to search for supplies elsewhere. Port G is undoubtedly a very suitable location. Port G itself is very rich in supplies. And there are two urban areas around Port G, namely Shangqing District and Xiaoqing District. There are many high-rise buildings in these two urban areas, and the materials there are enough to feed their group of 25 people. Team. In addition, Port G is very close to Longji Mountain, making it convenient for the team to transfer after searching for supplies. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Wang Hao divided everyone into groups, and then said, the supplies are mainly bullets and grenades. If conditions permit, everyone will give priority to equipping 5.56 guns. The backup guns will be 7.62 guns, and the bullets will also be mainly 5.56. In this way, when the time comes, bullets can be shared. By the way, if you encounter a single-shot sniper rifle, you can bring it with you. In the terrain of Longji Mountain, the sniper rifle can play a huge role. Everyone nodded again. Sniper rifles can indeed play a huge role in fighting high and low. As for the unified use of guns, it is also very necessary in such a battle. After all, they have little chance to replenish supplies when they go to Longji Mountain. Sharing bullets can allow them to maximize their effectiveness. Reduce the risk of insufficient bullets. You can bring more grenades. Wang Hao said with a smile. You all know how good I am at playing grenades. When the time comes, those who are not confident in their ability to play with grenades can give me the grenades. Everyone laughed after hearing Wang Hao's words. After seeing it, they were quite convinced of Wang Hao's ability to play with thunder. As for the smoke bombs, Wang Hao continued, the space in the backpack is limited. So the smoke bombs have a lower priority. It doesn't matter whether you can carry them or not. Smoke bombs are obviously not as effective as grenades on Longji Mountain. Its priority is naturally lower. Listening to Wang Hao's series of arrangements, everyone gradually became more at ease. The only thing they need to worry about now is the problem of the poisonous circle. That is not something Wang Hao or anyone can control. They can only leave it to fate. While Wang Hao was explaining to the team members, the commanders of the other three teams gathered together. In the early stage, our three teams will search for supplies separately. After collecting the supplies, we will gather together. Before the assembly is completed, no team should fight with Big A. Do we need to be afraid of them? Big A's overall strength is worse than ours. Far away. Only Wang Hao can make people look at him in the Big A team. And the others are just average. So just push them. You haven't suffered enough in the previous 2 games? All the participating team members thought so. But in the end, they were all defeated by Wang Hao. Wang Hao is definitely not an ordinary master. His strength is far beyond ours. And scattered actions will only give him opportunities to defeat each other. I agree. We have already lost the 4th row match. We must not lose this battle again. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Wang Hao is not only very capable, but also very decisive. Once we give him a chance, we will have it. There is a risk of being defeated individually. I think it is necessary to push forward after gathering. Yes, we must not be careless. There are so many people outside watching. It is up to us whether we can avenge our shame. 3. After a brief discussion between the team commanders and the masters in their respective teams, they came up with a plan. After gathering, they would besiege a university and never give Wang Hao a chance to defeat them. Wang Hao's ability to seize opportunities was evident in the first 2 rounds. This was so vividly demonstrated in the 4-row competition that they had to accept it. With the lessons learned from their past experience, they would never give Wang Hao another chance to defeat him. Soon, everyone got on the plane. The plane was eerily quiet. No one spoke, and everyone was preparing for the upcoming war. As the plane moved forward, teams left the plane one after another, and A was the last team to parachute. However, the other 3 teams each had their own spies, and almost jumped out of the plane with Wang Hao and the others. Their purpose of existence was not to sneak attack Wang Hao, but to observe where Wang Hao and the others jumped. Soon, everyone in the other 3 teams knew Wang Hao's jump point, Port G, and the 2 housing areas around it. After knowing where Wang Hao and the others have landed, the other 3 teams can safely search for supplies. Even if Wang Hao and the others are not in G-Port, they will definitely be in the vicinity of G-Port. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for them to big transfer. Wang Hao naturally saw those informants, but he did not take them seriously and did not let anyone chase them. It was not worth the time spent searching for supplies for these people. After landing, the members of the 3 teams of a university quickly collected supplies. The person who collected the supplies first went to control the car. If you want to go up Longji Mountain, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient to have a car. At critical moments, the car can also be used. Exploded as a bunker. Wang Hao himself jumped to Port G. Wang Hao is no stranger to this place. The wealth of materials here is at the forefront of the entire island. In previous games, Wang Hao often jumped here. Soon, Wang Hao found an M416 and a 98K. The success even exceeded Wang Hao's own expectations. Captain, I have an 8-fold mirror here, Feng Gaoyuan said. Not far from Wang Hao. Take it with me, Wang Hao said. A sniper rifle equipped with an 8-fold scope is a real sniper rifle. Okay. Feng Gaoyuan picked up the 8-fold mirror and continued to search for supplies. The entire island was extremely quiet at this time. The 4 teams were all searching for supplies. No one wanted to fight in the early stage. Chapter 553 Why Longji Mountain? Wang Hao and the others are still near G-Port. Captain, they are heading to Longji Mountain. Longji Mountain? You are really good at choosing places. Let's go too. Longji Mountain has a special terrain. If we attack by force, we will lose a lot. Not small. And may even be defeated by them. My opinion is that we should not rush to attack now and surround Longji Mountain. If Longji Mountain is not in the safe zone, they will definitely escape the poison. When the time comes, we will not be able to fight again. What if Longji Mountain has always been in the safe zone? I think this is unlikely. Looking at the mini-map, I think the final round will be refreshed near the school. I also think that Longji Mountain cannot always be there. The safe zone. However, even if it is always there, we can attack again when the time comes. As long as we surround them, we have the final say whether to attack or surround them. The initiative is ours. Yes, let's go there first. Let's take a look at the situation. After passing the early stage of searching for supplies, the teams from the 3 universities gathered together again. At this time, the scouts they set out had also discovered the specific details of Wang Hao and the others. Location. After a brief discussion, the 3 university teams decided to surround Longji Mountain first. The terrain of Longji Mountain was particularly difficult to defend and difficult to attack. In order to avoid unnecessary attrition, the 3 teams finally decided to surround Longji Mountain first and not rush attack. Although the area of Longji Mountain is not small, their 3 teams have 75 people, and they can still do it by surrounding them. When the time comes, when Wang Hao and the others break out from any place, they will be able to discover and provide timely reinforcements. It can be said that although Longji Mountain is beneficial to Wang Hao's defense, it also limits their mobility, which can be said to have advantages and disadvantages. The outside audience is somewhat incomprehensible to Wang Hao's choice. Why did a large team go to Longji Mountain? It's not a good place there. Yes, although it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it is also very difficult for them to break through. The team has completely lost mobility. This is not waiting to die. Well, are they betting that Longji Mountain is in the circle? Isn't this too risky? No one knows where the safe zone is. Are the students from University A betting that Longji Mountain is always a safe zone? Is this probability too low? Wang Hao should be the leader of this team. Why doesn't he defeat other teams in mobile battles like before? He is too passive now. The outside audience talked a lot. Most people felt that the choice of Big A was unwise. Longji Mountain was conducive to defense, but it also restricted their movements. At that time, once Longji Mountain was cleared out of safety in the area, the other three teams can wait for the big team A to come to the door. No matter where they break through, they will be fiercely attacked by the three teams. Only a handful of people feel that there must be their own reasons for a university's choice. These people have been completely impressed by Wang Hao's previous performance. Although they cannot understand a university's choice, they think of Wang Hao's previous decision as well. There are many people who can't understand it. But in the end, they can create miracles. It may not work this time. Are you betting on the Destiny Circle? On the high platform, Zhou Ji looked at the screen with a look of surprise. To be honest, Wang Hao's previous performance has been recognized by Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji wants to see what kind of outstanding performance Wang Hao will perform in this situation when faced with the encirclement and suppression of the other three teams. However, Wang Hao chose to go to Longji Mountain, which was far beyond Zhou Ji's expectation. In his opinion, under the current situation, it is not a good idea to stick to Longji Mountain now. This place has great advantages and obvious shortcomings. Once Wang Hao and the others go to Longji Mountain, the initiative will be completely in the hands of the other three teams. This is undoubtedly a very bad decision. Although Zhou Ji could not hear the exchanges within the A University team, he believed that the current commander of this team must be Wang Hao. Even if Wang Hao is only a freshman, as long as the students of a university are not stupid, they will obey Wang Hao. Command? So the decision to stick to Longji Mountain must have been made by Wang Hao. This Wang Hao is too arrogant. Xiao Kong said. Does he think he can decide the location of the safe zone? It's a joke. Now the other three teams have already headed to Longji Mountain. Once Longji Mountain is surrounded, a large team, it's hard to fly without wings. Xiao Kong was extremely unfavorable about Wang Hao's choice. This choice undoubtedly handed over the initiative, and there was no other way than to break out. As for saying that it has always been a destiny circle, the probability of this happening is too low. So low that it can be ignored. Wu Haomu also had a look of doubt on his face at this time. He couldn't understand why Wang Hao would make such a choice. There was no reason why Wang Hao couldn't think of the situation they could think of. Even if Wang Hao couldn't think of it, there were 25 people in the entire A team. How could others think of it? Everyone went to Longji Mountain. Isn't this a chance for others to catch a turtle in an urn? Once the other three teams complete the siege of Longji Mountain, how will those from a university enter the circle? Ready to fight poison? Although Port G is rich in supplies, the medicines may not be enough for these 25 people to fight against the poison. Even if all the medicines are given to a few people to let them fight against the poison, it is useless. The people of the other three teams only need to guard on the edge of the circle. Big A will definitely be eliminated before them. Why did Wang Hao make this decision? Are you really betting on luck? But how can the location of the safe zone be predicted by the players? Wu Hao said to himself. At this moment, almost everyone in the square was wondering about Wang Hao's choice, whether they were optimistic about him or not. They were all curious about why Wang Hao chose to go to Longji Mountain. Anyone who knows a little bit about command can see that Longji Mountain is definitely not a good location. Wang Hao's command ability has been recognized by everyone, so it stands to reason that he would not make such a low-level mistake. In fact, it's not just the outside audience who have such doubts. The players on the virtual battlefield were also puzzled. Except for Wang Hao himself. No one else could understand his decision. Even the students at University A couldn't understand Wang Hao's decision. However, Wang Hao now had absolute authority in the team, which prevented others from refuting Wang Hao. Although there was no refutation, it doesn't mean that they agree with Wang Hao's approach. Many people think that anyway. They can't defeat three schools in a head-on battle. In this case, it is better to listen to Wang Hao's arrangements. At worst, they will fight in the end, because they had no better way. Everyone followed Wang Hao's arrangement and gathered in Longji Mountain. Chapter 554. Be prepared. They are coming. On Longji Mountain, Zhuang Shuer stood next to Wang Hao with a solemn expression, watching the vehicles in the distance approaching Longji Mountain. At the same time, vehicles were seen approaching from several other directions in Longji Mountain. Enemies appeared on all sides of Longji Mountain. They are surrounded. As expected, Wang Hao said with a smile. While speaking, Wang Hao picked up the sniper rifle. In the eightfold mirror, Wang Hao clearly saw the player on the vehicle in the distance. He gently pulled the trigger. Bump! A dull sound sounded, and then a system prompt appeared. You use the sniper rifle Kar 98K to knock down Wang Hao and Lu Xia. Bump bump. Wang Hao's shooting was like a signal. After he fired, several gunshots rang out in Longji Mountain. All are sniper gunfire. Port G and the 2 nearby urban areas are rich in material resources. 8 single-shot sniper rifles were found. Wang Hao naturally took one of them without ceremony. Although there were shots from sniper rifles on Longji Mountain, there was only one system prompt. Except for Wang Hao, no one else hit any player. This is completely expected. After all, their targets are all sitting in fast-moving vehicles. For other players, shooting such moving targets is a matter of luck. The probability of hitting them is extremely low. Missing is normal. Hitting is an accident. Bump! Wang Hao continued to shoot. Although no system prompt appeared, he was sure that a player was hit by him. On Dragon's Back Mountain. Except for Wang Hao, who was still shooting, everyone else had temporarily put away their sniper rifles. This kind of moving target was not something they could shoot. They could wait until other players climb the mountain before shooting. Of course, the premise is that other players will choose to attack forcefully. Speaking of which, they arrived a little later than I expected. Wang Hao said while pulling the gun bolt skillfully, "This gives us more time to prepare." As he said that, Wang Hao glanced at himself not far behind him. There were a lot of supplies piled up there, including bullets, grenades, smoke bombs, large medical kits, etc. Each player's backpack space is limited, and they cannot hold as many supplies as they want. In order to be more confident in guarding Longji Mountain, the more supplies, the better. Therefore, the first batch of players who filled their backpacks with supplies went up to Longji Mountain first, took out the supplies from their backpacks, and placed them on Longji Mountain, and then went down the mountain again to search for supplies. Originally, Wang Hao was worried that the other 3 teams would arrive too quickly, and that they would not have enough time to prepare, and would be in trouble due to lack of supplies during the mountain defense battle. However, those 3 teams arrived much later than he expected. This also gave him enough time to prepare supplies. In this way, the backpacks of all university students on Longji Mountain are full, and there are also a lot of supplies piled up on the ground of Longji Mountain. It can be said that these supplies are completely sufficient to guard Longji Mountain. The only question now is whether the other 3 teams will attack Longji Mountain. Regarding this issue, everyone else has no idea. But Wang Hao is completely sure they will definitely attack Longji Mountain, because the safe zone is always on their side, and the location of the safe zone will force them to launch a strong attack on Longji Mountain. At that time, all these materials will be put to use. They probably think that when we go up to Longji Mountain, we have tied ourselves up. There is no need for them to rush to surround us. It will not be too late to come back after they have made sufficient preparations. Zhuang Shuer said. It should be like this. Wang Hao said with a smile. Of course, it will definitely take time for the 3 teams to converge. Although Wang Hao didn't know the specific location of their jump point, they would definitely be scattered. This is not because they are afraid of several teams. They attack each other in the early stage, but only by spreading out can they ensure that their teams can collect enough supplies. Otherwise, 75 players from 3 teams will gather together, and no matter which area they are in, they will not be able to feed them. It will definitely take time for the 3 scattered teams to come together again. Coupled with Zhuang Shuer's analysis, this caused the other 3 teams to be late. Captain, look! They are all standing still. It seems they are not planning to attack, Chi Charan said, pointing to the occasionally exposed vehicles below. At this time, players from the other 3 teams have arrived at the foot of Longji Mountain. Because Longji Mountain is not smooth, there are occasional bulges and depressions. Therefore, even if they stand on the top of Longji Mountain, they cannot looking at all the locations below. Players from the other 3 teams can use the raised rocks on Dragon's Back Mountain to cover their bodies. There are even some players who are relatively far away, looking at Wang Hao and others from a distance. Their position cannot attack Wang Hao and others, but their purpose is obviously not to attack Wang Hao and others, but it was surveillance and siege. From their position, if Wang Hao and the others wanted to move, they would definitely be able to see it. In short, Dragon's Back Mountain is now surrounded by players from the other 3 teams. They are far or near from Long Back Mountain. They are monitoring and surrounding Long Back Mountain, but they are not prepared to attack at all. Don't worry. They will attack by force. Wang Hao said with a smile. We just need to stay here. Are you so confident that we will be the Destiny Circle? Zhuang Shuer asked. Unless they are always in the safe zone. The other three teams will never launch a blind attack on Longji Mountain. They will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when attacking from below. By then, the students of University A will be able to fight 1 against 3 not a problem. Therefore, the other three teams will not launch a strong attack unless they have to. I just made a fortune. Our game must be a destiny circle, Wang Hao said with a smile. Fortune telling? Captain, do you still have this ability? Chi Charan asked curiously. Just listen to him. Zhuang Shuer said. I guess he had no other better way. So he chose Longji Mountain. This should be the only place where we can beat the other three teams. As long as we are lucky in the circle, if we are good enough, we will win. If it were anywhere else, we would not be able to withstand the siege of the other three teams. Okay. I admit that Zhuang Shuer guessed it. Wang Hao shrugged. I am indeed here. Bet? The bet official can't stand their shameless behavior, and will stand on our side in terms of luck. The bet official can't stand their behavior? This doesn't sound very reliable. The virtual battlefield is just a platform. It has no emotions, and will not interfere with the player's affairs. In the final analysis, Wang Hao is just gambling on his luck. Time passed slowly amid everyone's complicated emotions, and the second circle was quickly refreshed. Chapter 555. Why are you still in the circle? Captain, we are still in the circle. Feng Gaoyuan couldn't help shouting excitedly when he saw the scope of the second safety zone. On Longji Mountain, other students from University A also looked excited. Calm down. This is just the beginning, Wang Hao said with a smile. I told you. Our luck in the circle will be very good in this round. Although everyone still had doubts about Wang Hao's words, at least they were still in the safe zone in the second circle, which gave them a little more hope. They are actually still in the safe zone? What a piece of shit luck. Don't worry. This is only the second circle. I don't believe they can stay in the circle forever. Yes, they will definitely be kicked out in the next circle. Players from the other three teams and outside spectators were quite surprised by A's luck after seeing the position of the second circle. However, because this was only the second circle, it was still very early, so no one took it seriously. The other three teams remained motionless. The virtual battlefield was very quiet, and no gunshots could be heard at all. Time passed slowly, and soon the third circle was refreshed. Holy crap! We're still in the circle! Ha ha ha! Our luck in the circle is invincible. This is already the third circle, and we are still in the circle. It's incredible. After seeing the location of the third circle, the 8 college students on Longji Mountain couldn't help but cheer, because they are still in the circle. The entire Longji Mountain is within the safe zone, and they still do not need to make any transfers. More importantly, some players who were monitoring the large team A on the periphery were kicked out of the circle at this time. A university does not need to transfer, but they need to transfer. On Dragon's Back Mountain, some players have already pointed their guns at the location of those players, ready to shoot at any time. What the HL? Are they still in the circle? Shit luck. This is really shit luck. What should we do? This is already the third circle. They are still in the safe zone. Do we want to attack them? Captain, our position is not in the circle. When will we move? Where will we go? Compared to the excitement of the 8 college students, the players from the other 3 teams were very frustrated. Not only was Team A not removed from the circle, but some of them were kicked out. Team A did not need to be moved, but they had to be moved. We'll wait and see. There's no rush. Yes, this is only the third circle, so don't be too anxious. Moreover, part of their area is right next to the circle. They will definitely be brushed out in the next circle. Yes. Wait a moment. The teams that are not in the circle are preparing to enter the circle. Remember to seal the smoke. The people on the mountain must be targeting you. Good. After a brief discussion, the 3 teams were ready to wait. This was only the third round, and they could afford to wait. As for the small number of people who were brushed out of the circle, they began to plan the route into the circle. They must enter the circle. Captain, they banned cigarettes. Do you want to fight? Hit! Wang Hao quickly issued an order. Just divide 7 or 8 people into fighting, and hit harder, so that they will mistakenly think that we have consumed a lot of ammunition. Good. Soon, gunfire rang out on Longji Mountain, and the direction of the bullets was exactly where the smoke rose from down the mountain. Wang Hao was also among the 7 or 8 people who fired. With a perspective assist function, he naturally didn't care about the small smoke. He could clearly see the specific movements of each player in the smoke, and with the self-aiming function as an auxiliary function, Wang Hao can knock down players within the smoke. However, in order not to attract too much attention, Wang Hao did not kill too many, and even deliberately fired his blank gun into the open space in the distance. In the end, he only killed 2 players. As for the others, they were also knocked down. 2 or 3. But none of them succeeded in making up the kill. In this wave, Wang Hao and the others obviously made money. Although they consumed some bullets, they also consumed a lot of smoke bombs and medicines from the players down the mountain. Especially medicines. This thing is very important in the later stage, because the safe zone players at the bottom of the mountain will be constantly pushed out of the circle. They need medicine to replenish their energy. Too much consumption at this time is obviously detrimental to the subsequent continuous battle. However, the players at the foot of the mountain obviously did not realize this at this time. They felt that their gains were good. Although 2 players were eliminated, it also consumed a lot of ammunition for Wang Hao and the others. At this time, Wang Hao and the others were all staying on Longji Mountain. There is no place to search for supplies. In other words, Wang Hao and the others will use 1 less ammunition. When they break out later, Wang Hao and the others will not be able to fight back very hard. All in all, both sides were very satisfied with the outcome of this small-scale battle. Tranquility has returned to the virtual battlefield again, and both sides are waiting for the 4 circle to be refreshed. Looking at the majestic Dragon's Back Mountain, the players from the other 3 teams suddenly lost their confidence as before. They failed to clear out the students from University A for 3 consecutive rounds. Can they do it in the next round? Everyone was a little unsure. However, seeing that part of the area in Longji Mountain is already on the edge of the circle, as long as the safe zone moves a little bit more, that area will inevitably be brushed out. By then, the place for players on the mountain to stand will be even smaller, and it is even possible the entire Dragon's Back Mountain has been wiped out. Once that happens, they will have to break out. Amid everyone's expectations, the 4th lap was refreshed. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! When they saw the position of the 4 circle, many people, whether on or off the court, started swearing almost at the same time. Longji Mountain is still in the safe zone. Even the area on the edge of the circle has not been brushed out. There is almost no movement at the edge of the safety zone. What is even more speechless is that more players from the other 3 teams under the mountain have been kicked out of the circle this time. They must enter the circle. What kind of bullshit luck is this? Why are they still in the circle? The devil knows why this is happening. Could it be that their game is a destiny circle? Isn't this too evil? What should we do? Should we fight now? I don't know. The captain should be discussing it now. The current situation is very delicate. If the students from University A are still in the circle in the next circle, we will be passive. By then, most of our teams will be wiped out. Get out of the circle. Why did it suddenly become like this? Didn't we have the advantage? Why do we seem to be passive now? Players from the other 3 teams were talking a lot. Everyone was surprised at the refresh of this circle, and even more worried. The situation on the court seemed to be slowly turning against them. Chapter 556, Preparing for a Strong Attack. What's going on? I don't understand. University A is so lucky. This is the 4th circle, and they are still in the circle. Yeah, this is too lucky. Right. You fancy the last one. I thought they were going to be kicked out this time. But in the end, they were all in the circle. It's difficult for the other 3 teams. It's already hard for them if the big A team is in the circle. What's even worse is that many of them were kicked out of the circle and had to enter it. It depends on how they choose. The outside audience was talking a lot. No one expected this to be the case. In their opinion, in the 4th circle, Team A must have been kicked out of the circle. But this is not the case. Team A is still in the circle, while many people from the other 3 teams have been kicked out. It was completely different from what they had expected. On the hype platform, important figures from several cities were amazed when they saw the position of this circle. Even Wu Haomu did not expect that it was already the 4th circle before the game, and that a university was still in the circle. This is too incredible. City Master Wu, your big Team A is so lucky, Zhao Kong said with some sourness. Maybe the virtual battlefield couldn't stand the illegal formation of some teams, so they sided with University A. Wu Haomu glanced at Zhao Kong and said. Zhao Kong looked a bit ugly after being squeezed by Wu Haomu. He said solemnly, I just don't know how long their good luck will last. Maybe they will all be kicked out in the next circle. City Lord Zhao is still here. Can't you see? The current situation on the field can be said to be evenly matched. In fact, the team with the largest A has the advantage. Even if they are kicked out in the next circle, they still have the strength and opportunity to fight. You were not optimistic about it before. The prerequisite for the team with Big A is that the other 3 teams are in the circle. And Big A is not in the circle. If Big A wants to break through and enter the circle, it must be passive. But now, this is already the 4th circle. And the next one is the 5th circle. The safe area is very small. Even if Team A is not in the circle, many people from the other 3 teams will be outside the circle. When the time comes, both sides will enter the circle. And the other 3 teams cannot wait for Team A. It will just be a melee. And anyone can win. Wu Haomu said calmly. The faces of Zhao Kong, Zhou Shi and others became a little ugly. Wu Haomu was right. They had previously acquiesced that the A conference would be kicked out of the circle soon, while the other 3 teams had always been in the circle. Under such circumstances, the other 3 teams could sit back and wait. Waiting for work. And sniped at the A conference at the edge of the circle. Team. A big team will definitely have a hard time. But now, this is already the 4th circle. The first one is the 5th circle. Even if A is kicked out, the other 3 teams will not be much better than A. By then, most of them will also have to, if you work hard to get into the circle. How much energy can you still have to snipe the big A team? When the time comes, if Team A concentrates its forces to break out in one direction, it will definitely be able to open a gap. And it may not be impossible for them to fight against the other 3 teams. The only advantage of the 3 teams now is the number of people. And circle luck has no advantage at all. And this is still the case where A is eliminated in the next circle. If A is still in the circle in the next circle, the consequences, Zhou Shi and others simply cannot imagine it. At this time, everyone no longer had the calmness before. They didn't understand why the 3 teams suddenly became so passive. Could University really win in this situation? While the outside world was talking a lot. On the virtual battlefield, the captains of 3 other college teams were having urgent discussions. We can't wait any longer. If we wait until the next circle, our room for maneuver will be too small. The situation will be unfavorable to us by then. Yes, our team is scattered around Longji Mountain. In every direction, in fact. There are not many people. When the time comes, the big team will choose a direction to break out and fight around Longji Mountain after taking it. We will be really passive. Then let's attack now. Well, we must attack by force. We can't wait any longer. Okay, I'll tell the others to prepare. We must attack at the same time so that they can't take all directions into account. After a brief discussion, the captains of the 3 teams agreed. The decision was soon made, attack by force. Now most of them are still in the circle. But many people have been kicked out. When the next circle is refreshed, even if A is kicked out, most of them will be kicked out. By then, both sides will be kicked out. They were all busy getting into the circle. And Wang Hao and the others had a chance. More importantly, the next circle is the 5th circle. The safe area is very small. The players of the 3 teams are distributed around Longji Mountain. Once Wang Hao and the others take the initiative to launch an attack in one direction, they will not even rescue them. It's too late. What they thought before was that if one direction was attacked, players in other directions could quickly provide support. But now, Dragon's Back Mountain is within the circle, surrounded by poisonous circles. Teams in other directions want to support them unless they go through the mountain. Otherwise, they can only escape from the poisonous circle. If Wang Hao and the others fight in one place and then change to another, the 3 teams will be exhausted and the medicines on them will not be able to hold on at all. Therefore, they cannot wait until the next circle is refreshed before fighting. They must fight now. After unifying their opinions, the players from the 3 teams began to prepare for the battle. Part of the area on Longji Mountain is open to traffic, but most of the area is not open to traffic and can only be walked. Moreover, even the areas open to traffic are full of potholes. In addition, it is uphill, so the speed of vehicles must not be fast, and they will become the target of people on top. Therefore, the players of the 3 teams decided to abandon their vehicles and attack on foot, using smoke bombs as cover. As long as they climbed up the mountain, they could use their numerical advantage to crush the larger team. Captain, they are about to attack, Rosen exclaimed as he looked at the movement down the mountain. Yes, Wang Hao nodded, and then said in the team channel, attention everyone. The team at the foot of the mountain is about to attack. Everyone be prepared for battle. If conditions permit, throw more throwing objects, especially grenades and Molotov cocktails. Throw it into the smoke. They will definitely throw smoke bombs. Looking at the people at the foot of the mountain, Wang Hao smiled and said, "Let them see what an artificial bombing zone is." "Okay," everyone shouted in unison. Port G and the two nearby cities are rich in supplies, including a lot of grenades. Under Wang Hao's special instructions, the students from University A did not let go of any grenades and took them all out. At this time, everyone gathered. There are nearly 200 grenades on Longji Mountain. This is definitely a scary number. Chapter 557. The first storm failed. The virtual battlefield that had been silent for a long time suddenly erupted with fierce gunfire. The three teams surrounding Longji Mountain opened fire almost simultaneously. At the same time, thick clouds of smoke rose around Longji Mountain. The smoke shrouded the mountain, making it difficult to see what was going on inside the smoke. The offensive and defensive battle of Longji Mountain has begun. The outside spectators were in high spirits almost at the same time. They focused their attention on the 8th field and did not dare to blink their eyes. "Throw it!" Longji Mountain responded quickly. Following Wang Hao's order, countless black dots fell from Longji Mountain, drew arcs in the air, and fell into clouds of smoke. It's a grenade. All these black spots are grenades, and almost all of them are instantaneous explosive grenades. The moment the black dot fell, violent explosions were heard. Before the explosions completely dissipated, grenades fell from the sky one after another. Then, system prompts appeared one after another. Player Zhang Chen used a frag grenade to knock down player Qiu Hong. Player Zheng Shuang used a frag grenade to knock down player Gu Ming. Player Luo Sun used a frag grenade to knock down the player's individual soldier. Although other students in University A don't have Wang Hao's clairvoyance ability, but countless grenades cover almost all smoke areas. In this case, even a mosquito will be bombed, let alone a player. Almost no player can avoid these grenades. There are also players who are relatively unlucky. They eat 2 or 3 grenades almost at the same time. Before they can react, they have already become a box and are eliminated. Holy shit. This is too powerful. Why does a big team like have so many grenades? Nonsense. They have searched Port G and the 2 nearby cities. The grenades are not airdrops, so they must be indispensable. The blame is on the other 3 teams for delaying in the early stage, leaving enough time for A to collect supplies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to collect so many grenades. You can't blame those 3 teams, right? Have you forgotten that the other 4 platoons were scattered and were defeated by Wang Hao? These 3 teams are so scared. How can they dare to attack the A team alone? The A team members have collected so many grenades? Did they expect to defend the mountain from the beginning? That's definitely the case. I guess Wang Hao didn't think about breaking out. The outside audience was talking about the grenade tactics of the A team. The visual impact is still quite large. Grenades fall like raindrops one after another, and the sound of explosions is endless, which makes the outside audience enjoy watching it. The outside audience enjoyed watching it. But the players of the 3 teams on the virtual battlefield were now miserable. They found that no matter where they hid, they would be hit by grenades, and the aftermath of the explosions would hit them again and again. Some unlucky players were in the center of the grenade explosions, with almost no chance to escape. He was blown to the ground. Only more than 10 seconds have passed since the 3 joint teams launched a strong attack. As a result, the joint team has lost more than 1/3 of its members. The grenades on Longji Mountain seem to be endless, and they keep falling, except for the first one, which is an instant blast. The others are thrown away immediately after pulling them out, which greatly reduces the waiting time. Although this gives the team at the foot of the mountain a reaction time. But because there were too many grenades thrown down from the mountain, they were almost completely covered. In addition, it was very difficult to escape on the hillside. Therefore, almost no player who attacked was spared. Why do they have so many grenades? They have picked up all the grenades on the island? Crazy. Crazy. How can we fight like this? We didn't even see anyone, but we were eliminated so many. How can we still fight? Fight? Captain. Retreat. There's no way to fight. They have too many grenades. Why am I dead? My ears are still buzzing. It's buzzing. It's all the sound of grenades exploding. The 3 joint teams were wailing, with all kinds of complaints and shocks mixed together, as lively as a vegetable market. Players from the 3 joint teams were stunned. They thought they would be sniped by a big player when they attacked, but they didn't expect it would be like this. Artificial bombing zone. This is simply scarier than the official bombing zone. Players from the 3 combined teams couldn't figure out where the A team got so many grenades. Did they all have grenades in their backpacks and nothing else? So extreme? Obviously. They don't know that the students from University A used to deliver supplies to Longji Mountain one after another. Now, the number of players on Longji Mountain is definitely not as many as the 3 joint teams. But if it is more than the number of supplies, it's really no less than them. The players of the 3 joint teams were obviously caught off guard. Countless grenades fell, and took away a large number of players. 1/3 of them were eliminated in a short period of time. The remaining players were either knocked down or in a state of panic. There are no players with residual health or intact status. Withdraw? Withdraw first? We can't withdraw. If we withdraw, we will be dead. They can't have endless grenades. If we continue to hold on, when they finish throwing the grenades, the situation will be in our favor. Look at what they look like. Isn't it like there are no grenades? They haven't stopped yet. Let's withdraw first. There were differences among the 3 teams, and some wanted to retreat. You must persist. The opinions are no longer unified, which has caused some players to start to retreat, while some players are hiding in the smoke and persisting, constantly taking medicine to restore their status. However, the grenades on Longji Mountain seem to be endless. The players who were still holding on did not last long before being eliminated one after another. Even if they continued to take medicine, they still could not withstand the attacks of many grenades. Soon, the battlefield returned to tranquility. The smoke on Longji Mountain gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to be back to how it was before. However, the red-lit boxes on the slopes around Longji Mountain reminded everyone at the scene and the outside world that a fierce battle, or rather a massacre, had broken out here not long ago. The first strong attack by the 3 combined teams ended in failure. They paid the price of half of the people being eliminated, but got nothing. If they had to comfort themselves, they had some results, which was that they consumed a large number of grenades on Longji Mountain. However, this result is completely worth mentioning in front of the countless shiny boxes. No one knows how many grenades there are on Longji Mountain. Chapter 558 No Choice. The joint team's first strong attack failed. More than half of the people were eliminated, but Big A had almost no casualties. Neither the joint team nor the outside audience expected this result. What should we do now? Players in the joint team have to consider this issue at this time. Continue to attack? What if they still have grenades? Give up? What if we can't get them out in the next circle? At this time, the players in the joint team were in a dilemma. Anyone with a discerning eye can already see that the situation is completely unfavorable to the united team. Even if the A-large team is pushed out in the next circle, they break through from top to bottom and occupy the geographical advantage. Although there are still half of the players in the joint team, they are too scattered at this time and are scattered in Longji Mountain. There are not many people in each direction. Once A chooses a certain direction to break out, they will not be able to support them at all. It can be said that the current situation is very unfavorable to the joint team. What's even more frightening is that their opinions are no longer unified. Some want to attack again, betting that the A-large grenades have just been used up, while others want to wait until the next circle is refreshed. Although even if Big A is wiped out in the next circle, their combined team will not have much advantage. But it is still better than a strong attack. The terrain of Longji Mountain is really not conducive to a strong attack. As long as Big A holds the high point, a strong attack will be very difficult. Amidst the hesitation of the joint team players, time continued to pass. And soon, the 5th circle was refreshed. When the players of the joint team saw the location of the 5th circle, their faces were ashen. While the outside spectators were shocked, the central area of Longji Mountain is still circled, and almost all the players in the joint team were kicked out. This is a circle that is extremely beneficial to Big A and extremely detrimental to the united team. Now, the players in the combined team no longer need to discuss whether to wait or attack. They have no other choice but to attack. Moreover, the attack must be fast. Once the poisonous circle starts to refresh, they will be even more passive when being driven away by the poisonous circle. By then, there will be no room for turning around. Therefore, after the 5th circle was refreshed, the combined team once again unified their thinking. Attack. Must attack. They have no other choice but to attack. When the joint team was preparing to attack again, the A-large team on Longji Mountain let out bursts of cheers. They are actually still in the circle. At this time, not to mention other people, even they themselves felt unbelievable. At the beginning of the game, except for Wang Hao, none of them thought they could win. But now, they not only repelled the first attack of the joint team, but also eliminated half of their players. More importantly, they are still in the circle. But the United team has been kicked out? God is helping them. At this time, they can already think about victory. Things they didn't dare to think about before. They finally dare to think about. Everyone, don't rush to be happy. Wang Hao reminded everyone in the team channel. The team at the foot of the mountain will definitely not give up. They must attack hard. We have used up most of the grenades. If we want to kill them as easily as before, it is impossible for them to defeat them. Everyone should hold on to their positions, and do not attack rashly. As long as we occupy the high point, the advantage will still be on our side. The artificial bombing zone just now was indeed more shocking. And even half of the players in the joint team were eliminated in a short period of time. But this also came at a price. Most of their grenades were consumed in the battle just now. And when the joint team attacks again, they won't be able to throw grenades as extravagantly as before. A shootout is inevitable. Fortunately, now their numerical disadvantage is not obvious. And they also have the advantage of geographical location. And the circle is also on their side. In short, in terms of situation, they have the advantage. And more importantly, the team members are no longer like before so desperate. They all saw the hope of victory. And they had a great chance of winning. After everyone heard Wang Hao's words, they quickly calmed down and prepared to fight again. Later, Wang Hao redistributed the grenades, allocating some in each direction. Grenades were very important to Shoshan, and they had to be prepared in each direction. Listen to my order later. I'll let you throw it again. Wang Hao said in the team channel. Also, which direction was breached? Be sure to tell it in the team channel to prevent others from stealing it. I understand. Everyone responded. While Wang Hao and the others were preparing for the battle, the team at Yamashita had also completed their final mobilization. We will throw smoke bombs first later. One of the captains said, same as before. But this time we are not in a hurry to attack. We will use smoke bombs to confuse them first. Consume their grenades. And wait for their grenades to be consumed. It's almost done. Let's attack again. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison. Soon, the second offensive and defensive battle of Lungyu Mountain began. It was still the joint team under the mountain that took the lead in attacking. And smoke bombs were still used to clear the way. It seemed no different from the previous battle. However, after the smoke bombs were thrown out, the team at the foot of the mountain did not rush out of their hiding place, but remained in place. Are they smart enough? You will learn from the experience. They should be preparing to confuse the team of a university and consume their grenades. I just don't know if the people of a university will be fooled. Definitely. Fooled. They don't have clairvoyance. So how do they know if there is anyone in the smoke? They must throw grenades into the smoke like before. Yes. I will probably be fooled this time. They will be close when their grenades are almost exhausted. It's a close shootout. It's hard to say who will win. The outside audience has a god's perspective, so they can clearly see the actions of the joint team and guess their thoughts. Most people think that a university is going to be fooled. This cannot be blamed on a university. After all, there is smoke cover, and no one knows whether the people at the foot of the mountain have entered the smoke area. Now the mini-map no longer shows footsteps. And it is impossible to observe the situation under the mountain from the mini-map. However, what they didn't know was that Wang Hao had the see-through auxiliary function. It's quite quick to adapt. Wang Hao looked at the smoke area at the foot of the mountain and said to himself with a smile, Captain, they threw smoke bombs. Do we want to throw grenades? A team member couldn't help but ask. Throw. But don't throw them all. Wang Hao said in the team channel. It's enough for each team to throw 2 or 3 grenades. As for where to throw them, you decide for yourself. The remaining grenades are waiting for my order. Good. Chapter 559 The Final Battle. As expected, they were fooled and threw mines. Hey, why are there so few grenades this time? Young man, it's normal. Do you really think they collected all the grenades on the entire island? I guessed it right. They've just exhausted the grenades. Let's attack when the explosion is over. Sporadic explosions came from the smoke, and everyone in the Yamashita joint team was very excited. A grenade exploded, indicating that the large team on the mountain had been fooled. There were not many grenade explosions, which meant that there were not many grenades in A's hands. These two situations were both good things for them, and everyone felt that the pressure on them suddenly eased a lot. To be honest, the artificial bombing zone just now caused a great psychological shadow on them. The feeling of being bombarded by mines wherever they went was really terrible. No one wanted to be in that environment. Now, it is discovered that there are really not many A-size grenades, and the few grenades have been tricked out by them. How can this not make them excited? It's almost done, said the captain who made the plan before. Now, all teams launch an attack on the top of the mountain. This is the final decisive battle. Time has not allowed us to make other plans. So no matter how much resistance we encounter later, we can't retreat anymore. Whether we can win or not depends on the next wave. The first attack had already consumed a lot of their smoke bombs. This time, in order to confuse the big team, they used the remaining ones. All the smoke bombs have been used up, and there are no more smoke bombs to support them in launching a third attack. Without smoke bombs to cover up, if they attack the mountain by force, they will only be mercilessly slaughtered. Therefore, this is their last battle. What's more, the poisonous circle is about to be refreshed, and they have no time to continue to struggle. If they can't take the mountaintop this time, they will all be poisoned to death without waiting for the A-Big team to charge them. Therefore, this must be the last battle, and whether you can win or not depends entirely on this battle. The other people in the joint team obviously understood this situation, and they all clenched the firearms in their hands with solemn expressions. Go! With the order, the players around Longji Mountain once again charged towards the mountain. While the smoke from the smoke bombs had not dissipated, they launched the final charge. On the way to the charge, they were also throwing the projectiles in their backpacks towards the mountains crazily. Although their grenades were not as large as A's, they still had a few. At this time, at the last moment, there was no need to save any more. The final battle of the 8th arena has begun. The outside audience held their breath and looked at the arena. Everyone was waiting for the final result. At the same time, Wang Hao, who was on the top of the mountain, looked at the players coming from all directions and issued an order to counterattack. Grenades flew down the mountain like raindrops, and explosions came one after another, accompanied by screams from the players. There are actually grenades on the mountain. The big team was not fooled. They were the ones who were fooled. At this time, everyone who was attacking the mountain at the foot of the mountain looked extremely ugly. They thought they had just deceived a large number of people and successfully consumed all their last grenades. However, they did not expect that the big person they actually saw through it. Their plan came to fruition, and they were once again violently attacked by grenades. We have no retreat. Continue the attack. Although the captains looked ugly, they did not give up yet and decisively decided to continue the attack. As mentioned before the attack, they have no way out now. If they retreat, they will only be poisoned to death. Rather than that, it is better to fight to the death. And there is still hope of victory. The players of the three teams obviously understood this truth. Although they were frightened, they did not choose to retreat, but continued to launch strong attacks. Hit! After all the grenades were thrown, a gun battle broke out. Because they had the advantage of the geographical location, all the students from University A showed their bravery. They fired wildly into the smoke, regardless of whether they found the enemy or not. They first emptied their magazines. There are not only grenades stored on Longji Mountain, but also a large number of bullets. These bullets fully support their consumption. Facing the crazy attacks of college students from A, the players at the foot of the mountain rushed up and fought back from time to time. However, this had little effect. The students from the university at A still knew how to shoot into the smoke, while the players at the foot of the mountain, however, they didn't even know the approximate location of the college students. They could only shoot randomly in the direction where the gunfire came from, and the effect could be imagined. Under the crazy attacks of grenades and college students, the number of members of the joint team increased rapidly. Players were knocked down one by one. Those who were unlucky would be beaten and knocked out. When the smoke dissipated, the brutal close-range gun battle began. At this time, there are only about 20 players from the joint team attacking, and the big team A has almost no attrition. For the first time, a university has an advantage in numbers. They had advantages in numbers and terrain, and the supplies were no worse than those of the joint team. The A college students had great morale and momentum, and they all performed bravely. Among them, there was a person like Wang Hao who was always on target, which only made the joint team miserable. However, the players in the joint team are elites from 3 schools after all. 2 of the schools are also one of the top schools in the area, so one can imagine their strength. Although they were at a disadvantage, the players in the joint team did not give up. They pulled the triggers crazily in their hands, hoping that they could knock down a few more A-level players before they fell. It has to be said that the strength of the players in this joint team is really strong. Even if they do not have an advantage in numbers, and their geographical location is even more disadvantageous, they still burst out with extremely strong fighting power, and brought a lot of trouble to everyone in the university. Casualties. Wang Hao only saw teammates falling to the ground one after another, and the guns of the players in the combined team were harder than he expected. No wonder their rankings are higher than that of University A. Their strength is indeed much stronger than that of University A. Wang Hao sighed while shooting. Without his presence, regardless of the geographical environment, even if they have the numerical advantage, University A would not have much chance of winning. This joint team is really strong, even if there is the influence of the geographical environment. University A would not be able to win without him. He will probably lose as well. Wang Hao made a lot of calculations, but no matter how he calculated, he could not make up for the gap in hard power between the two teams. It was precisely because of this gap in strength that his previous efforts almost came to nothing. Fortunately, he is still here at a university. Chapter 560 Division of Troops. A big win. After the gunfire subsided on Longji Mountain, there were still 6 or 7 people standing on the mountain. These people were all students from a university, including Wang Hao. But this win can only be said to be a miserable victory. Wang Hao had laid so much groundwork in the early stage and took advantage of the geographical location. But in the end, he only got a miserable victory, which made him a little sad. But a win is a win. Although it was a tragic victory, the survivors of a university and Silver Light City were extremely excited about the result. You know, they are facing the siege of 3 teams at the same time. These 3 teams are not ordinary teams. Under this situation, they can still win. Even if it is just a miserable victory, it is completely worth being happy. Of course, everyone knew that Wang Hao definitely took the greatest credit for their victory. Whether it was the early command or the final decisive battle, Wang Hao played a huge role. The early command allowed the big team A to make up for the strength gap between the other 3 teams, and even gave them a certain advantage. And the final personal performance directly determined the final result of the battle. The scene of Wang Hao guarding a hilltop with 1 gun and beating other players to the point where they couldn't come close was deeply reflected in everyone's mind. When Wang Hao and others were teleported back to the real world, the people around them couldn't help but spontaneously applaud again. Even the teachers and students in other cities looked at Wang Hao with sincere admiration. What they admired was not a university, but Wang Hao himself. Wang Hao completely conquered them with his performance. Even if they did not belong to the same city, it did not affect their admiration for Wang Hao. As Wang Hao and others appeared in reality, all the competitions in the 12 arenas ended. According to the rules of the competition, the first place in each arena entered the next round. In other words, a total of 12 teams entered the next round. It is still there are 4 teams in each arena, but this time there are only 3 arenas. A won the preliminary round, and naturally qualified to enter the next round. The victory in the first game also made them look forward to the next game. However, Wang Hao knows that if the other 3 teams still unite together in the next game, their hope of winning will be very small, because the auxiliary function of Destiny Circle has usage restrictions and can only be used once a day. In other words, Wang Hao doesn't know where the finals will be in the next game, so it really depends on luck. Of course, the good news is that this time their 3 opponents are definitely weaker than in the last game. If they work well, there is no hope of winning. Soon, the big brawl in the second game began. In the island square, everyone was asking Wang Hao about the jumping point of this game. Captain, are we still going to Longji Mountain? Feng Gaoyuan asked eagerly. Obviously, the result of the last game gave him great confidence, and he also had an inexplicable fondness for Longji Mountain. We won't go. Wang Hao shook his head and said, we were lucky in the last game. The safe zone has been near Longji Mountain. This game may not have the same luck as the previous game. Once Longji Mountain is no longer in the circle, we will be surrounded again. It would be dangerous. Then where should we go? Yu Jianzhong asked. Go to school. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, Yu Jianzhong, Luo Sun, and Feng Gaoyuan. You 3 are following the other 3 teams respectively. Pay attention to their movements and stay away from them. Obviously, Wang Hao also sent out scouts, like the other 3 teams in the previous game. His see-through auxiliary function can't completely cover the entire island. Not to mention that the necessary cover-up work still needs to be done. Okay. Yu Jianzhong and the others responded. To be honest, I don't have much confidence in this game. Wang Hao said to everyone, my idea is that this game we change our thinking and no longer play positional warfare, but mobile warfare. The 3 teams will be affected by the previous game. I think we will still choose positional warfare. In this case, They will not be too anxious in the early stage. We should move faster here. After collecting the supplies, we will take the initiative to attack immediately, and not give them any chance to join together. Opportunity. Everyone nodded when they heard this. However, everyone felt a little uneasy when they heard Wang Hao say that he was not sure either. Seeing the worries on everyone's faces, Wang Hao said with a smile, "Don't have too much psychological burden. We have already won by getting to this point. The last game was enough to prove our strength. If we really win in this game, even if we are eliminated, no one has the right to laugh at us." "Yes," Zhuang Shuer said. "We have proven ourselves by being able to win under the joint attack of 3 teams. No matter how we perform next, no one will. You have the right to look down on us." Everyone nodded when they heard this. Indeed, the performance in the last game was enough to shock people for a long time. Even if they were eliminated in this game, no one can deny their outstanding performance in the last game. What's more, with their current state and confidence, they are not afraid of any opponent. The premise is that both sides compete fairly. If they are surrounded and suppressed, they will have something to say if they lose. Thinking of this, the pressure in everyone's hearts instantly eased a lot. Soon everyone got on the plane, except for Yu Jianzhong and the other 3. Everyone jumped near the school, including the teaching building and the research institute, in order to speed up the search for supplies. The 3 of them, Yu Jianzhong, followed the other 3 teams and jumped near them. Wang Hao still doesn't know whether the 3 teams will unite, but he knows that those teams have no intention of being close to them in the early stage, and they are all some distance away from them. Soon there was news from Yu Jianzhong and the other 3 that the 3 teams were in Port N, City P and Port G. These 3 places are very wealthy, so it is normal for the 3 teams to compete in these places. After thinking about it, Wang Hao said to the team, Zhuang Shuer, Qi Charan, and Yu Qianing, "The 3 of you will follow me to block the bridge. The others will ambush outside the church in P City. If the team from P City passes by, if we're near you, we'll make a surprise attack. If we don't leave from you, just follow us from a distance." "Captain, would it be too little to just block the bridge with the 4 of us?" Qi Charan asked. When Wang Hao said blocking the bridge, she naturally understood that Wang Hao was preparing to ambush Import's team. Import was not in the circle. They had to cross the bridge to enter the circle. Blocking the bridge was a very good way. However, people were 2 if it's less. I'm afraid it won't have any effect. And you'll still be explaining yourself there. "Quite a few," Wang Hao said with a smile. "The 4 of us are enough. Don't worry. With me here, there will be no problem this time." Seeing Wang Hao say this, Qi Charan no longer had any doubts about Wang Hao. He has always been quite trustworthy.